the spring festival is coming soon. At this time Yu Yang already owns a big house of his own in Huanghai City. Yu Yang watched the girls busy decorating the room. The more he looked, the happier he became, thinking Yu Yang from a poor boy with nothing, until he later established his own gang, and now he has gradually cleaned up and established his own enterprise. Also have their own big house, also have their beloved people around. He was happy when he heard the doorbell ringing. Yu Yang thought, who would it be? Thinking of him, he stood up from the sofa, went to the door, opened the door and looked out. Yu Yang thought badly, why is he here? The person who came is Huanghai Chen Lu, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Public Security Bureau. How did Chen Lu come? After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang hadn't called him for a long time. He also knew the address of Yu Yang's new house. When he got here, Yu Yang opened the door, and when he looked into the house he saw several beautiful girls inside. Pulled it down and said to Yu Yang, no wonder you didn't call me, and ran here for a long time to enjoy it. Yu Yang saw Chen Lu's face and he knew it was troublesome again. At this time the girls also saw Chen Lu outside the door and came over to greet him one after another. Although Chen Lu was not happy, she came over to say hello to him at first sight and he couldn't say anything else. Chapter 258 Divine Soul Attack. After Chen Lu and Kong Wanting finished greeting, they said to Yu Yang, you go out with me first, I have something to say to you. Yu Yang knew at a glance that he hadn't called Chen Lu for so long. Yu Yang knew that if he didn't go with him today he would definitely not be able to play. Yu Xiaoying, Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue. The three girls looked at Chen Lu and probably understood the relationship between Yu Yang and Chen Lu. The three girls thought to themselves, I really don't know how many Yu Yang will be looking for, so he is satisfied since there are so many beautiful girls around us, since he still goes out to find others. After a long time of trouble, Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue, after getting along with Yu Yang for so long, also developed feelings for Yu Yang in their hearts. At this time, after Yu Yang greeted a few girls, they went out with Chen Lu and Chen Lu drove the car. The two came to his house and as soon as they entered the room they looked at Chen Lu's face. Shen said, Yu Yang, where have you been recently? When Yu Yang saw Chen Lu's angry look, it was very charming. Not only was he not afraid at all, on the contrary, an idea occurred in his heart. Yu Yang thought, I will leave here soon to find Chi Mengru, especially Chen Lu, who is a policeman, is more likely to encounter danger. Now Kong Wanting and Yu Xiaoying are all cultivators. Do I want it today? Bring Chen Lu to the door too. I really don't know how it would feel to be with Sister Lu, but thinking of this he stared at Chen Lu with two eyes. As soon as Chen Lu finished speaking, she saw Yu Yang's two eyes staring at him and he felt his face blushed and said to Yu Yang, hey, what are you looking at? I don't have any flowers on my face. Yu Yang immediately said, Sister Lu, after hearing this, you are much more beautiful than Hua Hua. Chen Lu gave him a blank look when he heard it and said, stop being pompous, what have you been doing for so long? Why don't you give me a call? Yu Yang got up from the sofa after hearing this, walked over to Chen Lu and hugged him into his arms. Speaking of Sister Lu, am I busy? Chen Lu saw that Yu Yang came over and hugged him. He immediately said, what do you want to do, stinky boy? Before he finished speaking, Yu Yang gagged his mouth as soon as he lowered his head. After Yu Yang passed with a few girls, his kissing skills became more and more superb. This Chen Lu has never been in love since she grew up. After a while he collapsed into Yu Yang's arms. Yu Yang reached out and reported Chen Lu as soon as he saw it and walked into the room. It didn't take long for the two of them to wear less and less clothes. After a while Chen Lu also handed himself over to Yu Yang, and after finishing the work the same Yu Yang began to hand over to Chen Lu for self-cultivation. Just like that, Yu Yang has brought all the girls around him into the world of comprehension. Just like that, Yu Yang and Chen Lu stayed in his house for a day and Yu Yang didn't leave until the evening. A few days have passed and the new year has officially arrived. On the first day of the new year, Yu Yang turned 20 years older. After the new year, Yu Yang is going to participate in the Tianshan sect's martial arts conference. When he went back last time, the note left by his master clearly stated that the competition would be held on the 15th day of the 5th lunar month. So Yu Yang took every opportunity to practice when he had nothing to do. On this day, Yao Wenyu's eldest brother Yao Wenshan came to Huanghai City again. So what is Yao Wenshan doing this time? This time he didn't come here to formally discuss with Yu Yang about the Tianshanzong competition. And this time the Yao family wanted to ask Yu Yang to help them revitalize the magic shadow gate, but they downloaded Yao Wenshan. This time, on the one hand, I came to discuss with Yu Yang about participating in the competition, and he also brought a copy their Yao family's martial arts secrets. This martial arts cheat book is amazing. It is called Soul Attack. as the name implies, is a kind of kung fu that uses the soul to attack the enemy. This kind of kung fu is considered to be relatively powerful in the realm of self-cultivation. For example, when two people are fighting, one of them has a higher level than the other but his spirit is weaker, so the other can use his spirit attack to attack him. But this kung fu is not easy to cultivate. Yao Chengsheng asked Yao Wenshan to bring this martial arts secret book to Yu Yang. This time he just wanted to try his luck and he didn't know whether Yu Yang could practice. And waited for Yu Yang and Yao Wenyu to drive Yao Wenshan over to the hotel, and then ate again and waited until evening when Yao Wenshan called Yu Yang into the room, took out the soul attack and handed it to Yu Yang. This time there will be many young people who are higher in rank than you, so to be on the safe side we will give you the martial arts secrets of our sect soul attack. Yu Yang looked at it, waved his hands again and again and said, "This can't be done, this gift is too precious." Yao Wenshan said as soon as he heard it, "You don't have to refuse anymore, you are my sister's master and you also take on the important task of revitalizing our shadow gate." Yao Wenyu said it was right when he heard it beside him, "So please accept it, master." Yu Yang refused at first glance, so he accepted this martial arts cheat book. Yu Yang can help him a lot in the future after practicing this divine soul attack technique. Of course this is the latter matter, we will not mention it for the time being. After Yu Yang accepted this martial arts cheat book, Yao Wenshan stayed here for a few days and returned to the capital. Just like this, another period of time passed and this day came to the 10th day of the 5th month of the lunar calendar, and it was 5 days away from the tournament. On this day Yu Yang took Chen Xinyue and Yu Xiaoying, Yao Wenyu, Huang Yushang. Several girls called and said that I was going to leave soon to participate in the competition. After I went this time it was very likely that I would not be back for a long time. Yu Yang just finished speaking when he heard Chen Xingyu say, "Master, I also want to go with you." Yao Wenyu next to him also spoke, "Yes master, I want to go with you too." At this time Yu Yang saw Huang Yushang raise her head as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it and lowered her head again. Yu Yang immediately asked Xiaoquang, "Do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yushang raised her head again and said, "Master, I have nothing to say." Yu Yang is so smart, he knew at a glance that there must be something wrong with Huang Yushang, so he immediately asked if Xiaoquang had anything to say. "Just say it. If I guessed correctly, do you want to go with me too, right?" Chapter 259. Huang Yushang lowered her head when she heard it, and Yu Yang knew what was in his heart at first glance, so he said it immediately. "I can't take you all hastily for the time being. In case of any trouble I have no way to take care of them all. Although now you have also stepped into the threshold of the realm of self-cultivation, but you are not really a cultivator until you build a foundation." Yu Yang just said this when Huang Yushang mentioned the first one to the master. "Don't talk about it, I know I really want to go with you. But I also thought, what should I do after I leave the clinic? Although I really want to go with you, but I know our ability is not enough. Encountered things are likely to entrust the master to your hind legs, so I decided that I would stay. But master, you must come back as soon as possible." When Yu Yang heard Huang Yushang being so reasonable, he nodded, gratified. At this moment Chen Xinyue next to Yu Yang said, "I don't care anyway, you want to take me there. I just took you as my teacher and haven't learned anything for a long time, so what's the matter if you run away? Well, so you have to take me with you. If you don't take me, then I will sneak." When Yu Yang heard the black line on his face, he scratched his head with his hand and said that I didn't say I wouldn't take you with me. As soon as Chen Xinyue heard this, it was almost the same. After listening to Chen Xinyue's words, Yu Yang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, thinking to himself, "I really don't know if he is the master or I am the master. Oh, this girl." Yao Wenyu almost lost his joy when he saw it next to him. "I thought that Chen Xinyue dared to be like Yu Yang. Then I heard Yu Yang say that I plan to take 2 people with me when I go out this time." As soon as these words came out, Chen Xinyue, Yao Wenyu, Kong Wanting and Xiaoying all pricked up their ears, thinking which 2 people would Yu Yang take. I thought that Yu Yang would say his name, and at this moment I heard Yu Yang say, "This time I plan to take only Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu." Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyue were naturally very happy when they heard it. At this time I heard Yu Yang continue to say, "Sister Xiaoying, you are making a relatively fast progress in your cultivation among them. The reason you stay, for one thing. I left this time, a lot of industries need someone to take care of, and on the other hand you have to join forces with Wanting, to take care of everything about Han and Tang. What worries me the most is that it will not be long before we launch an operation to fight against evil and evil. In order to ensure that none of our heroic Tang people are harmed, we must seize the time to wash the black and white. In addition, Xiao Kuang, your cultivation progress is relatively slow, so you have to study with the two of them. When Kuang Yushang heard it, she nodded and said, Master, don't worry, I will. Then I heard Yu Xiaoying say, Yu Yang, don't worry, all the rest is left to me and Sister Wanting. Yu Yang waited for everything to be arranged and made another phone call to Chen Lu. On the second day, Yu Yang, Yao Wenyu, and Yao Wenyu's elder brother Yao Wenshan and Chen Xingyu set off, daring to go to Tibet to attend the Luwu conference. All the way without words, Yu Yang and the others arrived in Tibet 2 days later. Tianshanzong. Near. On this day, a few people came to a town called Tianshan Town. I heard Yao Wenshan say, we have already arrived at the place. This is a town under the mountain of Tianshan sect called Tianshan Town. Yu Yang immediately asked, what should we do next? Yao Wenshan immediately said that the next step is to find a store to live in. And then listened to Yao Wenshan saying, you have to remember here, you must not cause trouble. If something happens, not only will there be no way to participate in the competition, it is very likely that the Tianshan sect will continue to hunt you down. So why is Yao Wenshan so familiar with this place? After a long time of trouble, this is what Yao Chengsheng told him. Yao Chengsheng has always been thinking about revitalizing the magic shadow gate. So every time the Tianshan sect held a martial arts conference, Yao Chengsheng would come over to watch the fun. So he also wrote down the rules of Yang's competition. Yao Chengsheng's way, the competition in the annual competition is very fierce, and even sometimes there are masters in the middle stage of Jindan, which is also the reason why he gave their Yao family's treasured martial arts secrets to Yu Yang, the reason why he was also worried that if Yu Yang fell in this competition, failed or something happened, but it's troublesome. At this time, Yao Wenshan drove to a hotel called Tianshan Inn. In front of the door, after Yao Wenshan drove the car to the door, he saw a lot of cars parked outside the door. That is, he just parked the car and several people got out of the car and came out of this Tianshan Inn, a young man Yu Yang who looked at the shop and looked like an ancient person dressed in ancient clothes. Just look at the store's second person who comes to the door and asks if you all live in the store. Are you here to participate in the competition? If not, I'm sorry. Our store does not entertain other customers. Yu Yang hurriedly said, we are here to participate in the competition. The second one heard that Yu Yang and the others were also coming to participate. He immediately said, a few people, please come with me, so he was in front and Yu Yang and others followed him and entered the Tianshan Inn. After waiting inside, first of all the shop assistant led Yu Yang and they came to a counter. Each of Yu Yang and several people registered their real names. Just like that, Yu Yang and Yao Wenshan stayed at the Tianshan Inn. 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye and nothing happened in these 3 days. On this day the competition began. On the morning of this day, Yu Yang and the others got up early. After washing their faces and brushing their teeth, they heard the shop assistant shout in the yard. All those who come to participate in the competition, please gather at the square outside our Tianshan Inn within half an hour. It is not too long. Yu Yang and the others hurriedly packed up when they heard it and followed the crowd to the square outside. After that, Yu Yang saw that there were too many people. After they came to the square, about 10 minutes passed. I heard someone shouting, everyone please be quiet, the elders are here. Everyone fell silent when they heard it. Yu Yang and the others raised their heads and looked in the direction the man shouted just now, and there were more than a dozen people walking over there. Among the dozen or so people surrounded by an old man. Looking at the old man, he was not too young, hair and beard all white. Look at the age of not less than 80 years old. Don't look at the age already so old, but still very energetic, full of red light. Chapter 260 Rules of the Tournament. At the same time, Yu Yang felt that as the old man got closer, he felt a very strong aura in the old man. After the old man walked to the square, Yu Yang felt as if there was a big mountain above his head. In fact, this feeling was not only felt by Yu Yang but also by everyone in the square. So what happened? Actually, this is not surprising. The reason why Yu Yang and everyone felt particularly stressed was because the old man's aura was too strong and his level was much higher than everyone else. And the people next to him are not simple either. Take the person who shouted just now. There are thousands of people in the square. This person doesn't need any loudspeakers. Shout out so that everyone in the square can hear it. A big sign was put up on the square, and when the old man got to the square, he went directly to the high platform in the middle. When everyone saw it, everyone was quiet. In the square with thousands of people, you could even hear a needle drop on the ground. At this time, the old man said to the people in the audience, everyone welcomes everyone to participate in our Tianshanzong competition. So before the conference begins, let me introduce you to the rules of the competition. To tell you the truth, every time we hold a martial arts conference we come to select outstanding disciples for our sect. After winning the competition you can directly enter our sect and become internal disciples. The reason why he called the tournament is that he can't hurt people's lives. If one party is injured the other party shall not act like the other party. If anyone dares to break the rules we will cancel his game and our Tianshan sect will pursue his troubles. In addition there are so many people here it is impossible for you to compare one by one. When he said this he pointed to both sides of the square with his hands and said that everyone should follow my fingers. There is a high platform on both sides of this square. 4 people can go up on each stage to compete. If one of the victories can wait by the side. Wait until the other 2 decide the winner, then you 2 victors have another fight. If you win again then you are the champion on this stage. Of course if there is a champion on other stages you can also challenge him like him. The same opponent can also challenge you. I wonder if everyone understands it. If there is any problem you can ask it. If there is no problem then our competition will begin. After finishing speaking everyone in the audience said in unison that there is no problem. The old man nodded and said that's good, from now on our tournament will officially start. And then I heard the old man ask which one of you would like to take the stage first. When Yu Yang heard this he stood there and didn't move because Yu Yang had his thoughts and thought to himself, I'll first see what kind of abilities other people have on stage. I'll watch 2 games first and then I do what I have in mind before going on stage. Yu Yang didn't want to come on stage but someone was already holding back and wanted him to come on stage. Yu Yang didn't pay attention to this person but he has already paid attention to him, so who is this person? This person is not Zhang Wenxian who was beaten twice by Yu Yang. So how did Zhang Wenxian get here? After making trouble for a long time Zhang Wenxian went to seek revenge for Yu Yang but Yu Yang defeated him again just in time for the opening of Hongfu Pharmaceutical Factory. Yu Yang didn't want to kill Zhang Wenxian so he just slapped him on the back, then Zhang Wenxian left. Now this kid has made up his mind to hate Yu Yang, he must learn his skills and one day he will beat Yu Yang to take revenge. There was a person in front of him. Yu Yang would definitely be surprised to be here because this person was none other than the old man he had met several times. Now Zhang Wenxian was taken aback and he said angrily at the old man, I said, who are you? He suddenly appeared in front of me. Hurry up and get out of the way, sir, am I not happy for a while? Hearing this the old man laughed and said that the boy didn't kneel since he saw my old man. Zhang Wenxian almost lost his anger after hearing the old man's words, thinking that he was really bullied by dogs. I went to Yu Yang to get revenge but I didn't get it. Instead I let him slap me and vomit blood. I ran into such an old guy again. What did I say to make me kneel down for him and look at him again? When I thought about it, glancing at the old man, he said to the old man, I'll go, you better get out of the way or I'll kill you. When the old man heard it he said to Zhang Wenxian, boy, let me tell you what I know you are here for. Did you go to Yu Yang for revenge just now and let him hurt you? Zhang Wenxian was shocked when he heard it and asked, how did you know? Who are you? Did you wave your hand with the old man who was in the same group as Yu Yang and said, no, I'm not in the same group with Yu Yang. Zhang Wenxian said as soon as he heard it, who are you? Why did you stop me today? After listening to this the old man said to Zhang Wenxian, let me tell you, if you take me as your teacher now I will definitely give you a way to defeat Yu Yang in the future. As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard it, why did you convince me that you were not with Yu Yang? When the old man heard this he said to Zhang Wenxian, let me tell you, if I were with Yu Yang I would have killed you a long time ago. If I really want to be with Yu Yang, I just muttered to you just now, if I want to get revenge on Yu Yang I have to kill you. You see, I am with you, standing in front of you. You didn't realize that I wanted your life, like searching for something. Followed closely and the old man continued to say, let me tell you, if you want to beat Yu Yang with your current ability you were really wishful thinking. You may not know it yet, now Yu Yang is no ordinary dance. Now he is a cultivator. Zhang Wenxian was skeptical after listening to it because he had never heard of a cultivator. Zhang Wenxian thought, and he was not filming a TV series, why did the cultivator still come out? After the old man finished speaking, seeing that Zhang Wenxian didn't speak, he knew that Zhang Wenxian didn't believe him too much, so he immediately said that you are walking with me. Here is not the place to talk. You can rest assured that what I said is absolutely true. Chapter 261, Zhang Wenxian's apprenticeship. After the old man finished speaking he turned around and left. Zhang Wenxian thought to himself, who was this old man? Is what he said true or false? But he just heard the old man say that he has a way to make him beat Yu Yang. At that time I thought, what if I went with him? If it was really like what he said, it would be good for him to help me defeat Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he followed this old man and left. The old man didn't even look back when he left because he knew in his heart that Zhang Wenxian had been blinded by hatred and he only wanted to seek revenge for Yu Yang, and he would definitely go with him. When he walked forward for a while, he found that Zhang Wenxian really followed behind. The old man was secretly happy, and Zhang Wenxian followed the old man out of Huanghai City. When I reached a very remote place, the old man stopped and turned around and asked Zhang Wenxian if I wanted to ask you if you could do anything as long as you could take revenge. Zhang Wenxian nodded when he heard it. The old man looked at said, "That's fine." After the old man finished speaking, he stretched his hand out of his arms, took out a small medicine bottle, opened the bottle cap, poured out a pill from it and handed it forward, saying, "If you eat it you can be very powerful and also the threshold for entering the realm of self-cultivation." Zhang Wenxian saw that the pill was black and shiny and there was an unpleasant smell on it. At that time he thought that it might be some kind of poison. And then he thought again, if Yu Yang really wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have to work so hard. I'm already injured and I'm not his opponent. This injury is no longer his opponent. He doesn't need to find such an old man again and then poison me with poison. When the old man saw Zhang Wenxian's hesitation, he immediately said, "Why, you don't believe me? You know this pill, but if you don't want it I can take it back." Zhang Wenxian hurriedly said, "I want it." After speaking, he stretched out his hand and took the pill in his hand. Without saying a word, he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. That is, he just swallowed the pill, and within a minute he felt his whole body was on fire and his stomach started to hurt. This stomach is getting more and more painful, and then Zhang Wenxian's bean-sized sweat drips down. In the end he fell to the ground with a plop and rolled on the ground in pain. It took about 10 minutes in the past, and then Zhang Wenxian felt that his stomach gradually stopped hurting. The feeling of burning all over his body is gone. He just got up from the ground. Just when he got up, he heard the old man ask, "You now that you feel like you can't run out of strength in your body, same?" As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard the old man's question, he really felt that there was a powerful force in his body and there was a gas that kept running back and forth in his body. He immediately said to the old man, "I really felt that there was a very powerful force in my body and there was a gas rushing back and forth in my body." The old man nodded and said, "Okay. This time you should believe me. Don't worry, as long as you follow me you will definitely step on Yu Yang one day. I tell you the truth, it won't be long before Yu Yang will go to the Tianshan sect tournament. That's the day of your revenge." Zhang Wenxian was so happy when he heard this, thinking that he is really a blessed person and he doesn't have to run away from the unhappy person. "I didn't expect that not only would I be able to seek revenge on Yu Yang one day, but I would also have the ability." Zhang Wenxian is still a good thing. He still doesn't know that the old man standing in front of him is a big devil. Then someone may ask, who is this old man? Where is he from? This old man is not simple. He is also from the primordial continent, is a sect master named Yinyangman. This old man's surname is Dongfang Mingyuan. At this time Dongfang Yuan looked at Zhang Wenxian and asked, "How are you feeling now?" As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard it, he immediately said, "I feel very good now and I have endless power all over my body." Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, you come with me now." After speaking, he turned and walked forward. Wenxian Zhang immediately followed behind. The two walked forward for a long distance and saw Dongfang Yuan standing in front of him, turned around and said to Zhang Wenxian, "Did you see that? There is a boulder in front of you, you smash it." Wenxian Zhang looked up and looked in front of him and saw a huge rock on the mountainside not far away. Zhang Wenxian thought that this is not talking nonsense, this huge rock is still some distance away from me, he actually asked me to put it to smash. Thinking of this, he looked at Dongfang Yuan suspiciously and asked, "He is still so far away from me I can't reach him." Dongfang Yuan said as soon as he heard it, "Humph, what is such a long distance? As long as you are willing to worship me as a teacher, what is a stone at such a long distance? This is just a little trick. Come on, listen to me now, you can do what I tell you to do and you can definitely break him." Zhang Wenxian nodded incredulously. After he finished speaking, he asked Zhang Wenxian how to transport workers. Zhang Wenxian did everything. It took about half an hour in the past and I heard Dongfang Yuan say, "Okay, you can do this now and call me Zhang Wenxian. If you think about it, then I will give it a try. I will see Zhang Wenxian when I think about it." After I had lucked out, I lifted my hand and hit the stone with a palm. Suddenly I heard a rumbling sound and then I saw that the boulder halfway up the mountain shattered in response. Zhang Wenxian was very happy at that time and I thought to myself, where can I find this cheap teacher? Just one pill can make me so powerful. Although this medicine pill smells a bit unpleasant and tastes a little unpalatable, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It seems that I Zhang Wenxian are still very fortunate. I actually met such a teacher who thought of this and then watched him slam on Dongfang Yuan and knelt on the ground. He said, "Master, please accept the disciples." 3 times Dongfang Yuan laughed and said, "Hurry up and hurry up." At this time Zhang Wenxian was still kept in the dark. The medicinal pill he just took was not a good thing, called blood devil pill, which Dongfang Yuan made by herself. This elixir is specially made with human blood and heart together for 49 days and then refined. Although this medicine pill can improve one's strength after taking it, the side effects are also quite big. Once this pill is taken, it must be taken for a long time, otherwise it will die. Zhang Wenxian still doesn't know it all and is still happy there. I feel that I have recognized a very good master and can seek revenge from Yuyang in the future. Chapter 262, The Crazy Chu Tianao. In this way this Zhang Wenxian defeated Dongfang Yuan as his teacher and learned his ability with him. Until the Tianshan sect was about to hold a martial arts conference, Dongfang Yuan called him in front of him and said that the day of your revenge has come. After taking pills for so long and practicing again, you are now in the middle stage of the casting machine. I believe that Yuyang will not be able to reach the middle stage of foundation building no matter how good he is. In fact, Dongfang Yuan still doesn't know well Yuyang is now at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment and he is only one step away from the golden core stage. If he knew about it, I really don't know what he would think. Zhang Wenxian was very happy when he heard this, thinking to himself, Yuyang, your time of death is coming. At this time I heard Dongfang Yuan say that if you go over to be a teacher you will not pass. Zhang Wenxian asked very strangely, Master, won't you go with me? Dongfang Yuan heard it. As a teacher there is no need to pass, those competitions are not interesting to see, they are all young people and the level is not much higher, the highest is only the middle stage of Jindan. But don't worry disciple, you must be foolproof to seek revenge against Yuyang this time. Zhang Wenxian said happily, thank you master. At this time Dongfang Yuan reached out and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Zhang Wenxian, saying that the apprentice will give you something as a teacher which can increase your odds of winning in the competition. Zhang Wenxian reached out and took it over and asked the master, what is this? Dongfang Yuan immediately said that this game can temporarily improve your strength and can instantly call you in the middle stage of foundation building to the peak of late foundation building. If you encounter a higher level than you during the competition, you can eat this pill directly, but you must remember that the battle must be ended within 5 minutes. Remember, if you feel like you can't win in 5 minutes, leave. Otherwise once the effect of the medicine wears off, your body will be very weak and then you will not be able to walk even if you want to. Zhang Wenxian said it as soon as he heard it. Don't worry, I remember that after the master said, he put the small porcelain bottle in his arms, packed it up and was ready to leave. And he said goodbye to Dongfang Yuan after he had packed up his things. Dared to go to the Tianshan sect. When he came here he hid in the room and never showed his face, so Yuyang didn't see him. He was watching Yuyang secretly. When he saw that there were 2 beautiful girls next to Yuyang, he thought, Yuyang, you are living a pretty cool life. I'll let you have a good time for 2 more days. When the competition starts you should die. On the day when the competition began, Zhang Wenxian became more careful this time, thinking that I couldn't rashly compete with him. Let him compare the grade factory and wait until his strength is almost used up, and then I will go over and fight with him. In this case the odds of winning will be higher. By the way, let me see what kind of skills he has so that I can know what to do. Soon the competition will officially start and people on both sides of the stage have started the competition. On the platform on the left side of the square 4 people competed and soon only 1 champion was left. After this guy defeated all 3 of them, he was a little carried away. Said to everyone in the audience, which of you dare to challenge me? That mouth is almost to the back of the ear. At this time everyone in the audience was very angry because this person started very hard and those who were defeated by him just now were all seriously injured. Even if the injury is healed in the future there will definitely be problems. Yuyang is also angry when he sees it, thinking that this person is too hateful. At this time Yao Wenshan next to him was so angry that his eyes spit fire and said to Yuyang, this person is too hateful. Yuyang nodded and said, yeah, look at how ruthless he was when he attacked just now. Even the old man from the Tianshan sect frowned and was a little dissatisfied with this person. At this time what the person on the stage said became more and more ugly. Do you have so many people in the audience that no one is my opponent? If no one comes up again, I'll be left with this contest. He also said a lot of unpleasant things later and I won't repeat them here. In the end Yu Yang couldn't listen anymore. He turned around and said to Yao Wenshan and Yao Wenyu, "Go and teach this man a lesson." Chen Xinyu a Yao Wenyu and Yao Wenshan said in unison, "Okay, be careful." Yu Yang nodded, turned around and walked over to the platform. Yu Yang came to the stage and looked up. Next to the stage there is a ladder to the top, but Yu Yang did not take the ladder. Because of what the person in the Yu Yang stand said just now, he didn't look down on everyone under the stage at all and didn't take everyone seriously. So Yu Yang deliberately wanted to show his hand in front of him, and after he came off the stage he looked online and then looked at his toes and jumped up and came to the stage. After Yu Yang came to the stage he walked in front of this person. When the person saw someone came up he hurriedly asked who you are. Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it, "My surname is Yu Yang, what is your name?" This person looked at Yu Yang carefully after listening. Yu Yang did not take Yu Yang seriously. Yu Yang was very young. "I thought, what could you do?" Wait a minute. To hear Yu Yang ask what his name is, he immediately said, "Ask me. My surname is Chu, called Chu Tianao." "Boy, you listen to me to persuade you to go down. To see that you are only 20 years old at most this year. It is not easy to practice a practice. If you are injured by me then you will not be able to pay." After that he waved his hand at Yu Yang, which means you go down, and you go down. He didn't look down on Yu Yang this time, and this time he suffered a big loss. This guy just won a few games in a row and felt that he was not ambiguous. He felt that he could do it. The level of this Chu Tianao is the same as that of Yu Yang. Because the ones he defeated just now the most are in the middle stage of foundation building. So he felt that the level of the people who came to the competition this time was basically the same, because this Chu Tianao thought that the spiritual energy on the earth is very thin now and there must be no masters. That's why he dared to be so arrogant just now. Yu Yang came to the stage. Someone in the audience has already seen Yu Yang's level. Even the old man of Tianshan sect widened his eyes and thought that he had reached the peak of the late foundation establishment at such a young age. By no means simple. Chapter 263, Violation of the Rules of the Tournament. Since it is possible to reach the peak distance of the late foundation building stage at a young age on the earth with such a thin spiritual energy, the Jindan stage is only one step away, and it will definitely not be in the pool in the future. Look at the age this year will not be more than 20 years old at most. It is not easy to reach such a state. Is he also the descendant of any cultivation sect on the earth? This young man is a rare talent. It would be great if he could join our sect. Thinking of this he stroked his beard and looked at Yu Yang. The more he looked the more he liked it. At this time Yu Yang on the stage saw that Chu Tianao was so arrogant. He said with a cold smile, "We can only try to know if it is a mule or a horse." When Chu Tianao heard it he smiled coldly at Yu Yang and said that I still advise you to go down. You have violated the rules of the competition, you know. Yu Yang was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" When Chu Tianao heard it he laughed and said, You don't even understand this yet, you dare to compete on the stage. Didn't you listen to the chief elder of the Tianshan sect just now that only the champions of the two arenas are allowed to challenge each other? You are not the champion on the stage and you dare to come on stage to challenge me. Are you not afraid that the Tianshan sect will trouble you? Yu Yang was also taken aback when he heard it. He was angry at the visit just now and he forgot about it. At this time someone next to the old man in the audience also reminded the old man that the person who came to power as the great elder had violated our competition rules. We stipulate that only two champions on the stage can challenge each other. That young man actually came to the stage to compete privately. You see how to deal with this matter. The old man only reacted when he heard this. He just looked at Yu Yang and wondered who Yu Yang was. Can you join their Tianshan sect? So I forgot about the fact that Yu Yang had violated the competition rules. As soon as this person reminded him he realized that the rules were set by their Tianshan sect. In fact this old man is psychologically speaking willing Yu Yang to come to the stage to compete, and he also wants Yu Yang to teach this Chu Tianao a lesson. Because he also felt that this Chu Tianao was too arrogant. If such a person really joined their Tianshan sect something would happen sooner or later. But now Yu Yang has violated the competition rules and he can't openly defend Yu Yang, thinking what should I do? Later he listened to Chu Tianao on the stage again and threatened Yu Yang with their Tianshan sect. At that time he was more determined to let Yu Yang compete with him. I thought that this Chu Tianao is really abominable. How can I let Yu Yang compete with him? He rolled his eyes when he thought of this. Thinking of this he immediately used sound transmission to Yu Yang and said, Young man, I am very optimistic about you and me. I am the chief elder of the Tianshan sect and the judge of this competition. At this time when Yu Yang heard Chu Tianao tell him that he had violated the rules of the competition, he was a little anxious. I thought to myself, did I come up with this Wu in the end or not? If there is a way of violating the rules of the competition, it is very likely that you will be disqualified from the competition. If you don't, will it go on like this? He was in a hurry and suddenly a voice came from his ear and heard this person say he is the chief elder of the Tianshan sect. Yu Yang just thought for a moment, I am not familiar with their chief elder. And there is no one in front of me. Why is this voice as if it was said in my ear? It seems that other people can't hear it. Thinking of this, he involuntarily looked at the place where the Tianshan sect great elder was sitting. The moment he looked at it, Yu Yang saw that the great elder of the Tianshan sect winked at him for a while, followed by a voice transmission and said to him, "Don't worry young man, you dare to compare this dance." Yu Yang was even more puzzled when he heard this, thinking to himself, what is going on? Why did he protect me so much and let me compete with Chu Tianao? He was stunned for a moment and then he heard the great elder continue to say, "Young man, this Chu Tianao is really abominable. The point of the competition is to point to the end. He just started very ruthlessly and even I can't stand it anymore. And he is still so arrogant. I see that your level is higher than his and I want you to teach him a lesson. And he dared to talk about our Tianshan sect just now, so you will teach him a good lesson in a while. So you don't have to worry young man, you will violate the rules of the competition. I asked you to compete. You will tell him later that the competition between the two of you is not counted. The competition between the two of you has nothing to do with the competition of the Tianshan sect. You are purely here to fight the injustice and vent your anger to the few just now. This Chu Tianao is very arrogant. When you stimulate him, he will naturally agree to compete with you. As soon as he agrees to compete with you, you will immediately come over and apply to me. When it comes to competing with him, I will announce to the whole world that the competition between the two of you has nothing to do with Tianshan sect. At that time you will not be regarded as violating the rules of the competition and you will be able to teach this Chu Tianao a lesson." Yu Yang only understood when he heard it. After a long time of trouble, the elder was also dissatisfied with this Chu Tianao because he just used the Tianshan sect to oppress him. Yu Yang saw that since the Tianshan sect's chief elders have spoken up, Yu Yang thought to Chu Tianao, "This time I see what you are relying on to think about this." He said to Chu Tianao, "You should take the Tianshan sect as an example. The thing I have nothing to do with you this time in this competition." When Chu Tianao heard it, he said to Yu Yang, I think you are really fearless and ignorant. You said it has nothing to do with this competition." Yu Yang laughed and said, "Chu Tianao, if you don't dare to compare, say you don't dare to compare. Don't make excuses." As soon as Chu Tianao hears something, I will be afraid of you being a fool. Compare. This Chu Tianao still doesn't know he has already offended the chief elder of the Tianshan sect. He didn't know yet that the great elder of Tianshan sect had given Yu Yang a voice transmission to let Yu Yang compete with him. He didn't know that what Yu Yang said just now was intentional. When he heard Yu Yang say he didn't dare to compare, he couldn't help it now and said to Yu Yang, "Okay then, today I'll see what kind of skills you have. Let's split it now. Discuss the top and bottom." After speaking, he was about to start when Yu Yang raised his hand and said, "Slow. Wait for a moment." When Chu Tianao heard that, "Why are you afraid?" Yu Yang shook his head and said, "No. Because this competition between us has nothing to do with the competition, so we have to talk to the great elder of the Tianshan sect first." Chu Tianao immediately said it was good to go. After he finished speaking, he jumped off the competition platform first, followed closely, and Yu Yang also jumped down. Then the great elder of the Tianshan sect is also on a platform, but this platform is a grandstand. At this time Yu Yang and Chu Tianao came to the bottom of the table. After Yu Yang came to the stage, he clasped his fist at the Tianshan sect great elder above and said, "I want to learn about martial arts with this Chu Tianao. This time our competition has nothing to do with the Tianshanzong competition." After listening to the intention, the great elder pondered and asked, "Does the other party agree?" At this time Chu Tianao, who was under the stage, also raised his fists and said, "And I agree with the first elder." Chapter 264. The first elder nodded and said, "Well, since you both are willing, then you two can go to the competition." He just heard Chu Tianao say, "The first elder, I have one more thing I want to talk to you about. Say, hope you can agree." The great elder immediately asked, "If you have anything to say, just listen to Chu Tianao. I want the great elder to approve this competition between me and him, and don't let the other party be responsible for life or death." This great elder was shocked when he heard it. He thought, Chu Tianao, you are too cruel. You and Yu Yang are never acquaintances. There is no hatred and no resentment since Yu Yang, and if you compete you will kill. How can such a person not teach you some lessons? Thinking of this, he looked at Yu Yang and Chu Tianao because he could see that Yu Yang's level was above Chu Tianao, so he was more confident in his heart, so he immediately said, yes, then I would approve the two of you to make a life and death status right now. After he finished speaking, he turned to ask Yu Yang, are you willing to make a life and death situation with Chu Tianao? Yu Yang nodded and said, Elder, I am willing. Because of what Chu Tianao said just now, Yu Yang also heard it. Yu Yang was not happy in his heart, thinking, Chu Tianao, what are you doing? The two of us have no injustice in one day and no enmity in recent days. Since you want to freeze and kill your heart, don't blame me. If that's the case, you're welcome. So as soon as he heard the question from the chief elder of the Tianshan sect, he immediately nodded and agreed. When the elder heard it, Yu Yang also agreed. He nodded and said, okay, since you both agree to make a life and death declaration, then I will be in charge. During the competition between the two of you, no matter who hurts who, don't hold the other party accountable when you arrive or kill them. If any party dares to speak up, it won't count, then our Tianshan sect will not agree. Just like this, Yu Yang and Chu Tianao have established a life and death situation, and whoever hurts or kills anyone should not be held responsible. This time I heard Chu Tianao say that since the boy dared to make a life and death situation with me, it seems that you are tired and crooked. This Chu Tianao is really rampant. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yu Yang to speak. He didn't say a word. He just slapped Yu Yang and looked at Yu Yang again, standing there without hiding. Watching Yu Yang standing there clasping his hands together, he let out a big congratulations and opened. After shouting, watch him push his palms forward, and suddenly two palms appeared in front of Yu Yang. The long shadow facing Chu Tianao passed and heard a rumbling sound. Look again. Yu Yang stood there and didn't move at all. Chu Tianao couldn't take it anymore. At that time his palm shadow was shaken away. Looking at Yu Yang's one point, it didn't disperse. At that time it was shot in Chu Tian on the front of Biao's chest. He heard a bang, and when he looked at Chu Tianao, he immediately flew up and fell off the competition stage. At that time many people in the audience were shocked. Who is Qi Xiao? He didn't expect to have such a skill at such a young age, and he just knocked Chu Tianao off the competition stage. At that time the chief elder of the Tianshan sect and the people around him all cried out in their hearts. This Chu Tianao is a dead reminder and should be beaten. At that time someone thought to himself that if he encounters this person during the competition for a while, he must pay more attention. Yu Yang saw that Chu Tianao had fallen off the competition platform, and he also got off the platform. When he came back, Yao Wenshan, Yao Wenyu and Chen Xingyu all gathered around and heard Yao Wenshan say that it was great. We were out of breath. That guy was really crazy just now. As soon as Yu Yang heard that you have won the prize, that's because his level is not as good as mine, so I won it very easily. While Yu Yang and Yao Wenshan were chatting, the competition on the stage was still going on as usual. Two more contests passed quickly, and in the third game I heard Yao Wenshan say to Yu Yang, this time you should go up too. Yu Yang nodded after listening and said it is indeed time for him to come on stage. Just like this, at the beginning of the third competition, Yu Yang also appeared on the stage. A total of 4 people on the stage competed with Yu Yang. The person's surname is Jia and his name is Jia Ming. This pseudonym saw that he was dealing with Yu Yang, and he felt a little clueless at the time because he also saw the song Yu Yang dealt with Chu Tianao at that time. Yu Yang came to Jia Ming, clasped his fists and asked, brother, what is your name? This is called a pseudonym, and when he heard it he folded his fist and said that he was under a pseudonym. I will also ask you during the competition later. Dude, you gave a lot of advice. Yu Yang heard the newspaper and said that you were polite. This pseudonym is only a little bit worse than Yu Yang in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but it's not bad at all. As soon as I started I worshipped this pseudonym. After Yu Yang defeated the pseudonym, the other two also divided the winner. Yu Yang also defeated another winner. Just like that, Yu Yang became the leader on the competition platform on the left side of the square. This time he was angry with one person. This person is none other than Zhang Wenxian. Zhang Wenxian saw that Yu Yang had won and was angry with him. I can't wait to get revenge on Yu Yang right away. But since he hasn't taken the stage yet, he has no way to challenge Yu Yang, and he was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. He was in a hurry and suddenly heard someone shouting from the platform on the right side of the square. Yu Yang, come, let me challenge you to come down from the platform on the right after you finish speaking, and a person came to the platform on the left side of the square. When this person came to the stage, he pointed at Yu Yang and shouted to congratulate Yu Yang. "You were so bold, you dared to hurt Chu Tianao just now, and now I will come to avenge him." Yu Yang heard, "Who are you?" As soon as this person heard that I was a friend of Chu Tianao. "My surname is Hu and my name is Hu Yangfeng." When Yu Yang heard it, he said to him, "Hu Yangfeng is a place to compete. That Chu Tianao just now, if it wasn't for his arrogance, I wouldn't have injured him. He has the current fate and it is also his own fault." "Yu Yang, stop talking, I will avenge him now." And then watch him stretch out his hand from behind and draw a big knife. Slashed towards Yu Yang with a knife. Yu Yang quickly used the phantom eyes, dodged to the side and dodged the knife, and the knife was empty at that time. Yu Yang's phantom step, when he didn't practice cultivation before, as he has entered the cultivation world, the phantom step has also changed and it is faster to use than before. After Yu Yang dodged the knife, he stretched out his hand from behind and pulled out the Black Wind sword. After Yu Yang took out the Haifeng sword, a cold air came out of the stage. Hu Yangfeng was also surprised at that time. He knew at a glance that this sword was extraordinary, so in his heart he was even more murderous, thinking, even in the competition I don't want your life. After that I have to find a way to kill him. This sword must be obtained. Chapter 265, Cultivating Soul Attack. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, "Let's start." And then look at this kid again. Without saying a word, he raised the knife in the air and Yu Yang saw white lights lit up on this kid. Yu Yang looked at it. At the time his face also showed a dignified color, thinking, it seems that this kid has 2 strokes. After a while I saw this kid's body shining brightly like the color of the knife he was holding in his hand. This move is not simple. There is a name for this move. At that time the chief elder of Tianshan sect and those around him were also surprised, and at the same time they were worried about Yu Yang, thinking that this young man would suffer. Especially when the great elder thought that it was a pity that this young man must be defeated today. Why did they think Yu Yang would definitely lose? After a long time, Hu Yangfeng's rank is higher than Yu Yang. This Hu Yangfeng is a master of the middle stage of Jindan, and Yu Yang, they are just not optimistic about the peak of the late foundation establishment. Yu Yang thought to himself, can a peak of the late foundation establishment be compared with a person in the middle stage of Jindan? Then I heard Hu Yangfeng shouting at Yu Yang, "I'll see where you are going," and then watch him move the knife to the next batch. At that time there are a lot of knives rushing towards Yu Yang. If you put on Yu Yang, you will definitely die. This move is called Autumn Wind and Leaves Slash, but his ultimate move Hu Yangfeng, in order to deal with Yu Yang, he really used his own skill as soon as he went out of his way. At that time the great elder of the Tianshan sect frowned when he saw it, thinking that these sects on the earth are so unqualified now. I have repeatedly reiterated that the point of the contest is so far. There was such a Chu Tianao just now that Yu Yang finally defeated him, and there was another such person. If Yu Yang can't dodge this time, he will definitely die. Thinking of this, it's too late for him to stop him. He thought that this young man must have enough trouble. At this time Yu Yang saw that there were knives in all directions and rushed to him. Seeing that he was not in a hurry, he used the Black Wind sword in his hand to use the gossip sword technique. This trick is also learned by Yu Yang in Haifeng Jianpu. Today is the first time to use it, and when he dances the sword away he has a cheap air all over his body and he tightens it, packaged in it. Hu Yangfeng's move was blocked at this moment. The blade fell on Yu Yang's Haifeng sword, making a clanging sound, and soon all dissipated. Hu Yangfeng saw that Yu Yang actually blocked his move. He was also surprised and said to Yu Yang, "Oh, the boy didn't see it. Since you still have 2 people who can catch my move, there are not many people. Ah, come, I want to see how many tricks you can catch." Speaking of which, he took the knife into the air again and a dragon head was transformed on top of his knife head. Followed him down the knife and then watched the transformed dragon head running towards Yu Yang and rushed over. Yu Yang raised the Black Wind sword without saying a word and ran towards the dragon head to face him. His sword energy was just right. When he collided with the dragon head, he heard a rumbling sound at that time, and he watched Yu Yang take a few steps backwards and almost vomited blood. Hu Yangfeng didn't get a bargain either, and his body swayed and he almost sat on the ground. After a long time of trouble, the name of the trick he used just now was called the Dragon Sword, which was a waste of internal energy. This move can only be transformed into a dragon head with his current strength, because he used the Autumn Wind and Leaves Slash just now. Know what happened to Yu Yang, so he took the risk to use the Dragon Sword in order to defeat Yu Yang, but he was blocked by Yu Yang unexpectedly. And he almost got injured just now. Hu Yangfeng paid attention to Yu Yang this time and he looked at Yu Yang carefully. How? After a long time of trouble he saw that Yu Yang instructed the casting machine to reach the peak of the late stage and he is now in the middle stage of Jindan, but he did not expect that he is not Yu Yang's opponent. Huanghai thought to himself as he disguised. And then he thought again, no, if his level is very high, does he need to work with me for so long? It must have beaten me as soon as it came up. If he is not a master of hidden sect, then how can he catch my two tricks? Others don't know how powerful the two moves he used just now. He himself knew it. How did he do it? He was thinking about it there and heard Yu Yang say, Huanghai, do you still want to fight? If you don't, then I will win this game. Huanghai only reacted when he heard this and said to Yu Yang, HMPH, don't think that you can beat me by catching my two moves just now. Come on, let's continue. After finishing speaking, watch him raise the knife and run towards Yu Yang, and then look at Yu Yang with the black wind sword blocking his sword and two people fighting in one place. When Yu Yang started with Huanghai, he was extremely careful because the disparity in the level was too great, and if he was not careful he would probably lose. Once he is going to be defeated and injured, he will not say it. If he thinks of the primordial continent to find Chi Mengru, it is bound to reach the sky, so Yu Yang can do all the tricks this time. It was in the morning when he and Huanghai started work, and in a blink of an eye the two of them hit noon when the sun was about to turn westward. At this time someone shouted that it is time for you to rest now that the competition is suspended. Yu Yang and Huanghai stopped working. I heard Huanghai say, Yu Yang, I'm waiting for you in the afternoon game. After finishing speaking he jumped off the stage first, and Yu Yang also jumped off the stage. As soon as he arrived off the stage, Yao Wenyu, Yao Wenshan and Chen Xinue hurried around and asked Yu Yang, how do you feel? Okay, are you tired? Yu Yang nodded and said, it's okay, I'm just a little tired, let's go back and have a rest, we have to compete in the afternoon. So the four people went back to the room to eat something. Everyone rested. Yu Yang had no rest in the room, thinking, how can I win that Huanghai? Yu Yang suddenly remembered the martial arts cheat book that Yao Wenshan gave him that day, the soul attack technique. Yu Yang thought, can he help me? Thinking of this he hurriedly took Yang's soul attack technique come out. When he opened chapter 1 of the book he saw that there were 3 levels of soul attack. The first level, Soul Silver Needle. The second level of spiritualization. The third level is called Mind Attack, and the third level is also the most powerful. And then he turned to page 2 and page 2 to introduce in detail how to practice. Yu Yang, after reading it, he took the book and walked outside, found a remote place and began to practice. Attack. Chapter 266. It's not easy to cultivate the soul attack technique. Let's take the first level of the Soul Silver Needle. As the name suggests, condensed his soul power into a thin silver needle and then shot it from an unintentional place to attack the enemy. The second level of spiritualization. When you reach this level you can replace the original silver needle with a bow and arrow. The third level of mind attack is easier to understand. That is, as long as you look at the opponent and think that I will use the soul attack technique to attack him, then you can directly attack the opponent. The third level is also the most difficult to cultivate. Of course, this kind of soul attack also has no flaws unless the other party's soul power is stronger than yours. In order to feel the fluctuations of the soul, when you want to attack him at this time, it is not easy because the other party's soul is stronger than you. Then at this time you can no longer use the soul attack technique to attack the opponent. If you still attack the opponent, if the opponent also uses the soul attack technique, it will be dangerous to attack you in turn. Gossip less about the book and return to the main text. Yu Yang took this soul attack technique, found a particularly remote hillside and walked up. I came to the hillside and looked down 4 times. I saw that no one would come here, so I sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the book and put it in front of me. Yu Yang glanced at it first and then started practice. An hour passed in a blink of an eye, and Yu Yang also began to condense his soul power into thin silver needles when he reached a critical moment in his practice. At the beginning it was very smooth, and it also successfully condensed the spirit power into a thin silver needle. Yu Yang was secretly happy, thinking he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Thinking of this, he was going to use this needle. The silver needle is shot out. He slowly stretched out the silver needle, never mind, and it was very smooth at the beginning. Just when he wanted to shoot, the silver needle condensed with divine soul out. The silver needle suddenly burst. Yu Yang felt the pain in his head and screamed like it was about to explode, fell to the ground with a thud. Yu Yang almost fainted from the pain, and after a while he eased his breath and sat up from the ground. I wondered what went wrong just now, why the silver needle had been successfully condensed and why it suddenly burst when it was about to be shot. In fact, what Yu Yang doesn't know is actually very simple, because his spirit is very weak. When condensing the silver needle, it has already consumed a lot of soul power. So when he wanted to shoot the silver needle out, because his soul power was expended too much, the silver needle burst. The explosion of the silver needle caused a lot of damage to Yu Yang's soul, which is why he felt a splitting headache. Yu Yang sat on the ground for a while, took out his mobile phone and checked the time. There was still a little distance from the time of the afternoon competition. Yu Yang thought to himself again. Thinking of this, he started to practice again. The second time he condensed the silver needles, he had some experience compared to the first time, so he quickly completed the condensing of the silver needles. After the condensation was completed, he stretched out the silver needle from between his eyebrows, ready to shoot it out. When he was about to shoot, suddenly the silver needle burst again. This time Yu Yang's soul was damaged again. He screamed again in pain and fell to the ground. When he recovered his anger again, if anyone was in front of Yu Yang, his face would turn pale. The second time his head waited for a long time, it didn't hurt. Took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was very close to the time of the afternoon competition. He just picked up the book, put it in his arms and came to the competition scene. As soon as Yu Yang arrived at Yao Wenshan, Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu gathered around them. The three of them looked at it and thought to themselves, why did Yu Yang go just now? It's all covered in dust. And seeing Yu Yang's face turn pale. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang fell to the ground with a headache just now, so he was covered in dust. When he came back, it was almost time for the competition, so he didn't have time to change his clothes. He came directly to the scene and his face turned pale because he had a headache just now. When the three of them saw Yu Yang like this, they were a little worried and listened to Chen Xinyue asking the master, what's wrong with you? Yao Wenshan also asked at the side, yes, where have you been? Why make it like this? In order not to worry everyone, Yu Yang said, it's okay. I just went out for a walk and you were resting, so I didn't tell you that I fell accidentally. When everyone heard that, they didn't say anything. They knew in their hearts that Yu Yang didn't want them to worry. He must have done something just now. Because when the three of them got up from rest just now, they found that Yu Yang was gone. Seeing that it was time for the competition, it was time for three people to discuss it. Yu Yang would definitely go to the competition field when he came back. In this way, the three people came to the competition factory. As soon as the three people arrived here, Yu Yang arrived. When everyone heard that Yu Yang said that he accidentally fell when he was going out, they thought they had never heard of it. You are a cultivator, big or small? I haven't heard of any cultivator who goes out for a walk and still falls with dust all over his body. When everyone saw Yu Yang, he didn't want to say anything, so he didn't ask again. All looked at Yu Yang with a very concerned look. Soon the tournament began again. Just started looking at the platform on the left in the square. Hu Yongfeng stepped onto the stage. Said to Yu Yang, come Yu Yang, we have not yet decided the winner. This afternoon's contest will decide the winner. As soon as Yu Yang heard that he had finished talking, he and Yao Wenshan said hello and walked to the competition stage. As soon as he got to the stage, he looked at Hu Yongfeng again. Without saying a word, he ran towards him with a knife. Yu Yang glanced at him and then he dodged to the side and froze with a knife to avoid the two people fighting again. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed and the two still did not decide whether to win or lose, and it was a tie. In this way, the competition is over and the two agreed to continue tomorrow. The two went back to rest separately. Yu Yang went back and waited for dinner, thinking to himself, this time can't be delayed anymore. No matter what, tomorrow the winner and loser will be divided. Thinking of this, when the night is quiet, everyone will sleep now. Yu Yang came to the hillside with the Book of Soul Attack again and started to practice. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yang practiced on this hillside overnight and he did not know how many times he failed. After dawn, Yao Wenshan, Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu found that Yu Yang was gone again. The three of them were on the left and Yu Yang didn't come back, and on the right Yu Yang didn't come back. Until the final contest will begin, the three have no choice but to come to the scene of the contest. I have been waiting until the competition starts, but there is still no sign of Yu Yang. Now the three of them are a little anxious, thinking to themselves, what is this Yu Yang doing? Shouldn't something happen? At this time Hu Yongfeng was on the stage earlier than the stage, but he waited on the left to find out that Yu Yang was not here, and when he found out that Yu Yang was not here, this kid thought that he didn't need to ask this. Yu Yang must still be afraid of me. Look at the position where Yu Yang and the others usually stay, shouting, why Yu Yang has not been on stage until now? Are you afraid of me? Do you think you are no longer my opponent? After shouting, he looked at it, but there was still no movement at all, so the more he said it, the more unpleasant it sounded. Chapter 267 Yu Yang is here. Yu Yang, if you think you are not my opponent, you can also admit defeat, but it is not a shame because my level is higher than yours. When what? Shrinking turtle. It really makes me Mr. Who look down on you. The more you talk the more ugly you are. What you say is that you are foaming at your mouth. Others present also thought to themselves, yes, why did that Yu Yang suddenly not come today? He and Hu Yongfeng didn't decide whether to win or lose. Could it be that this Yu Yang really felt that he couldn't defeat others so he didn't come? The Tianshan sect great elder also frowned and thought to himself, what the hell is Yu Yang doing? No, he was not injured when he was fighting with Hu Yongfeng. What happened? Is it really like what Hu Yongfeng said? He is afraid. If that's the case, then I also see the wrong person. Everyone in their hearts do not understand what is going on. Hu Yongfeng's words just now made him angry. Chen Qingyue, Yao Wenshan and Yao Wenyu, the three of them wanted to come to power, but they all knew that they would not be Hu Yongfeng's opponent at all. When the three of them were in a hurry, they suddenly heard someone in the distance shouting loudly, Duan He and Hu Yongfeng about to be mad, and here I come. Everyone present turned their heads in a hurry when they heard it. Yao Wenshan and the three also looked over and looked at the distance. All are dust. Who is this person if not Yu Yang? The three cheered for a while after reading it. At this time one of the people standing next to the great elder of Tianshan sect said that the great elder Yu Yang is here. The elder nodded when he heard it and said, that proves that I have not read the wrong person. It seems that he didn't feel that something happened just now, so why did Yu Yang come? After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang didn't know how many times he failed when he practiced soul attack last night. I waited until the 3 pulls in the sun and there was still no progress every time. It was after Zhang Shen's soul power was condensed into silver needles. Just about to shoot out, it will burst, and every burst makes Yu Yang extremely painful. Until the end, I do not know how many times after the failure. Yu Yang had already thought about giving up. He knew that if he continued to practice like this he would definitely not be able to bear it. Yu Yang has been cultivating for so long and his spirit power is also growing. Also, when he is ready to try one last time and give up if he fails again. When he used his soul power to condense the silver needle, this time the speed was much faster than before. And soon again at the critical moment to shoot the silver needle, Yu Yang is careful and then careful for fear of failure. He was concentrating on the control of the silver needle, little by little stretched out from the eyebrows. Yu Yang didn't know if he could succeed this time or not. By the time the last step was taken he was ready to fail again. But what he didn't expect was that he had succeeded this time. At that time the silver needle just shot into the middle of his forehead. It happened that there was a mouse hole in the soil on a hillside not far in front of him. There was a mouse in the hole. What the mouse never dreamed of, he stayed in the hole, and since he died, the silver needle just stuck in the mouse's head. Yu Yang is very happy to see that he has succeeded. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and looked at it. The tournament had already started. This time he was very anxious. He thought that he was going to be late today. Thinking of this, he immediately ran down the mountain and ran away past. When he was far away he heard Hu Yongfeng speaking nonsense on the stage, and then he shouted and came to the scene, and did not bother to say hello to Yao Wenshan and the 3 of them, and came to the competition stage. Hu Yongfeng looked at Yu Yang in front of him. His face was covered with dust and his face was pale. After reading him he said with joy, Yu Yang, do you still want to win in this state? I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it is not certain who will win or lose. As soon as Hu Yongfeng heard it he said, it's okay, we don't play tricks, it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a walk. Look at him. After finishing speaking and said to Yu Yang, come on, freeze your hands. Yu Yang wondered to himself, thinking, why is this kid useless today with a knife? After a long time of trouble Hu Yongfeng can do it today and prepare, because he has drawn a tie with Yu Yang for several days, making him feel 10 points of shame. A master could not beat a person who was at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. When Hu Yongfeng returned to his room last night he thought to himself, no matter what, I will win tomorrow. When he was thinking about how to win, suddenly he felt his eyes light up, slapped his hand and thought to himself, how could I forget him? After making trouble for a long time Hu Yongfeng carried a treasure with him. The name of this treasure was Ding's soul, but the baby of their Hu family. It is not simple to order a soul, it specializes in attacking other people's souls. As long as you start with someone else, take the purple bell into your hand and shake it at the other party. You can attack the opponent's spirit, no matter how powerful you are, as long as your soul is attacked, no matter how capable you are. So he thought at that time, Yu Yang, I will use this fixed soul to win you tomorrow. So today he didn't even take a knife when he came to power. Hu Yongfeng thought, don't look at, you can leapfrog battles, but I don't believe that your soul will be very powerful. So he just played a few tricks when he started with Yu Yang on stage, and this kid thought, why am I bothering with you? I'll just use the fixed soul to interfere with your soul, and then I will take the opportunity to win. And when I think of this, I will see this kid suddenly take the fixed soul out of his arms and he will ring the bell at Yu Yang. Yu Yang sighed. When I started to move with Yu Yangfeng, I was thinking I just practiced this soul attack technique. I have already competed with this kid for several days and 5, and today I have to win no matter what. Divine soul attack has just been completed, so I can just test this kid today. Thinking of this, he started to condense silver needles with divine soul while working with Hu Yangfeng. Just as Hu Yangfeng just took out the soul-fixing soul, Yu Yang's soul silver needle was also condensed. Yu Yang looked at Hu Yangfeng holding a bell in his hand. Yu Yang knew that the bell was definitely not easy. If he let him shake it, he didn't know what would happen, so Yu Yang hurriedly removed the soul silver needle from the eyebrows were stretched out aiming at Hu Yangfeng, and he called Hu Yangfeng, what do you think this is? Hu Yangfeng raised his head when he heard it, and Yu Yang directly shot out the silver needle condensed with his soul. Chapter 268. The tournament is over. Hearing Yu Yang's shout, he suddenly raised his head for a moment. This time it was broken, that is, as soon as he raised his head, Yu Yang's soul silver needle arrived and shot it from between his eyebrows. The moment the silver needle was ingested, it burst in his head. At that time Hu Yangfeng was in pain and his head seemed to be about to explode. With a scream and a plop, he fell on the stage and rolled on the spot. As soon as he stepped down from the stage, everyone was in chaos and they were talking about it. Someone asked the people around him, did you see clearly what Yu Yang did to Hu Yangfeng just now? Why did Hu Yangfeng fall down suddenly? The one next to him shook his head and said like a wavy drum, and without seeing it clearly he heard Yu Yang shouting something at Hu Yangfeng, and Hu Yangfeng raised his head and fell down. Can someone know what's going on? So many people at the scene also know the soul attack technique. Thinking that this Yu Yang is not simple, someone who knows it will be able to attack the soul. It seems that if you encounter this Yu Yang in the future, you must be more careful. Even if you don't be friends with him, at least you can't be enemies with him. Even Zhang Wenxian in the audience is also a pound, thinking that this Yu Yang is so evil. I didn't see what he did just now since that Hu Yangfeng fell. Although my master gave me a case when I came, I don't know if the elixir that can improve the level can beat Yu Yang. At this moment he heard not far from him someone said, it seems that this child's future is definitely not easy since he learned the soul attack technique at a young age. Zhang Wenxian turned his head and saw that it was an old man who was talking. He hurriedly clenched his fists at the old man and asked the old man what the soul attack technique you just said was about. The old man turned around and looked in front of him. A young man stood. This old man looked at Zhang Wenxian and said that young people are happy to ask about soul attack. Then I'll tell you nicely, this old man also likes to chat. This soul attack is very powerful. If the other party wants to attack you, you just need to look at you and your uncle can't run away. Saying this, he also pointed at Yu Yang on the stage and said to Zhang Wenxian, did you see it? This guy just used the soul attack technique to win. Zhang Wenxian was shocked when he heard this, and after thinking about it, it seemed that it was impossible for me to take revenge. I really didn't expect that Yu Yang's ability had increased a lot after not seeing him for a while. What did the old man say after this? He was so thirsty that he didn't have the heart to listen anymore. The old man talked for a long time and saw Zhang Wenxian standing there motionless. The old man thought to himself, what's wrong with this one? I'm only halfway through what I've said, why do I just stand there like a fool? The old man also felt that it was boring, so he left Zhang Wenxian and stood here for a long time before he recovered. I thought, it seems that I think revenge is impossible now, so I don't need anything else, just rely on Yu Yang's ability to attack the soul. You have great ability and you can't win. Zhang Wenxian thought, it seems that if you want to take revenge, you have to take a long-term plan. In this way he did not dare to go to Yu Yang to compete. Yu Yang just now was surprised by the first elder of the Tianshan sect and the people around him, because they knew that Yu Yang used the spirit attack technique just now because their spirits were much higher than Yu Yang. At the moment when Yu Yang used the divine soul attack, these few people felt the fluctuation of the divine soul. I thought to myself, I really didn't expect that Yu Yang's young age not only reached the peak of the late foundation establishment but also was only one step away from the golden core period, since his soul is so powerful. Thinking of this, he said a sentence, it seems that the first place in this year's martial arts competition is the Yu Yang, and the few people around him also nodded. Yu Yang used the soul attack to defeat Hu Yangfeng. This time he calmed down a lot of people. Some of them didn't listen to the evil and came to the stage to compete with Yu Yang, but all of them were defeated by Yu Yang. This time Yu Yang won a big victory. No one dared to come on stage and compete with him, and in a blink of an eye this competition was over. The afternoon is the last contest, so everyone dispersed each back to the room to rest. So everyone finished lunch and rested for a while and dared to run to the scene of the martial arts conference. Soon the contest in the afternoon also started. Nothing special happened in the contest in the afternoon. Yu Yang no one dared to challenge in the arena. Soon the afternoon passed and the martial arts conference also announced the end of the Tiantian sect's great elder stood up from his seat, clasped his fists at everyone in the audience and said, "Thank you for coming to our Tiantian sect's martial arts conference this time. The list of all the winners in the tournament will be announced tomorrow." After speaking he rushed off stage and clasped his fists, then turned and stepped down. When everyone sees that the competition is over, let's go, so everyone disperses. Some of them have a good relationship while walking back while discussing who do you think will get the first place in this competition, and the other one is saying that there is no need to ask. It must be that Yu Yang. Yu Yang sighed and Yao Wenxian also returned to the room. As soon as they moved into the room they heard Yao Wenxian say, "Yu Yang don't have to ask this time, the first place must be you." As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, that's not necessarily true. After all, there are so many people who are more powerful than me. Just listen to Yao Wenxian say, "No Yu Yang, I really did not expect, since you have quietly practiced that soul attack technique. I really did not expect you to practice so easily. So for a genius like you, number one must be yours." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "Don't praise me anymore, if you praise me again I won't be able to find Bei." After speaking, several people are all happy. In this way a few people finished their dinner and went to rest early. When it was dawn on the second day, the two girls Chen Xingyue and Yao Wenyu couldn't wait and wanted to see the list of the competition. "I waited until 7 o'clock in the morning when I heard someone calling to gather outside. All the people who participated in the victory in the competition hoped that they could get a good ranking. Everyone hurriedly rushed over to Yu Yang, Yao Wenyu, Yao Wenxian and Chen Xingyu. As soon as Yu Yang arrived here everyone whispered, seeing, "No, this is the one that Zhonghu Yangfeng defeated yesterday with the soul attack technique." The next one heard that yes, he didn't expect to be able to do this kind of work since he was young. At this moment someone said that this young man will definitely not be in the pool in the future. Chapter 269 Primordial Continent. Everyone's discussion, every sentence clearly reached Zhang Wenxian's ears, making this kid angry and hating Yu Yang in his heart. "You wait for me and let you be mad for a while. Later let's ride a donkey and read the songbook, just wait and see." At this moment a person came up on the stage and watched this person walk up the stage. He said to the people under the stage, "Everyone please be quiet and now come to announce the list of the winners of this competition." When everyone heard the rush they all quieted down and listened quietly. Just look at this person slowly opening the list of martial artists. Just listen to this person read aloud the list of winners of the Tiantian sect competition. A total of 4 people won the first and second places respectively, the first 2 and the second 2. The first name of the first place is Yu Yang. Just after reading Yu Yang's name, Yao Wenxian and the 3 were overjoyed. Yao Wenxian was so happy from the bottom of his heart. First, Yu Yang is Yao Wenyu's master, and secondly Yu Yang went to Taiku continent after joining Tianshanzong smoothly. And they are one step closer to revitalizing the Shadow Gate, but also to make his father's wish come true as soon as possible. Yao Wenyu was also very happy. Next to him, looking at Yu Yang with both eyes, there was also admiration in his eyes. Although Yao Wenxian and Yao Wenyu were very happy, but they were all in their hearts, but Chen Xingyue didn't hold back at all and they all showed it. When the person on the stage finished reading Yu Yang's name, he saw Chen Xingyue jumping forward and hanging directly on Yu Yang's body and said, "Master, you are amazing, you are too mighty." In front of so many people, no matter how thick-skinned Yu Yang was, Chen Xingyue made a big red face. Look at Yao Wenyu and Yao Wenxian both looking at him with a very strange look. Now Yu Yang feels a little embarrassed. At this time many other people also noticed the strange look here. Yu Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Xingyue was still hanging on him. Yu Yang quietly came to Chen Xinyue's ear and said, "Come down, there are so many people here." Chen Xinyue reacted when she heard this and hurriedly jumped off Yu Yang and looked around. Everyone looked at him this time and he was a little embarrassed. And then look at him lowering his head to stand behind Yu Yang, grabbing the corners of his clothes with 2 hands and standing there without speaking. At this time the person on the stage said, "Please Yu Yang, Zhang Wenxian. Dong Yuchen. Ma Wenbo." 4 people left, the other people can disperse. When everyone heard that the martial arts conference was over, let's go, just like that the rest of the crowd dispersed. After the crowd dispersed, the man in the stands walked down. Aiming at Yu Yang and the others, they walked over and said, Yu Yang, you come with me first, our first elder is looking for you. Yu Yang thought, I am not familiar with this elder, what can he get from me? What's the matter? Yu Yang looked at the person in front of him and was very polite to him. At first glance, this person is very polite and does not seem to be malicious. Yu Yang asked this person with a folded fist. Excuse me, what is the matter with your elders looking for me? When this person heard it, he said happily to Yu Yang, I do not know this, you have to ask yourself. Yu Yang nodded after hearing this, turned around and said to the three of Yao Wenshan, the three of you go back first, I'll go first and I'll be back later. After speaking, Yu Yang followed this person and left and went all the way to a very lavish yard and saw the person in front turn around and said to Yang, you wait here first, I will go in and talk to the elder. Yu Yang nodded when he heard this, and then the man walked into the courtyard. Came to the room. In this room sat an old man. This old man is the great elder of Tianshan sect. As soon as this person came in, he immediately said that the elder Yu Yang brought it, and the old man nodded and said, tell him to come in and you go out first. This person agreed and backed out and came out of the yard and said to Yu Yang, our elders let you in. Yu Yang nodded as soon as he heard it, and then he walked in. As soon as Yu Yang entered the room, he saw that the great elder of Shanzong was sitting there. That day he hurriedly took a few steps forward and said that he had seen the great elder. Just look at the big elder of Tianshan sect waved his hand at him and said, Yu Yang, you're welcome, come do it quickly. Yu Yang saw that the great elder had a good smile and there should be no malice. He immediately said, thank you, great elder, and after he finished speaking he did it on the chair next to him. As soon as Yu Yang sat down, he heard the Tianshan sect chief elder ask Yu Yang, how old are you this year? Yu Yang hurriedly said, great elder, I am 20 this year. The elder nodded when he heard it and said, it seems that he is really terrifying. He has such skills at a young age and it seems that the future is boundless. I wonder who your master is. Yu Yang paused after hearing this, then clasped his fists and said, elder, I have no master. I cultivated on my own. When the Tianshan sect great elder heard that, could it be that you can't do a loose cultivation? In fact, what Yu Yang said is not a lie. Although he has a master, but what his master taught him was only ordinary martial arts. After he cultivated, no one really gave him any pointers. Even when he just stepped into the threshold of the cultivation world, he didn't even know how many levels of cultivation there were. For Chi Mengru's mother Lu Akan told him a lot of things in the world of comprehension. He nodded when he heard the Tianshan sect great elder asked him if he was a loose cultivator. This big elder nodded and said, it seems really young and promising, good. Yu Yang waited until after our Tianshan sect. Whatever happens, you can find me. Having said that, he continued to say, Yu Yang, my surname is Sheng Tiancho, is the great elder of the Tianshan sect. In this way the two chatted for a long time, and the great elder Sheng Tiancho also told Yu Yang a lot of things about their Tianshan sect. The two chatted very late and Yu Yang said goodbye to Shengshancho and returned to his place of residence. Yu Yang etc. went back to the room and saw Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue, and the three did not sleep. As soon as he came back, Chen Xinue immediately came to him and asked the master, what did the great elder of Shanzong ask you to do that day? Yao Wenshan and Yao Wenyu were next to each other and they were right when they heard it. That big elder doesn't know you either. Why did he call you over alone? Yu Yang heard that nothing. He called me over and just chatted with me casually. Well, rest early, tomorrow we have to leave here and go to Tianshanzong. After listening to Yu Yang, the three of them were relieved, so the four of them went back to their rooms to rest soon. The second day was soon and the sky was bright. Four people got up and washed and finished, and after eating breakfast they heard someone shouting outside. All the winners of the contest please gather in the square of the contest within half an hour. Yu Yang and the others hurriedly packed up and came to the square of the tournament. After a while, after everyone arrived, it was time to see the great elder of the Tianshan sect Sheng Tianshu walk onto the high platform. When everyone saw that they were in a hurry, they all quieted down. At this time they heard Sheng Tiancho speaking to everyone. I believe you don't need me to tell you, everyone should know it in your heart. All of you who came to participate in our Tianshan sect tournament. All those who get the first and second names can join our Tianshan sect and become our disciples. All who have become our disciples in the Tianshan mountains. Today I will lead you to another plane, which is the Taiku continent. Chapter 270, The Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Then some of you may ask if we can come back after we get there. Please don't worry. After you join our Tianshan sect, you are only disciples of our sect and can come back. Then if everyone wants to bring other people over, it is also possible, but they must also be people from our cultivation world, and each person can only bring up to 3 people over there. So now give everyone 10 minutes to say goodbye to your relatives and friends and wait for us to leave here. Dare to be stupid in the ancient continent. Yu Yang heard this and took out his cell phone to Kong wanting Yu Xiaoying and Chen Lu. Guo Weiner and the other girls made a phone call. On the phone the girls were very worried about Yang and they told Yu Yang to come back as soon as possible after seeing Chi Mengru. Yu Yang also agreed. Yu Yang waited after the phone call and heard Yao Wenshan next to him say to him that Yu Yang must take a lot of care when he arrives in the Taiku continent. As for me, I went back first, turned around after speaking and said to Yao Wenyu's sister, after you and Yu Yang go there you have to be careful about everything. You must listen to Yu Yang in everything. You are not familiar with that place, so don't walk around alone. Yao Wenyu nodded and said, brother, don't worry, I am not a 3-year-old child, can I understand this? Yao Wenyu just finished speaking when someone on the stage shouted that everyone's time is up and the journey will start immediately, please come with me. After speaking, this person walked off the stand. At this time Yu Yang, Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue and Yao Wenshan said goodbye and they followed behind this person and walked forward. After walking forward for a while, Yu Yang found that they had returned to the shop where they had lived before, and when they got here they could see that this person was still walking back. All the way to the door of one of the last houses, Yu Yang looked up and saw Tianshanzong's great elder Sheng Tiancho standing here. As the person leading the way walked in front of Sheng Tiancho and said that the elders have all arrived. Sheng Tian Chuyi shook his head and said, yes, then let's go back to the martial art and finish talking. He first approached this room. I saw that the person who led Yu Yang and the others turned around and said to Yu Yang and the others, so after I finished speaking he first walked into the room. After arriving in the room, Yu Yang found that there were many dense patterns painted on the floor of the room. Yu Yang saw that it was a monk Zhong. He couldn't touch the top of his head and thought to himself, what is this place for? What is this dense pattern painted on the ground? Could it be possible to go to the primordial continent just by looking at these patterns? He was thinking wildly when he heard Sheng Tiancho say, everyone please go forward. When he finished speaking he pointed to a place in the middle of the net with his hand, and Yu Yang saw that there was a big fortune drawn in the middle of the place. This blessing is too big, even if they stand together with so many people no one will be able to touch anyone else. After Shengshan Cho finished speaking he first stood on top of this fulu. The people behind him also stood up. Yu Yang took a look and said to Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu, go. After speaking the 3 of them also walked forward, and when they came to the center of Fulu the other ones also followed after seeing it. The jade card depends on him placing the jade card in a certain place in the Fulu. At the same time everyone felt that their eyes were dark and their heads were dizzy. When they reacted again they found themselves standing on a green grassland. When they looked around they were all rolling mountains. Yu Yang etc. As soon as he arrived here he found that the spiritual energy here was particularly strong, and when he came here the power in his body started to run automatically. And it is running faster and faster, and there are faint signs of breaking through. Yu Yang can't break through at this time. Because Yu Yang heard Lu Akin tell him that once he breaks through the golden core stage there will be a thunder calamity descending. Yu Yang thought to himself, if I break through at this time there are still so many people here, if Lei Jia really descends that's amazing. Yu Yang took another look at Zhang Wenxian next to him and thought that I couldn't break through. If this kid came to me when I broke through then I would be seriously injured even if I didn't die. The chief elder of the Tianshan sect was also here but no one paid attention to him. Thinking of this he hurriedly suppressed the urge to break through, forcibly suspending the power in the body. That's it, Yu Yang didn't make a breakthrough this time. At this time he heard Sheng Tiancho say, everyone now, everyone has come to the bottom of the Taiku continent. It's our sect, please come with me. After he finished speaking he took the lead and walked forward. Yu Yang and everyone followed behind him and came to the foot of the mountain. After arriving at the foot of the mountain Yu Yang saw that there were many people standing at the foot of the mountain. At this time Yu Yang saw that a person came out of the crowd. This person came to Shengshancho and said, Great Elder, you are back. How is this year? The suzerain sent me to meet the Great Elder. Sheng Tiancho immediately said to this person, Hall Master Son, thank you very much, this year is not bad, we have recruited 4 disciples. When this person heard this he looked up at Yu Yang and the others didn't look down on them at all. He pouted his mouth like a scoop and said to Shengshan Cho that the elders have worked hard. Inside our sect master is ready to welcome you. Come in with me. So who is this? This is not simple. This is the head of the Tianshan sect law enforcement hall. His surname is Sun and his name is Sun Changhai. This person's power is not small and he holds the power of life and death. Since he is the head of the law enforcement hall, every time a new disciple joins he has to make it up first, otherwise he will definitely give you small shoes to wear. Because the power in his hands is particularly large, so this kid is also very arrogant and arrogant. At this time Yu Yang and the others have already entered the gate of Tianshan sect. As soon as they walked in, Yu Yang, Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue looked around and saw that the place was too big, surrounded by a lot of people watching the fun. Everyone followed Sheng Tianshu forward for a long distance only to see Sheng Tianshu stop, saying that everyone don't go, it's the place. Yu Yang, everyone stopped when they heard it, looked up and saw an old man not far away. Yu Yang saw this old man not angry but proud and then looked at the victory over heaven and hatred. After taking a few steps forward, I came back when I talked about the sect master. Chapter 271 Examination. After he finished speaking, he took a few steps forward, came to the front of the old man and fell to his knees and said, "I see the sect master." At this time the old man waved his hand at him and said that the elder is not welcome, please hurry up, sit. Sheng Tianshu stood up from the ground and said, "Thank you, sect master," then sat next to him and listened to the old man's question. "I don't know how this tournament was held." When Sheng Tianshu heard it, he immediately said that the suzerain's martial arts tournament was very successful and he brought back 4 disciples. After speaking, he stretched out his hand from his arms, took out a piece of paper and handed it forward. He said, "Sect master, this is the list of disciple B." At this time a person walked over and took the piece of paper, handed it to the old man and watched him open the piece of paper. After reading it, nodded and said, "Okay. Great elder, you have worked hard, let them all go down to rest first and we will conduct the assessment again tomorrow." Sheng Tianshu nodded and stood up, turned around to face Yu Yang and the others. Everyone said, "It's getting late now, everyone can go to rest today and the assessment will take place tomorrow." Just arranged accommodation for Yu Yang and the others. Among them Yu Yang, Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu lived in the same courtyard. Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue shared a room and Yu Yang had a room alone. What about the others? They were also arranged to live elsewhere. After Yu Yang and the others were arranged to stay, Sheng Tianshu came to the room of the Tianshan sect master again. When Sheng Tianshu came here, the sect master of Tianshan sect asked very strangely, "Elder, why don't you come to me with a rest?" Sheng Tianshu heard that, speaking of the suzerain, I have something very important to tell you today. As soon as the sect master of Tianshan sect heard about Dao, what is it that made you come to me so late and tell me? Sheng Tianshu heard that sect master Dao was a very important thing because I found a talent. After hearing this, the Tianshan sect master asked with great interest, "Oh, what kind of talent is it since you all hold him like this?" When Tianshu, when I heard that this person is not someone else's business, Yu Yang. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Tianshan sect master and thought about it. "You really don't say?" He is really impressed and immediately asked, "Since you said that he is a person, you don't know what skills he has. It looks like he is at most 20 years old this year." Sheng Tianshu immediately said, "Oh, sect master, don't look at Yu Yang's age, but he is already at the peak level of the late foundation establishment and he is only a little short of the golden core stage. And he also challenged Hu Yangfeng in the middle stage of Jindan at the peak level of the late foundation establishment, but Hu Yangfeng also lost." Just this sentence, the suzerain of Tianshan sect was also surprised. This time he was also interested in Yu Yang. He immediately asked, "Please tell me how he won." Immediately after that, Sheng Tianshu told about how Yu Yang competed with Hu Yangfeng. The sect master nodded and said, Okay, I really didn't see that Yu Yang was quite capable, although in the end he won with the soul attack technique, but since he was at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment and could fight for several days with people in the middle stage of Jindan, this person is not easy." Speaking of which, he suddenly asked, "You're so late, you can't just come over and tell me about this, right?" "There are other things." Sheng Tianshu immediately said that the sect master is really wise. "The reason why I came to tell you about this matter is to see if we can let him enter us. Cultivation in the Giant Spirit Pagoda." After hearing Sheng Tianshu, the sect master of Tianshan sect, he immediately mentioned, "The great elder, how can you be so smart?" And confused for a while, Sheng Tianshu immediately asked, "What do you mean, sect master?" As soon as the Tianshan sect great elder heard that if Yu Yang was allowed to enter the gathering pagoda to practice now, many people would definitely be dissatisfied because everyone did not see his ability. I mean, when the assessment takes place tomorrow, if he can get good grades so that everyone can see what he is capable of and then let him enter the spirit gathering pagoda to cultivate, no one will be able to say what the sky is. As soon as I heard it I said that the suzerain was because I didn't think much about it. Sect master of the Tianshan sect, I can't blame you when I hear about the Dao Dao elder. You also want to discover talents for our sect. Just like that the two talked about other things and waited until the sky was about to dawn before the sect master of Tianshan sect talked about the great elder. Sheng Tiancho said that as soon as he heard it, okay sect master, I will leave first. After that he returned to his home and rested for a while, and in a blink of an eye the sky was bright. Sheng Tianshu led the people and was about to bring Yu Yang and the others over to start the assessment. First he came to Yu Yang's place. At this time Yu Yang and the three of them had already woken up. After washing they were waiting in the room. At this time the victory has come. What does Shengshancho think of Yu Yang at this time? How does he like it? As soon as he came to Yu Yang and Yu Yang could chat. I arranged for others to call Zhang Wenxian and others, and soon everyone arrived and Sheng Tiancho led them to a large open space. Yu Yang looked at the open space and saw that there was a big wooden stake buried on the ground and there was something like a big screen next to it. Yu Yang thought, what is this for? At this time I heard Sheng Tiancho say that the next thing you are going to do is an assessment of you by our Tianshan sect. This assessment is personally supervised by our sect master. This time the assessment is also to understand what kind of skills each of you have, as well as the attributes you are good at. Of course you may not understand this now, and then I will tell you in detail. This attribute is 5 lines of gold, wood, water, fire and soil. Then figure out what kind of attributes each of you belongs to so that it will be more convenient to cultivate in the future. Or it can be assigned to you a place suitable for your cultivation. After speaking he pointed to the big wooden stake next to him with one hand and said to the crowd, whoever is your turn to go to the stake and then put your hand on the zhuangzi. Input your skills. And after he finished speaking he pointed to the screen-like thing next to him and said, and then your level and attributes will be displayed on this. And it will be divided into many small cells. When you input your skill into this zhuangzi the grid will light up, and the more grids that light up the more profound your skill will be. If you can get a good ranking in the assessment later you will have the opportunity to enter the giant spirit pagoda of our Tianshan sect to practice. Chapter 272 Parasitic on He Shengliang. After speaking he asked everyone in the audience, do you have any questions to ask? If you have any questions to ask you can ask them now. Everyone was silent for a while and then said in unison, there are no more questions to ask. As soon as Sheng Tiancho hears that it is good the assessment will begin in a while. After he finished speaking he turned around and stood aside and waited for a while and then heard someone shouting, the sect master rode. At this time everyone saw a dozen people in the distance surrounded by an old man who came to the scene. The old man was he is the suzerain of the Tianshan sect and his surname is Zhe Yuliang. After Zhe Yuliang came to the scene someone moved a chair and put it here. Zhe Yuliang sat in the middle. I heard Sheng Tiancho say to the crowd that they didn't pay their respects to the suzerain, and when they heard it everyone said that they would pay their respects to the suzerain. And then knelt down 10 miles. Zhe Yuliang looked at everyone and waved his hands and said, everyone get up, get up. When everyone heard this they stood up and heard Zhe Yuliang ask if you all understood the content of our assessment. When everyone heard it they immediately said, we all understood, the first elder had already told us about it. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, yes, since you have all understood the content of the assessment we will start the assessment next. Now whoever's name I read will come over for the assessment. This is the list of people who was handed over by someone next to me. Zhe Yuliang reached out and took it. After opening it he first read that Ma Wenbo came out of the crowd immediately. A young man, this person is probably around 21 or 2 years old. About 1.7 meters tall. Then he came to the front of the zhuangzi, raised his right hand, put his palm on the zhuangzi, followed by inputting an internal force, and it flashed on the screen next to him. The golden light was followed by 2 grids on the other end of the screen. Next to the grid there are also 6 large characters of the late peak of the casting machine. At this time someone next to him immediately reported the result to Zhe Yuliang. Report to the suzerain Ma Wenbo, the late peak of foundation building. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, okay. Next Ma Wenbo stepped aside and heard it again, read Yu Yang. Yu Yang hurriedly walked out of the crowd and came in front of this stake. He pushed his right hand up and sent an internal force into it. A golden light flashed on the screen next to it. Everyone thought it was over, but before Yu Yang could withdraw his hand the golden light turned yellow again, followed by a green color. And then turned red again, straightening the eyes of Sheng Tianshu next to him, thinking to God, doesn't this Yu Yang have 4 attributes? At this time even Yu Yang himself was dumbfounded. He put his hand on Zhuangzi and lost a bit of internal strength. He saw a golden light on the screen and he also wanted to see how his level was. Who knew that the golden light turned into other colors in the blink of an eye? This time he also got a little confused, thinking, what is going on here? Why does it change color when he comes to my place? He forgot to take his hand away from Zhuangzi after thinking about it. At this moment he watched the screen flash and turned white again. Everyone on the field was dumbfounded. I thought, what the hell is going on? They didn't understand Shengshensho, but they knew what was going on. This time he was shocked and his eyes almost popped out. I thought that this Yu Yang is really not simple. He has all the gold, wood, water, fire and soil. Even the person next to him who reported to Zhe Yuliang was a little dumbfounded. His jaw almost fell to the ground and he thought, God, this is too rare. Where did this Yu Yang come from? How does it have 5 properties? At this time he looked up and looked at the grid that showed the public. He almost sat on the ground and looked at that grid, a total of 8 since 5 were lit. At this time Sheng Tianqiu was also a little dumbfounded by the side. In fact, this matter is not surprising at all. Since Yu Yang has taken the Earth Spirit Pill and practiced with Qi Mengru, his inner strength is particularly pure. Zhe Yuliang is far from the screen because of the position he is sitting in, and the front of the screen is not facing him. He just stared at the 2 people under his command, Sheng Tianqiu, and his eyes were wide open. How old? Neither of them spoke. I thought, what did these 2 see? Surprised so much that mouth can fit 2 eggs into it. Thinking of this, he immediately asked the 2 of them to be victorious. Deng Yunwei, what are you 2 doing? When he shouted, the 2 came back to their senses. After a long time of trouble, the person responsible for reporting to Zhe Yuliang is called Deng Yunwei. Hearing Zhe Yuliang's shout at this time, he just remembered that he still has to report, and then he paid attention to the level on the screen. The top shows the late stage of foundation establishment. After reading it, he hurriedly pointed at Zhe Yuliang and said that the rank of Sect Master Yu Yang was the peak of the late foundation establishment. Zhe Yuliang was very unhappy after hearing this, thinking that he was the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. The one just now was also the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. You see that you and Shengshensho just now seem to be like discovering some peerless treasure. Both eyes lit up. Thinking of this, he immediately said okay, and he was very unhappy when he went on to the next one. At this time Sheng Tianxuan next to him knew that he was not happy when he heard Zhe Yuliang's tone, and he immediately said, Sect Master, wait, I have something to say. Zhe Yuliang hears it. If you have something to say, please say it. Look at Sheng Tianqiu take a few steps and in front of Zhe Yuliang lie in his ear and say, when the suzerain Yu Yang was in the assessment just now, since he has 5 attributes. Zhe Yuliang was taken aback when he heard it and immediately asked, what you just said, but the truth is better than. Tianqiu nodded and said, I just saw clearly he does have 5 attributes. Zhe Yuliang nodded after listening and said, yes, I know, continue the assessment. After hearing this, Shengshan Reward said yes and then stood aside. At this time Zhe Yuliang continued to speak and the next person was assessed. So in the following time Dong Yuchen and Zhang Wenxian were both assessed separately, and the assessment of these 2 people did not have much to do. After the assessment is completed, Sheng Tianqiu took a few steps forward and said to everyone, now that the assessment is over, everyone will announce the results of everyone's assessment. And then I heard him say that the first place in the assessment is that Yu Yang has 5 attributes and the second is Ma Wenbo. The attribute of the late stage base building peak is metallic. The attribute possessed in the middle stage of foundation building of Zhang Wenxian's grade is the wood attribute. The 4th place Dong Yuchen casting machine has the property of the 7th day as the soil property. After the announcement of the assessment results, Zhang Wenxian's teeth were itchy. He was angry and then listened again. Sheng Tianqiu continued after declaring the grades. The next step is to assign each of you a place suitable for your cultivation. First of all, Yu Yang is in Wuyufeng because it has 5 kinds of attributes. In the Wuyufeng practice will be more effective. Ma Wenbo is suitable for him to practice here in Taihangfeng. Zhang Wenxian in Shui Peak. Dong Yuchen in Lin Quanfeng. After the announcement he continued to say that today's assessment is over and from tomorrow you can move to your mountain for cultivation. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. When the time comes someone will lead you there, so everyone will disperse. Yu Yang and the others were naturally very happy as soon as they returned to their residence. Of course some people were happy and some were unhappy that Zhang Wenxian was half dead. They returned to their residence and sat there thinking about Shengyu and he Shengliang, since there are Yu Yang, why should I have Zhang Wenxian? Chapter 273 The Ancient Secret Realm. The boy sat down on the chair with his head down in dejection, thinking that he wanted to seek revenge on Yu Yang, but he didn't know what day he would have to wait. At this moment he suddenly heard someone behind him say, "Look at you like this, if you continue like this you still want to seek revenge on Yu Yang, you think it is beautiful." Zhang Wenxian was taken aback when he heard it. Turning around he saw that this person was none other than Dongfang Yuan. Zhang Wenxian immediately asked, "Master, why are you here?" Dongfang Yuan immediately asked, "Why didn't you seek revenge for that Yu Yang?" Zhang Wenxian heard that the master was not good, since that Yu Yang knew the spirit attack technique, and he also leapt to the level of fighting, killing everyone in the middle stage of Jindan. He beat me thinking I might not be his match, so that's why. Also joined the Tianshan sect and then looked for an opportunity to take revenge. I don't know if there is something wrong with me doing this, master. After listening, Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Well, you're right, that's how it should be. You must be 100% sure that you can beat the opponent before you can fight with the opponent, otherwise don't fight with him. Okay, let's not talk about this. This time I came to my teacher to tell you something. It won't take long before you have the chance to take revenge." Zhang Wenxian immediately asked, "What's the matter with the master? Just listen to Dongfang Yuan say you don't know yet. It won't be long before the monsters will come to the primordial continent. I tell you that being a teacher is the inner response of the monsters. What can Yu Yang be at that time? Isn't it just how you and I want it to be? It's time for you to avenge yourself. By then even the entire world of Taiku continent will be ours." Zhang Wenxian said in the chamber. "Is that right? Master, that's great, I'll definitely burn this Yu Yang to ashes. Listen to Dongfang Yuan, at this time I'm here to tell you this, I have to go first or else it will be discovered that our plan will be abandoned." Zhang Wenji nodded when he heard this, and in this way Dongfang Yuan jumped out of the window in this room and left. After Dongfang Yuan left, Zhang Wenxian was so happy in his heart, thinking, Yu Yang, I see how long you can be mad really. When the monsters occupied the primordial continent, what we can say, see where you're going." He was very happy for a while, as if Zhang Yu Yang had stepped on the soles of his feet. Just like that the night passed, and on the second day Yu Yang and everyone went to their own cultivation places. Half a month has passed in a blink of an eye. On this day Yu Yang, Chen Xingyu, Yao Wenyu and the three were cultivating. Suddenly someone came to the entrance of the cave. I heard this person shout, "Is Yu Yang there?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yang quickly ended his practice and left and came out to ask who is looking for me. As soon as this person saw it, he immediately said that he should hurry up now. The great elder went to gather. Yu Yang immediately said, Okay, I'll be there soon. That's it. This person left. Yu Yang turned around and went back to the room and said to the two daughters Chen Xinyu and Yao Wenyu, "You two are here to practice first." As soon as they gathered, I didn't know what was going on. The second girl immediately said, "Okay, then come back early." Yu Yang nodded. Said, "Don't worry, if I have nothing to do I will be back soon." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the room. After inquiring about where the elder was, he would arrive soon. After he arrived, look at Zhang Wenxian and the others have already arrived. Yu Yang waited for Sheng Tianxuan to see that everyone was here, and he said that when you called everyone here today there was something very important to tell everyone. There is an ancient secret realm that will open on the first day of July every year. You are newcomers to our sect, and this year's ancient secret realm will send you in. In this secret realm there will not only be our Tianshan sect but also many other sects, because there are many treasures in it, and of course there will be many dangers. If you are not careful your life will likely be thrown there, so you should also unite as one. Do you understand? When everyone heard it in unison, we all understood. Sheng Tiancho nodded and said, "Okay, since I already understand I won't say more." In addition, there is a saying that people do not walk without heads and birds do not fly without heads. There must be a leader among the few of you, and everything has to be obeyed by him. If someone dares to disobey and act without authorization, there is something dangerous, and when they come back they must be dealt with according to the rules. Why let you newcomers do such dangerous things? The purpose is to give you an experience. So there will be a leader among the few of you who will be the leader, and the pressure will be very high. Be sure to keep everyone safe. After speaking, Sheng Shencho paused for a while and then continued, "I won't talk too much nonsense. Next I will choose a leader." Followed him up and glanced at him. Yu Yang said this time Yu Yang was the leader. Yu Yang hurried forward, took a few steps and said that the elders couldn't help. The leader of the great elder has a heavy responsibility. I'm afraid I can't take it. Please choose another person to win Tiancho. Once you hear about Yu Yang you should not refuse. After a period of time I have observed you. You can take up such an important responsibility, you don't have to refuse. Finally, with the insistence of Shengshenshu, Yu Yang saw that he had no choice, so he nodded and agreed, and Yu Yang became the leader of the 4 people. Sheng Tianqiu looked at Yu Yang and agreed and said, Yu Yang, this time your responsibility is not small. No matter what, these few of you must go safely and return safely. Yu Yang hurriedly said, Elder, please don't worry, I will ensure the safety of others no matter what. Sheng Tianqiu nodded and said, okay, since I chose you to be the leader, I must still believe in you. I believe you will never disappoint me. Yu Yang hurriedly said, thank the elder for his trust in me. No matter what, I will complete this task and bring everyone back safely to Shengshenshu. He nodded and said, okay then. The first day of the 7th lunar month is still a few days away, and now you all go back to practice diligently. Just like that, everyone dispersed and each went back to the mountain where they practiced. After Zhang Wenxian waited, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He wanted Yu Yang to be the leader to take care of him. Zhang Wenxian thought, I don't care about others anyway, I am dissatisfied. When Yu Yangyi came back, Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu hurriedly asked, what is the matter with the master, the elder of the Tianshan sect, who asked you to come? Chapter 274, A Chance Encounter with Yan Mengzhao. Yu Yang talked about Zhang Guo's trip to the ancient secret realm in 2 days. The two of them asked worriedly, there must be danger at that time, can we go with you? Yu Yang shook his head and said, the 2 of you are not allowed to go. When Chen Xinue heard it, she hurriedly asked the master if there was any danger. Yu Yang heard that, no, I wasn't going alone. Besides, even if there was danger, it wouldn't help the 2 of you to go. When the 2 heard it, they didn't say anything and thought to themselves that one day they must not let Yu Yang protect them both. They could protect themselves or else they would not be able to follow. Once they encountered danger, Yu Yang still has to protect them both. So from this day onwards, the 2 of them practiced more diligently, and in a blink of an eye, the day when they were going to explore the secret realm, Yu Yang left early that day. Came to the yard where the great elder defeated Tianqiu, and when Yu Yang arrived, Zhang Wenxian and the other 2 also arrived. After everyone arrived, someone immediately reported to Sheng Tian's reward. He just came out of the room and said to everyone, today is the day for you to explore the secret realm of ancient times. I still say that everyone who went there must come back safely. In addition, I would like to explain one point. No matter what treasure you get here, you don't need to hand it over to the sect. It's yours. In addition, you must be newcomers. The current level is still relatively low. Once you encounter a higher level, then you may encounter danger. Therefore, Sun Rongfei, the head of our law enforcement hall, was specially dispatched to protect you. Yu Yang heard this and thought about how to let him protect us Yu Yang, because when he came he saw that this Sun Rongfei was not a good person. Because when the newcomers reported that day, Yu Yang saw that Sun Rongfei looked at them with different eyes and was very dismissive of them. But this decision was made by Shengshenshu and he couldn't say anything, so the matter was decided, and then Sun Rongfei came over from a distance. He immediately came to Sheng Tianqiu and said, the great elder, I shouldn't have come too late. Sheng Tianqiu nodded and said, Section Master Sun came just right. Sooner or later the 2 of them smiled. At this time Sheng Tianqiu turned his head again facing Yu Yang and everyone and said that Sectional Master Sun was only there to protect you and he would only take action when he was in danger. And remember, not only can't conflict with one's own people but also can't have conflict with other sects, and everyone else nodded and agreed. Only this Zhang Wenxian nodded and agreed, but he thought to himself, I don't care about the other people. If there is a chance, I must put this Yu Yang to death. Let's not talk about what this kid is thinking. At this time I heard Sheng Tianqiu say, are you all ready? Ready to go now? As soon as everyone heard it, they said that they were ready to defeat Tianqiu. As soon as they heard that it was good, let's go now, and everyone left the Tianshan sect and was led by Yu Yang. And Sun Rongfei and his party of 6 people rushed to the location of the ancient secret realm. This secret realm is very fast in the middle of a deep mountain, and a few people have arrived. By the time I see the scene, many people have already arrived. When Yu Yang saw this, there were hundreds of people at the scene, tall, short, fat, ugly, handsome, everyone. At this time he found that not far from him there was a girl with a ponytail and a white dress. Yu Yang. At that time he was stunned and wondered why this person looked so familiar. And then he thought again, no, it should be wrong, he will not come here. So who does Yu Yang think this girl looks like? This Yu Yang looked at this girl like Yan Mengzhao. Is this girl Yan Mengzhao? It is really so possible that someone asked how Yan Mengzhao got here. After a long time of trouble, Yan Mengzhao and Yu Yang quarreled and broke up that day, and he stayed at home all day long. He was in a bad mood at all. On this day his little sister asked him to go out for dinner and he reluctantly went out. After eating he thought about taking a walk outside to relax and he was walking aimlessly on the street by himself when suddenly an old man with a white beard appeared in front of him. This old man is none other than Dongfang Yuan. After he stopped Yan Mengjiao at that time Yan Mengjiao looked up and because Yan Mengjiao was in a bad mood recently he did not recognize that this old man was theirs that day, the one I met at the Shenfeng sect. When he saw the old man standing in front of him he immediately asked the old man what was the matter with you stopping me. Dongfang Yuan said it as soon as he heard it. May I ask is your name Yan Mengjiao? When Yan Mengjiao heard this she nodded and said, it's me, how do you know my name? Who are you? As soon as Dongfang Yuan heard it, you don't need to ask me who I am, what I want to ask now is whether you broke up with that guy named Yu Yang. Yan Mengjiao was stunned and asked how did you know? Which Dongfang Yuan or Yuan said to Yan Mengjiao with joy, Miss Yan, you don't need to ask me who I am, I just want to ask if you want Yu Yang to impress you. Now Yu Yang has left the earth and went to the primordial continent to find his dream, and now all the girls who follow Yu Yang have entered the world of self-cultivation. I see that you have also stepped into the threshold of the realm of self-cultivation. I will ask you if you can give Yu Yang to others willingly. If you are not willing you will come with me and I will take you to the Taiku continent and you will start cultivation. Wait until you have the ability, then Yu Yang will look at you with admiration. When Yan Mengjiao heard Dongfang Yuan's words she thought to herself, who is this person? Why did he come to teach me how to cultivate? What was the purpose of his reward? When he thought of this he immediately asked, old man, who are you? How did you know that Yu Yang broke up with me and how do you know who I am? As soon as Dongfang Yuan heard about Miss Daoyan, I just wanted to help you with kindness, and I see that your physique is also very suitable for cultivation. And as far as I know, although you broke up with Yu Yang but you are not sincere, if you are sincere you will not be sad. And the most important point, I don't want such a good seedling to be wasted in vain, so I decided to help you cultivate, and I also want you and Yu Yang to reunite. What do you think? Yan Mengjiao was a little tempted when she heard it because he was a little angry when he broke up with Yu Yang and he regretted it later when he calmed down. Chapter 275 Yan Mengjiao distressed. Immediately he turned on the phone. After turning it on he found that Yu Yang had sent him a lot of text messages. He wanted to call Yu Yang but he couldn't save face. He thought, if I had to go to him first, Fu Ruan, he is not sure whether he will find another woman in the future and that Chen Lu has to laugh at me. He didn't call Yu Yang but this time it was delayed, and after a while he couldn't bear it anymore because he felt that his heart had been worrying about Yu Yang's constant "I'm worried about what's going on with him." So he was about to call Yu Yang, and when he took out his phone to broadcast Yu Yang's number he heard the prompt, "Hello, the phone you dialed has been turned off, please dial again later." Yan Mengjiao was a little dumbfounded at this moment, thinking, did he really ignore me? In fact his worries were superfluous. Yu Yang had already gone to primordial continent after a long fuss, but there was no mobile phone signal there. He was thinking about it this day, and it happened that one of his little sisters called and asked her to go out to play. He didn't want to go out, but after the repeated invitations of the little sister he went to, and this happened we mentioned earlier to that part. So is Dongfang Yuan really so good at wanting to practice with Yan Mengjiao and let him join Yu Yang? In fact this old guy has a particularly vicious idea. He has an apprentice named Liang who called Liang Wenbo in some danger and lost his life. Because this Liang Wenbo was already the reason why his soul could come out of his body at the initial stage, his soul ran back at that time. Dongfang Yuan put away his soul and was going to find someone with good cultivation aptitude for him to take home. So how did he know that Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao broke up? After a long time of trouble this old guy has been secretly monitoring Yu Yang. Yu Yang's every move is under his watch. At that time when Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao were in conflict this old guy thought to himself, God helped me, why didn't I bring this girl back and let my apprentice take the house? When the time comes to let the two of them fall in love with each other I feel happy when I think about it. This old guy is getting complacent the more he thinks about it. I think I have to act quickly, otherwise if he reconciles with Yu Yang he will lose all his previous achievements because he will only do it when he is in a bad mood. Put down all your guards, and it is also the best time to seize the house. Thinking of this he watched Yan Mengjiao around Yan Mengjiao's house looking for an opportunity to strike. One day when he saw Yan Mengjiao coming out of the house he thought that the opportunity had come, so he followed up. When Yan Mengjiao was single he only then did he speak to Yan Mengjiao. At this time Yan Mengjiao didn't know that danger was approaching him. He heard Dongfang Yuan tell him that he could cultivate and take him to the primordial continent. In the future there was still a chance to see Yu Yang, but he felt a little bit moved. At this time Dongfang Yuan, after finishing those words, he carefully observed Yan Mengjiao's expression, and when he saw that Yan Mengjiao was a little moved, he immediately said deliberately, "If you don't believe me, then I'll go first." At this time Yan Mengjiao, "Thank you, who cares as long as he can see Yu Yang." When he thinks of this, he immediately said that the old man please stay in Dongfang Yuan, and was secretly happy when he heard it. "I thought, little girl, you finally took the bait, in the end did not escape the palm of my hand." But he immediately said, "Oh, you've thought about it." Yan Mengjiao nodded and said, "I have made up my mind. As long as you can wait for me to practice and take me to find Yu Yang, I am very grateful to you." As soon as Dongfang Yuan hears it, "Then if that is the case, I need to worship my teacher." Yan Mengjiao immediately fell to her knees and said, "Meet the master." Dongfang Yuan thought about Yu Yang in his heart. "Yu Yang, you never dreamed that your woman would take me as a teacher. One day in the future he will turn against you." Thinking of this, he immediately said to Yan Mengjiao, "Good apprentice, hurry up, get up, you are ready to become a teacher, and tomorrow I will take you to the primordial continent for cultivation." Yan Mengjiao was also very happy when she heard it. She stood up and said to Dongfang Yuan, "Master, then I have to go home and tell my parents." Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, you go first, we'll be there tomorrow. Just leave here and meet at your door." In this way the two separated. Yan Mengjiao returned home and told his parents about the matter. "Just say, although I have broken up with Yu Yang, but I don't want him to look down on me now. I have defeated a master as a teacher and he will take me out of here to practice." Yan Tianzuo didn't say anything after listening. He knew in fact this Yan Mengjiao still likes Yu Yang very much. As for his mother, she also knew what Yan Mengjiao was thinking, so she didn't say anything. So Yan Mengjiao came to the Taiku continent with Dongfang Yuan on the second day. After he came to the primordial continent, he took Yan Mengjiao back to the Yin-Yang gate and then moved it to his own sect. At that time the old guy changed his face and immediately released the soul of his apprentice Liang Wenbo and took Yan Mengjiao. Abandon. At this time Yan Mengjiao also knew that she had been fooled. At this time he also found that Dongfang Yuan was a little familiar, as if he had seen it before. It was too late to say anything. At this time he found that there was a white fog in front of him that had penetrated from his body without burning. Yan Mengjiao screamed at that time, fell to the ground and didn't move for a while. Dongfang Yuan, "You look haha, laugh and say haha, success." So was Yan Mengjiao really succeeded in being taken away? Of course not. We will explain this matter later. Yan Mengjiao opened her eyes not long after, got up from the ground and said to Dongfang Yuan, "Master, I have succeeded in winning the house, thank you very much." Dongfang Yuan nodded and said yes, but as soon as he finished speaking he realized that although his apprentice Liang Wenbo succeeded in winning the house and Yan Mengjiao, he found that something was wrong on Yan Mengjiao's face and he didn't. "Seriously? I just said that since the slaughter has been successful you should practice diligently. You have now been transferred to the middle stage of Jindan. I finally found such a good seedling for you. You must cherish it." After he finished speaking he turned and left. This Yan Mengjiao was wrong and he should be called Liang Wenbo at this time. "Well, at this time I can't say what I want to say." At this time Liang Wenbo knew that although he succeeded in seizing the house he also paid a considerable price and even his soul almost dissipated. Then what is the idea of this Oriental Yuan? Because he knew that it would not be long before that ancient secret realm would be opened. That Tianshan sect will send new disciples from their sect into the secret realm every year. When they open the secret realm, Yu Yang will definitely go there and then let this Yan Mengjiao come forward and turn against Yu Yang and then let Yu Yang directly throwing his life in that secret realm so that he can never get out. This old guy had this idea. Chapter 276 Ice Spirit Sacred Fruit. Soon came the day when the ancient secret realm was opened and he asked Yan Mengjiao to represent their Yin-Yang gate, and there were two people with Yan Mengjiao, a man and a woman. These two people, the man's name is Zhou Huacheng and the woman's name is Hua Julian. So Yan Mengjiao and these two came to the ancient secret realm and just happened to be seen by Yu Yang. As soon as Yu Yang saw Yan Mengjiao he felt a little familiar, but since so many people were far away and he felt that Yan Mengjiao could not come to the primordial continent, he did not dare to recognize it. At this moment I suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the distant mountain forest and someone shouted, "Look at the ancient secret realm opened." Yu Yang listened, looked up and saw the mountain in front of the old piece suddenly from cracked in the middle. Yu Yang can see that it is foggy inside and can't see what is inside. Yu Yang knows that this secret realm is definitely not simple. Just like the Tianshan sect master said, there are opportunities and dangers in this adversity. As soon as the secret realm opened everyone rushed inside together. Yu Yang also followed and rushed inside and soon everyone went in. At this time someone shouted that you must come out as soon as possible after entering, whether you can find the baby or not you must come out as soon as possible. This secret realm can only be opened for 3 days. If the time is up and you don't come out you can only be locked inside waiting for the next secret realm to open. Everyone was anxious when they heard it, thinking that it was hard to come again, but it couldn't be in vain, so when everyone got inside they all dispersed. When Zhang Wenxian heard the shout of that person he had a feeling in his heart at that time. I thought, why should I think of a way to trap that Yu Yang here? Thinking of this kid started thinking about how to keep it here, and suddenly he rolled his eyes thinking that I can't do this and it seems that I have to find someone else. So what was he thinking? After making trouble for a long time he came up with the idea of Sun Rongfei, the head of the law enforcement hall, thinking that this person is worth using. After a long time of trouble, when the new disciples reported that Yu Yang found that Sun Rongfei looked down on them, and Zhang Wenxian, who was not a good person, also found out. So this kid secretly inquired about the details of Sun Rongfei. After inquiring, someone told him that Sun Rongfei was not very good. Usually because he is the head of the law enforcement hall he has the power to bully the disciples of this sect. So Zhang Wenxian remembered him today, thinking that it would be better for me to borrow a knife to kill and find a way for him to help me get rid of Yu Yang. This kid has a bad idea in his heart. Let's not mention Yu Yang's side for a while. When he entered this ancient secret realm he found that this secret realm was not simple. Yu Yang thought to himself that no matter what he couldn't come in vain this time. At least he had to bring something back. Thinking of this, Yu Yang walked forward. At this moment he found the sound of fighting in the distance. Because of the distance and the fog he couldn't see who it was. Yu Yang thought about it and he didn't care about him anyway. He was about to turn around and walk from another place. At this moment Yu Yang found a girl running out of the fog in front of him. The girl ran and shouted, "Help, help!" Yu Yang stopped as soon as he heard it, looked up behind the girl and saw that there were about a dozen people chasing behind the girl. The girl ran and looked up and saw a young man standing in front of him. This time he seemed to have caught a life-saving straw, ran in front of Yu Yang, threw himself to his knees and grabbed Yu Yang's arm. "I got caught, please help me." Before Yu Yang could speak, the dozens of people behind him caught up and looked at Yu Yang and said, "I tell you boy, I advise you to dodge me quickly, otherwise we will." When Yu Yang heard it he didn't want to care, but when he heard Yu Yang's fire in front of him he came up. So he immediately said to these people in front of him, "Who are you? Why are you chasing and killing this person in front of this girl? Once I hear about this kid I advise you to stay out of your own business. He has the ice spirit holy fruit in his hand." I heard that girl talking at this time. "As long as you save me I will give you the holy fruit of Zhang Bingling." They not only want the holy fruit of Bingling, they also want to be rude to me. Yu Yang, both eyes widened, said to the person in front of him what the girl just said was the truth. As soon as the person in front of him heard that, "Boy, I advise you to keep your own business, otherwise you will cause trouble. We are from Yaowang Mountain." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, "I don't care who you deleted. As soon as the person in front of you hears anything about our Yaowang Mountain you dare to take care of us. I think you are courting death." The people behind said, "Junior brothers, let's see how I cleaned him up first and then let's take back the ice spirit sacred fruit." After finishing speaking he said to Yu Yang, "Boy, today I will let you know how powerful our Yaowang Shanren are." As soon as Yu Yang heard that, it was good, I was about to take a lesson. After I finished speaking I saw the person in front of me without saying a word raising his hand and running towards Yu Yang with a slap. Yu Yang was not polite at first glance and greeted him with one palm. At the time the palm shadows of the two people collided in the air, making a loud bang, and then Yu Yang stood there without moving, and then seeing that the boy took a few steps backwards he almost fell on the ground. After a long time of trouble this guy's level is one piece worse than Yu Yang's. Yu Yang is just a little bit closer to breaking through the Jindan stage at the peak of the late foundation establishment. It is the golden core stage, and this one is only a small gap in the late foundation establishment stage, but it is also an insurmountable gap. Since he had taken the earth spirit pill before, his skill was much stronger than that of ordinary people, so Yu Yang basically didn't have much effort to catch his palm, but this kid couldn't take it anymore. At that time he was shocked, thinking, who is this, since his mileage is so high because his level is higher than Yu Yang's. It's almost so he can't see Yu Yang's level. This kid thinks that we will definitely not be able to get the Bingling sacred fruit today. I am not his opponent and the latter are definitely not his opponents. Thinking of this he said to the people behind him, "Let's go to the Bingling sacred fruit." No, after he finished speaking he turned his head again and said to Yu Yang, "Do you dare to sign up if you have the ability?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it he said, why don't you dare to sign up? I am from the Tianshan sect and my surname is Yu Yang. This one heard that. The kid thinks that you have this kind of account, let's calculate it later, and after these a dozen people are gone. That is, as soon as these people left Yu Yang heard someone behind him say, when the courage comes, what the sect master said to you, don't conflict with other sects. Since you dare to publicly disobey the suzerain's order. Yu Yang turns around and sees that this person is none other than Sun Rongfei, the head of the law enforcement hall in the Tianshan mountains. Why don't you hand over the holy fruit of the ice spirit? Don't you just want ice spirit sacred fruit? Thinking of this he immediately said to me that the hall master, the Bingling's sacred fruit is not with me nor is it mine. And let me say it again, the sect master said when it came, no matter what treasure we get it will not be owned by the sect. Chapter 277. Hearing this, Sun Rongfei snorted coldly and said that Shu Yao was arrogant and hurry up and hand over the holy fruit of the ice spirit. Do you know who the group of people just now are? Is Yaowang Mountain something you alone can afford to offend? Even our Tianshan sect had to give them 3 points. Don't hurry up and hand over the holy fruit of the ice spirit, then go back to the sect master to give them back the holy fruit of ice lingering, and then you have to apologize to them, otherwise you will cause a big disaster. Yu Yang understood what Sun Rongfei meant when he heard it. It sounds like he is thinking of him, but Yu Yang understands that Sun Rongfei wants this ice spirit sacred fruit. Yu Yang thought of this and said it immediately. I said that the hall master ice spirit sacred fruit is not in my hands. Just then the girl next to him spoke. This old man, if this gentleman had done something wrong just now, I will apologize to you for him. The Bingling holy fruit is with me. After he finished speaking he stretched out his hand and took out a very light fruit from his arms. Going forward, this old man, you see the Bingling holy fruit is here. Sun Rongfei was very excited when he saw it at the time, thinking great, the Bingling holy fruit is right in front of him. He wants to reach out to pick it up. Just at this moment Yu Yang reached out his hand to block it and said, Hall master, you have to figure out that this ice spirit sacred fruit is not mine but this girl's. Is it not in my hands? Do you still want it? Do I need to go back and report to the sect master? Just this sentence Sun Rongfei was choked at the time. He really had nothing to say. If Yu Yang really went back and reported this matter to the sect master, it would really be enough for him to choke. Thinking of this he pointed at Yu Yang and said, good boy, if you dare to use the suzerain to oppress me, you should wait for the people from Wangshan to settle the account with you. Don't let our sect be punished by that time. I'm tired. I'm going to report this matter to the sect master. After he finished speaking he snorted coldly and turned away. After Sun Rongfei left, Yu Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because of what? Because Yu Yang knew that if Sun Rongfei really tried to grab this ice spirit sacred fruit just now, he wouldn't be able to keep the difference in level too big. He wouldn't be his opponent at all. As for Sun Rongfei, he didn't get the holy fruit of the ice spirit, so he left angrily. He just walked out not too far and he just met a person and saw this person coming in front of him and said, to meet the Lord. Sun Rongfei looked up and felt that the person in front of him was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was, so he asked immediately, you are a new disciple. This person is none other than Zhang Wenxian. Zhang Wenxian immediately said that, Hall master, you may not remember me, I am this year's new disciple. My surname is Zhang Wenxian and Sun Rongfei. When I think of it, when I hear it, your name is Zhang Wenxian. What's wrong with you stopping me? As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard it, he said that, Hall master, I stopped you because there was something very important to tell you. Sun Rongfei immediately said, something very important? Zhang Wenxian said it right away. Hall master, among our newly reported disciples this year there is a person named Yu Yang. We must pay attention to him. If it is not good, he will cause trouble for the sect. We are old acquaintances. We used to be on Earth. At the time, this person is not honest. Created an underworld society. This guy Tang the hero does everything but doesn't do good things. 7 boys and girls everywhere, and he also has ties with people from the Public Security Bureau, so no one dares to arrest him. Sun Rongfei immediately asked if what you just said was true. Zhang Wenxian nodded and said, it's absolutely true. The hall master must pay attention to this person. Sun Rongfei held a grudge against Yu Yang because Yu Yang didn't give him the icing fruit just now. Hearing Zhang Wenxian say this, he immediately nodding his head, he said, I have dealt with this Yu Yang just now and he is indeed a bit too arrogant. Zhang Wenxian nodded when he heard it and said, Hall master, you see that I absolutely dare not lie to you, so this Yu Yang must get rid of it as soon as possible. As soon as Sun Rongfei heard that, does your kid have any good ideas? Zhang Wenxian immediately leaned into Sun Rongfei's ear and whispered a few words and then said, Hall Master, let's do what we should do. Sun Rongfei nodded and said yes. So what idea did this Zhang Wenxian come up with? You will know later. Yu Yang sighed as soon as Sun Rongfei left. He immediately controlled the girl and said, this girl has already been driven away by me and we should separate. It's just that you are a girl and your level is so low and you still have a baby on your body, you must pay more attention to me. I'm leaving. He just heard the girl say, this young man, you were right, you saved me just now and my eldest brother who came with me with my baby at such a low level they don't even know where did it go. There is a saying that it is necessary to ask you a lot of trouble to help in the end. Can I follow you for a while until I find my eldest brother and sister and then we separate? You see how Yu Yang thinks. After listening to it, I rescued him in case he encounters someone else later, still not safe. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, okay, let's go first. The girl immediately said, thank you son. The two sisters came together. The two walked forward for a while and at this moment Yu Yang suddenly found that there seemed to be someone behind a rock not far from him. He immediately stopped very alertly and asked someone to come out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, two people emerged from the fog. As soon as these two came out, Bao Wenyan stepped forward and said, brother and sister, where did you two go just now? Thanks to this young master for saving me just now, otherwise I would have died a long time ago. After speaking, he immediately turned around again and said to Yu Yang that this young man, this is my sister and brother. Yu Yang nodded at the two of them when he heard it, who knew that the two of them didn't even care and listened to the girl among them. Just listen to what the girl said. I said, how did this person save your sister just now? Did he hurt one of the people deleted by Yao Wang? You don't leave him, quickly be careful. If Yao Wangshan is provoked, if they are angry, they may all implicate our Wanwaman. Bao Wenyan immediately said, sister, how could you say that? If it wasn't for this young man just now, I'm afraid I would have died by now. Yu Yang was also a little unhappy when he heard it and he said it right away. Now I have rescued you, he has joined you, and now there is no need for us to be together. I say goodbye. After speaking, he turned around and left. This Bao Wenyan wanted to say something but was grabbed by his sister and said, let's go, don't talk to him. Just like this, Bao Wenyan was pulled away by his sister. Yu Yang while walking was angry and thought to himself, what's this called? I kindly saved his sister, but I didn't expect that since he got such a result. It seems that this person is really a wolf-hearted person. Chapter 278. There is an ambush. As he thought about it, he walked forward. As he walked, he found that the fog in front of him slowly dissipated. After the fog dissipated, he found that a house flashed out in front of him. Yu Yang looked at it. Think, how can there be a house here? Is there anyone in this house? When he looked at the door of the room, he saw a group of stone people in front of the door of this room. Yu Yang thought to himself, who is living here? How could there be a stone man? He walked forward while thinking about it. As soon as he reached the door of this room, he felt that his scalp was a little exploding and he felt that it was dangerous for a long time. He just walked to the door of the room. The stone on the left people suddenly moved. After making trouble for a long time, Yu Yang was still holding a stick in the hands of these two stone men. He didn't take it seriously. When he just walked to the door of the room, the stone man on the left suddenly moved and lifted the stick. He got up and called towards the top of Yu Yang's head. Thanks to Yu Yang being more vigilant, if someone changed the stick he would be hit. Yu Yang didn't see it well, so he rushed forward and ran over to avoid the stick. Ohu knew that as soon as his feet landed, the stone man on the right also moved and raised his stick. He also rushed to his head Yu Yang, and when he saw it, he hurried to the side again. The two stone men rushed to Yu Yang, but they attacked together. Yu Yang thought to himself, what's going on, why the stone men would move him, and he quickly stretched out his hand and pulled out the Black Wind sword. And the two stone men got into a fight. Yu Yang was taken aback by this move and he wondered who the house belonged to. Why are these two stone men so difficult to deal with? So he and these two stone men fought for a long time without being able to decide the winner. This time Yu Yang's head was sweating and he thought to himself, what should I do? I can't keep fighting with them here. Isn't he in a hurry? It was also a coincidence that the sword just hit the eyes of one of the stone men and suddenly he heard a click. Look at this, stone man fell to the ground with a thud and the stick in his hand was scattered. Without saying a word, he turned around to deal with the other stone man, and two or three of the next ones also hit the stone man's eyes. Seeing that the stone fell to the ground with a thud, Yu Yang let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that the stone man was so difficult to deal with. He rested for a while, then came to the door of this room and saw a thick layer of dust on the door. Yu Yang pushed the courtyard door with his hand. The courtyard door opened, but now Yu Yang was extra careful, thinking that there might be something inside. The pair of stone men just now were hard enough to deal with, so he walked forward while paying attention to observe both sides while he put the black wind sword on the ground to explore the way to prevent any ambush on the ground. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. He went all the way to the door of the opposite room without encountering any danger. When I came to the door of this room, Yu Yang saw that there was dust on the door and there was a big lock hanging on the door. Because it had been too long, the lock was rusted. Now it didn't take much effort for Yu Yang to open the lock. He pushed the door with his hand and made a creaking sound to open it. Yu Yang hurriedly lay down on the ground. There were 3 arrows shot in this room. Fortunately, he was lying there, or Yu Yang would have to throw his life here. He waited for a while, and when he saw that there was no movement, he stood up, thinking that it was dangerous. Just now he was better prepared, otherwise it would be too boring. He raised his legs and entered this room while thinking about it. Yu Yang found that there are some shelves on both sides of this room, and all on this shelf are some bottles and jars and some books. This shelf has been in disrepair for a long time and many places have been damaged. The things on it are all dust. Yu Yang reached out and took a book and opened it. Yu Yang looked up and saw the book. Right, 4 big characters of the wind step. Yu Yang understood at the time that this book is the same as his phantom steps, both are exercises about footwork. Followed by him and picked up another book, opened it and saw that it recorded the names of some herbs. So he looked at some other things. Some of the bottles contained some medicinal pills which he didn't know very well, but also put them on his body, thinking that he would take them back and let the elders take a look. They would know if they were not prepared. In this way he picked some things that he felt were more important and put them on his body and continued to walk back. When he came to the end of the room, he found that there was a stone door on the wall. Due to disrepair, many places collapsed. He didn't bother to open the stone door. When the door opened, he flicked to the side. After waiting for a while, he saw that there was no movement inside. This is the flash to enter. After he entered, he looked into the room and saw that the room was more than 50 square meters. There was a stone platform in the center of the room. On the stone platform there was a coffin. Yu Yang was stunned when he saw it. Who is this? How could he be buried here? At the same time, he also found that there was a wooden box next to the coffin. It was in disrepair for a long time. The wooden box was also broken, revealing the contents inside. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. I rashly interrupted here today, please forgive me. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the stone's money to take out the contents of the 10 boxes. When he took out all these things, Yu Yang found that there were still 2 books and there was also a letter. I don't know when the letter was written. The envelope outside was already damaged. Yu Yang opened the letter first. Since he had his mobile phone on him when he came over, he brought it with him. This came in handy. He turned on the flashlight of his mobile phone and used the flashlight. The bright light looked at the handwriting on this letter and could barely recognize it clearly. He saw at a glance what was written on the letter. The person who can successfully reach this room must be destined. No matter who it is in the future, once you enter this room, I hope you can take all these things away. These are a book of exercises called Potion Palm. The other book is a unilateral. No matter who it is in the future, as long as you have the predestined fate to get this exercise method and this one-sided book, we hope that you must act for the heavens and ensure that the people of the primordial continent are safely prevented. After 800 years, the resurrection of the Monster King, or else if so, mainland Thailand will be plunged into chaos. Below is the signature with Yi Chunhua written on it. Yu Yang saw that the person in the coffin was called Yi Chunhua. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down in front of the coffin and said, "Don't worry, old man. I swear to you, this exercise that I Yu Yang got today, after I practice it in the future, I will definitely act for the heavens and I will not do evil, otherwise I will not be able to die." After he finished speaking, he stood up to tidy up these things and came out of this room. When he reached the door of the courtyard, one leg was in the door and the other was out. Just as he was about to go out, at this moment Yu Yang perceived danger. The secret channel is not good, there is an ambush. Chapter 279 Yan Mengjiao faints. Thinking of this, he stepped back and shouted outside, "Why do you hide? Hurry up and come out to me." As soon as he finished shouting, he saw 3 people outside. Yu Yang looked up, he was stunned at the time. "Stay, what's wrong?" After a long time of trouble, he saw that there was a girl among the 3. She saw that this girl was none other than the Yan Mengjiao she was thinking about day and night. Yu Yang was a little dumbfounded when she saw this, thinking, how did Yan Mengjiao get here? So why did Yan Mengjiao appear here? After making trouble for a long time, Yan Mengzhao and two other people, Zhou Huacheng and Hua Julian, came to this secret realm, and then the three also walked to this house. The three of them also wanted to enter this room, but they were stopped by the two stone men at the door. Because the three of them didn't know how to break it even after fighting for a long time, the stone man was not the opponent of the stone man. Zhou Huacheng also returned, injured. Seeing that the three of them couldn't do it, they quickly hid in the distance. As soon as they avoided it, the stone man automatically returned to his original position and stood there. What should I do if three people discuss it? Among them Hua Julian said, I think we can do it this way. Let's hide and watch. If someone can enter this room in a while, when he comes out he will definitely meet the friend baby in his hand. It's time for us to grab it again. This door can have two stone men holding the door. There must be good things. This may be what kind of master lived in it before. Zhou Huacheng nodded when he heard it, saying that it's okay, Junior's sister will do it like this. Yan Mengzhao next to her immediately mentioned this idea as soon as she heard it. I think it's a bit inappropriate. Even if someone else enters this room and he gets something, it doesn't belong to us. Not suitable. When Hua Julian heard it, she immediately said, Oh, I said, Shiga, what's the matter with you? How come your personality has changed after taking the dormitory? Zhou Huacheng heard it right next to him. I said, Junior brother, what's the matter with you? How did I find you like a different person? So what happened? In fact, this matter we mentioned earlier when Liang Wenbo was winning the house. Although he succeeded in winning the house, he didn't expect Yan Mengzhao's willpower to be particularly strong, and I don't know why Yan Mengzhao's soul, the force, is particularly strong. It was difficult for him to seize the house. It took a long time for him, and in the end Yan Mengzhao almost devoured him instead. Because Yan Mengzhao's cultivation level was too low, in the end his soul was sealed by that Liang Wenbo, and now it means that Yan Mengzhao has two souls. Although Yan Mengzhao's soul has been sealed, sometimes he still has his own consciousness. But his consciousness will only happen once in a while. That is, just after he finished speaking he immediately lost consciousness again, and his consciousness was occupied by Liang Wenbo again, and he continued to say, okay, let's do it like this. The other two people nodded and said, that's right. Well, this is just like you. So the three people hid behind the stone and waited. Soon Yu Yang was here. When Yu Yang started the two stone men, the three people watched in secret. Is clear. Because the three people were hiding in the dark and Yu Yang was there with the two people, Yan Mengzhao didn't see clearly what Yu Yang looked like. So he didn't notice that Yu Yang waited for Yu Yang to go in for a while. When they came out, the three of them looked at it and they came out. Don't ask him, he must have got something to freeze his hands. And then Zhou Huacheng shouted. Only then did three people appear in front of Yu Yang. When the three of them stood opposite Yu Yang recognized Yan Mengzhao at once. At this time Yan Mengzhao also saw Yu Yang. At that time he felt that his head was buzzing and immediately blurted out and shouted, Yu Yang. Yang is you. Yu Yang looked at it and hurriedly asked Mengzhao, why are you here? At this moment in Yan Mengzhao's Shihai, a boy appeared, and this person was Liang Wenbo, and looked at him and said to Yan Mengzhao, are you looking for death? At this time I heard Yan Mengzhao say, HMPH, I fought with you today. Liang Wenbo was a little scared when he saw this, because he had just occupied Yan Mengzhao's body. Yan Mengzhao's soul had not been completely swallowed up by him, and his soul was still very tenacious. So if Yan Mengzhao really fights with him, he won't get a bargain. So this kid said it right away, I tell you now, you just let me control my body. Honestly, I'll let Yu Yang go, otherwise I'll kill him. Yan Mengzhao stopped talking when she heard it. At this time Yu Yang was in a hurry. She took a few steps forward and said, is Mengzhao still coming? At this time Liang Wenbo controlled Yan Mengzhao and said to Yu Yang, who knows you, hurry up and hand over your things or I will kill you. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pulled out a sword at his waist and ran towards Yu Yang and came over. Yu Yang immediately said, Mengzhao, what's wrong with you? At this time Yan Mengzhao saw that Liang Wenbo was going to fight with Yu Yang, and he immediately said that you didn't say you wanted to let him go. Liang Wenbo sneered and said, to let him go, you can let him go, but I also want to rob him of the treasure. Yan Mengzhao was anxious at first glance and said, yes, since your words don't count, don't blame me, I will fight. Even if my soul is wiped out today, I will fight with you. This time it's good. Before he and Yu Yang started, he and Yan Mengzhao started to do it first. This time he stood there still holding the sword. Hua Julian and Zhou Huacheng were both dumbfounded and thought, why are you doing this? Why are you standing here with the sword in your hand? At this time in Yan Mengzhao's Shihai, he and Liang Wenbo hit each other and neither of them took advantage of this move. Yu Yang saw that Yan Mengjiao fainted. He was in a hurry. He jumped over the internet to see Hua Julian and Zhou Huachang. Yu Yang came over and the two gathered around together. Yu Yang's eyes were red at this time. Seeing that Yan Mengjiao was lying there motionless, he was in a hurry. He used the spiritual attack technique without saying a word. The two silver needles drilled into the two people's minds. Then they both fell down with a thud on the ground. Yu Yang came to Yan Mengjiao in a few steps, saw Yan Mengjiao's eyes closed and fell to the ground. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and hugged Yan Mengjiao. This time he lost his mind, found a secluded place, put Yan Mengjiao there and began to check him for any wounds. He found Yan Mengjiao didn't have any problem at all. She thought to herself, what was going on? The day will soon come to leave the adversity. Yu Yang thought at first glance, I have to leave quickly, otherwise if I close the secret realm I will not be able to get out. Thinking of this, he will forget the exit of the secret realm when he carries Yan Mengjiao on his back. There. Chapter 280 framed. Just halfway there, the fog in the secret realm thickened again. Yu Yang carefully identified the direction and walked back slowly. He was walking and suddenly he heard not far ahead. There are sounds of fighting. Yu Yang thought to himself, who is this fighting with whom? In fact, the sound of the fight was not far from him. Because of the thick fog he couldn't see who was fighting. Since Yu Yang was going to the exit, he had to pass the place where he was fighting, so he carried Yan Mengjiao on his back and walked forward for a while so that he could vaguely see the person. He was careful. A look at the hands is 4 people. He saw the 4 people he knew all about. One of them is Zhang Wenxian and the other 3 are the brother and sister of Bao Wenyan who he saved before. Yu Yang wanted to go straight to the side after reading it, but he didn't know it was at such a time. Yu Yang discovered that Bao Wenyan and his brother and sister were beating Zhang Wenxian. A Zhang Wenxian is not an opponent. At this time Yu Yang realized that Zhang Wenxian realized that he was not an opponent, so he ducked to the side and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Yu Yang didn't leave just watching from here, watching Zhang Wenxian quickly pour out a pill from the small porcelain bottle and stuff it into his mouth. And really let Yu Yang guess right, the pill he ate was the pill that his master Dongfang Yuan mentioned earlier gave him. He himself wanted to keep this medicinal pill to beat Yu Yang when he was competing with Yu Yang, but he didn't know that Yu Yang would be able to attack Yu Yang, and later he didn't dare to compete with Yu Yang. I don't know that he used this pill today. He just ate this pill, and when he saw that, his body changed immediately. The bones all over his body were crackling and his head suddenly swelled up. The level also increased instantly. The 3 of them knew at a glance that it was not good. They glanced at each other and said, hurry up, let's hurry up and stop his drug attack. If you want to stop it at this time it will be too late. The 3 of them gathered around and looked at Zhang Wenxian again. Without saying a word they raised their right hand, and the elder brother, who was stupid with Bao Wenyan, was just a palm on the chest. A palm is hitting the front of the chest. A mouthful of blood spurted and then saw him fall to the ground when the rise of Qi died. At this time Bao Wenyan and his sister's eyes were red when they saw them, and they rushed up to fight with Zhang Wenxian. Zhang Wenxian was also a little scared because the pill he just took could only improve his skills is a few minutes. Because his master told him when he gave him the medicine pill he must leave early, otherwise once the effect of the medicine is over you will be weaker than an ordinary person, and then you will still be no one can do whatever they want. So Zhang Wenxian thought about running away at this time. Thinking of this he turned around and left, running and turning his head and saying to the 2 of you, don't blame me for this today but blame Yu Yang for asking me to kill him. This sentence happened to be heard by Yu Yang. Yu Yang almost died of anger thinking about you, Zhang Wenxian, since you dare to give me this hand and wait for me to go out and find you to settle the account. After he finished speaking he turned and ran away. Bao Wenyan and his sister were dumbfounded when they heard it. After a while I heard what Bao Wenyan's sister said about it, and I'll tell you, he's not a good person right now. He's looking for someone to kill the eldest brother. Let's see how you deal with it. Our parents will explain. Bao Wenyan retorted her sister, I don't believe it. If he was such a person he would not have saved me just now. As soon as his sister heard that he would save you. He wasn't sure what he wanted to figure out. Yu Yang just stood in the distance and listened. Clearly he was angry with Yu Yang. He wondered if he was carrying Yan Mengjiao on his back he really wanted to go down and give this woman to her. Shoot to death. At this time Bao Wenyan suddenly turned her head and saw Yu Yang and immediately said that Yu Yang is you. Yu Yang came over with Yan Mengjiao behind her back and said that I heard it just now. As soon as his sister heard about you, don't be so pretentious. Whether the person just now was sent by you, just wait, our Wanwaman will never end with you. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, what if I said I didn't send it? Bao Wenyan's sister said with a sneer when she heard it, you said it wasn't you who sent it, didn't you send it? It's not why the people you sent just said they wanted revenge to find you. Since Yu Yang was still carrying Yan Mengjiao on his back, he was anxious, so he said angrily, "HMPH, you fool, do you think everyone else is the same as you? If I really asked him to do this, would I still let him sign up?" After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, ignoring him directly. "This is okay." Bao Wenyan's sister was furious and shouted, "Yu Yang, please stop for me." Yu Yang ignored him, carrying Yan Mengjiao behind his back, just left. Yu Yang was so angry he jumped behind him and scolded him. Yu Yang didn't pay him any attention after scolding for a long time. How could Yu Yang care about him? At this time he was always thinking about Yan Mengjiao. What happened? He was walking forward with Yan Mengjiao on his back and he happened to meet a person head on, and he heard the person shouting, "Yu Yang, please stop for me." The master Sun Rongfei heard Sun Rongfei say, "Oh, Yu Yang, how dare you have a conflict with other sects and still dare to kill?" After a long time of trouble, Zhang Wenxian and Sun Rongfei both negotiated in advance. Zhang Wenxian deliberately killed people and then reported Yu Yang's name. And then Sun Rongfei came out to find Yu Yang, with Yu Yang conflicting with other sects, maliciously killing people and then punishing Yu Yang. It is best to expel him from Tianshan sect. At this time Sun Rongfei came to Yu Yang and said, "Yu Yang, you are so bold. Before the coming, the suzerain told you don't conflict with other people, let alone kill maliciously. You have already violated it twice. Today I'm going to arrest you on behalf of the Tianshan sect in the name of the law enforcement hall. Are you going with me by yourself?" "I'll do it," Yu Yang said with a sneer. "I tell you, you'd better get out of the way. You don't think I don't know all this is done by you and that Zhang Wenxian colluding? Don't you just want what I got? You'd better get out of the way quickly, otherwise even if you work hard with you today, I will fight with you to the end." Sun Rongfei laughed and said after listening to it, "Do you still have the qualifications to work hard with me? Come on, come on." Yu Yang listened without saying a word. He put Yan Mengjiao on the ground and ran directly to Sun Rongfei, and without a word the two of them started. Yu Yang found that it was broken after getting started. He is not Sun Rongfei's opponent at all. Sun Rongfei's level is too much higher than him. People are the reason. The level in the early stage, and he is just not in the Jindan period grade. This is too different. Yu Yang broke out in a panic, thinking to himself, "I can't lose today, no matter what. If I fall here today, everything will be over." Yan Mengjiao is still by the side. This how to do. He was in such a hurry that his whole body was running faster. Yu Yang's desperate effort was broken and he found that his meridians suddenly seemed to be smooth, and then Yu Yang found that there were dark clouds above his head and there was a faint sound of thunder. "Yu Yang, I thought to myself, it is not good to break through." Chapter 281, Breaking Through the Golden Core Stage. At this time Sun Rongfei also noticed that something was wrong and looked up to the sky. At that time the old boy was so frightened that he gasped, thinking to God, "Why didn't this boy break through earlier? Why did he break through at this time? No way. I have to go." Thinking of this, he turned around and ran away. Yu Yang still wondered, thinking that it was the most critical time for me to break through. If he attacked me at this time, then I would definitely die. Why did this old boy run away? He just thought of this and suddenly he remembered something. Just when he was just beginning to cultivate Qi Mengru's mother Lu Akan told him that only the person involved can be there alone during the calamity. If there is a second person there, Lei Ji will think that this person is helping that person through the disaster. At this time Lei Ji's strength will also increase to target the other person present, so Sun Rongfei is so frightened that he runs away quickly. Yu Yang thinks about this and thinks about you. "Sun Rongfei, this time I will see where you are going." Thinking of this, Yu Yang took a risk and shouted at Sun Rongfei, "Where are you going? Come back quickly, we have to fight for 800 rounds." Sun Rongfei thought that, "I won't go back, I will go back to find Lei Pai. At this time the dark clouds above my head are getting thicker and thicker, and the lightning inside is as thick as an arm, and the thunder is rumbling as Lei Jia is about to descend." Thinking of this old boy is running for his life. Yu Yang thought to himself, "No matter what, I will stop you today. Today I have to let you know how powerful I am." Think of this, Yu Yang will call you from behind. "You coward, if you have the patience, stop." At this time Sun Rongfei just say what you called. He didn't stop and didn't even turn his head back. Because Yu Yang knew that it was his first time to cross the robbery and he had no experience, he also wanted to attract some thunder to Sun Rongfei so that he could share some pressure on himself. When he thought of this, he looked at Yu Yang again, turned his head and ran to the side. "Where is he? I also wanted Li Yan and Mengjiao to stay a little further away for fear of hurting Yan Mengjiao." Thinking of this, he turned to the front of Sun Rongfei from another direction. Sun Rongfei ran and looked up. He was so frightened that the old boy almost sat on the ground. He ran with his head down and looked up. Yu Yang was standing right in front of him. Yu Yang said to him with a laugh, "I see where you are going, Hall Master Sun." At this time Sun Rongfei's face turned pale and he shouted at Yu Yang, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Looking at Yu Yang standing there again, he calmly said to him, "Section Master Sun, I don't want to do anything, I just want you to accompany me through the thunder tribulation." At this time the black cloud above his head is like the bottom of the pot. When Sun Rongfei saw that he was really scared, he became anxious at that time and shouted at Yu Yang, "Boy, I will fight with you today," and he raised his hand and ran. Looking at Yu Yang, he wanted to fight, but when the lightning flashed like an arm, the boy was so frightened that he didn't have the heart to deal with Yu Yang, so he quickly took out his self-defense magic weapon. This thing is called Chin Kunru, a plate. This thing is not simple, can protect the master when there is danger. When I saw Sun Rongfei, I lost a little internal force in it and the universe was like a plate and it flew above his head. At that time Sun Rongfei was completely blocked. At this time the first thunder robbery came down with a bang at that time. At this time Yu Yang did not dare to neglect and hurriedly used the power in his body to resist this Lei Jia. I heard a bang and then looked at the place where Yu Yang and Sun Rongfei were standing. They were split into two big holes at that time and then two people disappeared. After a while Sun Rongfei climbed up from the pit first and his self-defense magic weapon was like a plate just now and it was shattered at that time. Looking at Sun Rongfei again, the fun was great. The clothes were chopped so that only one sleeve was left, the beard and eyebrows were gone and the hair was scorched. At this time Sun Rongfei scolded Yu Yang's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart 100 times. He climbed up from the pit and took a look at the Yu Yang in front of him. There was only one big pit in front of him. He thought that Lei Jia, who was so strong, even shattered my universe like a plate. "Yu Yang, you can resist, do you live? Maybe it's been chopped into slag by now. Let this Lei Jia hack you to death. It is also considered cheap for your kid, otherwise you see after this thing is over I have to seek revenge for you and I have lost my magic weapon." Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked up at the sky, thinking something was wrong. If Yu Yang was hacked to death and everyone who crossed the thunder tribulation was hacked to death, then this time the tribulation was a failure. Then this thunder tribulation is over. Why the clouds haven't dissipated? On the contrary, it has become darker and darker. He is puzzled. I thought, didn't this Yu Yang think about this? He looked into the pit and he saw it was inside. Yu Yang climbed out. Seeing this, Sun Rongfei gasped for air, thinking, to God, this kid's life is big enough. Just now my universe was smashed into pieces and I almost died. Why is this? The boy didn't have any magic weapon to answer this thunder tribulation. Why is it okay? Although Yu Yang had caught this thunder calamity, he was even worse than Sun Rongfei. The entire body of clothes has been approved by the thunder robbery just now. This time Yu Yang is naked. The hair also stood up. That just now almost killed him. So how did Yu Yang climb out of the pit? After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang vomited a mouthful of blood on his back and then passed out. At that time when he fainted, he felt that all the strength in his body seemed to be gone. I really want to lie there and move like this. Suddenly a familiar voice called Yu Yang in his ear, "Where are you?" Followed by Yu Xiaoying, Qi Mengru, Kong Wanting and other girls all appeared in front of him. Yu Yang woke up at that time, came over and thought that it was impossible. Yan Mengjiao was still lying there and I didn't know what was going on and I still haven't found Qi Mengru. How could I just die like this? Thinking of this and looking at Yu Yang again, I opened my eyes again. Look at him enduring the pain on his body and crawled out from the pit. As soon as he climbed out of the pit, he heard the rumbling of thunder in the air again. Yu Yang thought badly at first sight and the second thunder calamity was about to come down. At this time Sun Rongfei thought that if I couldn't do it I had to run. Thinking of this, he turned around and wanted to run Yu Yang. He thought, how could I let you run away? Thinking of this, Yu Yang stood up and came to Sun Rongfei. In front of him Sun Rongfei grabbed the collar of his clothes and thought, what the hell is this kid doing? He just thought that he heard a rumbling sound and another thunder calamity descended. Just now look at Sun Rongfei again. He spit out a mouthful of blood and Yu Yang also vomited out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Because Yu Yang just grabbed Sun Rongfei, so the power of this thunder robbery made Sun Rongfei split half. At this moment Sun Rongfei didn't even have the strength to run. Soon the third Tianlei, the fourth Tianlei, Yu Yang also blocked a total of 7,749 Tianlei. Yu Yang successfully took over and became the Golden Core period. Chapter 282, The Two People Who Are Embarrassed. After the dark clouds dissipated, Yu Yang and Sun Rongfei were completely naked. Lei Jia had just chopped their hair and curled their clothes. Annoyed Sun Rongfei stared at Yu Yang fiercely and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Boy, I'm not finished with you. Seeing that Yu Yang ignored him, turned around and ran in the direction of Yan Mengjiao and walked over, came to the front and slapped Yan Mengjiao on his back. He didn't care, he had no clothes on his body, just walked out. The movement on this side also attracted many other people. When everyone saw it, they thought, what happened to these two? At this time Zhang Wenxian also came over and saw that Yu Yang's clothes were gone and his hair was curled. He thought to himself, what happened to this boy? Is this being electrocuted? Don't tell me he really guessed right. He hurriedly walked over to Sun Rongfei and asked Hall Master Sun what was going on just now. Why did I just see the dark clouds here and the rumbling thunder? What happened? Hearing this, Sun Rongfei said viciously, HMPH, I have to stop with him, Yu Yang. At this time Yu Yang has come to the exit of the secret realm with Yan Mengjiao on his back. Along the way many people from other sects saw Yu Yang. When they saw Yu Yang, everyone pointed and talked. You know who this is? What happened to him just now? It seems that I was far away just now and heard thunder. I heard the person next to him say you heard the thunder, and I just saw that there were dark clouds where he was. Could it be that this kid was crossing the calamity just now? Another person said that he will not. Look at the age of this kid, this year he will not exceed 20 years old. Is it possible that he has reached a high level? Let's put aside everyone's discussion, not to mention that Yu Yang carried Yan Mengjiao on his back and waited for him to go back to the Tianshan sect. Just after walking a short distance he happened to meet two people in front of them. These two people were not other people but also came with Yu Yang and the others. The new disciples Dong Yuchen and Ma Wenbo. These two people just came out of the secret realm while walking and chatting and waiting for the people behind, so they didn't go fast. Yu Yang was impatient with Yan Mengjiao on his back, so he went faster and happened to meet the two of them. When the two of them saw Yu Yang they were stunned and immediately asked Yu Yang, what happened to you? Why are the clothes on my body gone and how can it be like this? Yu Yang immediately said, alas, this is a long story. Do you two have any clothes you don't wear? Lend me to wear it first. When the two heard that they were out to explore the secret realm of ancient times, they didn't bring any clothes. What should I do? Finally when Ma Wenbo spoke, let's just do it. Let's take off a piece of clothing and let him wear it and surround him. Otherwise it would be very unsightly for him to go back like this. Dong Yuchen nodded and said, well, that's it. Speaking of these two people, they took off two clothes and threw them to Yu Yang. Yu Yang put Yan Mengjiao on the ground, put on one clothes and surrounded the other clothes, waist. And then clasped their fists at the two of them and said, thank you too. If you can get me Yu Yang in the future, just say I have a few things to do now. And after that he carried Yan Mengjiao's legs and went to the Tianshan sect, run in the direction. Soon he returned to the Tianshan sect and the Wuyufeng he cultivated by himself entered the room. Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue saw that Yu Yang made this look and saw that he was carrying a person on his back. The two of them were stunned and immediately asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Who are you carrying? At this time Yu Yang hurriedly put Yan Mengjiao on the bed, then turned around and said to the second daughter, I don't know how Mengjiao got here. I met him in the ancient secret realm. After hearing it I lowered my head and glanced at Yan Mengjiao on the bed. Chen Xinue hurriedly asked what happened to the master. Why did he faint? Yu Yang shook his head and said, I don't know. Several people were talking in the room when Yu Yang heard someone outside asking, is Yu Yang there? Hearing this, Yu Yang hurriedly turned around, walked out of the room and looked outside to see two people standing there. When Yu Yang saw these two people he did know someone who was not someone else but the head of the law enforcement hall, Sun Rongfei. Yu Yang thought to himself, Sun Rongfei, what is this old boy looking for me for? I heard Sun Rongfei speak. Yu Yang, let's make a deal, what do you think? Thinking of this he immediately asked, I wonder what kind of deal Sun Tang has with me. Sun Rongfei immediately said, Yu Yang, as long as you hand over all the treasures you got in the secret realm to me, and then I will not tell our sect master that you had conflicts with other people inside and also killed other sects, people. Yu Yang said with a smile as he said, how, Master Sun? Then if I don't agree? Sun Rongfei sneered when he heard it. Speaking of Yu Yang, if you don't agree you must know that I have to report this matter to the sect master. That's enough for you to drink a pot. And Yu Yang, don't forget you almost killed me when you crossed the Thunder Tribulation and I haven't settled the account with you. If you promise give me everything you get, the account is also written off, otherwise I will let you have no place in the primordial continent. As long as you are expelled from the Tianshan sect I will say hello to the other sects and see which sect dares to accept you. I don't know that Yu Yang is not afraid at all. After he finished speaking, just see Yu Yang happily saying yes, then go and tell the sect master. I'm still busy here, so I won't accompany you for now. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went into the room, making Sun Rongfei so angry that he almost fainted. So how did Sun Rongfei come here? This idea was also given to him by Zhang Wenxian. At that time when Yu Yang was surviving the Thunder Tribulation, this Sun Rongfei also lost weight and suffered internal injuries. After Yu Yang left, Zhang Wenxian rushed over to Sun Rongfei and asked what was going on. When Sun Rongfei told Zhang Wenxian about the whole process, Zhang Wenxian said immediately, "Don't worry, Hall Master Sun, I have a way to deal with him." Sun Rongfei hurriedly asked, "What kind of ideas do you have?" Zhang Wenxian immediately leaned into Sun Rongfei's ear and said, "Hall Master, let's do this. Or use the method we discussed before. Didn't I kill some disciples of other sects before? At that time it was said that Yu Yang killed it and you should report this matter to the suzerain." Sun Rongfei nodded when he heard it and said, "Yes, let's do it like this." So the two of them are in trouble, so I figured out the idea, followed by Zhang Wenxian, and said that Hall Master Sun should go to you first when you go back. Yang, see if he's willing to hand over everything he gets if he wants to. At that time we will report this matter to the sect master to get him out of the Tianshan sect. As soon as Sun Rongfei heard that, he was not stupid. How could he possibly hand over what he got? As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard it, he said that the sect master should do this. You pretended to tell him that as long as he handed over everything he got, we would not report this matter to the sect master. If he did not hand it over, we would report it. Take this matter to make a deal with him, then don't be afraid that he won't eat Sun Rongfei once he hears that the good boy really has you. If he really teaches something good, then we will grade it together. Chapter 283 Sun Rongfei denied. Only then did Sun Rongfei come to Wuyufeng, where Yu Yang is located, and come to discuss with Yu Yang. He quite thought that Yu Yang would agree to hand over everything on his body to him, but he didn't know that Yu Yang would not ignore him at all. This time the old boy was so angry that he came to the Tianshan sect master Zhe Yuliang to fight Yu Yang and sue him, saying a lot of bad things about Yu Yang. What Yu Yang did not take you seriously, did not follow the rules of the door to the secret realm, kill other disciples to snatch treasure. When Sun Rongfei came to speak, it happened that the elder Sheng Tianshuan was also here. At that time he thought it was wrong. Yu Yang was not like such a person, there must be something hidden in the middle. After hearing this, sect master Zhe Yuliang slapped the table angrily and said, "How dare you not abide by the rules of the sect and have conflicts with other disciples and even kill people and steal treasures? How can you tolerate him and then go at him?" Sun Rongfei said, "You go back first, I know about this matter." Sun Rongfei listened to the heart at that time, let alone this happy, said immediately, "Sovereign, then I will say goodbye first." After this, old boy left happily. As soon as Sun Rongfei left, Zhe Yuliang said angrily, "Yu Yang was too much." After he finished speaking, he ordered someone to call Yu Yang over and let Sheng Tiancho stop him and said, "Sect master, wait a moment. In my opinion there must be something strange about this matter. This Yu Yang, as far as I know, he will not be such a person. In addition, you may not know the suzerain, but I heard that many disciples are talking about Hall Master Sun behind the scenes, saying that he is relying on steadfast law enforcement, in power, often accepting bribes. There are many other things about Sun Rongfei, so this time we can't listen to what he has to say. It's better to call Yu Yang over and ask." When Zhe Yuliang heard it, at the time, was there such a thing? What about the elders in your opinion? Sheng Tiancho said it immediately after hearing it. I meant to call Yu Yang over first to understand the situation. If it is really like what Hall Master Sun said, it is not too late to deal with Yu Yang. Zhe Yuliang listened to it. Speaking of good, according to the idea of the elders. After he finished speaking, he ordered someone to call Yu Yang, and soon this person came to Wuyufeng, where Yu Yang was located, and waited to tell Yu Yang about it. After suing him, Yu Yang didn't care at all and followed this person to Zhe Yuliang. Yu Yang first gave Zhe Yuliang and Shengshan Chou a gift as soon as he entered the room. Said to see the suzerain, see the great elder, and when the two heard it, they immediately said that Yu Yang is welcome, please take a seat. Yu Yang immediately said that the two old people have my seat here. Zhe Yuliang waved his hand and said, "Yu Yang asks you to do what you want. I called you here today because I want to ask you something, you." At this time Sheng Tianshuan also said that Yu Yang is welcome, you can do what you want. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, it was better to be respectful than to obey. After he sat on the chair next to him, he heard Zhe Yuliang ask Yu Yang, Someone said that you had conflicts with other people in the secret realm, killing people and taking treasures. There is such a thing. Yu Yang shook his head and said, Sect Master has nothing to do with this. Yu Yang will not do such a thing. Zhe Yuliang nodded in satisfaction after hearing this and then heard Yu Yang continue to ask, did the Sect Master Sun Tang sued me? After listening, Zhe Yuliang nodded, and when it came to business he looked at Yu Yang again, took the phone out of his pocket without haste and said to Zhe Yuliang, Sect Master, listen to this. Zhe Yuliang looked at the cell phone Yu Yang was holding in his hand. He didn't know it was a cell phone. He immediately asked Yu Yang what it was. At this time Sheng Tianqiu next to him spoke. The name of the Sect Master is a mobile phone. It is used by people on Earth for communication. It can make calls and have some other functions. After he finished speaking he turned his head, asked Yu Yang, to Yu Yang, what are you doing with your phone out? As soon as he finished speaking he heard Sun Rongfei's voice coming from the phone. Yu Yang, let's make a deal. You see how it is, followed by Yu Yang's voice. I don't know what kind of thing you want to do with me, Hall Master Sun. What about transactions? After a long time of trouble the recording that Yu Yang played was the same recording that Sun Rongfei threatened him just now. When he finished playing the recording, Zhe Yuliang, who was angry at the time, slapped his desk and said, Sun Rongfei is so bold, he actually relying on the fact that he is the head of the law enforcement hall to do such a thing. How can I tolerate him? And then he said to Yu Yang, tell me all the details of the secret realm. Yu Yang said it right away. Obey. Just like this Yu Yang will be exactly what happened in the ancient secret realm. I've said it all over again. After I've said it all, have a good amount of it. I've heard about it and I know about it. Sheng Shenqiu informs all the disciples in the sect to gather in the square of the big shop tomorrow. Sheng Tianqiu hurriedly said obey. And then sat down. At this time Zhe Yuliang looked at Yu Yang carefully. It didn't matter when he saw it. Zhe Yuliang was shocked. When it came to Yu Yang, you broke through the golden stage. So how did Zhe Yuliang see it? In fact, this is not surprising at all. On the one hand, the level of each has a lot higher than that of Yu Yang. On the other hand, Yu Yang has just broken through and he doesn't know how to hide his breath, so he let Zhe Yuliang show it. Come out. Yu Yang immediately said, reporting back to the sect master, I just broke through to the Jindan stage. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, okay Yu Yang, I didn't expect you to reach the Jindan stage at such a young age. Impressive. Yu Yang immediately said, thank you for the compliment from the sect master. After a few people chatted for a while, Yu Yang went back to his own practice of May Wind, and on the second day all the disciples of the Tianshan sect were all in the sky. Soon after arriving on the square in front of the main hall, Zhe Yuliang also came. When Zhe Yuliang came to the main hall he calmed his face. First of all he slapped the table and said that everyone gathered everyone today because there is something to announce. When everyone saw it they thought, what happened to our sovereign? The expressions on their faces were wrong today. Everyone didn't even dare to let out the air when they saw it and listened to Zhe Yuliang continue to speak. Hearing Zhe Yuliang he called out to Sun Rongfei from below. Sun Rongfei saw Zhe Yuliang's calm face. He was also a little trembling, didn't know what was going on. When he heard Zhe Yuliang call him, hurriedly stepped forward and said that sect master, I am here. At this time I heard Zhe Yuliang say that you are so brave Sun Rongfei, that you are the head of the law enforcement hall, framed sect disciples. Sun Rongfei thought to himself when he heard it, didn't he know about me and Zhang Wenxian conspiring to frame Yu Yang? He couldn't admit it. But there is no such thing. Zhe Yuliang slapped the table and said he was down but dared to deny it. After he finished speaking he turned his head and shouted at Yu Yang, come up. Yu Yang hurriedly walked to Zhe Yuliang. He heard Zhe Yuliang say and recorded the recording on his phone. Let him listen to it. Yu Yang took out his mobile phone without saying a word and released the recording. Sun Rongfei's voice was clearly heard in it. Now Sun Rongfei was dumbfounded. Yang is also evil. What is that thing in his hand? Why can I still hear my voice? How does he know that Yu Yang is holding a mobile phone? So when was Yu Yang's recording made? After a long time Yu Yang saw that Sun Rongfei was looking for him and he knew that this guy had nothing to do with him, so he quietly took out his phone and turned on the recorder, so he recorded Sun Rongfei's sound. Chapter 284 The Sad Sun Rongfei. When Yu Yang finished playing the recording on his phone, Sun Rongfei was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that what he said was all in the thing Yu Yang was holding. After the recording was finished, Zhe Yuliang slapped the table and said, Sun Rongfei, you are so bold, you have no rules. As the head of the law enforcement hall, since you can do such things, someone will arrest Sun Rongfei. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people came over, put Sun Rongfei's arm behind his back and grabbed him. This old guy was dumbfounded, and then Zhe Yuliang asked everyone below, everyone, which one of you has been threatened by him will tell you all today. At the beginning everyone didn't dare to say it because everyone thought and didn't know how much punishment would be imposed on him. Will he still be the head of the law enforcement hall? If the punishment is not serious, he will continue to serve as the law enforcement hall. The position of the Lord, if it is said in the future, then it is not allowed to wear small shoes. After waiting for a while, Zhe Yuliang saw that no one spoke. He said again, everyone just say what you have. I have heard what he did. As long as what you said is true, I will call the shots for you. Just as he finished speaking, there was a person in the crowd who came out with courage. This person was also a disciple of the Tianshan sect. The surname was Tian, called Tian Yongming. Tian Yongming was in the crowd just now. At first he didn't dare to speak. Later, when he heard Zhe Yuliang say something, he already knew that as long as someone said it, he would call the shots, and then he came out with courage. And then look at him take a few steps forward and say to meet the suzerain. My surname is Tian and my name is Tian Yongming. Zhe Yuliang said Tian Yongming as soon as he heard it. Do you have anything to say? When Tian Yongming heard it, he immediately said that I had been threatened by Hall Master Sun before, and I got a herbal medicine to list that. Giant Yin Dan. I originally wanted to break through the nascent soul period, find someone to make it into a medicinal pill and then use it. So that day I took the herbal medicine to the alchemy room to prepare for them to help me practice the giant baby pill. I didn't expect that Hall Master Sun happened to be there at that time. At that time Hall Master Sun also wanted to go to them to help refine the yin gathering pill for his son because there was no key herb in our sect at that time. Later, when I went to him and saw that I had all the herbs, he was concerned about the squid. The people in the single room at that time were busy, so I put the herbs to them and I went back. On the second day Hall Master Sun personally found me and asked me to give him the key herb, but I quit at that time. When he saw that I quit, he threatened me in a hurry and said, if you don't give me this herb, you won't get this medicine either. If you give me this herb, I can exchange it with you for something else, otherwise I will let you get nothing. I thought to myself, since I can exchange something else, that's fine. Anything is better than nothing, so I had no choice but to agree, so he gave him this herb. I thought that after I gave him this herb he would exchange it with me for something else, but after that day passed he did not mention it again. After he finished telling the whole story, the angry Zhe Yuliang shook his beard, slapped the table with his hands and said, Sun Rongfei, you are so bold, who gave you the right to do this? When the other people saw that someone took the lead and said it, a few others came forward and told what happened to them. At that time Zhe Yuliang hurriedly said, Sun Rongfei, is what they said just now true? Sun Rongfei saw that it was impossible for him to deny it anymore. Look at him kneeling on the ground and say that the sect master blames me. Zhe Yuliang was so angry that his eyes were bursting with rage. He pointed at Sun Rongfei and said, Sun Rongfei, I believed you so much back then and let you assume the position of the head of our sect's law enforcement hall. I didn't expect you to do it for me. If something like this happens, how can I allow you to come and arrest Sun Rongfei? The horned dragon sword in the back mountain of Guam will be removed from now on, and he will be the head of the law enforcement hall. Sun Rongfei was scared when he heard it, thinking that if he was really locked up he would be saved. Not only lost the freedom of life but also difficult to have a bright future. Think of this thought simply, I see if I can do some meritorious work. Just when people were about to take him down, he immediately shouted at Zhe Yuliang that the sect master waits first, and Zhe Yuliang asked immediately, what else do you have to say? Wrong, but I didn't do it alone to frame Yu Yang this time. Zhe Yuliang asked immediately after hearing it and quickly said, who else did this thing with you? Sun Rongfei immediately said that the suzerain's idea was that Zhang Wenxian gave me the idea. He found me and said that Yu Yang was nothing good man, let me pay attention to him, and then he told the whole story of what Zhang Wenxian said to him and how they conspired to frame Yu Yang. Zhang Wenxian was in the crowd at this time. When he heard Sun Rongfei tell him, he felt a buzzing in his head, thinking, how bad this old guy gave me out, I have to leave quickly. Thinking of here, he quietly retreated behind the crowd. At this time Zhe Yuliang heard Sun Rongfei say that the fire was even bigger. He slapped the table with his hand and said, someone brought Zhang Wenxian to me. Zhang Wenxian at this time just retreated out of the crowd before waiting for him to leave. He was caught. People got caught. When Zhang Wenxian saw that he was caught, he thought that everything was over. Thinking of this, he was dejected and ready to grab the top of the hall, but he could see that he could slap the table with his hand and asked Zhang Wenxian if what Sun Rongfei said just now was true. Zhang Wenxian didn't say anything now, nodded and said everything he said just now is the truth. You have nothing to do with our sect and someone will expel it from the Tiantian sect. As soon as Zhe Yuliang finished speaking, someone next to him came over and took Zhang Wenxian away. After Zhang Wenxian was married off, Zhe Yuliang said to Sun Rongfei as the head of the law enforcement hall, don't tell me let the disciples unite since you are still conspiring with other disciples to kill people. Someone put Sun Rongfei in the back cage and never let him out. Sun Rongfei hurriedly shouted, Sect Master, I know wrong, you can't do this. This Sun Rongfei wanted to frame Yu Yang but he didn't succeed. He wanted to make a contribution but he didn't expect to make his crime even bigger. In this way he was locked in the horned dragon sword and was never allowed to come out. Chapter 285 Young Genius. After Sun Rongfei was taken down, Sheng Tianqiu was next to him. When he saw it he immediately mentioned the suzerain. I had something to say. When Sheng Tianqiu heard it he immediately said that the suzerain Sun Rongfei, the head of the law enforcement hall, had been revoked and he had to choose another law enforcement hall head immediately. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, the elders are right then. According to your view of the position of the hall master of the law enforcement hall, who can take the position? Sheng Tianqiu immediately said that the suzerain should choose a person with integrity to hold the position of the lord of the law enforcement hall this time. Otherwise things like Sun Rongfei might happen again. Zhe Yuliang nodded when he heard it and said, the great elder, depends on who you think the position of the hall master should be. As soon as Sheng Shenqiu heard it he immediately talked about the suzerain. In my opinion the position of the hall lord was taken by Yu Yang. Although he is still relatively young this year, his character is absolutely fine. After listening, Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, then in the opinion of the great elder the position of the head of the law enforcement hall let Yu Yang take over. After walking a few steps I said, Sect Master, I am in Zhe Yuliang, and immediately said Yu Yang. Sun Rongfei's position as the head of the law enforcement hall has been removed. If the head of the law enforcement hall has not taken up this position it will be handed over to you and you will be the head of the law enforcement hall. Yu Yang hurriedly said, the suzerain can't have someone else, how can he be able to hold the position of the head of the law enforcement hall? Zhe Yuliang immediately said, Yu Yang, after so long we still have you in our consideration. You have such a rank at a young age, so you can assume the position of the head of the law enforcement hall and we believe that you can do it well. This time if you hadn't come up with the evidence in time to let Sun Rongfei fall under the law, I still don't know how many disciples he will persecute, so you have made a great contribution and specially reward you to practice in the giant spirit pagoda of our sect. Another law enforcement hall master, the position will be handed over to you. Sheng Tianqiu immediately said Yu Yang when he heard it. You should not refuse. You can afford this position. Thank you so much for your love for me. I will do my best to live up to the expectations of the elders and the sect master. The two nodded and said that from today you will be the master of the law enforcement hall. Zhe Yuliang stretched out his hand and took out a token. Going forward, the token of Yu Yang is the proof that you are the master of our sect's law enforcement hall. In addition, you can directly go to the gathering card to practice. Yu Yang took a few steps forward, stretched out his hands to receive the token and then stepped back a few steps and knelt on the ground saying, Thank you, Sect Master. Zhe Yuliang immediately said that Yu Yang is welcome, please get up quickly. Yu Yang immediately said thank you, Sect Master, and he stood up. Then Zhe Yuliang said, you are going to enter the pagoda to practice tomorrow. Yu Yang nodded and said obey. After you finish your practice a succession ceremony will be held for you. Yu Yang said it right away. After obeying the order, Zhe Yuliang waved his hand and said everyone can go back to their respective places of cultivation after the meeting. Go. While everyone was walking they were talking about each other. Did you see that? That Yu Yang was lucky. Since Sun Rongfei wanted to harm him he did not succeed, but let that Yu Yang seize the evidence, and some people said, hey, what the hell is that thing in his hand? Why is it still possible to get human voices in? Could it be a magic weapon? The other person shook his head and said not knowing what it was. Just like that, Yu Yang's name spread among the sects of Tiantian sect and Yu Yang returned to Wuyufeng where he cultivated. When Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu heard that Yu Yang had served as the head of the law enforcement hall of the Tiantian sect, both of them were very happy. In a blink of an eye a day passed. On the second day Yu Yang was ready to rush to the pagoda for cultivation. He didn't know where the pagoda was, but there was a mouth under his nose and he could ask. Yu Yang quickly came to the location of the Juling pagoda and saw this tower towering into the clouds. It is not easy to go to the spirit pagoda. It is divided into 58 floors. It is not only a good place for cultivation, but each floor will test the human body. Not only can cultivate the spiritual energy but also can exercise the human body. When Yu Yang came here there was an old man standing at the entrance of the tower. When the old man saw Yu Yang coming over he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Did you come here to practice?" Yu Yang he nodded, clasped his fists and said, "I am the suzerain, the old man, and I came here to practice. My surname is Yu and my name is Yu Yang." This old man immediately said that you are the new law enforcement hall lord Yu Yang. Yu Yang. After nodding the old man looked Yu Yang up and down. I was also secretly surprised in my heart, thinking that this young man will not be older than 20 years old at most this year. Since he has reached the level of the early stage of Jindan, it seems that the future will definitely not be in the pool. Thinking of this he immediately clasped his fist at Yu Yang and said, "Since he is the owner of the fish pond, please come in." After he opened the door of the giant spirit pagoda, Yu Yang turned around and clasped his fist at him and said, "Thank the old man." Yu Yang will leave after he finishes speaking. Approaching the Jin Tower. As soon as Yu Yang walked into the Juling Pagoda he saw that there was not only a lot of spiritual energy in the giant spirit tower, but also when he walked in he felt as if there was a big mountain on the top of his head and his body was under great pressure. Yu Yang understood at that time that this giant spirit tower is definitely not simple and it will definitely be very powerful to him after training. Thinking of Yu Yang's energy at that time he thought, since I have this opportunity I have to take good care of it. Thinking of this he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to practice. In a blink of an eye the morning passed. Yu Yang also felt that the pressure on his body was much less and he thought, why should I stop walking on it? Maybe the environment for cultivation better. To think of this he stood up and went to the second floor of my tower again. He was walking towards the second floor and as soon as he reached the last step Yu Yang suddenly felt the pressure on the top of his head suddenly increased and he almost didn't let him sit on the ground. Yu Yang thought that he was on the second floor. The cultivation environment is much better than the first floor. But he saw that the pressure on the second floor was not what he could bear, so he sat down on the steps and started to practice. In a blink of an eye about 2 hours later he stood up and walked to the second floor of the tower. It's amazing that he has reached the second floor. There is a middle of the road tower on the top of the tower. If people reach the second floor they will beat twice for life, and when they reach the third floor they will beat 3 times. He just went to the second floor of the tower and the middle of the tower on the top of the tower knocked twice. At that time everyone in the Tianshan sect was alarmed. Everyone thought, who has entered the gathering spirit? Did you practice in the tower? Could it be that Yu Yang? At this time the great elder was also alerted and he was victorious against the heavens. He thought to himself, what did the lifelong people above the giant spirit pagoda think? Is it because Yu Yang walked to the second floor of the tower? If so it would be amazing. I think it took me 2 days to get to the second floor. I didn't expect this Yu Yang to walk there in less than a day. The second floor of the Jin Tower, this is genius. Chapter 286 Shocking the Tianshan sect. Not only did he reach the early stage of Jindan at such a young age, but he also cultivated in the giant spirit pagoda. Since he can reach the second floor so quickly I would like to see how far he can go. It has lived for hundreds of millions. In a blink of an eye a day has passed. When it came to night I suddenly heard the bell on the giant spirit tower beating 3 times. It was a shock. I thought, no, well, could it be that Yu Yang has already reached the third floor, which is not bad. Thinking of this he immediately ran to the sect master Zhe Yuliang to save him. Zhe Yuliang didn't sleep at this time because he also heard the bell on the gathering pagoda and he was also surprised. He didn't expect that Yu Yang was so simple at such a young age and he walked on it within a day. The third floor of the Jin Tower, even when I was his age I couldn't do it. At this moment Shengshensho came in and someone from outside came in and reported to Zhe Yuliang that the first elder asked to see Zhe Yuliang and he knew Shengshensho at a glance. He must have come over after hearing the bell on the Juling Pagoda. Thinking of this he immediately said to this person, let him come in. The person promised to leave and after a while Sheng Tianshu walked in from the outside and as soon as he walked in he said to Zhe Yuliang and greeted the sect master. Zhe Yuliang waved his hand and said, great elder, you are welcome, please take a seat. As soon as Shengshensho sat down Zhe Yuliang asked the elder, if you came to me at night did Shengshensho come over after hearing the bell on the Juling Pagoda? He nodded and said sect master business. Having said that he then continued to talk about sect master. This Yu Yang is much stronger than I was at the time. It took me 2 days to get to the second floor. I couldn't get up to the third floor. The time has gone up to 3 layers and this child will definitely not be in the pool in the future. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said yes, even I can't even go to 3 floors in one day. This Yuyang is indeed not easy. Speaking of which, Sheng Tianqiu said that sect master, I was a little worried. Zhe Yuliang asked, Elder, I don't know what you are worried about. So I heard Sheng Tianqiu continue to say that sect master Yuyang was so young. With such ability, I am afraid that the future will definitely not be easy. It may be difficult for our little Tianqian sect to keep him. After listening to this, Zhe Yuliang smiled at Sheng Tianqiu and talked about the great elder. Why should he think so much? Someone like Yuyang is absolutely flying and ungrateful. Even if he leaves in the future, we Tianqian sect, I believe he will not forget our Tianqian sect. Sheng Tianqiu said to Zhe Yuliang after listening to it. The sect master said that I thought too much, and the two of them chatted until dawn the next day. After dawn, the two of them also came to the Juling Pagoda to see if Yuyang would come out today and wait for the two of them to come here. The old man at the entrance of the Juling Pagoda saw that the great elder and the sect master came, and he immediately came over and said, Meet the elders, meet the suzerain. The two waved their hands at him and said, Look, see if anyone inside wants to come out. As soon as the old man heard that, he obeyed the order. He watched the old man wave his hand and it showed a sign on the wall of the giant spirit tower. The pattern is like a video. Zhe Yuliang and Sheng Tianqiu looked up and saw Yuyang sitting on the ground in a winding stream and continuing to practice. Both of them thought to themselves at the same time after reading it, I want to see when this Yuyang will come out. At this time, Yuyang in the giant spirit pagoda has adapted to the pressure of the 3rd floor, and he has the idea of going to the 4th floor again. After a while, Yuyang stood up. Zhe Yuliang and Sheng Tianqiu, seeing Yuyang standing up on the screen, both of them thought in their hearts that Yuyang was about to come out. Who knew that Yuyang stood up and walked over to the stairs of the 4th floor? Both of them were shocked when they saw it and thought this Yuyang wanted to go to the 4th floor. At this time, Yuyang had already climbed the steps leading to the 4th floor. He had just climbed the 3 steps. Yuyang swayed a bit and the two saw Yuyang standing there and adjusted a bit and then walked up again. Going up quickly, Yuyang went up to the 4th floor of the Juling Pagoda. The bell above the Juling Pagoda also rang 4 times and the entire Tianqian sect was fried. Everyone is talking about it. What's going on? Why did the bell on the tower of the giant rang 4 times in a row? I thought about it 3 times yesterday and I thought about it 4 times today. It seems that this person is not simple. Some people say, have you forgotten? Didn't our sect master let that Yuyang, our new law enforcement hall master, go to the spirit gathering pagoda to practice? As soon as this person heard something, you mean is that Yuyang who went up to the 4th floor? The other one said as soon as he heard it, who else could he have? Didn't our sect master let him go to the gathering pagoda the day before yesterday to practice? As soon as this person heard about it, oh, it's incredible. It seems that this Yuyang is definitely not easy, since he can go to the 4th floor of the giant spirit pagoda at a young age. Even we can't do it. Let's go and see when he will come out. In this way, everyone dared to rush to the direction of the Juling Pagoda and walked over to the Juling Pagoda quickly, and a lot of people were surrounded by them. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Yuyang in the Jin Tower went up another 5 floors. At this time, Yuyang has come to the 9th floor of the Jin Pagoda. This Jin Pagoda is more difficult than the first layer, and the pressure is greater than the first layer. Yuyang at this time has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only his level, he has broken through from the original Jindan early stage to the later stage of Jindan, and his physical body is much stronger than before. At this time, Sheng Tianqiu and Zhe Yuliang were both dumbfounded, wondering how long this Yuyang could stay in there. How many floors can he go to? In the past few days he has already reached the 9th floor. It's not easy. At this time, Yuyang wanted to try to get to the 10th floor, but he thought to himself, if he doesn't go out again, will the people outside be in a hurry? Plus him, when he reached the 9th floor, he already felt a lot of pressure, and maybe the pressure of going to the 10th floor might not be what he could bear. So he thought about it, let it go out first. So he went down from the 9th floor to the 1st floor of the giant spirit pagoda, came to the door, opened the door, walked out. Everyone saw that Yuyang was gone, come out thinking that he is finally out. When Yuyang walked out of the giant spirit pagoda and saw that there were people on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors around the giant spirit pagoda, he still wondered and thought to himself what was going on. He didn't know why he was here for so many people. He went up to the 9th floor of the giant spirit pagoda in a row, which has caused a sensation in the entire Tianqian sect. Chapter 287. When he saw that Sheng Tianqiu and Zhe Yuliang were both there, he hurriedly stepped forward and said to see the sect master and the great elder. When they saw it they immediately said that Yu Yang was exempted from the ceremony. After Yu Yang stood up the two of them saw that Yu Yang's level had increased again and both of them thought in their hearts that Yu Yang was going against the sky. Not long after breaking through the golden core stage it has only broken through to the later golden core stage in the past few days. At this time Yu Yang was still a little stunned and asked the great elder sect master why so many people were around here doing what. When the two of them heard it they thought to themselves that you still asked wasn't this all attracted to you. Sheng Tianqiu said Yu Yang you probably don't know it yet it's just because of you that you are surrounded by so many people do you know how many days you went in? You really don't say Yu Yang went in to visit and practice I really don't know how long he has been in there. So after hearing Sheng Tianqiu's question he shook his head and said, Elder I really don't know how long I've been in. I heard Zhe Yuliang speak at this time. Yu Yang you may not know it yet. You have been in the Juling Pagoda for 10 days. These people are all attracted by you. There is a clock on the top of the Juling Pagoda. When you go to the first floor you will think about it for a lifetime. I really didn't expect you to be able to go to the 9th floor of the Taoist Gathering Pagoda at such a young age. Even when I was young I never went to the 9th floor. After hearing the bell these people all gathered around. After Yu Yang heard it he looked to both sides and saw that the people on both sides were looking at him with envious eyes. At this time Zhe Yuliang was facing everyone said everyone don't watch the fun let's go away first. When everyone heard the sect master spoke and then they all dispersed. At this time Zhe Yuliang said to Yu Yang now you go back to rest first and I will prepare a bigger succession event for you tomorrow Yu Yang. After Yang listened and agreed Yu Yang returned to Wuyufeng where he cultivated by himself. Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu were relieved when they saw that Yu Yang was back. After a long time of trouble after Yu Yang left the two girls were worried for several days which means that when Yang came back the two of them put their hearts down. As soon as Yu Yang came back he asked Meng Zhao if he was awake and the two shook their heads. Said he was not awake. Yu Yang thought to himself that he could only wait until he was done with all the things before trying to figure out why Meng Zhao fainted. Yu Yang walked up to Yan Meng Zhao touched his face with his hand and said Meng Zhao don't worry I will definitely cure you as soon as possible. Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu were standing next to each other and looked at Yan Meng Zhao with worried expressions on their faces. The two girls thought to themselves if it was themselves Yu Yang who fainted would Yu Yang be so concerned. After a while Yu Yang turned around and asked the two girls if I was away these days have you been practicing well? The two of them were thinking wildly in their hearts. They were listening to Yu Yang's question. The two of them came back to their senses blushed and lowered their heads. Yu Yang was still puzzled when he saw it and thought what's wrong with these two. Immediately after that he asked again what's wrong with you two? I asked the two of you and the two girls reacted when they heard it and immediately said that Master we have been cultivating well these days and we have not been lazy. Just like that Yu Yang Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu chatted for a while. Very soon one day passed and on the second day Yu Yang took over the position of Tianshan sect the head of the law enforcement hall. Yu Yang was called away early and when the succession ceremony began the entire Tianshan mountain all the people from Zong went to the square of the main hall. The people on the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor were crowded. Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu also came. The two watched Yu Yang sitting on the high platform and taking over. Both of them were very happy in taking the position of the head of the law enforcement hall. At this time the great elder Sheng Tianqiu walked to the front of the crowd and said to everyone today is the day when Yu Yang is the head of our Tianshan sect law enforcement hall. Next please give the new hall master luggage everyone a peculiar talk. Meet the hall master Yu Yang. Take a look at the top and wave his hand at the bottom saying everyone is exempt from the ceremony no ceremony you're welcome if you have any questions in the future please feel free to contact me. Please give a lot of advice. Everyone saw that Yu Yang didn't show any air at all. On the contrary he was very polite. Everyone thought, have you seen it? Don't put others in your eyes you look at Yu Yang don't look at his age he has held such an important position he can still be so calm and he is still very polite this person is doing big things this is Yu Yang's future is absolutely amazing and everyone is very happy. This is how things are in the world. Some people are happy and some people are not happy. At this time one person in the crowd is angry. This person thinks that Yu Yang you should stop pretending to be there. Your position as the head of the law enforcement hall belongs to my father. Now my father was arrested but you took up this position you waited for me as long as there is a chance I will definitely take your life to avenge my father. So who is this person? This person is not Sun Haichuan, the son of Sun Rongfei, the former head of the law enforcement hall. Put him down and wanted to seek revenge for Yu Yang in my heart. Let's not mention that the succession ceremony was still going on at this time, and suddenly the wind was wind and fire was fire from outside, and a disciple of Tianshan sect ran in. This person came in immediately running towards the great elder Sheng Tiancho. He ran over, and when he came to the front the man said it immediately. The big elder is not good now. There are people from Yao Wangshan outside our sect blocking the door. Let us hand over Yu Yang and say what to avenge their disciples. Shengshancho heard that this is not bad. Hurry up and take me out to see. I want to see what the people who want Wangshan want to do. Our Tianshan sect is not so easy to bully. After saying that he had defeated Tian Cho, he followed this disciple to the outside of the Tianshan sect and saw that there were probably 20 or 30 people standing in front of the Tianshan sect. The leader was an old man. He listened to the old man. Speaking of that, today do you want to call out Yu Yang, our Yaowang mountain, and your Tianshan sect invincible victory? Tianchui, come out and take a look and say to the old man, I want to see who is so dared to come and ask our Tianshan sect dignitaries. The headed old man heard this, looked up and said, who am I supposed to be? After a long fuss, it was the great elder of the Tianshan sect. What is it that your Tianshan sect wants to do the right thing with our Yaowangshan? Is it because your sect no longer wants to cultivate resources from now on? Chapter 288 Stepmother. After Sheng Tiancho listened, he said to the old man that Zhang Feng wanted us to hand over Yu Yang. You are really delusional. Yu Yang is now the head of the law enforcement hall of our Tianshan sect. This old man named Zhang Feng said to Sheng Tiancho, are you sure you want to fight against our Yao Wangshan to cover up this Yu Yang? Sheng Tianchu smiled and said, Zhang Feng, we are not trying to cover up Yu Yang. The first thing I want to know is how did Yu Yang offend Yao Wangshan? After hearing this, the old man named Zhang Feng said to Sheng Tiancheng, you also asked him how he offended our Yao Wangshan. You go back and ask Yu Yang why did he hurt our Yao Wangshan disciple. Take our Yaowang mountain in your eyes. After hearing this, Shengshancho thought to himself that there must be a reason for not asking Yu Yang to hurt Yao Wangshan's disciples. Usually Wangshan's disciples are domineering and do not take others seriously. What is the reason for this time? I don't know very well. Of course I am sure what I know. It is wrong to ask Wangshan's disciples. Thinking of this, he said to the old man Zhang Feng, I advise you to go back quickly. Let us investigate this matter and decide whether to blame Yu Yang or not. As soon as this old man named Zhang Feng heard something and asked me to go back today, your subordinate Yu Yang will be handed over and I will not finish with your Tianshan sect. From now on your Tianshan sect will not want to get any more cultivation resources. Sheng Tianchuan is really a little anxious this time after listening to it, so some people may ask why the Tianshan sect's cultivation resources are in the hands of Yao Wangshan. After a long time of trouble with Yaowang Mountain, the reason why he is called Yaowang Mountain is that they have a lot of cultivation resources in their hands. Your cultivation will require a lot of cultivation pills, so where do the medicinal materials for refining pills come from? These medicinal materials are all in the hands of Yao Wangshan, and Yao Wangshan monopolizes all the medicinal materials in the cultivation world. Although the level of the disciples in the Yao Wangshan sect is not very high, but they have the medicinal materials of the entire cultivation world and no one dares to offend them. On the contrary, there are many sects who want to curry favor with them. So it led to their disciples being arrogant and domineering, never putting others in the eye. The other people are also afraid to be angry, so last time in the ancient secret realm some of their disciples wanted to bully a girl, let Yu Yang meet them, and Yu Yang beat them up. When these people returned to the sect, they reported the matter to the head of Yaowang Mountain, and the head of Wangshan was furious on the spot. Slapped the table with his hand and the table in front of him was smashed to pieces. Gritted his teeth and said, okay, since the Tianshan sect is against us, it seems that they don't want the resources for cultivation. Zhang Feng has you wait for someone to go to Zhang that Yu Yang and get it back. The surname of the head of Yaowang Mountain is Qi and his name is Qi Tianao. As soon as he finished speaking, someone came in and reported that someone from Wanwaman asked to see Qi Tianao. He heard that someone at Wanwaman came and let them in. This person didn't have much effort to go out, so a middle-aged woman walked in. Outside, the woman said to Qi Tianao as soon as she walked into the room, Kimin has always been good. I have this right. Qi Tianao looked up and saw that the person in front of him was the deputy head of Wanwaman, surnamed Lu Jiao Lu Junjun. So what did the people from Wanwaman want Wangshan to do? Lu Junjun has been making trouble for a long time, but this time he was not at ease. After a long time of trouble, that man and two women in the ancient secret realm were working on his son and daughter. These three people are called Bao Juhua, Bao Wenyan and Bao Wenzhang. Pop Chrysanthemum is the eldest, Bao Wenjiang is the second child, Bao Wenyan is the third child and the youngest child. It is also pitiful to talk about this Bao Wenyan. When he was born, his biological mother died because of an accident. Later his father married another one, this middle-aged woman. So how did he come to Yaowang Mountain? It was also that day in the ancient secret realm that Bao Wenyan got an ice spirit holy fruit. This Bingaling sacred fruit is very beneficial to the cultivation of the body of ice. This Bao Wenyan happens to be the body of ice and cold, so after he got this sacred fruit of ice spirit he wanted to keep it for his own cultivation. But who knew that he encountered several disciples of Yaowang Mountain, not only to rob Bingaling Shengguo but also to be rude to him. At this time he encountered Yu Yang and asked Yu Yang to beat all these boys away. Since this Lu Zhen was really a stepmother, he didn't treat Bao Wenyan very well. Those two children were also brought over by him. When Lu Junjun married Bao Wenyan's father Bao Luliang, his two children followed Lu Liang's letter and named one Leopard Print and Pop Chrysanthemum. These two children are not a thing father Bao Luliang. So every time Bao Wenyan got something they would be taken away by them. Let's take this time in the ancient secret realm. Bao Wenyan got an ice spirit holy fruit. The two of them were thinking about how to take this ice spirit holy fruit as their own. When the idea came to ask for it, he ran into Wang Shan's disciple. The two of them hurriedly avoided when they saw that it was not good thinking about your life and death. And later Yu Yang and Zhang Bao Wenyan were rescued and the disciples of Yaowang Mountain were also beaten away, and the two came out after seeing it. The two thought that Bao Wenyan gave Yu Yang the holy fruit of the ice spirit, so when the two saw that Yu Yang was a nose for a sheep not a nose or a face not a face. So the chrysanthemum burst and Bao Wenyan was pulled away. Then you really don't say that the three people found something again. How do you know that Zhang Wenxian came to snatch the baby and the three teamed up to deal with him? 1. How did you know that Zhang Wenxian took the elixir to raise the level and the three people joined forces in an instant? His opponent. One of the messages was not paying attention and Zhang Wenxian was hit on the chest with a palm. At that time he vomited blood and fell to the ground and died on the spot. At this time Zhang Wenxian took the pill to upgrade the level and the time was about to come. When he was about to leave he shouted at the back. If he wanted revenge he would go to Yu Yang. Yu Yang asked me to burst chrysanthemum at that time. As soon as he heard it he hated Yu Yang and he didn't think about whether it was really Yu Yang who asked him to come. Along with Bao Wenyan he also held grudges together because he thought that Bao Wenyan gave Yu Yang and the other two people the way to return to their sect. He said angrily at Bao Wenyan, I see how you will explain to our father when you go back this time. The fact that the person who died in the text just now has nothing to do with you. Chapter 289. This Bao Wenyan is usually honest and doesn't like to talk, and when things go wrong he just resigns. He heard what the chrysanthemum said today and he couldn't say anything when he was in a hurry. He just said one thing. I don't blame me. As soon as the popping chrysanthemum hears something, I don't blame you, I blame you. You just wait and tell my mother when you go back, but it's good for you. After speaking the two of them walked forward with the leopard-printed corpse and waited until they returned to the Wanwaman. Chrysanthemums burst in the flower gate and immediately found the head of Wanhua Gate and told the matter again. There are two headmen in Wanwaman, one is Ding Wenxi and the other is Lu Junjun. As soon as Lu Junjun heard that his son was dead he asked anxiously at the chrysanthemum, how did he die in the text? After listening to the chrysanthemum she looked at Bao Wenyan and turned around and said to Lu Junjun, Mother, it's all because of Bao Wenyan that he died in the article. Lu Junjun immediately asked and quickly said, what the hell is going on? As soon as the chrysanthemum heard it she immediately said that the mother was my sister who killed the text with the disciples of other sects. Bao Wenyan listened to it next to her, but she was anxious and immediately talked about her mother. It wasn't like this, it wasn't like what my sister said. He just finished talking about the chrysanthemum and turned around and shouted at him, Sister, when are you going to tell the truth? Don't you think that our parents' attitude towards you is different from the attitude towards me and the one in the text? You hold grudges this time by taking the opportunity to go to the ancient secret realm together with Yu Yang of Tianshan sect. Let him kill Wenjiang. Didn't you give Yu Yang the ice spirit sacred fruit to collude with him to do this? If I hadn't run away quickly I might have lost my life. At this time Lu Junjun's face was pale and he slapped the table with his hand and said to the people on both sides who came to arrest Bao Wenyan and put him in the cave in Haoshan. As soon as the words fell a few people came over and they grabbed Bao Wenyan and took him down. Bang Chrysanthemum looked at the psychological relief and thought that Bao Wenyan would go to the cave in the back mountain to suffer and it would be better to die in it. At this time Ding Wenshi, the head of Wanwaman, felt that there was something wrong with this, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong, so he asked, "Is what you said just now true?" Upon hearing this, Bao Chrysanthemum hurriedly said that what I said was true. Ding Wenshi nodded and said, "I hope so. If what you said is found to be half-word false in the future, I will never forgive you." After listening to it, Bao Chrysanthemum was full of cleverness, and I thought to myself, could it be impossible to see what happened behind the back of the old guy? The first have to keep my composure, otherwise it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, he threw himself to the ground and knelt down and said to Ding Wenshi, the door chief, "Don't worry, everything I said today is absolutely true. As soon as Ding Wenshi hears it, you should get up." Bang Chrysanthemum stood up after hearing this. He was also guilty of a thief. At this time the clothes on his back were all wet with sweat. At this time I heard Lu Junjun say to Ding Wenshi, the head of the door, "The Tianshan sect is too deceiving. Since they dare to kill the disciples of our sect, they did not take our Wanwaman in their eyes and ask the head of the sect to order us to take people to reason with the Tianshan sect." Ding Wenshi heard it and said to Lu Junjun, "Don't act rashly before you figure out this matter. You can go to Tianshan sect, but you must figure out this matter, what is going on, and then make a decision." Lu Zhen, I really had no choice but to agree to it. On the surface I agreed. But he had already made a decision in his heart and wanted to avenge his son without telling Ding Wenshi. When he returned to his residence in the evening, he called the Chrysanthemum to his side and said that, "Chrysanthemum, seems to be impossible to count on our head to take revenge on the text. Only we can figure out a way by ourselves. Chrysanthemum, what method is suitable?" "Woolen cloth." As soon as I heard the burst Chrysanthemum, "It is difficult for us to take revenge on our own. If we want to take revenge, we can only go to Yaowangshan United." Lu Junjun thought about it and said, "That's good. If that's the case, then I'll look for it tomorrow. Don't ask Wangshan's gatekeeper Guo Ming to discuss it. See if they're willing to join us to explode chrysanthemums. Let's hear it." Speaking of mother, don't worry, they will definitely agree to unite with us because their disciples let Yu Yang beat him, and they must also want to seek revenge for Yu Yang. On the second day, Lu Junjun went to Yaowang Mountain without knowing Ding Wenshi and met the head of Yaowang Mountain alone. Guo Ming waited for him to talk about it in the future. Guo Ming heard it. "That's great. The alliance of our two sects is not afraid that the Tianshan sect will not agree to hand over Yu Yang." The last two people set a date as soon as they discussed it. The two sects led the sect disciples to the Tianshan sect at the same time. Since Lu Junjun is doing this, he is hiding it from Ding Wenshi and he has to lead his people out quietly, so he told Guo Ming that we will do this in 10 days. The family sect rushed to the Tianshan sect at the same time. Soon on this day, Yaowang Mountain has their great protector, that is Zhang Feng, led 50 tired disciples to feel in front of the sect of Tianshan sect. At this time I heard Zhang Feng say to Shengxian Chou, "I advise you to teach Yu Yang as soon as possible, otherwise from today onwards you Tianshan sect don't want to have a little cultivation resources." Sheng Tianxuan just wanted to talk after listening, and at this moment just behind him someone suddenly said, "I said, who is this? So bold to block the gate of our Tianshan sect, what do you want to do?" Sheng Tianzhou knew that it was Yu Yang who was speaking. He hurriedly turned around and said to the hall master, "Why are you here?" As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, "I heard that there were many people in front of our sect blocking me and asking me to come out to see me, so I came out." "How did Yu Yang come out?" After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang was sitting on the high platform just now and saw someone call Sheng Tianzhou away. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't take it seriously at first, but then he saw that he was late. When Sheng Tianzhou came back, he immediately felt that something might be wrong. He asked someone to tell Zhe Yuliang. He went out of the gate of Tianshan sect alone and went outside, and he heard Zhang Feng say that Tianshan sect should hand him over quickly, otherwise he would not give it to Tianshan sect. Training resources. Yu Yang hurriedly walked a few steps to the front of Shengxianchou and asked the elder what was going on. Shengxianchou told Yu Yang what had happened just now, and after Yu Yang heard it, he directed Sheng Tianzhou said, "Elder, don't worry about it for now. This matter is left to me." After speaking, Yu Yang took a few steps forward and clasped his fists at Zhang Fengyi, saying, "Old man, I know you may have some misunderstandings. There is a sentence. I want to make it clear that there is a misunderstanding in the matter of my beating up your sect disciples." Chapter 290. The name is really good. As soon as Zhang Feng heard it, he said to Yu Yang, "What misunderstanding was so easy as you said? Who are you? Hurry up and let Yu Yang come out as soon as Yu Yang hears the old man. I am Yu Yang." Zhang Feng looked at Yu Yang up and down and then said, "Oh, you are Yu Yang, then let me ask you why you want to fight against Wangshan." Yu Yang clasped his fist at him and said that the old man is not like this. I want Wang Shan to have no grievances in the past and no enmity in the recent past. Why should I oppose you? That was what happened that day. He just told what happened in the ancient secret realm that day. Zhang Feng immediately said that you said that our disciples were bullying others. Who can prove it to you? Actually, Zhang Feng listened to Yu Yang and he believed it a little bit. He also knew that some disciples in their sect relied on being a member of Yaowang Mountain and they bullied people from other sects everywhere, but in my opinion they brought people to the Tianshan sect with a heavy heart. When they came to ask someone to come they would retreat with a few words from Yu Yang. At this moment another group of people came from a distance and this group of people was brought by Lu Junjun who was working in Wanwaman. Zhang Feng saw that the people from Wanwaman also arrived. This time he felt that he had a bottom line and he thought that this time I would see if you can keep Yu Yang in the Tianshan sect. This Lu Junjun is bursting into tears when it arrives. Yu Yang, you come out, don't be a tortoise, I want to avenge my son. Yu Yang can hear clearly. Who is this? Sheng Tianqiu looked at Lu Junjun from behind and thought to himself what was going on. He immediately walked up to Lu Junjun and asked, are you the deputy head of Wanwaman? Lu Junjun, head of Lu Junjun when listened to raised her head and looked recognized. Immediately say that you are not the great elder of Tianshan sect who wins the heavenly feud. I also ask you Tianshan sect to decide for me. Sheng Tianqiu will immediately say what the deputy head of Lu has to say. Lu Junjun said immediately after hearing that Yu Yang, a disciple of your sect, killed my son in a message in order to capture the treasure in the ancient secret realm and asked you Tianshan sect to hand over Yu Yang and let me do it for me. The son takes revenge. Sheng Tianqiu was also a little anxious when he saw it and thought to himself, what should I do? Now that Yao Wangshan and Wanwaman are blocking the door, let us hand over Yu Yang to this matter. He didn't do this. If it was Yu Yang's malicious murder, then let's jong him. It's okay to hand it over, the key is that he didn't do it. At this time Yu Yang could hear Lu Junjun's words clearly. He came over immediately and said to Lu Junjun, don't spit your blood. This thing is not what I did at all, it was someone who wanted to frame me. Who do you think would sign up if he kills someone? Is this because they don't come to him for revenge? When Lu Junjun heard this, he knew that the young man standing in front of him was Yu Yang. This time he cried even more fiercely and said to Yu Yang, you murderer, you said that you did not do this. Who did you do? Can you prove that you dare to say that you didn't take the ice spirit holy fruit? After he finished speaking, he said to Shengshensho, if you don't believe me, go search. If the Bingaling holy fruit is found on his body or at his residence, then this person is killed by him. Sheng Tianqiu thought to himself, what should I do? If we insisted not to search or ask, Lu Junjun would definitely put a hat on our Tianshan sect to protect Yu Yang. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yu Yang with an inquiring look. Yu Yang understood at a glance what victory over the heavens meant. He immediately said, great elder, since he insisted on saying that I killed people, what did he say? The Bingaling holy fruit is here, so you can take someone to search it. Sheng Tianqiu was about to order someone to search when he heard it, when Lu Junjun said, hold on, I have something to say. Sheng Tianqiu asked as soon as he heard it, Deputy Chief Lu, what do you want? Say what? Lu Junjun said immediately, I don't worry, if you guys go in and search, I have to send someone to follow to prevent you from cheating. Sheng Tianqiu just wanted to talk when he heard it. Yu Yang waved his hand at him and said, since the first elder wants to send someone to follow, let him send someone to follow. Said, well, you send someone to enter with our disciple. In this way Lu Junjun sent a disciple of Wanwaman and he came back after walking with a disciple in Tianshan. As soon as the disciple came back, Lu Junjun immediately asked, how did you find it? The disciple shook his head and said that the deputy chief hadn't found Lu Junjun. What was going on in his mind? Could it be that he couldn't carry this ice spirit sacred fruit with him? And at this moment he heard Sheng Tianqiu speak, how about Deputy Chief Lu? I said no. Lu Zhen really thought that he must carry this ice spirit sacred fruit with him. Thinking of this, he immediately said Shengshensho was wrong. Even if he didn't find it, it couldn't prove that he didn't. It's possible that he took it with him. It's too early to conclude that he hasn't been searched. Sheng Tianqiu immediately said, Deputy Sect Chief Lu, I think you are going too far. Yu Yang must be the head of the law enforcement hall of our Tianshan sect. Now how can you let you search your body in front of everyone? Lu Junjun was very excited when she heard it and said to Shengshensho, I will say it anyway, this ice spirit sacred fruit must be on him, otherwise why don't you dare to let us search him? Woolen cloth. Shengshensho was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Yang, who was next to him, spoke, didn't the first elder and the others want to search me? Well, let them search, but if they can't find the ice spirit holy fruit, what should we say about this? Lu Junjun immediately said, Yu Yang, if you really dared to let us search you and couldn't find the holy fruit of the ice spirit, we will apologize to you from Wanwaman, and then I will take someone to leave immediately. When Yu Yang heard it wasn't that cheap. Before Lu Junjun could speak, the popping chrysanthemum was talking on the side. Yu Yang, we can't even apologize to you at Wanwaman, what do you want? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, who are you? I didn't talk to you, why are you interrupting? In fact, Yu Yang didn't have a bad impression of this popping chrysanthemum at all. When Yu Yang saw him for the first time, he felt that this person was not good, and Yu Yang rescued Bao Wenyan. Ordinarily they rescued your sister, you should thank them. He not only did not thanks to Yu Yang, on the contrary to Yu Yang, the nose is not the nose, the face is not the face, and Bao Wenyan was pulled away, and Yu Yang knew that this person was not good. Yu Yang has seen a lot of people, and he knew that the chrysanthemum was popping at a glance. This person is by no means good. When he heard the chrysanthemum talking, he said angrily, what are you? I didn't talk to you, what did you say? The chrysanthemum, when he heard it, he said, it's my mother, what's wrong with my words? I am his daughter. My surname is Bao and my name is Baojuhua Yu Yang. When I heard this name I was happy at the time. When Baojuhua saw Yu Yang and asked what you were happy about, Yu Yang held back his laughter and said, yes, chrysanthemum is a really good name. Chapter 291, Lost without a single move. Seeing Yu Yang's expression, Baojuhua knew that there must be something wrong, so he immediately asked Yu Yang angrily, what are you laughing at? Before Yu Yang could speak, Lu Junjun next to him said to him, chrysanthemum, you stand aside first. When Baojuhua saw that Lu Junjun had spoken, he glared at Yu Yang and stood aside without speaking. Lu Junjun said to Yu Yang, do you dare to promise us to let us search? Yu Yang and said to him that I still said the same thing, if I can't find the ice spirit holy fruit on my body, what do you do? As soon as Lu Junjun heard that, I still said that our Wanwaman apologized to you and I would take someone away immediately. Yu Yang shook his head and said, this is not acceptable. When Lu Junjun heard what you wanted, Yu Yang immediately said, I must be the head of the law enforcement hall of the Tianshan sect. Today I asked you to search your body in front of everyone. It will be hard to tell if this matter will be heard in the future. It's not difficult to search your body, but if you can't find the holy fruit of the ice spirit, you must announce it to the whole world and apologize like me. When Lu Junjun heard this, she pointed at Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, don't go too far. If you can't find the holy fruit of the ice spirit, since I have already promised our Wanwaman to apologize to you, I will not pursue me. How did my son Bao Wenjong die? I won't investigate whether it was you who killed him or not. You still want us to announce it to the whole world to apologize to you. We Wanwaman are not so easy to bully, Yu Yang said with a cold smile at that time. Then Yu Yang is not easy to bully. Since you don't agree, let's not talk about this matter. At this time Zhang Feng looked at the side and snorted coldly, humph. Yu Yang, it seems that you are really arrogant. It seems that you not only want to fight against Wang Shan and Wanwaman, but you also want to fight against the entire cultivation world, Yu Yang said to him when he heard it. How? Could it be that your two sects Yao Wangshan and Wanwaman can represent the entire cultivation world? It seems that your two schools want to wear a pair of pants. If so, I will see how you dare to scold me, Yu Yang. If you don't agree, then come over and let's try. Zhang Feng heard that. Yu Yang Jr., you are so big. Courage. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson, teach you how to be a man. And after I finished speaking, I saw that there was no wind and his clothes were screaming and his grade was exposed at that time. Sheng Tianqiu in the back was taken aback. Zhang Feng's rank is much higher than Yu Yang's. He is in the middle of nascent soul's rank, while Yu Yang is only in the late stage of Jindan, and he is superior to Tianqiu. He would definitely lose if he made a move. Thinking of this, he walked a few steps to Yu Yang's side and said, Yu Yang, you have to be careful. The reason is in the midterm and you are only a big difference in the level of Jindan in the later stage. If you start with him, it will definitely not be as cheap as you. In my opinion, you should not start with him. I think he dares to hire you. Yu Yang didn't care at all when he heard it and said to Sheng Tianqiu the Great Elder, don't worry, I will definitely be able to win Tianqiu with him. Heart said to Yu Yang, if that's the case, you must be more careful. If you think it can't be done, run to Yu Yang. To hear it, nodded and said, Elder, don't worry. So where does Yu Yang's confidence come from? Woolen cloth. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang's soul level has also increased after breaking through the late stage of Jindan. Yu Yang took a few steps forward and came to Zhang Feng. He deliberately said angrily, you go first, you are so old, I am so young, I will let you. Zhang Feng, he was so angry he said to Yu Yang that Yu Yang should stop talking nonsense. Should I use you? Hurry up and do it. Yu Yang shook his head and said, "No, no, no, I can't do it. If I do, then you won't have a chance to do it." When Zhang Feng heard this, his nose almost crooked, and he thought that it was just you and me and you freezing hands could I be defeated in one day. You are too crazy. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, "Take good care of Yu Yang, then I will do it. I want to see what kind of skills you have." And he raises his hand and prepares to make a move, but who knows that he has just raising his hand, Yu Yang was already on his way to the soul attack number, and a bow drilled out between his eyebrows and condensed his soul force into a long arrow on the bow. Just when Zhang Feng mobilized the real energy in his body to make a move, Yu Yang shot one before he made a move. At that time the arrow just shot into Zhang Feng's eyebrows, and Zhang Feng felt his head. It was as if someone had smashed it with a hammer. It was so painful, and with a scream he fell to the ground with a plop and rolled on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded and thought, "Is this Yu Yang so powerful?" The people who wanted Wang Shan were dumbfounded at first sight. They thought that our great protector was at the mid-level level. Since Yu Yang didn't hit the ground, what happened? They didn't understand the scene, but someone understood. Lu Zhen really knew at the time that Yu Yang was using the soul attack technique. I thought to myself, I really didn't expect that Yu Yang was so young that he would still make such a decision. It seems that if we fight here today, it will definitely not be as cheap as us. If you have an account, don't be afraid to settle it. Let's ride a donkey and read the album, and then we will find him to settle the account in the future. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, "Yu Yang, you are so bold. It seems that you don't put other people on the table. It's good in the eyes you wait for me. We Wanwaman are not finished with you." After withdrawing, he led the disciples of their sect to run away and asked the people of Wangshan to see that the people of Wanwaman ran away. They hurry up too. Someone quickly lifted Zhang Feng and ran off to win Tian Chou in a hurry. After looking at it from behind, he walked over and said to Yu Yang, "Yu Yang, you are in trouble now. But don't worry, no one dares to do anything to you." Yu Yang said to Sheng Tianchou that the trouble with the elder was my fault. Sheng Tianchou shook his head and said, "Yu Yang, where are you talking about? You are the head of the law enforcement hall of our Tianshan sect and a disciple of our sect. I don't blame you for this matter. We will naturally come forward for you." Yu Yang heard that. "Well, let's talk about this later. Maybe the suzerain is in a hurry. Let's go back first." So he and Sheng Tianchou returned to the sect. Zhe Yuliang seeing Yu Yang, and when Sheng Tianchou came back, they asked what was going on outside. Sheng Tianchou told what happened just now, and Zhe Yuliang said after listening, "HMPH, these people are going too far. Our Tianshan sect is not so easy to mess with." After he finished speaking, he said to Yu Yang, "Yu Yang, you can stay in our sect at ease. I see who dares to come to trouble you. The succession ceremony just now has not been completed. We will continue to hold the succession ceremony like this. After the succession ceremony is over." Yu Yang stopped Shengshanchou and said, "Great Elder, I have one. I want to ask you for help. I don't know if you can help." Sheng Tianchou. When he hears it, he immediately says, "If there is something, just say it." When Yu Yang heard it, he told Sheng Tianchou about Yan Mengjiao and Sheng Tianchou. At that time, when he heard that I happen to know more or less about medical techniques, let's go and see it. Yu Yang's top with Shengshan Chou. He came to Wuyufeng to see Yan Mengjiao. Chapter 292. Then some people may be very curious, isn't Yu Yang good at medicine? Why do you want to ask Sheng Tianchou to help Yan Mengjiao see a doctor? Actually, it's not surprising at all. What Yu Yang knows is only ordinary medical skills. It can still be seen by people on Earth. Yan Mengjiao is not a common problem. He also checked Yan Mengjiao himself before, but he checked the pulse for a long time, but he didn't find any reason. At that time he knew that Yan Mengjiao's problem was definitely not a common problem and must be related to the cultivation world, otherwise how did Yan Mengjiao get here? What about here? That's why he sought help from Shengshanchou and waited until the two came to the place where Mei Yufeng Yu Yang practiced. As soon as they entered the room, Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyue both gathered around. Yu Yang immediately introduced him to Sheng Tianchou with a finger. Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyue said, "Elder, these are my two apprentices. One is called Chen Xinyue and the other is called Yao Wenyu." After he finished speaking, he used his finger again. Said Sheng Tianfu to Yao Wenyu and the two of them to introduce to the two of you, this is the chief elder of the Tianshan sect, and I invited Meng Jiao to see a doctor. When the two heard it, they walked a few steps forward and said to Sheng Tianchou to see the elder. Sheng Tianchou immediately said that you are welcome, and then turned to ask Yu Yang, where is the patient? Yu Yang pointed to the room with his hand and said that the elder, please come with me, and the two of them walked into the room. Yu Yang pointed to the bed with his hand, and when it came to the elder, you saw that he was treating him. When Sheng Tianxiao heard it, he went to check on Yan Mengjiao before the bed and then asked Yu Yang who this girl is from. Yu Yang immediately said that the elder is my daughter-in-law. Sheng Tianxiu often goes to the earth. He naturally understands what the relationship between Yu Yang's daughter-in-law and him is. When he heard Yu Yang say that this girl is his daughter-in-law, he immediately said to Yu Yang, is this the girl's fault appeared in her soul and someone took him away? I don't know why this girl has just stepped into the realm of self-cultivation. Since her soul power is so strong, she almost devoured others. Because the souls of the two people have had a fierce struggle and now the souls of the two people have been hit hard. Yu Yang got anxious when he heard it. He grabbed the hand that would win Tianqiu and asked the great elder if there was nothing else he could do. Sheng Tianqiu shook his head and said, Yu Yang has this method. The reason why I just asked you what is the relationship with this girl is because it is very difficult to do that. Yu Yang hurriedly said, Elder, hurry up, what else can I do? No matter how difficult it is, I will make this thing happen no matter what. Sheng Tianqiu said after listening to Yu Yang, if you want to save this girl you must first reach the cause. After reaching the early stage of the cause on the 7th day of the first lunar month, you use your soul power to enter the girl's body. The soul of the Zhang family is taken out from the body and then the strong soul fruit is obtained and the girl can be cured by taking it. It's just that this strong soul fruit is a bit difficult to get. When it comes to this, Sheng Tianqiu paused. Yu Yang was anxious when he saw it and hurriedly asked the first elder, please tell me where can I get this strong soul fruit? Get. Sheng Tianqiu heard that Yu Yang now wants to get a strong soul fruit is not so difficult because this strong soul fruit can only be obtained by Wang Shan. Now you have offended Yao Wangshan and you want to ask them for a strong soul fruit. That is definitely not possible. Yu Yang was a little dumbfounded when he heard this, and then he heard Sheng Tianqiu say, Yu Yang, don't worry too much, the way is all people think. I believe there will always be a way, don't worry. Yu Yang nodded when he heard it and said, thank you great elder, but when he said so there was an idea in Yu Yang's heart, thinking no matter what I will get the strong soul fruit, even if go grab it I have to grab the strong soul fruit to wake up Yan Mengjiao. After a while Sheng Tianqiu also left, and when Sheng Tianqiu left Yu Yang also became worried, thinking how to get the strong soul fruit. In a blink of an eye half a month has passed. On this day Yu Yang was cultivating and stopped at the door of the room. Someone called him as Yu Yang, the owner of the fish pond. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang hurriedly ended his practice and walked out of the room. When he saw a disciple of the Tianshan sect standing in front of the door, he hurriedly asked, are you looking for me? Upon hearing this, the disciple hurriedly said, and Yu Yang the hall master waved his hand at him and said, you're welcome. Do you have anything to do with me? Hearing this disciple say, the sect master told you to go over immediately. Yu Yang knew something was wrong as soon as he heard it and said to the disciple, okay, you go back first, I'll go clean up first and I'll be there soon. The disciple agreed and left. Yu Yang turned around and entered the room with Chen Xinyu Yao Wenyu, and the two left after saying a word, went straight to the place where Zhe Yuliang was locked and walked over. When Yu Yang came here to see that almost all the disciples of Tianshan sect came, Sheng Tianqiu also entered the house. Sheng Tianqiu immediately said, come to the fish pond master, do it quickly. Yu Yang took a look directed at Sheng Tianqiu and asked the great elder if there was anything important. Sheng Tianqiu nodded and said, you do it first. Yu Yang sat next to him as soon as he heard it, and at this moment he heard Zhe Yuliang speak. Are all there? A disciple next to him immediately said, Sect Master Qiang is here now that everyone has arrived. Zhe Yuliang nodded after hearing this and said that he had called everyone over today because there was something very important to tell everyone. Because Wanwaman and Yao Wangshan were in front of our sect before, they did not get any cheap and ran away. Now they have joined the other 8 sects to talk about our Tianshan sect and let us hand over Yu Yang or expel Yu Yang from our Tianshan sect. Everyone knows that Yu Yang is not to blame for this matter. It is impossible for them to let us hand over Yu Yang and expel him, so today everyone gathered together to discuss how to deal with those 8 sects. What should we do if we look at this matter? Before everyone could speak, Yu Yang stood up and said to Zhe Yuliang that since this matter started because of me, I will go and settle this matter. No matter what, we can't implicate our Tianshan sect and leave this matter to me alone. When Zhe Yuliang heard it, he said to Yu Yang, where are you talking about? If our Tianshan sect couldn't even protect one of our own disciples, wouldn't we be ridiculed by the world? Who would dare to join our Tianshan sect in the future? Okay, don't talk about it, sit down. Yu Yang suddenly turned his eyes when he heard it and said to Zhe Yuliang, Sect Master, I have a way, I don't know if it will work. Zhe Yuliang hurriedly asked, oh, if you have an idea, tell me what it is. Then I heard Yu Yang say don't they want our sect to expel me. Well let's give him one and we will count on it. Chapter 293 Yu Yang's idea. When Zhe Yuliang heard it he asked, Yu Yang what kind of plan do you want to plan? Hearing that Yu Yang took a few steps forward and came to Zhe Yuliang. He leaned into his ear and said, Sect Master let's do this. After he finished speaking Zhe Yuliang asked Yu Yang if it was okay to do this. Yu Yang immediately talked about the suzerain when he heard it you can rest assured that this method will definitely work so what method did Yu Yang come up with? Don't worry you'll understand after a while. When Zhe Yuliang heard Yu Yang's confidence he nodded and said, okay Yu Yang then use your method first. If not you can go back to our school. At that time no one dared to do anything to you Yu Yang said after listening thank you sovereign. Everyone was very strange when they saw it. They didn't know what Yu Yang said to Zhe Yuliang just now. At this moment they heard Zhe Yuliang talking. Today everyone doesn't want Zhang News to walk out. Now our Tianshan sect wants to pretend to be Yu Yang fired. Anyone who walks a little bit of news will be dealt with according to the rules of the door everyone hurriedly said when they heard it. Sect Master we know I will never walk out half a word Zhe Yuliang after listening to it he nodded with satisfaction and said yes then that's it for today tomorrow it will be announced that Zhang Yu Yang will be expelled from the position of the head of the Tianshan sect law enforcement hall. We Tianshan sect. Everyone listened to the two monks and they couldn't feel the top of their heads. They didn't know what medicine Yu Yang was selling in this gourd. Soon the crowd dispersed. After the crowd dispersed Yu Yang said to Zhe Yuliang Sect Master I have one more request. Zhe Yuliang immediately said, Yu Yang what else do you want? Despite saying, I heard Yu Yang say I have no other request my request is to protect the people I brought with me after I leave Zhe Yuliang as soon as I hear Yu Yang you can rest assured after I left I immediately sent someone to take them to another place in secret to absolutely guarantee their safety. Yu Yang said that as soon as he heard it I would like to thank the sect master. If Yu Yang leaves Tianshan sect what worries him most is Chen Xinue Yao Wenyu and Yan Mengjiao who is still in a coma he has arranged all three of them now and he can rest assured now. And when he returned to Meiwen he called Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue over and said to the two of them I will be away for a while and someone will take you to a very safe place. After I leave you two must not cause trouble you must practice diligently and protect yourself. Meng Jiao waited for me to come back and the two of them listened and hurriedly asked Master do you want to go out? Will there be any danger? Yu Yang said as soon as he heard it don't worry I won't be in danger. I will go out to do some errands this time. After listening to the two of them they told Yu Yang that they must pay attention to safety when they go out. Yu Yang also agreed and soon on the second day the great elder of the Tianshan sect Sheng Tiancho and the suzerain Zhe Yuliang held a sect meeting to announce the removal of the post of Yu Yang Law Enforcement Hall's head and also expelled Yu Yang from Tianshan Mountain. The reason is that Yu Yang maliciously killed other sect disciples during the ancient times of adversity, causing conflicts between sects and sects so he was expelled from Tianshan sect. Announced the completion of Zhe Yuliang and asked Yu Yang at Yu Yang do you have anything else to say? As soon as Yu Yang heard about the suzerain I had nothing to say and as soon as Zhe Yuliang heard about it you should pack up and leave our Tianshan sect right away. Yu Yang left in dejection after hearing this and returned to Meifeng to pack up his application and left Tianshan sect. When he was about to leave Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu told her to come back early Yu Yang nodded and said don't worry. I'll come back right after finishing the matter and say Yu Yang and leave. That is as soon as Yu Yang left someone secretly came to Zhang Chen Xinue Yao Wenyu and Yan Mengjiao who was still in a coma and picked them up. Chapter 94 The Dumbfounded Yaowang Mountain. After Yu Yang destroyed the medicine field he turned around and walked back. When he returned to the place where he came from the one who was injured by him just now was still lying there. Yang came back and said angrily to Yu Yang how dare you to destroy our medicine field in Yaowang Mountain I think you have lived enough I already called someone just now Yu Yang listened to it. He said happily then you can just wait here sir I can go. The person who is going to the mountain will come soon. The person letting is not someone else it is Zhang Feng the great protector of Yaowang Mountain who is waiting for Zhang Feng to ask what is going on. This person will destroy Yu Yang just now to be sweet. After telling the story again Zhang Feng led people to the medicine field to see that the whole medicine field was in a mess but he was pissed off. After seeing this medicinal field is over there is not a single good medicinal material left. After reading it he gritted his teeth angrily and said Yu Yang Li Yao Wangshan and you are irreconcilable. This matter was reported to their head Chi Tianao. Then Yu Yang, after destroying this field, he left quickly, preparing to continue to destroy the next field. When he walked out of the mountain ring and stopped, he took the sketch out of his arms, opened it, glanced at it and ran forward. After a while he came to a piece of toasweet. When he came to this place, and there is a small house next to this to be sweet. Yu Yang can understand it at a glance. Don't ask, there must be someone guarding the medicine field. I really let him guess right. In the room next to this medicine field there is usually a person who lives here just to guard this medicine field. Yu Yang was discovered by others as soon as he arrived here. Yu Yang just walked in front of Yaoshan when he heard someone shout, "What are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, this person came to Yu Yang. Yu Yang looked up and saw that the person in front of him was probably about 1.7 meters old, about 41 or 2 years old. When Yu Yang heard the question from this person, he said happily, "Why is it that you Yaowangshan united with other sects and wanted Tianshan sect to expel me from you? I don't know who I am." This person was shocked when he heard it and said, "What are you?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "Serious business." This person immediately became alert and asked, "What do you want to do?" Yu Yang said to him happily after listening, "Don't be nervous, I'm not here today for anything else to say." He pointed to the medicine field and said, "It's just that I want to give this medicine field to today." Ruined as soon as this person heard what Yu Yang, "You are so loud today, you want to destroy this medicine field with me, Lu Desheng, you can't even think about destroying this medicine field today. Yu Yang, let me see where you are going." Above this person is the level of the middle stage of the cause. Yu Yang didn't see well, so he hurriedly made a phantom step. How far he dodged! At once Lu Desheng's palm hit the air and the force hit Yu Yang's body and hit the open space behind Yu Yang. I heard a rumbling sound. At that time there was a huge pit with a diameter of about 10 feet in the open space behind Yu Yang. When Yu Yang saw it, he felt a layer of cold sweat on his back, thinking about this just now. To hit me, I'm sure I won't die or be seriously injured. Yu Yang thought about it. Why should I bother with him? Just use the soul attack to knock it down. Thinking of this, he shouted at Lu Desheng, "What do you think this is?" When Lu Desheng heard this, he looked up. This time he was thirsty. Yu Yang had already used his soul force to condense a silver needle and looked up. At that time Yu Yang shot the silver needle between his eyebrows. This silver needle just shot into his eyebrows. At that time Lu Desheng screamed in pain, covered his head with his hands and fell to the ground with a thud. Yu Yang said that he was sorry, and after he finished speaking he wanted the piece Tian was also destroyed. After the destruction he turned around and left. Just as Yu Yang left, Zhang Feng arrived. How did Zhang Feng come? After a long time of trouble, after Yu Yang destroyed the plot of land just now, Zhang Feng reported to their headman Qi Guangwei when he went back. Qi Guangwei was furious when he heard it, and when it came to Yu Yang, "I didn't stop with you." After he finished speaking he continued to talk about Zhang Feng. "I now order you to give all the disciples of Yaowang Mountain to send orders to me to arrest Yu Yang." Zhang Feng heard and obeyed the order. Zhang Feng just turned around and suddenly turned again. "When I remembered something, I turned around again and came back to Chi Tianao and said to the head of the door, "I have one more thing to tell you about Qi Guangwei. Once I heard it, please tell me anything else." When Zhang Feng heard it, he immediately said that since Yu Yang, the head of the gate, could find the sweetness we had just now, he might be able to find other ones. Would he go to our other medicine fields to make trouble? Chi Tianao he nodded and said, "If it makes sense, then quickly send orders to all the guards in the medicine field. Be sure to pay attention to this Yu Yang and report to the sect immediately if there is any situation." Zhang Feng agreed as soon as he heard it and led the people down. He was about to deliver letters to all the guards who wanted to sweeten. He just happened to walk in front of this medicine field. It was a coincidence that he had just arrived and Yu Yang had just left. When he got here, Lu Desheng was lying on the ground unconscious. When Zhang Feng saw his head buzzing, thinking badly, he hurriedly walked to Lu Desheng and woke him up. As soon as Lu Desheng woke up, he said to Zhang Feng, "The great protector, hurry up and catch Yu Yang." Zhang Feng heard that. "Why did he destroy this piece of sweetness you were guarding?" When Lu Desheng heard it, he nodded and said, "The great protector is that I didn't want Tian to be protected well and let Yu Yang destroy Zhang Feng again." After hearing this, he thought that Yu Yang was so powerful. "I didn't expect the reason. Lu Desheng in the midterm is not his opponent. Wouldn't it be bad for us Yaowangshan to do the right thing with such a person? No, I have to report this matter to the chief." Thinking of this, he hurriedly told Lu Desheng about this matter. "No wonder you left. Hurry back to the sect with me to recuperate." And after he had someone carry Lu Desheng, he returned to the sect of Yaowang Mountain. When he came back to report this matter to Qi Guangwei, what did Qi Guangwei say when he heard it? Lu Desheng in the middle of nascent soul was not Yu Yang's opponent either. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, the head of the door, according to me I think it is better for us to find out this matter. If not, if we go against this Yu Yang he must be alone. If he really continues to fight with us Yao Wangshan, even if we catch him in the end we may lose a lot, too much to lose. When Qi Tianao heard it he asked Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Zhang Feng said to Qi Tianao with a fist, the head of the door, according to my opinion first check the matter in the secret realm. If it is it's really Yu Yang who maliciously opposes our sect. If he wants to kill people and steal treasures it can't be said. Even if we Yao Wangshan fight him desperately we have to catch him. If you don't blame him then it would be better for things to settle down sooner rather than later. Qi Tianao shook his head at the time and said that it would not work. Then Yu Yang was destroyed according to your meaning. We asked Wang Shan's 2 medicine fields. Is it destroyed in vain? Qi Tianao's voice just fell outside. The wind is the wind, the fire is the fire. A disciple of Yaowang Mountain ran in and saw the disciple while running and shouting that the sect master was bad. Yu Yang kept replying. We want sweetness in the 7 places of Yaowang Mountain. This time all the people present in Wangshan were a little dumbfounded after hearing it, and I really didn't expect this Yu Yang to be so fierce. Chapter 295 Yao Wangshan Compromise. Looking at his brilliance he asked Zhang Feng, the great protector, what should this matter be? Even if our Yao Wangshan doesn't want to hold him accountable he is still destroying our medicine field. As soon as Zhang Feng heard it he immediately mentioned the head of the sect. In my opinion he had to inform the Tianshan sect about it. Yu Yang must have been a disciple of their sect before, and he was also the head of the law enforcement hall of their sect. Where did Yu Yang go this time? They must know. We quickly sent people to Tianshan sect and asked Tianshan sect to help us find Yu Yang. After we found him we would inform him and tell him not to destroy our medicine field. We also told him that our medicine king mountain will no longer hold him accountable. After hearing this Qi Guangwei nodded and said, well, after finishing the idea of seeking medical treatment and protecting the law he continued to say, what if he continues to destroy our medicine field during this period? As soon as Zhang Feng heard it he said that it is not difficult for the head of the gate. Now we will inform all the guards who want to be sweet. Once we meet Yu Yang we will tell him that our Yao Wangshan will not hold him accountable. So Qi Guangwei agreed and said it has to be like this now, so he asked Zhang Feng to lead some people to other medicine fields, notify the guards and tell the information when encountering Yu Yang. He in addition sent 2 people to the Tianshan sect to seek help from the Tianshan sect. The 2 boys who dared to go to the Tianshan sect, one surnamed Ma and the other Yan. The one surnamed Ma is called Ma de Biao and the one surnamed Yan is called Yan Xiaofeng. These 2 were wind as wind, fire as fire, came to the door of the Tianshan school. At the door of the Tianshan sect there were 2 gatekeepers who came down from the mountain. The 2 did not know each other. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and asked, where are you 2 from? What are you doing here? As soon as Ma de Biao heard it he hurriedly said, we came from Yaowang Mountain and we came to the Tianshan sect to ask to see your suzerain. As soon as one of the disciples heard that he asked to see our sect master, did he have anything to do with our sect master? When Yan Xiaofeng heard it he immediately said that we have important matters to discuss with your suzerain. Please go in and send us a letter. We thank these 2 disciples a lot. Once you hear it you 2 will wait here and discuss. One of them goes in and sends the letter and the other one continue to stand at the door. After a while the disciple who went in came out and said to the 2 of them, you 2 go in. Our sect master let you in. The 2 of them thanked him and walked into the Tianshan sect. There was a person leading them in front and they came to the sect master Zhe Yuliang. As soon as the 2 entered the house they immediately gave Zhe Yuliang a car for 10 miles. When they saw them they said that you 2 are welcome, please sit down and say this. Someone brought stools for the 2 of them and asked the 2 of them to do a good job. Zhe Yuliang asked, what's the matter with you 2 coming to me? The 2 of them felt a little embarrassed when they heard it. They thought that we had joined other sects and asked Tianshan sect to expel Yu Yang. Now we want Wang Shan to let Yu Yang make trouble. We want to be sweet and now we have come to Tianshan sect to help us. The 2 of you can't talk without talking. In the end Ma de Biao said, Sect Master Zhe, we are here to ask you for help this time. Zhe Yuliang heard the question, ask me for help. Is there anything I can do for you? After hearing this Ma de Biao continued, Sect Master Zhe doesn't know if you know that Yu Yang who was just expelled from your sect caused trouble for our Yaowang Mountain and destroyed our sect in 7 or 8 places in one day. When Zhe Yuliang finished listening to it, he was secretly happy and thought this Yu Yang's guess is really accurate. Now Yao Wangshan really can't sit still and came to my door to come to me. Thinking of this, he was secretly happy and his face didn't take it. Directed at Ma De Biao and asked, then you Kim and Chief asked you to come to me, what should we do? Yan Xiaofeng hurriedly said, Sect Master Zhe, the two of us are here today because we want you to help us find Yu Yang so that Yu Yang will not be destroyed anymore. We from Yaowang Mountain will fill in Zhe Yuliang and listen to the two of them. Said now Yu Yang is no longer a disciple of our Tianshan sect. Where has he gone? How can I know? Ma De Biao hurriedly said, Sect Master Zhe still asks you to help me no matter what, and our sect head also said that there may be some things that we didn't find out before and it's our fault that we wronged Yu Yang. Zhe Yuliang thought to himself, since Yao Wangshan has already compromised, things can't be done too much. Yu Yang also destroyed their medicine field. If Yao Wangshan really doesn't pursue this matter, that's fine. Thinking of this, he said to the two of them, okay then, the two of you will go back first. We Tian Shan sect try to help you find Yu Yang. When the two heard that Zhe Yuliang had agreed to help them find Yu Yang, both of them were very happy. They stood up in a hurry and said to Zhe Yuliang, thanks Sect Master Zhe. Zhe Yuliang waved his hands at the two of them and said, both of you don't be too happy, I can't guarantee that I will find Yu Yang. The two of them thought to themselves, no matter what, as long as you agreed to help us find Yu Yang. They hurriedly said that it was all right and we would be grateful whether we could find it or not. As soon as the two left, Zhe Yuliang immediately took out a picture of a talisman in his arms called a communication suit, which was specially used for communication with others. He took out this communication suit to contact Yu Yang. After a long time of trouble, on the day Yu Yang left, Zhe Yuliang quietly stuffed Yu Yang with a few communication suits and told him that if there was any situation I would like to inform you that today. He took out this communication talisman and squeezed it in his hand and said to the communication talisman, Yu Yang, now you stop going to the medicine field in Yaowang Mountain. At this time Yu Yang was going to the place where the second medicine field was going. At this moment the communication talisman in his arms suddenly moved. He hurriedly took out the communication suit from his arms. Hearing Zhe Yuliang say let him stop harassing Yao Wangshan. Yu Yang knew as soon as he heard it that Yao Wangshan must have compromised without asking, so he immediately said obey. When the two ended the call, Yu Yang thought that he was done and the next step was to let Yao Wangshan beg me to return to Tianshan sect. Yu Yang at this time is not far from the next medicine field in Yaowang Mountain. He looked up. Suddenly a few people came in the distance. He took a closer look at one of them. He knew this person was none other than Zhang Feng, Yu Yang, the great elder of Yaowang Mountain, and he wondered how he got here. What? Zhang Feng also saw Yu Yang. At this time he hurriedly walked a few steps to Yu Yang, clenched his fists at Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, I can find you. Chapter 296. Yaowang Mountain is threatened. When Yu Yang heard it, he deliberately asked, why are you looking for me? Zhang Feng almost lost his breath when he heard this, thinking to himself, Yu Yang, you really know how to pretend. However, he had no choice but to force a smile and said, Yu Yang, there may be some things that we didn't find out about Yao Wangshan before and it's your fault. We are not looking for you for anything else but to tell you what happened before. We want Wangshan not to pursue it and decided to find out this matter. If it is really not your fault, we will not hold you accountable. Including you destroying our Yingtian, we will not hold you accountable. You see how Yu Yang will not hold you accountable as soon as he hears something, but I want to hold you accountable. I used to practice well in Tianshan sect and you have to contact many sects. Let's put pressure on the Tianshan sect to fire me. When Zhang Feng heard the question, what do you think? Yu Yang said happily, I don't want to do anything, I just want Yao Wangshan to explain to me, otherwise I will continue to make trouble. Since you won't let me Yu Yang feel better, then I won't let you have a better time with Wangshan. Let's just wait and see. Even if we die together, I will fight to the end with you. Yao Wangshan. Zhang Feng pointed his finger in anger. Yu Yang said, about you. He and you didn't say anything for a long time. Yu Yang looked at him and said to him, what's the matter? Are you not satisfied? If you don't agree, let's come up and do it. Yu Yang is so irritating. How dare Zhang Feng come up and do it with him, knowing that it can attack the soul. If he really wants to do it with him, Yu Yang will definitely let him do it again. He missed a move and fell to the ground. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, don't be too aggressive. You have destroyed so many medicinal fields in our Yaowang Mountain and we have not asked you to compensate for any loss. You still want to come and ask us for the King Mountains. Keep doing it right. When Yu Yang heard it, he said to him with joy, you have to figure it out. It's not me, Yu Yang, and you who want to fight against Wangshan. It's you who want to fight against me, Yu Yang. Since you have the ability to let the Tiantian sect fire me, then it is up to you to tell the Tiantian sect to let me Yu Yang go back, otherwise I have no place to practice this matter. If you can't do it, I will tell you anyway. I am Yu Yang alone and I will definitely make trouble. Yaowang Mountain will not be peaceful and I will destroy all of your Yaowangshan sweetness. In addition to this request, I have another request. If you want Wang Shan, you must give me a strong soul fruit. Zhang Feng thought at the time that this Yu Yang is really good and it has ruined us so much to be sweet now since he talked to us about the conditions. I don't agree and think that what Yu Yang said is also right anyway. He is alone, we must have such a big sect there and we want Wang Shan to rely on these medicine fields. If you really irritate him, if he keeps destroying our medicine fields, then we will suffer great losses from Wang Shan. Although there are many people in Yaowang Mountain, we may not be afraid of him Yu Yang, but what if we catch him? We want Wang Shan's medicine field to be destroyed by him. After repeated consideration, I decided to agree to Yu Yang's request. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, we can agree to your request and tell the Tiantian sect to let you go back, but if they disagree, that's them. Besides the strong soul fruit you mentioned, I have to go back and talk to our sect chief to see if he agrees to give it to you. As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, I don't care whether you go back and tell your sect chief or whoever you are, but I have to decide on this strong soul fruit. I will wait for you for 3 days. If you can't do these 2 things within 3 days, then I will continue to destroy your medicine field. Don't think about playing other tricks. All the tricks are not easy for me Yu Yang. If you agree to give the strong soul fruit, then send the strong soul fruit to the Tiantian sect and tell them to let me Yu Yang go back. After speaking, Yu Yang turned around and left, but Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to catch Yu Yang right away, but he knew it would not work. Just relying on Yu Yang's soul attack, none of them will be able to catch him unless his cultivation level is much higher than Yu Yang, and if he doesn't allow him to use soul attack, he can be caught. Even so, the soul power must be stronger than him because the soul attack does not need to be shot. Even if you catch him, he wants to use the soul attack to attack you, still can. After repeated consideration, I couldn't do anything to Yu Yang. I could only get angry and took these people back to Yaowang Mountain. When I told this matter to Qi Guangwei, the head of Yaowang Mountain, Qi Guangwei was also angry. And finally Zhang Feng continued, and Yu Yang also mentioned 2 conditions. As soon as Qi Guangwei heard something, he also made a request. What kind of request he made? Zhang Feng said the 2 requests made by Yu Yang as soon as he heard it. Qi Guangwei paused after listening to it and asked Zhang Feng that the guardian of the law should be according to you. As soon as Zhang Feng heard that the head of the door should be according to me, we have to go to Tiantian sect, or else if this Yu Yang keeps destroying our medicine field, we can't get all our disciples to see the medicine field. At that time it is still our Yaowang Mountain who will suffer. The Qiguang conference hall said that you mean his request, and we all agreed. Zhang Feng heard that the Taoist chief had no choice but to do so. When Qi Guangwei heard about Dao, he just gave him a strong soul fruit in vain. Wouldn't it be too cheap for him to be Zhang Feng? When I heard that Dao sect master has an account, are you afraid to settle it? Now we can't fight him. It's not too late for us to put him to death again. Qi Guangwei nodded and said okay, that's all. In this way he took out a strong soul fruit from the warehouse and handed it over to Zhang Feng so that Zhang Feng dared to go to Tiantian sect. Soon Zhang Feng came to the front of the sect of Tiantian sect. After the disciples went in to report, Zhe Yuliang immediately let him in. When he arrives here he will talk about it in the future. Zhe Yuliang, at the beginning he deliberately said, since Yu Yang has been expelled from us, there is absolutely no reason for him to come back. I don't know why your Yaowangshan has changed again. The idea is to come and let us recruit Yu Yang back. When Zhang Feng heard this, he smiled at Zhe Yuliang, which was uglier than crying. Sect Master Zhe, was our fault before. We shouldn't let you fire Yu Yang indiscriminately, and now we've decided to investigate everything. Chapter 297 Return to Tiantian sect. As soon as Zhe Yuliang heard that Yu Yang is no longer a disciple of our sect, and I don't know where he went. Since you have said this, I can only say that I will try to send someone to help you find it. Don't be happy if you get it, and don't blame me if you can't find you. As soon as Zhang Feng heard that, then I would like to thank Sect Master Zhe for saying this. He stretched out a hand from his arms and took out a box which contained the strong soul fruit. The grid is bright. When I mentioned Sect Master Zhe in front of me, this is what Yu Yang asked me to put here. This box contains the strong soul fruit Yu Yang asked for. He said that when he comes back one day, let you guys give this to him. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, okay, we will accept the things, but whether we can find him or not, it is not certain. As soon as Zhang Feng heard that Sect Master Yu Yang said clearly he still wanted to return. He came to your Tiantian sect, so it should be easier for you to find him. As soon as Zhe Yuliang hears about it, we will try our best to find him. Although he said he will return to our Tiantian sect, the primordial continent is so big that it is very difficult for us to find someone. Can we find him? It's all about luck. Zhang Feng said right away, as long as you promise us to help us find Yu Yang, our sect will find him and let him come back. Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, okay, that's what I said. Zhang Feng immediately said, okay sect master Zhe, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. After he left, Zhe Yuliang was happy at the time, thinking that this Yu Yang is really good. It seems that this Yao Wangshan is really in a hurry, otherwise they will not put down their face and come to our Tiantian sect to ask me for help in finding Yu Yang, and I promised to let Yu Yang come back again. Thinking of this, he felt very happy in his heart, thinking that this is why the wicked have their own grind. People like Yao Wangshan should let Yu Yang clean them up. Usually you see them relying on themselves to control the whole cultivation. Resources of the world, is invincible, does not put anyone in the eye. This time it is estimated that Yu Yang tossed them a lot, and see if they will be so mad in the future. This thing is too good. This Zhe Yuliang, the more he thought about it, the more happy he felt. He stretched out his hand from his arms, took out a messenger talisman, squeezed it in his hand and shouted at the messenger suit, Yu Yang, you can come back after a while. Yu Yang's site is cultivating in a very secluded mountain ring. He was practicing when he felt movement in the communication talisman in his arms. He hurriedly finished the practice and took it out to hear Zhe Yuliang's voice shouting after a while, you can come back. Yu Yang was very happy after hearing this, thinking that this medicine Wangshan finally compromised. And then heard Zhe Yuliang continue to say, I didn't see that your kid is really good and you got the strong soul fruit. Yu Yang was very happy when he heard that, thinking that he had the strong soul fruit. Just wait until it breaks through. Yan Mengjiao can be woken up when the cause period is over. After the call ended, Yu Yang was so happy, let alone mention it. In a blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On this day, Yu Yang pretended to let the disciples of the Tiantian sect find him and returned to the Tiantian sect. That is not long after he returned to Tiantian sect, he took over the position of the head of the law enforcement hall again. Yu Yang has been there all the time since he came back. This time hurry up to practice because he wants to hurry up and cure Yan Mengjiao so that he can wake up early. On this day, Yu Yang entered the Juling Pagoda again to practice. This time he entered the Juling Pagoda for 15 days, and Yu Yang also climbed up 10 floors from the original 9th floor. After half a month of practice, Yu Yang's level has made great progress. On this day, Yu Yang felt that the power of his body was running very fast and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly moving towards him. Converging, Yu Yang knew at a glance that he was about to break through again. Yu Yang doesn't look good, he is still in the Juling Pagoda. If he breaks through the cause period, he will accept the baptism of thunder tribulation. He is still in the Juling Pagoda. Giant tower. Is it broken? Thinking of this, he hurriedly suppressed the urge to break through, walked out of the Gathering Spirit Pagoda and came to a very remote place, and only then did he run his skills again and start to break through. After a while, a dark cloud covered Yu Yang's head. In this dark cloud there were lightning and faint thunder, and Yu Yang felt that at this moment there was a very majestic look staring at him. The reason for this time, Lei Jia was much stronger than when he killed Jin Dan Lei Jia. At this time he felt all the hairs on his body stand up. At this time Yu Yang couldn't have the slightest idea of resistance. If it continued like this, if Lei Jia came down, Yu Yang would definitely die. At this moment Yu Yang heard Yan Mengjiao calling him. At that time he just thought, right, if I fail like this or die, who will save Mengjiao? No matter what, I have to pass this thunder tribulation and I must succeed. Breakthrough. Thinking of this and seeing Yu Yang running the power in his body, he is ready to resist this thunder calamity. At this moment a flash of lightning flashed across the air and a loud bang was heard in the air. Yu Yang fell to the ground with a thud. You really don't say it, it's not ambiguous, this thunder calamity really let Yu Yang take it down. But looking at Yu Yang's hair, all of Yu Yang's hair has become yellow and even his beard is burnt out. After 2 minutes Yu Yang got up from the ground and shouted in midair, how? Sir, I can hold it, isn't it Lei Jia? Come and come and come again. At this time the dark clouds in the air seemed to be heard. Yu Yang turned into a violent tumbling and began to roll violently. In the clouds lightning flashed and thunder, and it was louder than before. Yu Yang thought to himself when he saw it, take risks. I thought even if I stay here Lei Jia won't let me go, let's just starve the timid to death, I can face him, and when I think of this I will see Yu Yang running in the body. His skill went up and Lei Jian rushed up. That is, as soon as Yu Yang was in midair, it was suddenly above his head and a thunder knot descended with a loud bang, watching Yu Yang fall to the ground with a plop from midair. Yu Yang almost vomited blood at this moment. It took him a long time to get up from the ground. At this time Yu Yang felt that after he survived 2 thunder tribulations his body seemed to have changed a lot and it was not as uncomfortable as before. This discovery made Yu Yang very excited, thinking that it seemed that Lei Jia wanted to spend this time but he was not so hard. Thinking of this he was full of energy and he began to continue to transcend the thunder tribulation. The reason is Lei Jia, which is more than the Jindan thunder calamity. The reason is Lei Jia, there are 81 heavenly thunders in total and soon Yu Yang will make 81 heavenly thunders. Lei all escaped just like this. Yu Yang successfully broke through to the 7th day of the reason. Chapter 298, Treating Yan Mengjiao. This time Yu Yang's physical body has also undergone a great change according to the original, and the muscles and veins in his body are also much thicker. After the breakthrough he stabilized the level again in place, put on the clothes and was ready to go back. Because this time when Yu Yang was about to break through he learned the lesson of the last time. Lei Jia had all his clothes removed when he broke through. This time when he broke through after he took off his clothes he returned to Meiwind when he was dressed. As soon as Yu Yang entered the room, Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu saw the expression on his face and knew that he would definitely succeed this time without asking him. The same 2 people also made up their minds secretly they must seize the time to practice can't drag Yu Yang's hind legs. At this moment Yu Yang asked them how Mengjiao was still a little movement, do not have it. The 2 nodded. Yu Yang walked up to Yan Mengjiao first and said to him, Mengjiao, don't worry, I have broken through the cause period now and I will be able to treat you soon. You will soon, it's almost there. After speaking he turned around and said to Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue, you 2 will protect me outside tomorrow morning and I will treat Mengjiao tomorrow. The 2 nodded hurriedly when they heard it, and then they heard Chen Xinue asking, Master, is there any danger in treating your mistress? Yu Yang heard that. Don't worry, there is no danger as long as no one disturbs me. No, if there is an accident Mengjiao will wake up tomorrow afternoon or at night. The 2 of them were relieved when they heard this, and soon it was the 2nd day. Yu Yang put Yan Mengjiao on the bed in front of him, lay down on the bed where he was cross-legged facing Yan Mengjiao and closed his eyes. It started to exert power. The first thing he has to do is to drive out another soul from Yan Mengjiao's body. This soul is the apprentice of Dongfang Yuan. And soon a white gas appeared on top of Yu Yang's head. After the white gas came out it slowly condensed into a human shape. This white gas was Yu Yang's soul body. Because after he breaks through the cause period his soul can leave the body freely. Reason 7 is the name suggests after the cultivation reaches this level the soul body also begins to grow. The higher the cultivation level the stronger the soul body. You can also leave the body freely. When the body is severely damaged the soul body can leave the body and look for the next body to take home. Soon Yu Yang's soul body condensed into a child and came to Yan Mengjiao's bed, turned into a white mist again and drilled into Yan Mengjiao's eyebrows. When Yu Yang came to Yan Mengjiao's stone sea he saw that the stone sea was messed up and there were 2 people lying on both sides. Personally the soul power of these 2 people is very weak and they have the possibility of being scattered at any time. So what happened? After a long time of trouble in the ancient secret realm Yan Mengjiao saw that Liang Wenbo was going to fight with Yu Yang, but he was worried. At that time he and Liang Wenbo had to fight for their lives. As for Liang Wenbo it was his bad luck. When the guy himself was taking the house he didn't take Yan Mengjiao seriously but he suffered a loss. Plus this Liang Wenbo who was seriously injured at the beginning and his soul was also severely damaged. If it wasn't for Dongfang Yuan to use the giant soul 3 to protect his soul he would have been devastated long ago. At that time when he was taking Yan Mengjiao's house he thought it would be very easy, and what he didn't even dream about was that Yan Mengjiao's soul force was so powerful that he almost devoured him instead. Although he managed to control Yan Mengjiao's soul in the end it also consumed a lot of his power. In this way he sealed Yan Mengjiao's soul in a corner of Shihai and was ready to devour Yan Mengjiao's soul completely when he reached a higher level in the future, but who knew that Yan Mengjiao heard it in the ancient secret realm. Yu Yang's voice forcibly broke the seal and he was desperate. This is something Liang Wenbo didn't expect and Yan Mengjiao caught him off guard. Originally the souls of the 2 were very weak and this next move would be bad. The 2 of them made a loss for both sides and their souls were almost lost, so Yan Mengjiao fell to the ground. Yu Yang entered Yan Mengjiao's stone sea today and the sea was no longer the same. At this time Yu Yang thought to himself, manage. Which one is Mengjiao thinking of here? He walked over to one of the soul bodies and carefully identified it. This soul body was Yan Mengjiao Yuyang. When he saw it, he didn't need to ask, the other one was someone else's soul body. Yes, I'll get his soul body out first and then let Mengjiao take the strong soul fruit and you're done. Thinking of this and seeing Yuyang coming to Liang Wenbo, he grabbed his soul as soon as he stretched out his hand. At this time Liang Wenbo couldn't resist if he wanted to resist, because Yuyang has now reached the cause period. His level was above him and his soul was stronger than him, so he suppressed him. He had no ability to resist, so Yuyang grabbed him, drilled out from between Yan Mengjiao's eyebrows and threw him aside. Liang Wenbo didn't have the strength to escape at this time. Yuyang at this time also knew that this soul body would not be able to turn over a big storm. After throwing him aside, Yuyang didn't care. Hurry up. After the soul returned to the body, first stretched out his hand from his arms, took after coming out of the strong soul fruit. He came to Yan Mengjiao, pried Yan Mengjiao's mouth open and gave him the strong soul fruit in order to get in. This strong soul fruit is just a little big and a small fruit. After Yuyang fed the strong soul fruit to Yan Mengjiao, his heart was relieved a little and he hurriedly helped Yan Mengjiao to sit up. He put his hand on Yan Mengjiao's back and began to exercise to heal his wounds. In fact, this Yan Mengjiao didn't have any injuries, the main thing was that the soul was severely damaged. After eating the strong soul kingdom, Yuyang lost a little charm to his body quickly and Yan Mengjiao's face changed. In order to wake up Yan Mengjiao early, Yuyang kept pouring internal energy into his body, which lasted for 2 hours in a blink of an eye. At this time when he was outside, the wind was the wind and the fire was the fire. A disciple of Tianshan sect came running. The disciple shouted as he ran, "Is the fish pond master talking to you about important matters?" Chapter 299. Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyue were startled when they heard it in the room, thinking, who is this? They ran here and shouted because when Yuyang entered the room to treat Yan Mengjiao, he made it clear to them that he must not. Someone came to disturb him, so the two of them walked out in a hurry when they heard someone shouting outside. Chen Xingyu hurriedly asked why. "My master is inside and there is something very important." "Who are you?" When this disciple saw that Yuyang was not there, two girls came out of the room and hurriedly asked the fish pond master whether he was there. "The master asked me to ask him to discuss important matters with him." Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu, as soon as they glanced at each other, Yao Wenyu said that my master has something very important inside and I don't have time to go with you now. "Well, let's wait for my master to finish his work for a while. We will tell him, let him hurry up and go to this disciple." Hearing this, his face shows a look of embarrassment and asks the fish pond master, what is he doing? Chen Xinyue was a little impatient when she heard it. Just when she was about to speak, she suddenly heard someone behind her saying that the sect master is looking for me. "I'll go right away." Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyue turned around and saw that Yuyang had come out. When they saw it, they hurriedly asked the master and wife how he was doing. Yuyang nodded and said, "Don't worry, he is fine, he should wake up soon." After a long time of trouble, Yuyang, who was treating Yan Mengjiao in the room, also heard a shout from outside. As soon as he heard the voice shouting in a hurry, he knew something was wrong. The complexion has completely recovered, but he has not woken up yet. Yuyang thought that it was almost the same. Thinking of this, he put Yan Mengjiao on the bed and then he came out. When the disciple saw Yuyang coming out, he was very happy and said, "I see Yuyang, the sect master," he said as soon as he heard it. As soon as this disciple heard it, he said that the hall master and the sect master have very important matters to discuss with you. Please go over to Yuyang immediately to hear it. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." After speaking, he turned around and said to Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyue, "I'll go there first to see what's going on. You guys can take care of Mengjiao at home," and they nodded. Yuyang followed this disciple and came to Tianshan sect, above the hall. Yuyang came here to see too many people. All the disciples of the Tianshan sect were all there at that time. Yuyang knew something must be wrong. Yuyang looked up and saw that Zhe Yuliang was sitting above the hall next to Sheng Tianqiu. After a while, I saw the great elder Sheng Tianqiu stand up, walk to the door of the big shop and said to everyone, "Everyone, called everyone here today. There is a very important thing to tell everyone. This matter concerns all of us. This matter is that we have received some information during this period of time. The demon clan has come to eat again. Now many places in the ancient continent have been occupied by the demon clan." When everyone heard it, there was a big chaos and they were talking about what monsters actually came to eat us again. At this time I looked at Shungshan Cho, made a silent gesture at everyone and continued to say, "Everyone, so what we have to do is to defend against the demon clan. Next we will choose a leader to lead our disciples tomorrow and dare to be stupid at the node between the Taiku continent and the demon clan to stop the demon clan from coming. After he finished speaking, everyone was discussing for a while to choose a leader. Who would the leader choose? At this time Sheng Tianqiu shouted at Yu Yang, Ma Wenbo and Dong Yuchen coming up, and the three of them hurriedly walked up to the hall. As soon as the three of them walked up to the hall, they heard Sheng Tianqiu say that the reason why the three of you were called up was because the cadre who led the disciples to deal with the demon clan fell on the three of you. To say this, he turned his head to face Yu Yang, said that Yu Yang will have you as the chief leader. Dong Yuchen is the deputy leader and Ma Wenbo is the vanguard officer. Ma Wenbo and Dong Yuchen both clasped their fists and said to obey. At this time Yu Yang suddenly remembered something. When he went to the ancient secret realm, he encountered a house. After he entered, he found that there was a martial arts cheat book in it. There is a letter that says that there will be monsters to invade the primordial continent and that there will be a catastrophe in the primordial continent. Is it fulfilled this time? And also said that the demon king of the demon clan will be resurrected. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to Sheng Tianqiu, Great Elder, I have something to say. Sheng Tianqiu immediately asked, What do you have to say? And then Yu Yang told the house he saw in the ancient secret realm that day and what was written on the letter he found in the house. After he finished speaking, Sheng Tianqiu was surprised and asked immediately, Do Yu Yang own this matter? Yu Yang nodded and said that it was absolutely true. The name written on the inscription on the surname was Yi Chunhua. Just at this moment Zhe Yuliang spoke to Yu Yang, who was sitting above. You said just now that you saw Yi Chunhua's letter. Yu Yang immediately mentioned the suzerain. When he heard it, what I just said was absolutely true. Zhe Yuliang was surprised when he heard what Yu Yang said at the time and said, Yu Yang, if this is the case, then we are all in danger this time. Yu Yang immediately asked what happened to the suzerain. Who is this Yi Chunhua? When Zhe Yuliang heard it, he immediately said, Yu Yang, this Yi Chunhua is not simple. He is also a young genius, thinking that when he was as old as you he had already reached the peak of the midterm cause. It was less than 30 years old when he broke through the God transformation stage, and the monster clan aggressively attacked in the year when he broke through the God transformation stage. Because the demon clan has made full preparations for this competition and has also planted a lot of spies among us humans, this meal has also caused us humans a lot of casualties. Later it was this Yi Chunhua who took action. He single-handedly defeated many leaders of the demon clan. In the end they had a demon king, the nine-tailed demon fox surnamed Lu Suzan. At that time Lu Suzan came forward and fought Yi Chunhua for 3 days and 3 days. There is no winner or loser at night. In the end Yi Chunhua saw that there was nothing he could do. He used the secret technique of burning life to finally defeat Lu Suzan, but he was also seriously injured. At that time he had an apprentice named Du Wenbao and took him away. I don't know where it went. This Lu Suzan was also seriously injured. Let us all go up together, caught him and sealed him in a cave in the Tianqi mountains. And later we drove all the demon clan people out of the primordial continent and let the people who are proficient in the formation method perfect the node a lot. After this matter is done we will start looking for Yi Chunhua, but we can't find it. But this time I didn't expect you to enter the secret realm and meet his wooden ground. This Yi Chunhua is also proficient in fate, and it is estimated that he has saved us human beings and will have this catastrophe, so he wrote a letter and put it in his house. I didn't expect you to get this letter. It seems that this is also fate. Yu Yang hurriedly said, since the sect master wants to revive the demon king, we must stop him and not let him revive. Chapter 300 I Want to Apprentice. As soon as Zhe Yuliang heard that it was easier said than done, just Lu Suzan who can deal with it. If he revives us humans it will be a big disaster. After he finished speaking he continued, no wonder the demon clan hadn't come to eat for so long that we humans have started to eat again. After a long time their demon king was about to be resurrected, but how did they know? Will there be any inner ghosts among us humans? It's too bad that we cannot rely on our Tianqian sect alone. If we want to prevent Lu Suzan's resurrection we must notify other sects to rush to Tianqi mountain to prevent his resurrection. Yu Yang hurriedly said, Sect Master, according to my opinion let's divide our troops into 2 ways to compare the demon clan at the node. Let the elder Sheng Tianqiu lead people over here and I will lead people to prevent the real resurrection of the rough sleeper. What do you think? Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, okay, then do it according to your idea. At this time Sheng Tianqiu, who was next to him, also spoke. Sect Master, Yu Yang's idea was very good. But it's not enough for Yu Yang to do it alone, so he quickly wrote to notify the other sects and asked them to send someone over together. As soon as Zhe Yuliang heard that it was good and the matter was urgent, I wrote a letter and said that he hurriedly brought a pen and paper and began to write the letter. He quickly wrote the letter and instructed several disciples to write the letter separately. It was sent out. After the letter was sent away, they made a new deployment. Yu Yang led Dong Yuchen, Ma Wenbo led the 500 disciples of Tianshan sect, and 3 people rushed to Tianqi mountain, and Shengshenshu led 500 disciples to dare to go to the stupid node to defend against the demon clan. I'll be ready soon. I'm ready to set off tomorrow. Zhe Yuliang, I'm ready to tell everyone that everyone will go back to rest early today, and he's coming out of the crowd before he can say it when he's ready to leave tomorrow. A little girl just listened to the girl calling grandpa and grandpa as she walked here. This girl is about 11 or 12 years old with 2 ponytails. She is very cute. Everyone hurriedly flicked to both sides when they saw it, and the girl walked into the main hall, and when she came to the main hall she walked directly in front of Zhe Yuliang. Zhe Yuliang hurriedly said, Yuner, why did you come here? I'll go back right away. And the little girl who called Yuner hurriedly said, Grandpa, I'm not good. I heard that another great person has recently appeared in our Tianshan sect. I want to know who this person is. I want to worship him as a teacher. So who is this little girl? This little girl is amazing. This girl's name is Zhe Xiaoyun, and his grandfather is Zhe Yuliang, the sect master of Tianshan sect. Zhe Xiaoyun is 12 years old this year. Don't look at his age this year. His cultivation level is not low. He has reached the level of the early stage of Jindan. After a long time of trouble, Zhe Xiaoyun went out with his father a while ago and only came back yesterday. As soon as he came back, he heard someone talking about Yu Yang, but it was amazing since he was able to defeat Sun Rongfei when he broke through. Some of them asked, is this Yu Yang really so powerful? I have heard someone tell me what happened in the ancient secret realm that time. But he is indeed quite powerful. He entered the Spirit Gathering Pagoda twice, and since he was on the 29th floor. At this time I heard someone say something next to me. What is this? Let's take him. Being expelled a while ago. Yao Wangshan has contacted so many sects. What if we put pressure on our Tianshan sect to expel Yu Yang? After being expelled he didn't come back in the end. As a result, the medicine field in Yaowang Mountain was destroyed so much by Yu Yang. In the end it wasn't because they sent someone to help us. Let's get Yu Yang back. This Yu Yang is too powerful. Zhe Xiaoyun heard all these comments. Zhe Xiaoyun thought to himself, is this Yu Yang so powerful? Thinking of this, he walked over and asked these people, who is this Yu Yang? As soon as he came over, when these people saw it, Zhe Xiaoyun hurriedly said, Miss, you don't know yet, this Yu Yang is a new disciple of our sect who just joined us, and immediately brought Yu Yang here. After such a long time I told Zhe Xiaoyun about it. After listening to it, Zhe Xiaoyun became interested in Yu Yang and thought, is this person so powerful? No, I'm going to meet this Yu Yang. If he's really that powerful, I'll have to take him as a teacher. My father always said that my cultivation progress was too slow. When he asked where Yu Yang was, someone told him that Yu Yang was practicing at Wuyufeng. Zhe Xiaoyun remembered this after hearing it. When he got home he didn't tell anyone about it. On the second day he came to Wuyufeng to find Yu Yang, but how could he know that Yu Yang was not there? Only seeing Yao Wenyu and Chen Xingyu, they said that Yu Yang was called away and said that the sect master had something to do with him. Zhe Xiaoyun thought very well when he heard it at the time, and he was in trouble for a long time. This Yu Yang was at my grandfather's place. When he thought of this he ran away happily. After inquiring about it, someone told him that now the suzerain and they are all in the big store. Where? He just rushed over, and when he asked which Yu Yang he was going to apprentice to, Zhe Yu expected. As soon as he heard it he said, don't make trouble. What poems should I go back to worship first? We have something to do here. Zhe Xiaoyun heard it. I can't act like a spoiled child right away. I can't, grandpa. I heard someone tell me he is very powerful. I have already heard that it is a 5-attribute physique, and he has reached the 19th floor twice after training in our Spirit Gathering Pagoda, and since he is still exploring the ancient secret realm he can be defeated by Zhang opponents, so I definitely want to take him as my teacher. Don't you always think that my cultivation is too slow? If a teacher taught me, wouldn't it be faster if I didn't practice cultivation? Anyway, I don't care, I must worship him as my teacher. Zhe Yuliang said as soon as he heard it, don't make trouble first, go back first, and we have very important things to discuss. If you want to take him as a teacher we will talk about it later. I don't know that. Zhe Xiaoyun hurriedly said, grandpa can't be a teacher now, but I have to know him no matter what. He is my future teacher. I will definitely be a teacher. Zhe Yuliang thought to himself, if not introducing Yu Yang and letting him know about this will definitely stop him from playing. Thinking of this he sighed, touched Zhe Xiaoyun's head with his hand and said, Okay, I'll introduce him to let you know. I usually spoil you. After speaking he said to Yu Yang, Yu Yang come over first. Yu Yang hurriedly took a few steps forward, came to the front of Zhe Yuliang. Chapter 301 Misunderstanding Solved. Just heard Zhe Yuliang say come to Yu Yang, let me introduce you to this. He pointed at Zhe Xiaoyun and said this is my granddaughter, her name is Zhe Xiaoyun. After he finished speaking he said to Zhe Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, this is Yu Yang. He just finished talking and didn't wait for Yu Yang to speak. Seeing that Zhe Xiaoyun took a few steps and came to Yu Yang, he threw himself to the ground and knelt down and said, Master, please accept me, that's all. Yu Yang was immediately stunned. Yu Yang heard what Zhe Xiaoyun and Zhe Yuliang said just now. To be honest, Yu Yang didn't want to take apprentices. Since Yu Yang came to the primordial continent he has encountered a lot of things and has always said that he has not made time to find Qi Mengru. He wished that he could hurry up and complete everything and spare time to find Qi Mengru. How could he have the heart to accept an apprentice? He heard Zhe Yuliang tell him to hurriedly walk over, thinking in his heart how to reject this matter. But he didn't know that Zhe Xiaoyun was kneeling in front of him. Yu Yang saw that Zhe Xiaoyun was young but his personality was very persistent. Now Yu Yang is really embarrassed. If he really refuses he will appear too impersonal. If he accepts him, how can he have time to teach him? He was in a dilemma when he heard Zhe Yuliang say, Yu Yang, this is my granddaughter, he heard about you and wanted to be your teacher. This child is also very talented in cultivation since he was a child. Since he sincerely wants to be a teacher, do you think if he can accept it? Of course, if he can accept it, he can accept it or not. You can say it anyway and it doesn't matter. In the end Yu Yang thought about it, let's accept it. After all, this child is still so young, it is rare for him to have a sincere apprenticeship. The big deal is that in the future all the things are done before officially accepting the apprentice. Thinking of this he immediately pulled Zhe Xiaoyun up. When it comes to get up quickly, I agree to accept you as an apprentice. Just the words of Yu Yang. At that time Zhe Xiaoyun said happily, thank you, master. Then Yu Yang continued, I can accept you as an apprentice, but for the time being it's just a registered apprentice and there is no formal apprenticeship yet. After all these things are done I will make time to officially handle apprenticeship. Zhe Xiaoyun, it's like a chicken zuomi. At this time Zhe Yuliang was also very happy when he looked at him and said to Yu Yang, this child has spoiled me since I was a child and sometimes I was a little disobedient. Now that you are his master, if he does something bad in the future you can beat him or scold him. Yu Yang hurriedly said, where did the suzerain come from? I think he is very sensible. At this time everyone is very envious when they see it and they whispered that you see that Yu Yang has accepted the granddaughter of the suzerain and the future is absolutely unlimited. Such a good life. Everyone looked very envious. There was only one person in the crowd who had itchy teeth at the time. This person was Sun Rongfei's son Sun Haichuan. Sun Haichuan saw that Yu Yang was expelled from the Tianshan sect. I thought that Yu Yang would not come back again, but how could it be known that Yu Yang came back again and resumed his position as the head of the law enforcement hall? Today I see that he has accepted Zhe Yuliang's granddaughter as his apprentice at that time. But this kid was pissed off. I thought, no, I have to think of a way to let Yu Yang know that I am powerful. This kid stepped back while thinking and quietly left the crowd. He really brought some trouble to Yu Yang later, we won't mention it for the time being. After Yu Yang decided to accept Zhe Xiaoyun as his apprentice, Zhe Yuliang saw that it was delayed for a long time and hurriedly said to everyone should go back and have a good rest today and we have to leave tomorrow. So everyone dispersed. Yu Yang also went back to the Wind in May. Zhe Xiaoyun and Zhe Yuliang went home together, and when Yu Yang came back he encountered a happy thing. What? After a long time of trouble Yan Mengjiao had already woken up, but her body was still very weak. When the two met, Yan Mengjiao burst into tears and said that Yu Yang blamed me for causing you a lot of trouble. As soon as Yu Yang heard what Mengjiao said, we too, is there any need to say this? At this time Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu both lost at first glance and retreated out of the room, leaving Yu Yang and Yan Mengjiao in the room. Yu Yang saw that he and Yan Mengjiao were left in the room. They took a few steps forward and came to Yan Mengjiao. Speaking of Mengjiao, do you still blame me? Are you still mad at me? At this moment even if Yan Mengjiao had anger in her heart, she was gone. After making trouble for a long time, after he woke up he asked Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu how he woke up, and they told about how Zhang Yuyang tried to save him. At that time Yan Mengjiao was also very moved. At this time when he saw Yu Yang he forgot all the previous things, and he also wanted to understand that since he loved him he had to love everything about him, and Yu Yang, and threw himself into Yu Yang's arms. Yu Yang suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Meng Zhao, how did you get to the Taiku continent? Yan Mengzhao, when he heard it, he told Yu Yang about how he came here. He was so angry that he thought that I don't care who the old man he met was, once I see him again in the future I will definitely settle the account with him. By this time all the misunderstandings between the two have been resolved and the clouds are scattered all day and the two have reconciled. At this time Yu Yang called both Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue in and they were also very happy. Yu Yang said to the three, I have to go out tomorrow, it may take a long time to come back. After listening to this the three of them asked in unison what was the matter. Yu Yang told the story of the demon clan's crime against the primordial continent. After listening to this the three of them were very worried about Yu Yang and asked this time. It might be dangerous to go there. According to you that nine-tailed demon fox is so powerful, can you handle him? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, don't worry, I'm not the one who went, I'll be back soon, you don't have to worry about waiting for me at home. Yan Mengzhao actually wanted to go with Yu Yang because he had just woken up to meet Yu Yang and he was going to be separated so soon, but he knew that Yu Yang would be in great danger this time and he was also afraid of dragging Yu Yang back. Soon, because Yan Mengzhao had just woken up to meet Yu Yang at night, the two talked for the whole night. Fortunately both of them were cultivators who hadn't slept all night, so they didn't feel sleepy. The level is relatively low, but he is also a cultivator. On the morning of the second day Yu Yang said goodbye to the three girls, left Mei Wind and came to the square in front of the Tianshan Zong store. At this time two teams of people gathered on the square. The two groups of people are all the way to be treated by the elder Sheng Tianwei and they dare to go to the node of the demon clan in the ancient continent to defend against the demon clan. Yu Yang led them to Tianchi Mountain to prevent the nine-tailed demon fox from sleeping in the wild. Resurrection. Chapter 302 Changes in Qi Mengru. Soon after the preparations were completed they were ready to leave. Yu Yang, Ma Wenbo, Dong Yuchen led 500 people who dared to go to Tianchi Mountain and Sheng Tiancho led another 500 people who dared to be stupid there. And soon Yu Yang and 3 people led the 500 people to the vicinity of the Tianchi Mountains. When Yu Yang arrived here he saw that the mountains overlapped and there were strange rocks. When Yu Yang saw it at the time he thought to himself, this place is so scary. As soon as Yu Yang called the two over he discussed whether we should set up a tent here and wait for the other sects to come over. Ma Wenbo and Dong Yuchen nodded and said okay then, so I found a high place, pitched a tent and stayed here. It was noon on the second day and people from other sects also arrived. On the second day the action began and the hillside was densely populated with people and there were thousands of people, plus the Tianshan sect. There are a total of 7 sects. I will soon be going into the mountain. Of course thousands of people can't go in. Only a part of them. Yu Yang and Ma Wenbo brought 50 disciples into the mountain and the rest let Dong Yuchen lead them and wait here. People from other sects also brought only some of them and the rest were left outside. When I got to the Yamaguchi place next to the 50 people led by Yu Yang there were probably 40 or 50 people. Yu Yang suddenly looked up and saw that the leader in front of the pair was a girl. Yu Yang saw that this girl was none other than Qi Mengru he was looking for. Qi Mengru also saw Yu Yang at this time. He didn't know why, but he was just stunned for a moment and led the person away again. Yu Yang thought to himself, what was going on? Mengru, why didn't he come to say hello to me? Is this girl Qi Mengru? It was really Qi Mengru who was in trouble for a long time, and Qi Mengru has also undergone great changes now. Now Qi Mengru's cultivation level has also reached the peak distance of the late stage of Jindan and the reason period is only 1 step away. This time he led the team to prevent the real resurrection of the nine-tailed god fox. Then why did he see Yu Yang just now but didn't come over to say hello to Yu Yang after just one look? It's not Qi Mengru's fault for this. After a long time of trouble since Qi Mengru was brought to the primordial continent he came to Shenfeng sect. Every day I think about Yu Yang and I don't practice well. Moreover he also misses his parents Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan also miss his cousin Yu Xiaoying, so he has no intention of cultivating at all. Finally Xie Wenqiu, the head of Shenfengmen, looked at it and thought, how can this be done? On this day he called Qi Mengru over and said to him, I tell you, you better practice diligently, otherwise you will never have to think about going back. Qi Mengru said in a hurry after hearing this, I don't care anyway, I don't want to be the head of any sect, you'd better let me go otherwise I won't cultivate well. After he finished speaking he didn't wait for Xie Wenqiu to say what, he turned around and went out. This made Xie Wenqiu angry, but he still couldn't do anything about Qi Mengru. What can you do to him? It's too hard to force. He is also afraid that Qi Mengru's temper is so fierce if something happens again it will be troublesome. At that time Shen Fengman will point to the future. What about him? In the end he rolled his eyes and thought of an idea and shouted at a girl next to him, Susu, come here. After a long time of trouble, this girl is the girl the former brought back to Zhongkamengru, called Yin Susu. When he heard Xie Wenqiu calling him, he hurriedly walked in front of him and said to the door chief, I saw Xie Wenqiu in his arms. He stretched out his hand and took out an elixir and said to Yin Susu that you should take this and let that Qi Mengru ate it. When Yin Susu heard this, she stretched out her hand and took the pill and asked the head of the door. This is Xie Wenqiu. He immediately said that this is called Wangqing pill. Unless you let him forget about Yu Yang, otherwise it will be difficult to calm down and practice. Yin Susu frowned when he heard about the head of the door. I'm afraid it's not good. Xie Wenqiu heard that there's nothing wrong with this. If he didn't forget the people he was thinking about, he would definitely not be able to cultivate well. Come on, let's do it like this, let's go. Yin Susu immediately said, what if he didn't eat it? Xie Wenqiu heard a stern look on his face and said, if he doesn't eat it, then tell him. If he doesn't accept Wangqing Dan, we will lock up the people he knows, including his family, all of them. All kills. Yin Susu at that time, although he didn't want to do it, he had no choice. The head of the door said, and he couldn't do it if he didn't. When I arrived at Qi Mengru, I told Xie Wenqiu what Xie Wenqiu had just said. At this moment Mengru was dumbfounded. There was no other way, so she took the forgetfulness pill, but this pill also had a weakness. Once Qi Mengru broke through the original sound 7, this pill will no longer work. Wangqing Dan, as the name suggests, is to forget emotions. Once he took Wangqing Dan, he forgot his parents and Yu Yang. This time he really devoted himself to cultivation. So he didn't come to say hello to Yu Yang when he saw Yu Yang this time. When he saw Yu Yang, he felt as if he had seen him somewhere, but he just couldn't remember. This time he didn't come alone, he came with that poppy element. Soon the two teams were staggered. Qi Mengru led the people into the mountain pass. While walking, Qi Mengru also thought, why did this person look so familiar just now? Where did he meet him? When he thought about it this way, he felt that his head was as painful as a needle stick. Yin Susu was horrified when she saw it from the side. She hurriedly supported Qi Mengru and asked, what happened to you? In fact, this Yin Susu was also startled just now. He also saw Yu Yang just now. He was afraid that Qi Mengru would think of Yu Yang coming, and when he left with Yu Yang it would be difficult to handle. He was relieved when he saw that Qi Mengru hadn't gone to talk to Yu Yang. At this moment, when he saw Qi Mengru shake suddenly, he knew that Qi Mengru must be thinking something. His head hurts. Qi Mengru is thinking here and Yu Yang is thinking over there, wondering what the hell is going on with Mengru. Why did you just glance at me and didn't come to say hello to me? And looking at the expression on his face, it seemed like he didn't know me. Could it be that he changed his mind? Later he thought about it again. There must be something wrong here. I have to make a mess of it. Chapter 303, Young and Promising. While thinking that, he also entered the mountain pass. After entering the mountain pass, Yu Yang put this matter aside for now, ready to finish this matter and go back to check the location of Shenfeng Gate and find a way to find out what happened to Qi Mengru. Have you really changed your mind? After entering the mountain pass and walking forward, there were probably more than 20 miles of people standing still. Yu Yang looked up and saw a big mountain standing in front of him. Yu Yang saw that the people in front were standing still. He still wondered what's going on, why are they all standing still? Thinking of this, he stretched out a hand from his arms and took out a picture. This picture was drawn by Sheng Tiano when he was coming. Because he was worried that Yu Yang had just arrived in the primordial continent and was not familiar with the terrain, he decided to I drew such a picture for him. At this time Yu Yang took it out and took a look. At this moment Yu Yang heard someone shout in the crowd, everyone, we can't just go in a daze. If something happens it will be a big deal. We have to choose a leader, all of us. Everyone listens to him. There is a way of being a human being without a head, and without a head, and a bird without a head, without a flight. Let's see how. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay, wondering who can be the leader of ours. At this time I heard the man continue to say that the person who is the leader cannot be the kind of person with bad intentions. He must have an honest character and he must have a certain amount of resourcefulness. Otherwise the leader will not play any good role. On the contrary, you have to suffer. At this time everyone noticed who was the person who shouted. Yu Yang also looked over at this time. Yu Yang saw that the person who was shouting was an old man about 60 or 70 years old, about 1.8 meters tall. This old man is not simple. The level of cultivation has reached the peak of the midterm cause. is a deputy head of Quanshanmanmen whose surname is Shui and his name is Shui Zhanzhang. When everyone saw him he heard someone ask Shui deputy head, "Who among us is qualified to be this leader?" Shui Jian heard it, looked at everyone and said, "Everyone. If you ask me now who is qualified for the position of this leader, I really have no way to tell you right now. Well, if you're willing to listen to me, I'll ask you a question." When everyone heard it they asked Deputy Chief Shui, "What question do you want to ask?" "Just tell me." After Shui Zhanzhang heard the question I wanted to ask, it was very simple. "We all know what we are here for this time. To be honest, this time we want to prevent the real resurrection of the rough sleeping is very dangerous. Everyone must be united, otherwise this operation will definitely fail. There are so many of us, we can't all go in at once. I think there are many young people in this crowd. If once all of us go in, what happens will have a great impact on the cultivation world, all of you." Now everyone comes up with a plan. Talk about how to deploy. After listening to this, everyone was thinking about how to deploy it. At this time someone said that the deputy head of Shui is very simple, so why not leave the young people outside and let the older ones in? Shui Zhanzhang said, "Of course not. If we let the older ones in, the number of people will be greatly reduced, and if Lu Susan is not stopped, no one who is present will be able to leave if he is resurrected." After listening to this everyone looked at each other in dismay, thinking that this would not work, so what else could they have an idea? At this time the person who asked the question just now spoke again. What should the deputy head of Shui do? Then Yu Yang spoke. "The old man, I have an idea." I don't know how Yu Yang speaks. He doesn't want to fight for the leader. I really didn't pay attention to Yu Yang in Shui Jian just now, and now he listened to Yu Yang Yi's words and he paid attention. When he looked up at Yu Yang, Shui Zhanzhang was surprised. He wanted to see how young he was since he has reached Yuanying early. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, "If you have an idea, let's hear it." Yu Yang immediately mentioned the old man as soon as he heard it. "My idea may not be easy to use. I'll talk about it first. How do you listen to Yu Yang continue to say, "My solution is that we will send in batches. First of all, this Lu Susan has been sealed for a long time. His strength will definitely have an impact. He must be brought down to death before his resurrection. The level of this rough sleeping is definitely not low, so we have to let people with high cultivation levels participate in the battle, and those with low levels of cultivation can just stay aside, and go up will be in vain. A few people attack him at a time in shifts. This wave goes up, that wave goes up, that wave goes up, this wave goes down, and there are only 4 to 5 people. Of course it depends on the level. If the level is compared, if it is low, then there will be a few more waves in a wave with a higher level. We have so many people here, and there are certainly many people in the nascent soul period and above who participated in the war. Those below the reason period don't need to participate in the war. After the breakup we will go down to prevent any danger." Yu Yang finished. Shui Zhanzhang nodded and said, "Yes, this method is great. May I ask you, young man, what's your name? Which schools?" Yu Yang, and when he heard it he clasped his fist at him and said that my surname is Yu and my name is Yu Yang. I'm Shuijian Zhongyi of the Tianshan sect. I heard it looks really young and promising. Well, you are the leader. Yu Yang shook his head like a rattle and said, No, I don't dare to take responsibility for the old man. How can I be qualified to be the leader of the crowd? Shui Zhanzhang, as soon as you hear it say no, young man, I think you have reached the beginning of the cause at a young age. This leader must be your responsibility. The idea you just came up with is too good. No need for anything else. I, Shui Zhanzhang, will obey you. If anyone dares not to listen, I will not agree. Everyone said in unison when they saw it, that's it, you agree to it as the leader of all of us, we all listen to you. Yu Yang saw that everyone agreed to reject it, but he said with a fist to everyone, thank you for your love for me and someone. If that's the case, then I agree to be the leader. If there is something wrong, I will also please give a lot of pointers. Everyone thinks that you are so humble at a young age. Among them there are people who want Wang Shan. Although they disagree with Yu Yang as the leader, but seeing that everyone else agrees, they can't do anything about it, so the leader's matter has been decided. After Yu Yang became the leader, he clasped his fists at everyone and said, everyone, since I, Yu Yang, are the leader, there are some things I want to make clear to everyone. First of all, there are national laws and family rules. Since I am the leader, I have to formulate some rules. All people must obey the orders and form full responsibility. When everyone heard it, they said in unison, don't worry, everyone will follow the order. If anyone does not follow the order, Yu Yang, who will attack us, in a group, nodded after listening to it and said, okay, if that's the case, then we started going into the mountains. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he first led the people forward and everyone followed behind them in a mighty manner. After walking forward, they came to a cave. Yu Yang stretched out his hand from his arms and took it out. I looked at the picture and said to everyone, we have arrived at the place now. Chapter 304. Next, everyone has to obey the order form. I still say that. If there is someone who doesn't obey the order, they must be punished, and listen to him after he continues. Yu Yang's voice just fell, and then look at all the people in the early nascent soul who walked out of the crowd. Yu Yang is so artistic. There are a total of 21 reasons in the early stage. Yu Yang looked at it and then said that there were only 21 reasons. Initially this number was definitely not enough. Everyone looked at each other and said yes, 21 reasons are definitely not enough. In the early stage, the nine-tailed fox Lu Susan is too much higher than us, and we are not necessarily his opponents if we play together. Yu Yang was also a little anxious when he heard it and thought to himself, what should I do? Yu Yang finally thought about it. Let's go ahead. If we can't stop it today, if that Lu Susan is successfully resurrected, none of us will be able to leave. That's how it is anyway. Thinking of this, he said to everyone has now reached the most critical time. We have no way to retreat since the 21 reasons are not enough in the early stage, then 10 will be at least in the later stage of Jindan. Yu Yang just finished speaking and 10 people from the late stage of Jindan came out of the crowd. Qi Mengru happened to be among these 10 people. When Qi Mengru saw Yu Yang again, the feeling of being in Yamaguchi reappeared. He always felt that he had seen Yu Yang somewhere. When he just wanted to think about this at the time of the incident, his head suddenly started to hurt again. He was so frightened that he hurriedly stopped thinking about it. At this time he heard Yu Yang say that all the people I called out just now will follow me and the rest will stay outside to prevent accidents from happening. Everyone was ready to enter the cave as soon as they heard it, and just when everyone said they wanted to go in, Yu Yang suddenly heard a loud noise in the cave. All of a sudden the earth was shaking, the rocks on the mountain were shaken and fell off. Everyone was terrified and they all said, what's going on? What's going on? Yu Yang was also frightened. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned around and said to the crowd, everyone hurry back. Everyone retreated when they heard the hula. That is, as soon as everyone exited they heard that they were in the cave. There was a roar inside. You lowly human beings didn't think that you have sealed me, Lu Susan, for more than 800 years. I am resurrected again today. This time I want to master the entire human world. After finishing speaking, a woman came out of the cave. Yu Yang, at that time I felt a chill in my heart. I thought it's over. Lu Susan has now been resurrected. It seems that we have enough trouble today. As soon as Lu Susan came out, the pressure on her body was so overwhelming that everyone couldn't even straighten their waists. Those with a higher level were slightly better, like those with a lower level they fell to the ground at once and some even vomited blood. Well, Yu Yang thought badly when he saw it. If we continued like this, none of us would be able to leave. Thinking of this, he said to everyone that all the reasons for the initial period came over. All the Jindan period were evacuated immediately and hurry back to deliver the letter to the sect. Yu Yang heard a burst of laughter as soon as he finished speaking. Why do you still want to leave? Since you guys are here today, don't even want to leave. I want to avenge your revenge for sealing me up for so long. After he finished speaking, he strengthened his coercion. At that time during the Jindan period, several disciples vomited blood and died on the spot, and Yu Yang glared 2 eyes at that time. Rushed to Lu Susan and said, even if I fight Yu Yang today, this life will not play with you. After finishing speaking, he first ran to Lu Susan and pounced on it, and everyone looked at the back and secretly raised a big finger. Congrats, that's good. Just at this time Shui Zhangzhong, the deputy head of Quanshanmen, spoke. Everyone, Yu Yang rushed forward and rushed up. Can we watch? I didn't hurry up to the crowd to hear it, and then I reacted and they all said, yeah, hurry up. Everyone just wanted to rush up but haven't waited to go up. At this time Yu Yang was about to pounce in front of Lu Susan and then look at Lu Susan standing there. He didn't move, and when Yu Yang was about to get in front of him, he suddenly raised his hand, just this one, and then Yu Yang flew out, fell to the ground with a plop and vomited with a puff of blood. He was injured when he came out. At that time Yu Yang fell to the ground and Qi Mengru was next to the injured Qi Mengru. He could see it clearly. When Yu Yang fell to the ground, Qi Mengru felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Just now he seems to be remembering something. Let's talk about it. I haven't remembered it yet. It's just a vague memory and it feels like Yu Yang is very familiar with him. This time Qi Mengru wondered who this person was. It didn't matter when he thought about it. His head hurt again and he fell to the ground with a plop. Lu Susan didn't want Yu Yang's life just now, otherwise Yu Yang would have died a long time ago. So the dream is like fainting and he can see it clearly, thinking about what's going on, what's wrong with him in the dream. What the hell did Shen Fengmin do to him? Thinking of this, Yu Yang's eyes were red at that time, but he was injured and there was nothing he could do. At that time he thought to himself, if Yu Yang can get out of here alive, I must find Shen Fengman and find out what happened to Mengru. If Mengru really has something to do with him, I will definitely not let them go. He just thought of this and heard Lu Susan speak. You lowly human beings should be slaves and get hurt without hitting me in front of me. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw it from behind, thinking that a master of nascent soul was injured before Lu Susan could make a move. At this time Yu Yang heard Lu Susan's words and said to him, you dead woman, you old witch, I tell you, don't be too complacent. Sooner or later you will fall into the hands of the young master, and the young master will you got shaved. As far as Yu Yang's words are concerned, everyone admired in their hearts, this Yu Yang is really good. They have not confessed. At this time everyone admires Yu Yang. Lu Susan is angry when she hears this, and she is angry at Yu Yang. He said, and the two of us are mad just relying on your words. I want to see how you caught me today. I will slowly torture you to death and then kill them, leaving none of them. After speaking, he raised his foot and ran towards Yu Yang and walked over to see that Yu Yang and everyone were in danger. Just at this critical moment, Yu Yang suddenly heard someone shouting Lu Susan from the top of his head, I see you dare to be mad at a certain family here. Lu Susan also stopped when she heard it, and when she looked up, Lu Susan was stunned. When Yu Yang heard this voice, he thought to himself, who is this? And here to help. Yu Yang just thought that the person who shouted here has come to Lu Susan. First glanced at Yu Yang, rushed to Lu Susan and said that Lu Susan did not expect to see you 800 years ago, and now you were resurrected again. Thank you, my master has counted, otherwise you will bring another catastrophe to mankind, and the sin is heavy. Today I do Wenbao must take your life. Chapter 305 Sneak Attack on Lu Susan. As soon as Lu Susan heard that you are worthy of my life, first he ran to Du Wenbao and rushed over to Du Wenbao. Lu Susan rushed over, and when he raised his hand, a palm shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Susan hit him. Looking at Lu Susan without any ambiguity, he raised his two hands and stretched out his two fingers. At that time two dragon claw-shaped shields appeared in front of him, and they met him at that time. Du Wenbao's palm shadow. At that time there was a loud bang in the air, and the shock wave spread out and everyone's clothes slammed. Everyone gasped, thinking that this is the high level and high level. The showdown between. Yu Yang hurriedly pointed at the people behind and said, everyone hurry up and retreat. Why is Yu Yang like this? Because he knew that people would not be able to stretch their hands in a duel like this. If they got too close they might be accidentally injured. Then Yu Yang struggled to get up and retreated to the back when everyone heard Yu Yang shouting. Only then did he react, and he hurriedly retreated back, probably more than 30 feet away. When everyone retreated to the distance and looked up again, at this time Du Wenbao and Lu Susan were already standing in the same place. The two of them hit the whole place that was more than 10 feet away and raised it to the ground, and there were still 2 or 3 on the ground. It was a huge pit, and even the hill behind it was taken down first. The two of them fought there in a blink of an eye for about 2 hours. Later Yu Yang found that Lu Susan was gradually losing a bit. Yu Yang looking at it like this, I thought that I should not let everyone do it alone. Well, I can go up and help him. Thinking of this, I will look at Yu Yang and quietly walk around behind Lu Susan from a distance. When everyone saw Yu Yang's move, they all gasped and thought to God, this is too dangerous, but they didn't dare to speak out for fear of being discovered by Lu Susan. Yu Yang came and stopped at a distance of about 2 feet from Lu Susan, stood there and watched, looking for opportunities because he didn't dare to get too close. Although Yu Yang is now at the initial level of the cause, he is still far from this high-level battle. So he turned to Lu Susan's back, waiting for the opportunity, ready to start. At this time Lu Susan and Du Wenbao moved their hands, but without paying attention Du Wenbao just hit him on the shoulder. When Yu Yang saw this, he thought that the opportunity had come. When I thought of this, I looked at Yu Yang again, reached out and pulled out the Haifeng sword from behind and stabbed Lu Susan in the back. Lu Susan also found out at the time, and it was too late. He hasn't stood firm yet, and he didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him from behind. This is also because he was too conceited, which led to his result today. Lu Susan was in a hurry and hurriedly came out with an invisible steam shield behind the famous sentence Yu Yang's sword. At that time I stabbed this shield. This black wind sword is not an ordinary health care, he is in the realm of comprehension, a breath of fresh air. At that time Yu Yang's health care just stabbed the steam shield just this time and suddenly heard a bang explosion. At that time the steam shield was shaken out a gap. Yu Yang's sword just stabbed Lu Susan on his back. He heard a pop. Lu Susan bit his teeth in pain, turned his head and ran towards Yu Yang and slapped her. If this palm hit Yu Yang, she would definitely vomit blood. Because he was injured, he was a little sluggish in his movement and reaction. Yu Yang saw that the sword was pierced, but only if Lu Susan was injured a little. He knew how far he could escape by pulling the sword back in a hurry. He turned around and slapped the palm before he hit it, and Du Wenbao started. This Du Wenbao had a fight. He noticed when Yu Yang moved over just now. He knew that Yu Yang was going to help him, so he didn't make a sound. Du Wenbao also took a lot of effort to deal with Lu Susan, although he prevailed, but he also spent a lot of skill. So when he saw that Yu Yang had passed behind Lu Susan, he knew that he wanted to come to help him, so he deliberately led Lu Susan to Yu Yang, and when he saw that Yu Yang had occupied the campsite, it was really not far away. Place to look there. Du Wenbao saw the hurried attack while Lu Susan was not paying attention. A palm just hit his shoulder. Lu Susan stepped back. Yu Yang hurriedly rushed over, and a sword just hit Lu Susan's back. When he saw it, Lu Susan turned around and wanted to hit Yu Yang, and Du Wenbao looked at it. Which line? Thinking of this, look at him again and stretched out a hand from his arms and took out a pagoda. After taking out the pagoda, I dragged it to the palm of my hand, input a trace of spiritual energy into the pagoda, and then looked at the pagoda. It rose from a little bit at that time, and it could be about a jong high. It didn't take more than 5 seconds from Du Wenbao taking out the pagoda to the pagoda's rapid growth. When Du Wenbao saw that the pagoda had grown up, he rushed to Lu Susan with a shake of his hand and threw the pagoda in the past. Then he looked at the pagoda and ran to Lu Susan, flew over. As soon as the pagoda flew over to him, Lu Susan felt as if something was covering her head, and she felt that it was difficult to get out of breath. At that time, when he turned around, he knew it was not good. At that time he had the idea of running away, but it was too late to think about it. It was too late. The pagoda was already on top of his head, in the pagoda. When Lu Susan was taken into the pagoda automatically flew to Du Wenbao again. Du Wenbao reached out and caught the pagoda, and the pagoda gradually shrunk in size. When everyone saw that Lu Susan was caught, they were relieved. At this time Yu Yang came over to Du Wenbao, clenched his fists at him and said, "Thank you for your help. May I ask your name and name?" Du Wenbao looked at Yu Yang up and down when he heard it. "Ask you or Yu Yang." When Yu Yang heard it, he clasped his fists at him and said, "I'm officially down." "How did you know my Du Wenbao?" "He was Ichiraku and asked, do you remember Yi Chunhua?" Yu Yang immediately asked, "Yi Chunhua, of course I know who you are." As soon as Du Wenbao heard it, "I was his old man's apprentice, and his old man arrived hundreds of years ago. There will be this catastrophe in the Taiku continent, and Lu Susan will be resurrected again." At that time his old man had been seriously injured to deal with Lu Susan. "I took him away at that time and told me before he died that there will be a great person in the future called Yu Yang. He asked me to give you a few things." After speaking, he took out the pagoda and said to Yu Yang, "The first is this pagoda. The name of this pagoda is Qibao Pagoda. The second thing is a book dedicated to teaching how to alchemy. The third thing is a martial arts cheats called Thunderstorm Boxing. The fourth item is also a book. This book is dedicated to teaching all kinds of formations. These 4 items will be of great use to you. My master has already counted this time in the primordial continent. The catastrophe must be resolved by you. Although I have already taken Lu Susan into this pagoda, he is not dead. He must be put to death before this crisis can be resolved." Chapter 306. The heavy girl was kidnapped. When everyone heard that they had just let go of their hearts, they raised their voices again, thinking, why, although this Lu Susan was caught, is this not over yet? Could it be that one day he can come out again? What should I do? Some people say don't talk, don't talk. Did not people say it? Only Yu Yang can resolve this crisis. Don't talk and listen. At this time I don't know where. Du Wenbao also took out the 3 things, and I said that Yu Yang will give you these 4 things from now on. I erased. This pagoda is a treasure. He will recognize the master. You can bite your finger and drop a drop of blood on it to conquer Yu Yang. As soon as he heard it, he said it was necessary. How could I such a precious gift? As soon as Du Wenbao hears about Yu Yang, don't refuse. This is also what my master meant by his old man, so you should accept these 4 things. After accepting these 4 things, immediately rush to the node between the primordial continent and the demon clan. Don't delay. The demon clan will be calling soon, and all things will be solved by you. Yu Yang, after listening, said, "Well, if that's the case, then I'll be more respectful than obedient." After speaking, Yu Yang reached out and took these 4 things and listened to Du Wenbao say, "Yu Yang, in addition, I will tell you one more important thing. This time the demon clan's eating and sleeping is one aspect. On the other hand, because there is a traitor among us humans, this traitor is not someone else but the head of Yin Yang Gate, Dongfang Yuan. Once you encounter this Oriental Yuan, you must not be lighthearted. You must put him to death. Of course, according to your current level, he is still far away. After accepting these 4 things, you must practice hard." Yu Yang listened. said at him with a fist. I am afraid it is difficult for me to complete such a big thing by myself. I specially invited the senior Du to stay and help us. You see how Du Wenbao listened to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, I also want to stay and help. But no, although I'm already at the late stage of God transformation, but my level is also improved by taking the pills with special effects to improve the level. If I didn't take the elixir to increase the level, it would be very difficult for me to beat Lu Susan just now. Besides, if you didn't help me, I think it might be more dangerous to win him. Thanks to you just stabbed him in the back with a sword. That's what wins. I have to go for a while now, the effect of the medicine will pass. Yu Yang immediately mentioned Senior Du when he heard it. If that's the case, then you should stay with us and I will send someone to take you back to the Tianshan sect right away. How? As soon as Du Wenbao hears that he can't reach it, I'll go first. I must hurry up and dare to go to the node of the primordial continent in the Yaozu. Don't delay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yu Yang watched from behind, rushed looking at Du Wenbao's back. He said, Thank you, Senior Du, I will. After he finished speaking, he stood there and kept looking at Du Wenbao's figure and completely disappeared. Then he turned around and walked in front of everyone and said to everyone, Now the people of all sects go back to rest first and then quickly dare to go to the node between the ancient continent and the demon clan. At this time the eyes of everyone looking at Yu Yang are different. Just now Du Wenbao said clearly that the safety of primordial continent is completely on Yu Yang's body. Teach him well, it is best not to offend. At this time Yu Yang asked them to go back to rest and recuperate. Hurriedly agreed, and then all dispersed. Each sect went back to their own sect and the rest were people from Tianshan sect. Yu Yang saw that everyone else had left. Let's go too, and said to everyone, let's go back to the sect as well, then take a rest and set off immediately. Everyone agreed after hearing it and then turned to prepare back to the Tianshan sect. Soon everyone returned to the Tianshan sect. Yu Yang was about to find the sect master. Zhe Yuliang said, then took a break and rushed to the node immediately. After returning to the sect, he let the other disciples go back to their respective residences to rest, and he came to the sect master Zhe Yuliang by himself. To this inquiries someone told him that the suzerain was not there. Said that his granddaughter Zhe Xiaoyun was kidnapped by others, and I don't know who is so daring to tie up sect master Ji's granddaughter Yu Yang. I thought that if this is the case, I will go back first and I will come later and talk about Yu Yang and then go back to Mei Wind. When I returned to Mei Wind, Yu Yang was dumbfounded when he entered the house. He found out that the three girls Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinyue and Yao Wenyu were not in the house. At that time he thought the three girls had gone out. I thought to myself, sect master Ji's granddaughter was kidnapped and the three of them disappeared. Could there be any connection? No, I have to find sect master Zhe to report this matter to him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly came to Zhe Yuliang. Don't tell me it's a coincidence that Yu Yang came this time. He just arrived here and Zhe Yuliang also came back. When he saw that Zhe Yuliang had lost Yan Mengjiao's three girls and told him about it, Zhe Yuliang was also a little dumbfounded. Asked Yu Yang, what do you think this could be? Yu Yang immediately said, Sect Master Zhe, I don't think this is a coincidence. It must be done by the same person. This person may be someone from within our Tianshan sect. After listening, Zhe Yuliang nodded and said, it makes sense. I was in a hurry just now and I didn't think that this matter would have something to do with our internal people. Check if there are any disciples out. Zhe Yu Bright Spot nodded and said yes. I immediately asked someone to check, and after he finished speaking he shouted to the outside, and just after the voice fell a person walked in from the outside and said, Sect Master. Zhe Yuliang said to this person, immediately go check all the disciples. If you have gone out today, hurry up and check it out and tell me immediately. This person listened to the order, turned around and went out. The person who went out soon came back and said to Zhe Yuliang that the sect master Wei had been found out. Zhe Yuliang immediately asked when he heard it, hurry up and tell me who went out. This person immediately said that he would report to the sect master this man. It was Sun Haichuan, the son of Sun Rongfei, the former head of the law enforcement hall. He went out this morning. I don't know where he went. Chapter 307, The Undercover of the Monster Race. As soon as Zhe Yuliang heard it, he said, hurry up and check it out for me to find out where he went. This man said it, immediately obeyed the order and went out after he said it. So does this have anything to do with Sun Haichuan? You really don't say that this matter is really related to him. After a long time of trouble, this kid saw that Yu Yang came back and resumed his position as the head of the law enforcement hall. He taught me a lesson, and the kid went home while thinking about it. While he was thinking about what to do for his father retaliate, just at this moment someone came in from outside. As soon as this person came in he immediately said, "Master, someone came outside to look for you." Sun Haichuan heard something. Someone wanted to look for me. Did he say who he is? Just listen to this person say. That person says his name is Zhang Wenxian. When Sun Haichuan heard this he thought to himself, why is this kid Zhang Wenxian looking for me? Wasn't he expelled from the Tianqian sect? Then he rang again, let him come in first to see what's going on with him. I heard that he also has a grudge against Yu Yang. It would be great if he could cooperate with me. Thinking of this he immediately rushed. He said to this man, let him in. After hearing this the man agreed and walked out for a while. Zhang Wenxian walked in from the outside. As soon as Zhang Wenxian walked in he said to Sun Haichuan, "Long time no see, Master Sun, how have you been?" When Sun Haichuan heard it he immediately asked, "What's your business with me today?" So how did this Wenxian come about? After a long time of trouble he held a grudge after he was expelled from the Tianqian sect that day, thinking that Yu Yang, the Tianqian sect, I am not finished with you. He walked forward while thinking about it, and at this moment suddenly appeared in front of him one person. He was thinking about something in his heart and walking forward he almost didn't bump into this person, and when he found out he suddenly raised his head and just wanted to scold. After opening his mouth he didn't say anything. Why is this person making trouble for a long time? His master Dongfang Yuan. Zhang Wenxian looked up and saw that it was Dongfang Yuan. He just wanted to speak, but before he could speak he listened to Dongfang Yuan. "Humph, you look so dejected. Do you just admit defeat with such a little setback? How can you do such a big thing?" When Zhang Wenxian heard it he immediately asked the master, "What can I do now? Now that I have been expelled from the Tianqian sect, what should I do next?" As soon as Dongfang Yuan heard it he said, "What does it mean to be fired? This time as a teacher I want to tell you that now we are going to prepare to go to the demon clan. Between the demon race and the primordial continent one of the nodes has loosened and it has not been discovered yet. I discovered it accidentally when I was a teacher. Now we just need to bring the demon race and let them occupy it. When the entire human world reaches that time, what Tianqian sect and Yu Yang are still at our mercy. At that time we will be the ministers of the demon clan. I also tell you one more thing, haven't you always wanted to find Yu Yang retaliate? As a teacher let me tell you that the opportunity has come. As far as I know, Lu Suzan, the god fox of Ninetails, will be resurrected soon. Yu Yang will definitely leave the Tianqian sect and lead the disciples of the Tianqian sect and dare to go to Tianqi mountain. Stop the resurrection of Lu Suzan, the Ninetails god fox. Even if he doesn't go to Tianqi mountain he will dare to go to the node to stop the Yaozu from eating. At that time there will be no one in the huge sect of Tianqian sect and the high ranking will play and we will have a chance. As far as I know Yu Yang didn't come alone when he came here. There are 2 Stephanies by his side. At that time let's find a way to kidnap those 2 Stephanies so we won't be afraid that Yu Yang won't eat." As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard about the master, then I have now been expelled from the Tianqian sect. If I go back and are discovered by them, won't I be forfeited by then? As soon as Dongfang Yuan heard Ichiraku say, "Don't worry about being a teacher, I have already made up my mind." As far as I know Sun Rongfei lost his position as the head of the law enforcement hall because of Yu Yang and he is still imprisoned in the cave in the back mountain of the Tianqian sect, so his son Sun Haichuan must have a grudge against Yu Yang and the Tianqian sect, as the saying goes. Well, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. So we have to find a way. Zhang's son Haichuan has drawn over to help us. Zhang Wenxian, who should be willing, heard about the master. "Your idea is really high." Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, don't say it anymore. Next we will wait for the opportunity. As long as Yu Yangyi leaves Tianqian sect we will act immediately." So from this day onwards the 2 of them quietly stayed around the Tianqian sect paying attention to the news. The 2 of them got the news that day. Yu Yang led the troops to Tianqi mountain and Dongfang Yuan called Zhang Wenxian Dongfang Yuan. Yuan said that your chance to retaliate your child is coming. You immediately go to Sun Haichuan to discuss how to deceive the 2 Stephanies beside Yu Yang. It is better that the Tianqian sect who can pay will not be at peace. Zhang Wenxian heard that good. Followed by listening to Dongfang Yuan continue to say, "After this is done I will leave the primordial continent and go to the Yaozu. As soon as I leave the primordial continent Yu Yang will have nothing to do. I will go there first as a teacher." After speaking he stretched out his hand from his arms, took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Wenxian. He said, "This is the place where the node that I just told you is loose. This is the map and then you can follow it. This map is there for the teacher to meet you. When Zhang Wenxian heard this, he happily took this piece of paper and put it in his arms and said, "Master, then I'll go first." Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." So Zhang Wenxian ran right away. The Tianshan sect is going to find Sun Haichuan. In this way he quietly came to the vicinity of Tianshan sect and hid. When the disciples at the door were not paying attention at night, he sneaked over quietly, turned over the wall, and after entering the Tianshan sect he found a secluded place to hide until dawn and then came to Sun Haichuan. When I saw Sun Haichuan, when I said what I wanted in the future, Sun Haichuan agreed as soon as he heard it and said, "Yes, I will help you with this task. We will not only get the two Stephanies beside Yu Yang away, but also I have to find a way to take away Zhe Yuliang's granddaughter as well. That little girl looks pretty good, so it belongs to me." He was hot and said the words just now, and then he thought calmly and said to Zhang Wenxian, "I'm afraid this can't be done. Tianshan sect also has many disciples in the primordial continent. If they give orders, arrest us everywhere and we can't leave." Zhang Wenxian said with a sneer after listening, "Don't worry, when Master Sun arrives I will take you to a place so that if they can't find you, just say whether you do it or not." Sun Haichuan thought about it for a while, then turned his heart hard and said, "Yes, I've done it." Zhang Wenxian nodded and said, "Yes, this is enough to be a hero. How can we fool the two Stephanies beside Yu Yang?" Sun Haichuan heard it. "It's not difficult as long as we say that Yu Yang was injured outside. Let the two of them go and they will definitely follow. The most difficult thing to do is that Zhe Yuliang's granddaughter has to figure out how to get him away." So the two of them made a plan. The two thought about it for a long time, but in the end they didn't think of any good ideas. Zhang Wenxian said at the last look that it can't be done. This matter can't be dragged on any longer, and if it drags on, I'm afraid there will be more nightmares. If Yu Yang comes back again, what are we going to do? Nothing can be done. Even if you can't get Zhe Yuliang's granddaughter away, it would be great if you can get the two Stephanies next to Yu Yang. Those two Stephanies are so beautiful. We will be alone at that time. If Yu Yang is caught by Yu Yang, I know I'm probably going to be pissed off. After that the two laughed. Sun Haichuan finally said, "Yes, so let's do it this way." So the two boys have made up their minds and are ready to go to Meifeng to kidnap Chen Xingyu and Yao Wenyu, two people. Chapter 311. Just walking forward not far, Yu Yang found a few breaths lock on in the grass next to it. He stopped immediately and the 30 disciples behind him felt it and they all stood behind Yu Yang. Yu Yang looked at the grass and the stone next to him and shouted, "I said, why should anyone hide, and hurry up and come out to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen people appeared in the grass and behind the stones. Yu Yang looked up and saw one of them he knew. He saw that the person in front of him was none other than Zhang Wenxian. At this time Zhang Wenxian also came over to Yu Yang and said, "Yu Yang, long time no see." Yu Yang mentioned, "Zhang Wenxian, you did a good job after making trouble for a long time." Zhang Wenxian heard Ichiraku say, "So what is it that I did? What can you do to me?" Yu Yang couldn't hold back his fire and said to Zhang Wenxian, "What did you do to Mengzhao and the others?" As soon as Zhang Wenxian heard that, "What did I do to them? I tell you, Yu Yang, now all your women are mine." As soon as Yu Yang hears about Zhang Wenxian, you quickly release them, otherwise I will not finish with you today. And Yu Yang's whole body will burst out as he talks. Looking at Yu Yang again, both eyes were red and his hair stood up. Zhang Wenxian was a little scared when he saw it, because it was not the first time that he had lost against Yu Yang. Although there are so many of us, there are also many people on Yu Yang's side in the end this time. I don't know if Yu Yang can be successfully left behind. At this time Lu Junjun came over and said to Yu Yang that Yu Yang Xiaobei's account has not been settled with you last time. This time, since he dared to come to our Wanwaman to be wild, my mother will not finish with you today. At this time Yu Yang was already in a hurry and he didn't talk nonsense to Lu Junjun. He shot him directly with a silver needle of the soul. At that time Lu Junjun fell to the ground with a plop and rolled on the spot. Zhang Wenxian shivered when he saw it next to him, thinking, to God, this Yu Yang is so powerful, this Lu Junjun is of such a high level. Since he fell to the ground before he could do it, can I do it? After thinking about him, there was a cold sweat on his back. At this moment Yu Yang heard a very old voice behind Wanwaman and these people shouting, "An ignorant junior who would dare to run wild in our Wanwaman today to see how the old man cleans you up." At this time these people from Wanwaman flashed to the side and walked over to the back. An old man. Yu Yang looked up. The old man was shocked because Yu Yang could not see the grade of the old man, and he looked at the age. The old man can be more than 100 years old and his hair and beard are all white. And just as the old man came over, Yu Yang felt as if there was a big mountain on the top of his head. Yu Yang felt bad at that time, and he was definitely not rival. After a long time of trouble, this old man is not simple. His level is God transformation. Early stage is an elder of Wanwaman. This time he was bought by Lu Junjun and came to help him. Yu Yong didn't see the level of this old man, but someone did. At this time a person came out behind Yu Yong and said to Yu Yong, the old man of the fish pond was handed over to me, he is a god early stage grade. Yu Yong looked up and saw that this person was none other than others, one of the disciples of the Tianshan sect. Yu Yong nodded after listening and said, okay, then you have to be more careful. The man said it was fine as soon as he heard it. After he finished speaking he looked at the disciple and walked over to meet the old man. When he looked up he was surprised that there was also a person who was at the early stage of God transformation in front of him. Look at this disciple of Tianshan sect again and said in front of the old man, I advise you to leave quickly, we have to save our big miss or else I will kill you today. The old man will hear it. Not showing weakness he said to him, if you have the ability you can use it. After speaking he first slapped the two of them with a slap. Because both of them are at the early stage of painting gods, they can't tell the winner for a while. Yu Yong looks at it from the back and thinks what to do with him at this time, the gentleman's battle or the villain's battle, where can we win together? When he had time to talk to him he thought of this and said to the people behind him, everyone don't do it, let's watch it for me. Yu Yong had just finished speaking and looking at the rest of the people behind him, they all rushed up to fight this old man, but after a while the disciple of Tianshan sect threw up blood at the mouth and fell to the ground, lost the fight. At this time Lu Junjun got up from the ground struggle and said to Yu Yong that Yu Yong is good, you have the kind of dare to run to Wanwaman, to run wild, I will definitely let you go today. Yu Yong listened, said to him, I tell you, I advise you to hurry up and release our people, otherwise I will wash the Wanwaman with blood today. I told you that if someone hadn't been begging for you in front of me, do you think I just attacked you with a soul attack? I would have killed you a long time ago. When Lu Junjun heard it she was stunned and asked what someone would be begging for me in front of you. Who would intercede for me in front of you and use his nosy business? Yu Yong snorted and said, do you still have any conscience? He just finished speaking Lu Junjun. When he looked up he happened to see Bao Wenyan next to him. After a long time of trouble the people of Tianshan sect and Wanwaman were a little dumbfounded when Bao Wenyan was next to him just now. He is anxious and angry at the same time. In this way Wanwaman and Tien Yamanaka may have a big conflict, and this time Wanwaman will also have many disciples who are hurt and angry. Stepmother Lu Zhen really shouldn't have done this. At this moment Lu Junjun looked up and saw him. At that time Lu Zhendru saw that it was Bao Wenyan. He understood everything, pointed at Bao Wenyan and said, well girl, did you send a letter to Yu Yong and the others? You dare to eat inside and out, do you still have your mother in your eyes? Today I want to execute you on behalf of Wanwa gatekeeper. Speaking of which, I will see him rush forward and run towards Bao Wenyan. He is about to pounce, and at this moment Yu Yong said, it seems that you haven't tasted the soul attack. Lu Zhendru stopped when he heard this. He really didn't dare to move that feeling again, he didn't want to taste it again. Yu Yong saw that Lu Zhen really didn't dare to move anymore. He said to the people behind him, come with me to save people. After that he first rushed to the front of the cave, raised his hand and hit the cave door with one palm. Smash. Chapter 312 Zhang Wenxian was arrested. Raising his legs he walked in and walked into the cave, looked up at Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue and other Stephanies were blocked on the pillars in front of him, and when the Stephanies saw Yu Yong came in they were all very happy. Yu Yong hurriedly took a few steps forward and untied all the ropes on Stephanie's body. At that time Chen Xingyu hugged Yu Yong and said, Master, I thought I would never see you again. Woolen cloth. Yu Yong patted Chen Xingyu's back with his hand and said, how could it be? The master will definitely come to save you, come down quickly, there are many people around. Chen Xingyu released her hand. After hearing this Yu Yong looked to both sides and looked at Yan Mengzhao. Yao Wenyu and Jie Xiaoyun and Stephanie were looking at him. Yu Yong smiled awkwardly at Yan Mengzhao. Yan Mengzhao didn't say anything. Yan Mengzhao also wanted to understand who made his man so good. What Stephanie wouldn't like a man as good as Yu Yong. As long as I can stay by his side in this life I will be content. So when he saw Yu Yong being so embarrassed he immediately said, Yu Yong, let's go quickly, this is not a place to stay for a long time. Yu Yong nodded and said, okay, let's go right away. Although a few Stephanies have been tied up for a long time, they are all cultivators and don't care about a few people, they just came out of the cave. That is, a few people saw Lu Junjun standing in front of them as soon as they came out of the cave. Yu Yong looked at him and said to him, I advise you to get out of the way immediately, otherwise I will be very welcome. Who knows that Lu Junjun is not only not afraid, on the contrary, he said to him, Ichiraku, Yu Yong, do you think you can still walk today? Our Wanwaman is actually ready for you if you want to come and leave. You can see that it is ready for you now. Yu Yang raised his head and looked around surprised and noisy for a long time. This is already surrounded by people around Wanwaman. Lu Junjun underestimated the enemy for a long time and didn't take Yu Yang seriously, thinking that the elder they invited would be able to win and there was no problem in catching Yu Yang, but who knew that Yu Yang also brought there are many high-level ones. This time they suffered a loss. Just when Yu Yang went into the cave to save people, he immediately took out a communication suit and asked his daughter to wait for someone to come over immediately. When Baojuhua received the information, he immediately led it again. There were probably more than 500 disciples who came to the scene to support this. Yu Yang thought it was broken, there were too many differences in the number of people. What should I do? If Yu Yang is alone, he won't worry at all. He can fight if he can, but he can run if he can't, beat if he uses the phantom step to escape. Basically no one can catch up unless the level is higher than him of too many people. But not now. Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu's Stephanie grades are very low and there are so many disciples of Tianshan sect here. And then Yu Yang thought about it again and said, after fighting with them, don't look at how many they are. If we are small we will not necessarily lose, although we are few, but all of them are high level. Thinking of this, he turned around and said to Yao Wenyu's daughters behind him, you guys are following me closely. Now that we're going to rush out. He turns around and says to the disciples of Tianshan sect, everyone let's go out to kill together now. The 20 or 30 disciples agreed to rush out with Yu Yang. Although there are more disciples in Wanwaman, every disciple of Tianshan sect is the reason. There are even a few in the early stage. Deity early stage. Although I can't rush out for a while, but it's not easy for the people from Wanwaman to catch them. When the fight on both sides was lively, someone suddenly shouted at the top of the mountain, hurry up and give it to me, stop. In this lifetime people's eardrums were buzzing like a thunderbolt in midair. The people on both sides also ended the battle and each retreated to one side. Yu Yang thought, who is this? Such a loud voice. That is the person who was shouting on the top of the mountain just after the battle came to the front of everyone. As soon as this person got here, Lu Junjun was horrified. The person who had been making trouble for a long time was none other than Wan Ding Wenshi, the chief gatekeeper of Waman. So how did Ding Wenshi come here? After a long time there was such a big commotion in the mountain, could he not know? Someone had sent him a letter long ago, and Ding Wenshi thought to himself, who was this? He was so bold that he dared to come to our Wanwaman to make trouble. When he thought of this, he immediately sent someone to inquire about the news. The person who went there soon came back and said that it seems that our deputy head has kidnapped someone from the Tianshan sect. Come to the rescue. Ding Wenshi was furious after hearing this, thinking to Lu Junjun, you are doing this wrong. You kidnapped the people of Tianshan sect, and since you didn't tell me why you dared to act privately, it's not bad. No, I have to go and see. So he came to the back mountain. When he came to the back mountain, stood at a high place and looked down to see that the bottom of the mountain was all messed up, so he shouted and called the people on both sides to stop the fight before he came to the scene. Lu Junjun looked beside him. At this moment he bravely stepped forward and said to meet Nagato, how did you come to the back mountain? When Ding Wenshi heard it, he said to him that Lu Junjun was all a good thing you did. Why are you kidnapping people from Tianshan sect? Lu Zhendru knew what happened today. It's troublesome. Thinking of this, he rushed to Ding Wenshi and knelt down, saying that the door chief asks the door chief to forgive him. I listened to other people's bewitching for a while, so I did the wrong thing. I asked the head of the gate to punish Ding Wenshi. At that time I said to him, Lu Junjun, I will go back to you and settle the account. The person on the side asked, may I ask which of you came here in the lead this time? Yu Yang hurriedly stepped forward and said to him with a cupped fist. Ding Wenshi, who is leading the team this time, looked at Yu Yang and asked, may I ask your surname? Yu Yang and hurriedly said, I don't dare to do it. The next surname is Yu, and Yu Yang is Tianshan sect, the lord of the law enforcement hall. Ding Wenshi nodded after listening and asked Yu Yang, then let me ask you, why did you bring people to our Wanwaman to make trouble this time? When Yu Yang heard it, he cupped fist at him and said, Ding, it was not me who brought people to your sect's bustling city because of this, and he would immediately follow. When Yu Yang finished speaking, Ding Wen was so happy that he turned around and asked Lu Junjun if what he said just now was true. Lu Zhendru couldn't hide it any longer, nodded and said what he just said was the truth. I also asked the head of the sect to forgive me. I also listened to it this time. This is what the outsider said. Ding Wenshi heard and asked, who asked you to do this? Lu Junjun thought to herself, it seemed that it would be impossible not to tell the truth. Thinking of this, he said to Ding Wenshi, it was Zhang Wenxian. And then he told how Zhang Wenxian came to him and what he told him, and told the whole process again. Ding Wenshi immediately asked, where is this Zhang Wenxian now? Lu Zhendru immediately said that he was in the crowd and Zhang Wenxian was still in the crowd at this time. This time this kid was frightened. He thought that this time was over and I had to leave quickly. Thinking of this he quietly retreated behind the crowd and wanted to run. At this time Yu Yang had already paid attention to him. As soon as he exited the crowd Yu Yang rushed over and shouted in front of him. Zhang Wenxian, I see where you are going. At this time Ding Wenxi also spoke, come here, let me catch the man named Zhang Wenxian. Ding Wenxi gave an order and the people from Wanwaman rushed up. Zhang Wenxian wanted to run again this time but he couldn't and was caught at that time. Chapter 312 Zhang Wenxian was arrested. Raising his legs he walked in and walked into the cave, looked up at Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue and other Stephanies were blocked on the pillars in front of him, and when the Stephanies saw Yu Yang came in they were all very happy. Yu Yang hurriedly took a few steps forward and untied all the ropes on Stephanie's body. At that time Chen Xingyu hugged Yu Yang and said, Master, I thought I would never see you again. Woolen cloth. Yu Yang patted Chen Xingyu's back with his hand and said, how could it be? The master will definitely come to save you, come down quickly, there are many people around. Chen Xingyu released her hand. After hearing this Yu Yang looked to both sides and looked at Yan Mengzhao, Yao Wenyu and Jie Xiaoyun and Stephanie were looking at him. Yu Yang smiled awkwardly at Yan Mengzhao. Yan Mengzhao didn't say anything. Yan Mengzhao also wanted to understand who made his man so good. What Stephanie wouldn't like a man as good as Yu Yang. As long as I can stay by his side in this life I will be content. So when he saw Yu Yang being so embarrassed he immediately said, Yu Yang, let's go quickly, this is not a place to stay for a long time. Yu Yang nodded and said, okay, let's go right away. Although a few Stephanies have been tied up for a long time, they are all cultivators and don't care about a few people, they just came out of the cave. That is, a few people saw Lu Junjun standing in front of them as soon as they came out of the cave. Yu Yang looked at him and said to him, I advise you to get out of the way immediately, otherwise I will be very welcome. Who knows that Lu Junjun is not only not afraid, on the contrary, he said to him, Ichiraku, Yu Yang, do you think you can still walk today? Our Wanwaman is actually ready for you if you want to come and leave. You can see that it is ready for you now. Yu Yang raised his head and looked around, surprised and noisy for a long time. This is already surrounded by people around Wanwaman. Lu Junjun underestimated the enemy for a long time and didn't take Yu Yang seriously, thinking that the elder they invited would be able to win and there was no problem in catching Yu Yang, but who knew that Yu Yang also brought there are many high-level ones. This time they suffered a loss. Just when Yu Yang went into the cave to save people he immediately took out a communication suit and asked his daughter to wait for someone to come over immediately. When Baojuhua received the information he immediately led it again. There were probably more than 500 disciples who came to the scene to support this. Yu Yang thought it was broken, there were too many differences in the number of people, what should I do? If Yu Yang is alone he won't worry at all, he can fight if he can, but he can run if he can't, beat if he uses the phantom step to escape. Basically no one can catch up unless the level is higher than him of too many people. But not now. Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu's Stephanie grades are very low and there are so many disciples of Tianshan sect here. And then Yu Yang thought about it again and said, after fighting with them, don't look at how many they are, if we are small we will not necessarily lose, although we are few, but all of them are high level. Thinking of this he turned around and said to Yao Wenyu's daughters behind him, you guys are following me closely. Now that we're going to rush out, he turns around and says to the disciples of Tianshan sect, everyone let's go out to kill together now. The 20 or 30 disciples agreed to rush out with Yu Yang. Although there are more disciples in Wanwaman, every disciple of Tianshan sect is the reason. There are even a few in the early stage. Deity early stage. Although I can't rush out for a while, but it's not easy for the people from Wanwaman to catch them. When the fight on both sides was lively, someone suddenly shouted at the top of the mountain, hurry up and give it to me, stop. In this lifetime people's eardrums were buzzing like a thunderbolt in midair. The people on both sides also ended the battle and each retreated to one side. Yu Yang thought, who is this? Such a loud voice. Chapter 314 The enemy meets. The squid. Yu Yang had a map in his hand so he found it effortlessly. He had loosened the note and waited for Yu Yang to see it here. Fortunately there was nothing different here. He hurriedly ordered people to pitch a tent and live here. Wait for the person behind to come. Soon it was night where Yu Yang and Yao Wenyu were cultivating. Suddenly they heard a loud bang. With this sound the ground was shaking. Several people hurriedly ended the cultivation. Yu Yang stood on the ground. I got up and thought, what was that sound? At this moment Yu Yang felt that the voice was getting louder and louder. He turned around and said to Yao Wenyu and the girls, "You wait for me in the room, I will go out to see what's going on." A few Stephanies said immediately after hearing it. "Then you have to be more careful." Yu Yang nodded and said, "I got it." After Yu Yang walked out of the tent. When he walked out of the tent and looked into the distance, he was startled. Yu Yang looked ahead and saw that there was a huge black hole about 100 meters in front of him. People kept coming out of the black hole. Yu Yang knew at a glance that there must be a problem with the node. It was the movement that also alerted other people, and many people came out of the tent. Yu Yang looked at it and hurriedly said to the person behind, "Send a message to others, there is a problem with the demon clan calling." Before anyone could deliver the letter, many people came out of the tent one after another because they were all cultivators, and many people did not rest at night and cultivated there. So as soon as he heard the movement, he came out very quickly. Yu Yang saw that a lot of people had come out and hurriedly said, "Let's go, hurry up and follow me to see what's going on." After speaking, he walked forward first. When everyone saw that Yu Yang had passed by, they hurriedly followed. Soon Yu Yang and the others came to the black hole. The people who came out of the black hole looked at Yu Yang with very bad eyes when someone came over. They immediately asked who you were. When Yu Yang saw it, at this moment a few more people came out from behind, and I heard one of them say, "Yu Yang, let's meet again. I tell you, these are all from the demon clan, and now they have come to Taiku from this node continental. Yu Yang, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, or else I will kill you." Yu Yang listened to this voice and looked up. Said a sentence, "How are you then? Who is this person?" After making trouble for a long time, it was the former Ji Zhaohua who went to Yu Yang retaliate and asked Yu Yang to beat him away. He didn't know what was wrong, and he also came to the primordial continent since he also went to the demon clan. Ji Zhaohua sneered and said, "Yu Yang, is it only you who can come? Can't I? I tell you now, I have taken refuge in the demon clan. Yu Yang, I advise you to surrender quickly. If you surrender to the demon clan, then I will write off your previous grudge against me and I will no longer pursue it. If you do not surrender, I will avenge the revenge of the original Palm. Don't think I wasn't your rival back then, but not now. In addition, let me tell you again, my master and his old man also came to the primordial continent, and now he is still a small leader in the demon clan. This time my master and I are the ones leading the team." As soon as Yu Yang heard about Ji Zhaohua, at that time, "I don't know how you came to the primordial continent. Now I advise you not to be in the company of the demon clan. You are also human. How can you help the demon clan to mutilate your own compatriots? Do you still have humanity?" When Ji Zhaohua heard that, "Yu Yang, don't tell me these big truths, I don't want to hear it. I only know that whoever has a hard fist is the boss, then the monster clan should dominate. If the monster clan is strong, and the people of the ancient continent should be slaves to the people of the monster clan if they are tired. Yu Yang, you two just say it, do you surrender or not?" Yu Yang. As soon as I heard it, at the time I said to him, "Ji Zhaohua, I told you I want Yu Yang to surrender. There is no way, since you have already taken refuge in the demon clan. Then today I will remove a scourge for his humans, and he will prepare to do it." At this moment suddenly came out of this black hole again, there may be about a dozen people. One of them is the leader and said to Ji Zhaohua, "Zhao, you step back first and hand this kid to I am." Ji Zhaohua turned around when he heard the voice and said happily, "Master, you are here too. Just look at this man." Nodded and said, "Zhao Hua has something to say, let's talk about it later. This kid is Yu Yang, right?" Ji Zhaohua heard it, nodding and saying, "Yes. Master, you have to give me retaliate to my disciple." This man nodded and said, "Don't worry, he can't go today. He can't go. I want to kill him. Retaliate. Shui hate for you." The person who just came over after a long time is Ji Zhaohua and his master Shui Yuzhen. So how did Ji Zhaohua and Shui Yuzhen get to the Taiku continent? Then how did Shui Yuzhen and Ji Zhaohua get to the Taiku continent? This is also the ghost of Dongfang Yuan. After a long time of trouble, this old guy has been secretly inquiring about Yu Yang's information, who Yu Yang has a grudge against and who has offended. He inquired clearly when he learned that Shui Yuzhen, Ji Zhaohua, master and apprentice, and when Yu Yang also had a grudge. On this day he found the master and the apprentice and said that I could help you to retaliate. As long as the two of you are willing to listen to me, you will definitely enjoy inexhaustible glory and wealth, and you will also be able to enter the world of self-cultivation. And then he told the two about cultivation world again. The two of them could find Yu Yang retaliate once they heard it, and they could become more powerful, killing two birds with one stone, so they both agreed. Afterwards the master and the apprentice discussed the idea of leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. With such a big backer in the future, if you want to find Yu Yang retaliate, it will definitely be like the same palm. Shui Yuzhen said later, but we have to guard against one thing. Why does this old guy help us become better and he also helps us retaliate? Is there anything to paint? Let's just to be on the safe side. Zhao Hua was wrong for a while and we followed him. Ji Zhaohua nodded and said, Master, I will listen to you. Good guy. Just like that he and his apprentices will all follow him. Oriental Jade Text. Dongfang Yuan was also very happy, so he brought the two to the Taiku continent to the Yaozu. Because Dongfang Yuan provided the leader of the demon clan with a loose node in the primordial continent and made a great contribution, so when he sent people to attack the primordial continent, Shui Yuzhen and Ji Zhaohua were the leaders of the group. Both the master and the apprentice were very happy when they saw it. They thought it was really good. Since the two of us were still the leaders, the two of them happily led the people and came out from this node. Met Yu Yang. Chapter 314. The enemy meets. The squid Yu Yang had a map in his hand, so he found it effortlessly. He had loosened the node and waited for Yu Yang to see it here. Fortunately, there was nothing different here. He hurriedly ordered people to pitch a tent and live here. Wait for the person behind to come. Soon it was night where Yu Yang and Yao Wenyu were cultivating. Suddenly they heard a loud bang. With this sound the ground was shaking. Several people hurriedly ended the cultivation. Yu Yang stood on the ground. I got up and thought, what was that sound? At this moment Yu Yang felt that the voice was getting louder and louder. He turned around and said to Yao Wenyu and the girls, you wait for me in the room, I will go out to see what's going on. A few Stephanies said immediately after hearing it, then you have to be more careful. Yu Yang nodded and said, I got it. After Yu Yang walked out of the tent, when he walked out of the tent and looked into the distance, he was startled. Yu Yang looked ahead and saw that there was a huge black hole about 100 meters in front of him. People kept coming out of the black hole. Yu Yang knew at a glance that there must be a problem with the node. It was the movement that also alerted other people, and many people came out of the tent. Yu Yang looked at it and hurriedly said to the person behind, send a message to others, there is a problem with the demon clan calling. Before anyone could deliver the letter, many people came out of the tent one after another because they were all cultivators and many people did not rest at night and cultivated there. So as soon as he heard the movement he came out very quickly. Yu Yang saw that a lot of people had come out and hurriedly said, let's go, hurry up and follow me to see what's going on. After speaking he walked forward first. When everyone saw that Yu Yang had passed by they hurriedly followed. Soon Yu Yang and the others came to the black hole. The people who came out of the black hole looked at Yu Yang with very bad eyes when someone came over. They immediately asked who you were when Yu Yang saw it. At this moment a few more people came out from behind and I heard one of them say, Yu Yang, let's meet again. I tell you these are all from the demon clan and now they have come to Taiku from this node continental. Yu Yang, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible or else I will kill you. Yu Yang listened to this voice and looked up. Said a sentence, how are you then? Who is this person? After making trouble for a long time, it was the former Ji Zhaohua who went to Yu Yang retaliate and asked Yu Yang to beat him away. He didn't know what was wrong and he also came to the primordial continent since he also went to the demon clan. Ji Zhaohua sneered and said, Yu Yang, is it only you who can come? Can't I? I tell you now, I have taken refuge in the demon clan. Yu Yang, I advise you to surrender quickly. If you surrender to the demon clan then I will write off your previous grudge against me and I will no longer pursue it. If you do not surrender I will avenge the revenge of the original Palm. Don't think I wasn't your rival back then, but not now. In addition, let me tell you again, my master and his old man also came to the primordial continent and now he is still a small leader in the demon clan. This time my master and I are the ones leading the team. As soon as Yu Yang heard about Ji Zhaohua at that time, I don't know how you came to the primordial continent. Now I advise you not to be in the company of the demon clan, you are also human. How can you help the demon clan to mutilate your own compatriots? Do you still have humanity? When Ji Zhaohua heard that, Yu Yang, don't tell me these big truths, I don't want to hear it. I only know that whoever has a hard fist is the boss, then the monster clan should dominate. If the monster clan is strong and the people of the ancient continent should be slaves to the people of the monster clan if they are tired. Yu Yang, you two just say it, do you surrender or not? Yu Yang. As soon as I heard it at the time I said to him, Ji Zhaohua, I told you I want Yu Yang to surrender. There is no way since you have already taken refuge in the demon clan. Then today I will remove a scourge for his humans and he will prepare to do it. At this moment suddenly came out of this black hole again there may be about a dozen people. One of them is the leader and said to Ji Zhaohua, Zhao Hua, you step back first and hand this kid to I am. Ji Zhaohua turned around when he heard the voice and said happily, Master, you are here too, just look at this man. Nodded and said, Zhao Hua has something to say, let's talk about it later. This kid is Yu Yang, right? Ji Zhaohua heard it, nodding and saying yes. Master, you have to give me retaliate to my disciple. This man nodded and said, don't worry, he can't go today, he can't go, I want to kill him. Retaliate, Shui, hate for you. The person who just came over after a long time is Ji Zhaohua and his master Shui Yuzhen. So how did Ji Zhaohua and Shui Yuzhen get to the Taiku continent? Then how did Shui Yuzhen and Ji Zhaohua get to the Taiku continent? This is also the ghost of Dongfang Yuan. After a long time of trouble, this old guy has been secretly inquiring about Yu Yang's information, who Yu Yang has a grudge against and who has offended. He inquired clearly when he learned that Shui Yuzhen, Ji Zhaohua, master and apprentice, and when Yu Yang also had a grudge. On this day he found the master and the apprentice and said that I could help you to retaliate. As long as the two of you are willing to listen to me, you will definitely enjoy inexhaustible glory and wealth, and you will also be able to enter the world of self-cultivation. And then he told the two about cultivation world again. The two of them could find Yu Yang retaliate once they heard it, and they could become more powerful, killing two birds with one stone, so they both agreed. Afterwards the master and the apprentice discussed the idea of leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. With such a big backer in the future, if you want to find Yu Yang retaliate, it will definitely be like the same palm. Shui Yuzhen said later, but we have to guard against one thing. Why does this old guy help us become better and he also helps us retaliate? Is there anything to paint? Let's just to be on the safe side. Zhao Hua was wrong for a while and we followed him. Ji Zhaohua nodded and said, Master, I will listen to you. Good guy. Just like that, he and his apprentices will all follow him. Oriental Jade text. Dongfang Yuan was also very happy, so he brought the two to the Taiku continent, to the Yaozu. Because Dongfang Yuan provided the leader of the demon clan with a loose node in the primordial continent and made a great contribution, so when he sent people to attack the primordial continent, Shui Yuzhen and Ji Zhaohua were the leaders of the group. Both the master and the apprentice were very happy when they saw it. They thought it was really good. Since the two of us were still the leaders, the two of them happily led the people and came out from this node. Met Yu Yang. Chapter 316. To Yu Yang retaliate. When Yu Yang was put on the bed, a few Stephanies stood beside him. You looked at me, I looked at you. Nothing could be done, just like an ant on a hot pot. Just then someone gave Ji Zhaohua to him. When they were caught, Yan Mengzhao and the three Stephanies took a look and caught Ji Zhaohua. They knew that they must have injured Yu Yang outside, so when the Stephanies saw Ji Zhaohua, their teeth were stunned. After biting into it, he said, what happened just now? And some of the disciples said, what happened just now? And finished what happened just now. The few Stephanies hated Ji Zhaohua when they heard it. Chen Xinwei took a sword from the side as soon as he stretched out his hand and said in front of Ji Zhaohua, he dared to hurt me, master. Today we are going to retaliate, Shui, and I want to slash you in one fell swoop. He stretched out his hand and pulled it out. The sword was drawn out. Yan Mengzhao walked over and said that Dao Heart Yu was right. Today we are going to perform retaliate for Yu Yang. Yu Yang's injuries must be returned thousands of times. Yao Wenyu also walked beside him, came over and said yes, he was cut alive today. Ji Zhaohua was horrified at first sight. He knowing that Stephanie can say something, he can definitely do it. These disciples of Tianshan sect didn't care because they knew that these Stephanie and Yu Yang were very close. I thought to see these Stephanie's eyes are red. If someone says something, they can't be prepared to worry about that person. We'd better talk less and hide on the side, so that these people are all hiding to the side. Seeing that Yan Mengzhao and the others were going to kill Ji Zhaohua, Yu Yang, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up and said to the three Stephanies, Mengzhao, Xinyu, when you wait a minute, if you can't kill him, you have to keep 3 of it. Stephanie turns around and asks why keep it. After a long time of trouble, Yu Yang was carried into the room by Yan Mengzhao and a few Stephanies, and after putting him on the bed he fainted. There was a noise in the room for a while and he woke up again. When he woke up, he saw a few Stephanies want to kill Ji Zhaohua. Retaliate for himself. Yu Yang had his own thoughts and thought that he couldn't kill him. Now we don't know any information and it might be useful to keep it, so he called out Chen Xinyu, but he stopped doing it when he heard it. Why did the master keep it? Did you get such a serious injury from the one who was beaten by him? Yu Yang shook his head and said no, he was beaten by his master. It's still useful to keep him, it's not time to kill him yet. After speaking, he said to the others, pressing it down to take good care of him and not letting him escape. A few disciples agreed and took Ji Zhaohua down. Chen Xinyu and Yao Wenyu saw that Yu Yang didn't let them kill Ji Zhaohua and pouted their mouths. Yan Mengzhao walked up to Yu Yang and asked, Yu Yang, how are you now? Why did you stop us from killing that woman? When Yu Yang heard it, he said that Mengzhao killed him, but there was no information at all. If he kept him, he might be able to find out some news about the demon clan. In addition, Mengzhao, I want to tell you something. The injury I suffered this time was very serious. I felt that the power in my body was constantly losing. Yao Wenyu and Chen Xingyue were next to them and they were also surprised when they heard it. They hurried over and said, "Master can't do it. You are so powerful, how can you lose your skills?" "It's nonsense, don't worry master." Yan Mengjiao said, "Yu Yang next to me, I don't care what kind of person you become, whether you become a cripple or someone else, I will never leave you, follow you forever. I don't want to let you what kind of achievements you will have in the future, I just want to live a normal life with you." Chen Xingyue and Yao Wenyu heard that the master, "No matter what, you are our master, we will not leave you, we will always follow you." Yu Yang was also very moved after listening to it. He said that in order to keep me from losing my skills there is another way I can try. Hearing Yu Yang's words he was refreshed and asked, "Quickly tell me what the solution is, whether it's going through fire or water, we will definitely find a way to help you heal for you." After listening to it, Yu Yang smiled at a few Stephanies and said, "I don't need this method and it is very simple. I learned a cultivation technique on earth called Longfeng Dual Cultivation Dafa. I think I copied a lot of copies of this cultivation technique back then and I gave each of you a copy of a few Stephanies." At that time when Yu Yang mentioned the dual cultivation Dafa, her face turned red. He had already guessed what Yu Yang was thinking about and he immediately asked Yu Yang if you meant to use the Dragon and Phoenix dual cultivation Dafa to perform dual cultivation and try Yu Yang. He heard that he was right. "It's just that my injury is very serious now. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to heal my injury by relying on you alone. Because your level is too low." Yao Wenyu and Chen Xingyue can't even listen to it. They are shy and hurriedly said, "Master, why don't we both come?" Yu Yang hurriedly said at the time, No, you two are just my apprentices. How can you both be like this?" The two Stephanies were very upset after hearing this because in their minds they were not only concerned about Yu Yang became a master, and after getting along for so long the two also fell in love with Yu Yang. Yu Yang was lying there not seeing the faces of the two Stephanies, but Yan Mengjiao could see clearly. He already understood the thoughts of the two Stephanies. He sighed in his heart thinking how could Yu Yang go on like this, and he didn't know how many Stephanies he found. Since there are so many Stephanies who like him, when will he count? At this time he couldn't care. Thinking too much came to Yao Wenyu, Chen Xingyue and the two Stephanies said, "In front of the two of you to come out with me first." The two Stephanies were very guilty when they heard it because Yan Mengjiao must be Yu Yang the real girlfriend, the two of them are just apprentices. The two of them were also afraid that Yan Mengjiao would see their own thoughts just now, so the two of them followed behind Yan Mengjiao and did not dare to speak, so they went outside. "Don't be nervous, I didn't mean to call you two out. Just want to ask, do you two really like Yu Yang?" "I want to tell the truth." The two Stephanies blushed when they heard it. This is because Chen Xingyue wanted to care about him so much, so she just said. Thinking of this, he raised his head and said to Yan Mengjiao, "I really like Yu Yang of." Yao Wenyu saw that Chen Xingyue had said it and he also raised his head and said that, "I really like Yu Yang, no matter what happens to him in the future I will never leave him." Yan Mengjiao nodded after hearing this and said, "Yes, as long as you two everything I just said is true, so I have nothing to say. I also know that the two of you are very anxious to see Yu Yang's injury. As long as what you two said just now is your heart, let's wait for a while. I will go ahead and have a dual cultivation with him. If my skill is not enough, then you will." The two of them nodded after listening to each other and said that they should do so. Chapter 317, The Anxious Girls. In this way, after the women discussed, Yan Mengjiao will go ahead and conduct dual cultivation with Yu Yang. Chen Xingyu and Yao Wenyu were waiting at the door. When Yan Mengjiao came into the room and saw Yu Yang fainted again, making trouble for a long time. Yu Yang was seriously injured this time. Not only several ribs were broken, but more seriously the meridians all over his body were severely damaged this time. Yan Mengjiao was shocked when she saw it and hurriedly came to Yu Yang. Due to his previous experience of weekends, he fainted again when he saw Yu Yang. He calmly put his own lips on Yu Yang's lips and then put his fragrant tongue in Yu Yang's mouth. A burst of internal energy passed and his tongue was sent into Yu Yang's body. Who knew that after this internal energy was delivered to Yu Yang's body it quickly dissipated. Yu Yang still didn't respond at all. Yan Mengjiao was a little anxious when she saw it and she thought, what should I do? Am I sending too little internal energy? Well, this time I delivered a little more. Thinking of this, he increased the amount of internal energy delivered to Yu Yang's body, but who knows how quickly half an hour has passed and Yu Yang still has no response at all. Yang's body is also like a funnel and the power delivered to his body will stay in the body for about a minute and then dissipate automatically. Yan Mengjiao is so tired and sweaty that Yu Yang still has no reaction at all. Yan Mengjiao looked at its side and thought, it seems that my level is too low. At this time he thought to call Chen Xinyu and Yao Wenyu in and send internal energy to Yu Yang together. At this moment someone shouted outside, is the owner of the fish pond here? Yan Mengjiao hurriedly turned around and walked out of the room. When he walked out of the room he saw an old man standing at the door. This old man, depending on his age, was probably around 80 or 90 years old with gray hair and beard. Yan Mengjiao hurriedly asked at a glance, may I ask if you have anything to do with Yu Yang? Who are you? As soon as this old man heard that my surname was Tai and my name was Tai Wanfeng, our Zhe sect leader sent me here. After our sect leader sent the fish pond master out again, he was a little worried, so he immediately sent me to lead the sect disciples over to help the fish pond master. In addition, if there is a problem with this node, let me put this node again. Repair it. Where is the owner of the fish pond now? When Yan Mengjiao heard that the old man Yu Yang was injured, Tai Wanfeng was shocked when he heard this and asked the owner of the fish pond, how did he get hurt? This is Chen Xinyu and Yao Wenyu. Stephanie also walked over and told how Yu Yang was injured. At that time Tai Wanfeng was shocked and asked the fish pond master where he is now. Quickly take me to see. Yan Mengjiao nodded and said now he is in the room. The old man, please. Just like this, Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinyu, Yao Wenyu led Tai Wanfeng into the room. Tai Wanfeng waited to enter the room and looked on the bed. At that time I was also startled and said, how did you get such a serious injury? After speaking he hurriedly stretched out a medicine pill from his arms and took out a medicine pill. When he came to Yu Yang he ate the medicine pill for Yu Yang without saying a word and then said to a few Stephanies, after eating this medicine pill he will wake up no later than tonight. After he wakes up he must rest a lot. A few Stephanies knew that Tai Wanfeng would definitely know medical skills at a glance and immediately asked the old man, how was Yu Yang? Will there be any danger? Tai Wanfeng shook his head and said he will not be in any danger, but fortunately I came quickly, otherwise even if he would not be in danger to his life he would not have to think about keeping his skills. I just fed him a top quality Huan Dan, so his power is basically preserved, but he has to rest for a long time. I'll say goodbye first. When the fish pond owner wakes up just tell him the news of my visit. A few Stephanies are very grateful to Tai Wanfeng, so Tai Wanfeng walks. A few Stephanies know Yu Yang won't lose his power and there is no danger to his life, so he is very happy. The meridians in Yu Yang's body have undergone great changes after a while and the damaged meridians are recovering quickly. Soon the time came and Yu Yang opened his eyes, but his body was still very weak. Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinyu, Yao Wenyu and several Stephanies were very happy when Yu Yang woke up. They came to the bed and asked, how are you feeling now? Yan Mengjiao hurriedly said, Yu Yang, you don't have to worry, your life is no longer in danger and your skill may be preserved. And then he told Yu Yang what happened to Tai Wanfeng. As soon as Yang heard it he immediately said that I couldn't do it and I had to hurry up to get better, otherwise it would be difficult to save and there were still people in front of me. Yan Mengjiao immediately asked, how can I get better faster? Yu Yang said that if he wanted me to recover quickly I should use the method I said. I really feel it now. I have recovered a little of my skill, so if I take a weekend break I believe I will recover soon. Yan Mengjiao nodded and said okay. Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyu, the two Stephanies, were next to each other and hurriedly said, the two of us went out first, and without waiting for Yu Yang to speak the two Stephanies ran out. Yu Yang saw that the two Stephanies went out. She said to Yan Mengjiao, Mengjiao, hurry up. Yan Mengjiao blushed when she heard Yu Yang's words and scolded, you that you were hurt and not honest and thought about that all day. But when he saw Yu Yang lying there he looked at him eagerly. He also wanted Yu Yang's injury to heal quickly, so he immediately took off his clothes and came to the bedside, lying down beside Yu Yang, and took the initiative to bring his lips together. After some dual cultivation Yan Mengjiao was so tired that she was covered in sweat and lay beside her. Yu Yang was only a little better than before. Now Yu Yang was a little anxious and said to Yan Mengjiao that I have to ask Mengjiao. How long does it take to fully heal? When Yan Mengjiao heard that Yu Yang wanted you to recover quickly, there was only one way, and that was to let Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyu join you for dual cultivation. Yu Yang shook his head like a rattle. No, Mengjiao, before I know that I have already caused too many love debts, why would you have a conflict with me because of this? I know I can't go on like this anymore. As soon as Yan Mengjiao heard about Yu Yang, you know that Chen Xinyu and Yao Wenyu no longer regard you as a master in their minds. Both of them have you in their hearts. Can't you see that you have been with them for so long? In fact, as good as you, how come few Stephanies like you? As far as I know, it's not just the two of them who like you. If I'm not wrong, all the Stephanies around you have something in mind about you. Yu Yang, in fact I don't have any other requirements for you now, my only requirement is don't have a new Stephanie by your side. Even if I marry you in the future, I'm willing to marry you. Yu Yang was also moved when he heard this and thought to himself, what a good Stephanie son I Yu Yang can have such a good Stephanie by my side in this life and it is worth it. Thinking of this he hurriedly said, Mengjiao, don't worry, I will never provoke another Stephanie in the future. Yan Mengjiao nodded and said, then I called Yao Wenyu and Chen Xingyue in. Yu Yang nodded after listening. In fact in his mind he liked these two Stephanies but he didn't want to provoke other Stephanies. So he kept this love in his heart all the time and today let Yan Mengjiao pierce this layer of window paper. Chapter 318 Interrogation of Ji Zhaohua. Yan Mengjiao called Chen Xingyue and Yao Wenyu in and said that Yu Yang agreed. Both of them were very happy when they heard it and then Yan Mengjiao continued. We are the best sisters from now on and we will also marry a man like Yu Yang in the future. He turned around and said to Yu Yang, you must also promise us that in the future apart from the girls you meet around you are not allowed to provoke other girls and you have to deal with us. All sizes are treated the same. Yu Yang was naturally full of promises after listening to it. After Yan Mengjiao finished speaking she said to Yao Wenyu's second daughter, now the three of us will become god sisters. If Yu Yang dares to go out to provoke other girls in the future our sisters will never end with him. Chen Xingyue and Yao Wenyu's two daughters immediately said that it was great, so the three girls continued their age. Yan Mengjiao was the eldest, Chen Xingyu was the second child, Yao Wenyu and the youngest was the younger sister. Just like this, Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xingyue, Yao Wenyu, the three girls have been sworn in as god sisters from today onwards. After the sworn marriage Yan Mengjiao said to the two girls Yao Wenyu and Chen Xingyue, now we must make Yu Yang's injury heal as soon as possible. The two girls also nodded and agreed, so the three of them performed double repairs with Yu Yang. The benefit of this pair of repairs Yu Yang is not small. 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Yu Yang not only fully recovered from the injury but also has faint signs of breaking through. Yu Yang saw that his injury was completely healed this day and there were faint signs of breaking through. He called Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xingyue and the three girls in front of him and said, I will go out next time while keeping steady. Check your level and I have a plan to break into the demon clan. But this matter must be kept 100% confidential and no one can know where I have gone. If someone asks, didn't I get hurt a while ago? Let's just say that I suffered a serious internal injury and I'm still recovering from it. The three girls immediately became worried when they heard it and asked if you would be in great danger if you went there. As soon as Yu Yang heard that the danger would not be so great, I will discuss it with Sect Master Zhe. The three girls knew Yu Yang's temper at a glance. Since he said it, he must do it. The three girls who couldn't stop it said one after another. No matter what, you must come back safely. Yu Yang listened, nodded and said, don't worry, I will, and I will arrange for someone to protect your safety after I leave. The three girls are still not at ease. They told Yu Yang thousands of times and waited until the evening. Yu Yang quietly left him. This time no one said anything about leaving except for Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xingyue and Yao Wenyu. Three girls no one knows except that. Yu Yang quietly returned to the Tianshan sect. When he saw Zhe Yuliang, Zhang said what he meant when he heard that Zhe Yuliang was very worried and asked Yu Yang, are you sure about doing this? Yu Yang immediately talked about the suzerain. Don't worry, since I decided to do this I must be sure that I want to know what's inside and just listen to the words behind my back. In addition, when I came back this time, on the one hand I will discuss this matter with you. On the other hand I would like to ask you one more question. Zhe Yuliang immediately said something when he heard it. Please tell me, Yu Yang continued. I want to ask, the question was whether there was any way to hide his figure and whereabouts. Zhe Yuliang heard about Yu Yang at that time. Don't say that, but there really was a way. If you want to hide your breath and whereabouts, there is only one way, and that is to use the stealth suit which is really there in our sect. But this kind of suit also has shortcomings. Once he encounters a high-level person he can see through it. Do you have a plan to break into the demon clan this time? Yu Yang said it immediately when he heard it. Please rest assured, Sect Master, I have a plan. I plan to do it. And then Yu Yang told his plan once again. After he finished speaking, Zhe Yuliang pondered for a while and said, Yu Yang, but it was very risky to do so. Yu Yang immediately said that if the Sect Master has the right to enter the tiger's den, there is no way to get a tiger's son. Brother Yuliang saw that Yu Yang was really determined. He knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he had to say, Yu Yang, you have to be more careful when you break into the demon clan this time. Yu Yang hurriedly said, please rest assured, Sect Master, I will come back safely. Zhe Yuliang nodded after listening and then ordered someone to bring it to Yu Yang. There were 80 invisibility suits. Zhe Yuliang handed the invisibility talisman to Yu Yang's hands and said that Yu Yang, no matter what, you must come back safely. It doesn't matter if you can find out the news or not, it doesn't matter if you don't feel it, come back immediately. Yu Yang nodded and said, Sect Master, you can rest assured. I'll be back if it doesn't feel right. After he finished speaking, he took the invisibility talisman into his hand and after thanking Zhe Yuliang he left. He first came to the back mountain of Tianshan sect. Came to a cave. In front of this cave there are 5 disciples of Tianshan sect guarding here. When these disciples saw Yu Yang coming, they immediately said, what is the matter with you coming here, Fishpond Master? Yu Yang waved at them and said, don't make a sound, let me open the cave door. A few people did not dare to neglect when they heard it, hurriedly agreed and opened the cave door. And then one of the disciples asked the fish pond master, is there anything else we need to do? Yu Yang shook his head and said, there is no more for now, you can just stay outside. After he finished speaking, he lifted his legs and walked into the cave. When he entered the cave and walked forward for a while, he saw a man tied to a pillar in front of him. Seeing that this person is unkempt, it is a woman, Yu Yang came to this woman and said, Ji Zhaohua, now I ask you a few things. As long as you tell me honestly, I can spare your life, otherwise I'm going to stab you one by one. After hearing what Yu Yang said, the tied woman raised her head, threw her hair back and stared at Yu Yang. When the surname was you today, I fell into your hands and you said, well, what do you want? But let me tell you, even if you kill me, my master will avenge me in the future, the monster clan, etc. After they hit the ancient continent in the future, as long as they occupy the ancient continent, Yu Yang, you will definitely die without a burial land. The woman who was kidnapped for a long time was officially Ji Zhaohua. After Ji Zhaohua was caught that day, she was put in the Tianshan sect and locked in this cave. Yu Yang came back this time to interrogate him and get some important information. News. Chapter 319, Remediation in Zhaohua. But what he didn't expect is that this Ji Zhaohua has been up to now and it is still so rampant. He is still thinking that the demon clan will occupy the entire primordial continent and rule the world of mankind in the future. Yu Yang sneered and said, Ji Zhaohua, as you or we humans actually acted as accomplices to the demon clan, are you human? Do you have a heart? No matter what enmity we have or hate other people, there is no enmity with you. You shouldn't help the tiger eat food. I advise you to look back as soon as possible. Today, as long as you can tell me everything you know about the internal demon clan, I can spare your life. When Ji Zhaohua heard about Yu Yang, don't think about asking something out of my mouth, there is no door. I said that even if you kill me, Yu Yang, my master will avenge me in the future. Listen to my heart. It's hard to think that he doesn't say this. How can he let him say it? Yu Yang rolled his eyes and had an idea. He sneered at Ji Zhaohua and said, Ji Zhaohua, if you don't say anything today, it would be easy to kill you because of your pain, but I wouldn't do that. You have to slowly kill your tortured life, but you can't. Remember, I won't let you die so happily. When Ji Zhaohua heard a trace of fear in his eyes, he saw Yu Yang's face and knew that what Yu Yang said was definitely not false. He could definitely say it and he would do it. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Yang, you pervert, what are you trying to do to me? As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, you would know what I wanted to do to you. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand from behind and pulled out the Haifeng sword. He shook it at Ji Zhaohua and said, did you see it? This health care is prepared for you today. From now on I will cut a piece of your flesh every day and then I will apply it to you until the second day before I will reveal the scar to you. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and came to Ji Zhaohua and said to him, where's the meat from me today, brother? At this time Ji Zhaohua was already terrified and his eyes were full of fear. This Ji Zhaohua was also thinking about an idea quickly in his heart at this time, thinking about what to do, and then he had an idea, thinking that there are so many girls around Yu Yang, there is no need to ask, this person is very lustful, simply, well, I'll accompany him once I'm going out today. I won't be at a loss if I can hook up Yu Yang. In any case, this Yu Yang is much better than that Dongfang Yuan and he is also younger. Besides, if I really want to hook him up, maybe I can kill him. Right, just do it. After I made up my mind, I saw that Yu Yang had come in front of him and had already stretched out his hand and rushed to grab him, but he was frightened and immediately shouted and waited for Yu Yang to hear it put his hand. She shrank back and said, what happened? Ji Zhaohua saw Yu Yang withdrew his hand. He hurriedly said, Yu Yang, today as long as you don't kill me, you can let me do anything. Even if you want me, there is no problem, and you see it right here in the cave, no one came in to disturb it, which is very convenient. What do you think? Yu Yang almost vomited when he heard it, thinking that this woman is too thick-skinned. But after listening to Ji Zhaohua, Yu Yang made up another mind in his heart and decided to make Ji Zhaohua whole, so he said it right away. Is what you said true? When Ji Zhaohua saw Yu Yang's temptation, he immediately thought to himself, it seems that Yu Yang is indeed a womanizer. If I succeed today, I will definitely kill you. I thought so fiercely in my heart, but I didn't wear it on my face and said to Yu Yang, really Yu Yang, as long as you are willing to let me go today, I will definitely take care of you afterwards. Yu Yang, hurry up and untie it for me, I will take care of you now. Yu Yang untied it as soon as he heard it in his heart. He couldn't run away anyway. Thinking of this, he resisted the thought of vomiting and said, okay then, I'll untie it for you now, but you have to say what you say. And Ji Zhaohua nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. When it comes to don't worry, I absolutely count. Yu Yang nodded after hearing this, waved the sword in his hand and cut off the rope on Ji Zhaohua's body at that time. When Ji Zhaohua saw the rope on his body was broken, he thought, let's just do it. I took advantage of him not paying attention. Just give him a shot, but he also thinks that Yu Yang's level is higher than him. He is not Yu Yang's opponent. Just to be on the safe side, let's just follow the idea just now. After Yu Yang cut off the rope on Ji Zhaohua's body, he would have lived for hundreds of millions. He thought, as long as you dare to do it, I will definitely let you know my power today. So after he cut off the rope on Ji Zhaohua's body, he naturally stepped back a few steps and blocked the cave door. At this time, Ji Zhaohua made up his mind, ran over to Yu Yang and came over. Yu Yang hurriedly shouted when he saw it, stopped and shivered from Ji Zhao China for the rest of his life, and hurriedly asked Yu Yang, Yang, what's wrong with you? Then looked at Yu Yang and said to him with joy. He took off his clothes and Ji Zhaohua Art Hall put his heart down, thinking about you. Yu Yang, if you fall into my hands, look at my mother, how can I clean you up? Then the old lady will definitely want you to be abolished. But he didn't dare to bring out his face when he thought so he immediately smiled and said, okay, I'll take off his clothes after 2 or 3 times. Just after taking off his clothes, he wanted to lean in front of Yu Yang when Yu Yang ran towards him and came over. At this time, Yu Yang had already made up an idea in his heart, thinking that today I have to rectify you for a long time. This Yu Yang just scared him and said he wanted to cut his flesh, but now Yu Yang can decide to really do that. After seeing Zhao Hua in this episode, Yu Yang ran over to him. He thought that Yu Yang was really fooled and thought, Yu Yang, you have today, as long as you stay for a while, do that with me, you will definitely relax your vigilance. At that time I will suddenly pull out your sword and use your own sword, killing you. Thinking of this, his heart was so happy, but he didn't expect that after Yu Yang came to him, he put the sword on his body and he said it was good. He gave the clothes to him. Take it off, this is because I'm afraid I won't be able to start cutting your flesh for a while. Ji Zhaohua was dumbfounded when he heard this. When it comes to Yu Yang, what do you mean? Didn't you promise me just now? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, what did I promise you? It was you who had to take off your clothes and let me take you for a while to cut your flesh. Didn't you just say you were afraid that I would cut your clothes? When Ji Zhaohua heard this, his nose almost crooked, thinking, Yu Yang, you are too bad. Chapter 320 Into the Monster Race. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost, Yu Yang said happily after listening to it. What if I don't let you become a ghost? Ji Zhaohua almost fainted when he heard this at the time, and then heard Yu Yang continue to ask, did you say or not? If you don't say anything, then I'm about to start. After speaking, he put the health care on Ji Zhaohua's body a little tighter and rubbed it on it. Ji Zhaohua was really scared. At that time, Ji Zhaohua's psychological defense line completely collapsed. He shouted goodbye to Yu Yang. I'll tell you everything I know. Ji Zhaohua paused and said to Yu Yang, then I don't know what you want to ask. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, I wanted to know how many people came from the demon clan to invade the primordial continent this time. In addition, how many spies have they penetrated into as humans? In addition, where is the Yaozu's nest? I want to know these, Ji Zhaohua said immediately after hearing this. I don't know how many spies the demon clan has penetrated into the human race. This time there are 5 soldiers and horses in the Taiku continent, a total of 400,000 monsters. Yu Yang, after listening to it, I gasped and thought about so many people. Then I heard Ji Zhaohua continue to say, in fact the main reliance of the Yaozu to eat in Swire continent this time is Lu Susan, but some time ago I heard that Lu Susan was not resurrected successfully. So the leader of the demon clan is very angry now to prepare to catch the person who controlled Lu Susan. He must be smashed into pieces. This time I have to go around the inside of your demon clan. If I succeed, I will make a mess for you. Yu Yang thought so. Of course, Ji Zhaohua didn't know. He went on to say that the headquarters of the demon clan is in the Jinyan Mountains and their leader is called Taza. Yu Yang nodded after listening and continued to ask, do you know where to get in and closer to their headquarters? Immediately called Hua. I immediately said when I heard it I knew that one of the nodes was a little loose, so I went in from that node and walked forward about 50 miles, that is the Jinyan Mountains. Yu Yang knew what he knew and said, okay, what I say naturally counts. Now I will not kill you. As long as what you say is true I will let you go. After saying that he will not wait for Ji Zhaohua and then he will turn around and leave the cave and let the cave door be given to him again, closed again. These few Zhaohua saw that Yu Yang was gone and then he let out a sigh of relief. He thought, it's so dangerous, so dangerous. I didn't expect Yu Yang to have so many ideas, but in his heart Yu Yang can't be ignored. I hated it, thinking that sooner or later as long as you fall into my hands I will be rude to you. Then what he said to Yu Yang just now is true, and it is really all because of good omen. Hua also knows in his heart if he tells a lie to fool Yu Yang will definitely not eat him. Or he told Yu Yang a lie. Yu Yang encountered some danger when he arrived at the demon clan and the girls around Yu Yang had to cut it alive. So in his heart it is also very contradictory. He wants to let Yu Yang go to the demon clan and let them catch him. It would be better to break Yu Yang into tens of thousands of pieces. And he didn't want Yu Yang to have an accident because he knew that if something happened to Yu Yang the girls would definitely take his anger out and he wouldn't get better by then, so he was very conflicted. He was thinking wildly here. Then what about Yu Yang's side after leaving the cave, ready to rush back to that loose node? When he came back he quietly used an invisibility charm which attracted On's figure and he quietly came to this loose node because this node was loose, although Zhe Yuliang had sent someone over, but well, it hasn't been repaired yet, so Yu Yang entered the interior of the demon clan through the loose node. Yu Yang came to the side of the demon clan through the loose node gap. First of all he saw that there were many tents on the side of the node and all of them were full of people from the demon clan. Yu Yang thought about it when he saw it. I will give you something to taste and today I will let you know how good my Yu Yang is. Thinking of this he quietly came to the front of a tent. A pistol came out which was also with him when he came over. As soon as he reached out and pulled the corner of the tent he lifted it up and stuffed the dark muzzle in. After Yu Yang took aim he heard a bang when he pulled the trigger with his hand. One of the demon clan in the room was shot and fell to the ground immediately, followed by Yu Yang's wrist constantly flipping. The sound of bang 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 was incessant and with every shot a member of the demon clan fell down. The demon clan in the surrounding tents was also in chaos. Some people said what it was. What happened? Because Yu Yang used an invisibility charm they couldn't see Yu Yang, they only saw a thing floating in the air and it would make a sound. Something inside shot out and the person who shot them fell to the ground immediately, killed on the spot. What they saw was actually the pistol in Yu Yang's hand. This time they couldn't see Yu Yang and they were terrified. It was a big mess. This time all the demon clan people present let Yu Yang be the one who didn't have everything left. Yu Yang and others killed all the demon clan people and then the own figure was revealed. Looking at this group of demon clan people, Yu Yang said silently, you are also to blame for killing us. This time I have avenged the many human beings. After he finished speaking he put the pistol in his arms and continued to walk forward. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble from encountering the demon clan he took out another invisibility charm to hide his figure. Because the bullets on Yu Yang's body are also very limited, he wants to save some use because he knows that this time he might encounter a lot of trouble, so in order to save his energy he can solve it with a pistol every time. I will try my best to use a pistol to save my own stamina. In this way he has been walking forward a long way. In front of his eyes two big mountains flashed out. Yu Yang saw that there were many people guarding Yu Yang in the middle of these two mountains. When he saw Yu Yang's heavily guarded appearance he guessed it. No need to ask, in my mind this must be the Jinyan Mountains. Chapter 321, Inquiring about the news. Because Yu Yang wasn't sure if there would be a master here, so he looked to both sides first and there was nothing unusual. He quietly walked in front of the patrolling people and saw that they didn't find him. Only then did he put his heart down a little and quietly he slipped into the mountain pass. This mountain was the Jinyan Mountains he was going to come to. After he entered the mountain pass Yu Yang looked around and saw that all of them belonged to the demon clan people. Yu Yang thought, how can I know where their lair is? He walked forward while thinking about it, and at this moment two people from the monster race came in front of him. Yu Yang hurriedly stood aside. The two of them were walking and talking and one of them said, you said that our king sent us two to the humans to inquire about our nine tails this time. I couldn't find out who was caught by the demon king Wang Lu. I don't know who was so bold but dared to capture our demon king. Yu Yang thought at the time that he didn't need to ask. The nine tails demon king mentioned must be that Lu Suzhen. I just listened to the other person continuing to say that sooner or later we will find out. If this person is found out by us, he dares to arrest our Nine-Tails Demon King. Our king will definitely break him into pieces and let him go. Don't talk about it, hurry back and report the letter so that the king will not wait too long. When the time comes to trouble us, let's go quickly. The two of them walked forward while talking. Yu Yang thought at that time, I'll just follow them and let them show me a way. Thinking of this, Yu Yang immediately following behind these two. These two never dreamed that there was a person behind them. Yu Yang walked a long way behind these two. Only then did a great hall flash in front of him. Yu Yang looked at the great hall and was shocked to see that there were large and small monsters on the great hall. It didn't rain and there were thousands of people. This big store is not a big deal. There are thousands of people sitting but no one can touch anyone. Yu Yang hurriedly hid to the side. It was still far away from the great hall because he was also afraid that the distance was too close and the people above found out that he knew that there must be many high-level monsters here, so what? He didn't dare to get too close when the two he had followed just now walked up to the great hall, knelt down and kowtowed and said to meet the king. Then look at a person sitting on the chair and then look at the tall man with two horns on his head. This man is Taza, the leader of the demon clan. He is a scalper cultivated into an adult form. It is not easy for this demon clan to cultivate into an adult form and they have to go through a lot of hardships. These two knelt down and kowtowed. Taza immediately asked, you two went to the human this time to find out who captured our Nine-Tails Demon King. If there is any news, listen to these two immediately and say the king did not. When I found out any news, Taza slapped the table with his hands and said that you two useless things, give me the two of you, and was so frightened that Jing Ruohan hurriedly got up and rolled down. Shop went. Those two people just walked out of the store and came out of the crowd next to them. This person came to Taza and said that the king has to find a way to rescue the Nine-Tails Demon King as soon as possible, otherwise if he has, there are 3 longs and 2 shorts. When the time comes it will be incredible. Taza heard this man and said that it is nothing that they can't subdue our Nine-Tails Demon King. Don't look at them. They caught our Nine-Tails Demon King, but there is only one way to hurt the Nine-Tails Demon King. Except for this way no one can do anything to him. Unless they can find a kind of spiritual fire called Raging Flame. As far as I know, this kind of spiritual fire is only available in Lingquan Mountain. I will immediately send someone to Lingquan Mountain to find this kind of spiritual fire and prevent humans from finding it. This person immediately talked about the king after hearing this. I would like to laugh at all the hard work. Let me handle this matter. As soon as Taza heard that it was good, then this matter will be handled by you. It must be done well. As soon as this person heard it, he immediately said, obey the order. While this person was talking, Yu Yang looked at it not far away and wondered why this person looked so familiar. Where has this person been seen? He thought about it and suddenly remembered. I thought, how could it be him? Isn't this the one I saw last time in Dulong Mountain? Why is he here? I really didn't expect him to be an undercover agent of the demon clan. If he could fall into my hands, I would never let him go. So who is this? This is none other than Dongfang Yuan. Now this Dongfang Yuan is a good mix and is deeply appreciated by Taza, the leader of the demon clan, because he has provided them with a lot of situations on the human side. So this made many places in the Taiku continent occupied by the people of the demon clan. When Yu Yang heard Taza say that Lu Suzan can be killed only by finding the flame of the spirit fire, at that time he was tempted to think that it would be better for me to follow this old guy to Lingquan Mountain to find a way to snatch the spirit fire. Just thinking about this, he saw Taza suddenly turned his eyes towards him and looked at him. He slapped the table with his hands and said, bold human beings dare to come to our demon clan's territory, so why don't you hurry up? Come out to me. Yu Yang gasped when he heard it, at the time wondering how he found out. No, I have to leave quickly since he can find me. Don't ask, his level is definitely not low. I'm afraid I'm not a match. Thinking of this, Yu Yang turned around and left. After a long time of trouble, Taza found out when Yu Yang just arrived here, but he didn't say anything. He thought, there was something wrong with Own. He never dreamed that since human beings can go directly to their demon clan, the old nest was here, but then he felt something was wrong. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger, so he raised his head and glanced at the opposite side of the big store. His look was incredible and he found that there was a person hiding there. The cultivation level of this slag is also very high, so he can see through Yu Yang's use of an invisibility amulet in this demon clan. Just like humans, cultivation is divided into many levels. Divided into first order, second order, third order, fourth order and fifth order and so on. This tower slag is the fifth order stage, which is equivalent to the foundation establishment early stage of mankind. Because they need 100 times more effort than humans when they cultivate, so their level of cultivation will be more powerful than humans. For example, level 5 is equivalent to the early stage of human beings. So this time he saw through Yu Yang's use of an invisibility charm at a glance. When Yu Yang was discovered, he knew that he would turn around and run. Taza looked at the great hall at the time Yu Yang ran away and shouted loudly. "A lowly human being, I see where you are going. Since you have come to us, do you still want to go?" After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and ran towards Yu Yang. It was a handprint. This time Yu Yang felt as if a big mountain was pressed on top of his head and even his legs became weak. Yu Yang didn't look good at the time. I want to think about it enough to see him use all his strength and dodge to the side. Hide the handprint again. At that time, when the handprint hit the ground not far in front of Yu Yang, I heard a rumbling sound and suddenly there was a deep pit. Yu Yang with a square foot in the ground. At that time I felt a chill down my spine when I saw it, and I thought that if I was going to hit me this time I would definitely die. Although this item was not marked for Yu Yang, but the invisibility suit Yu Yang used could be invalid. At that time everyone saw Yu Yang, and Dongfang Yuan saw that Yu Yang hurriedly said to the tower slag, "The king can't let this kid run away. This kid is the worst. Maybe our Nine-Tails Demon King was caught because of him. Hurry up to catch him. We can learn a lot of information about the human side." Taza heard it at the time. "When it comes to me, grab him quickly," and after that he instructs someone to say, "Come on, grab him for me and don't let him run away." Chapter 322 Spirit Fire appears. As soon as he finished speaking, he was looking at the little demon clan below. He went up and surrounded Yu Yang. Yu Yang thought about it, "And I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Save some energy." Thinking of this, as soon as he stretched out his hand from his arms, he took out the pistol again and flicked it at the surrounding wrists. The constant gunshots rang out and all the monsters were caught in a circle. At this time Taza was also taken aback, thinking, what is this thing in this man's hand? Since the lethality is so great. He just thought that Yu Yang at this time had already rushed out of the tight encirclement and ran forward. Dongfang Yuan looked at the side and hurriedly said to Taza, "The thing that Yu Yang was holding in his hand just now is called a pistol." Not really paying attention. How did Dongfang Yuan know about the pistol? After a long time of trouble when the former was on Earth, he had seen a lot of things. There are pistols among them, so when he saw Yu Yang using a pistol today, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, Yu Yang is too boring. He even used a pistol to hurt people, but he can't let him run away." Taza nodded when he heard this. Speaking of right. At this time Taza wanted to tell the little demon clan to rush up to chase the fish and sheep, but Dongfang Yuan stopped him and said, "The king can't have a pistol in his hand. I'm afraid they can't go up like this. Leave it to me, I'll go and capture it." Kaza nodded and said, "Yes. I'll leave this matter to you. I must catch him." Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Please rest assured, King the First will definitely catch this kid." After that he walked down the hall and ran to Yu Yang, chased after him. Dongfang Yuan's rank is unfathomable and soon catches up with Yu Yang. This is Yu Yang who was running in front and felt a strong breath behind him locking him. And at the same time he felt that his legs were getting heavier and heavier, as if a mountain was pressing down on top of his head. Yu Yang thought to himself when he saw it, "It seems that it has been a long time and I still have enough trouble. What should I do?" As soon as he thought about it, in a hurry I gave him a divine soul attack to get it. Thinking of this, he turned around and pointed at Dongfang Yuan behind him and he shouted, "How dare you to chase Xiao Yi today? I will let you know that Xiao Yi is so powerful." Dongfang Yuan doesn't care at all because Yu Yang's pistol of his level can't hurt him anymore, but he is dreaming. It never occurred to me that Yu Yang didn't plan to use a pistol to hurt him this time. Say it's too late, that's fast. Yu Yang just finished shouting this sentence. Dongfang Yuan was just a little stunned, and then a bow stretched out between Yu Yang's eyebrows with an arrow on the bow aimed at Dongfang Yuan. Just shot it. The arrow was set right in the center of Dongfang Yuan's heart. Just this one shot, Dongfang Yuan felt a pain in his head. This Dongfang Yuan's soul is also very powerful, otherwise Yu Yang would have to fall to the ground just now, but although his soul is particularly powerful because he didn't pay attention this time, he really did not care about him. It caused a certain impact. At that time he was stunned for a while and Yu Yang ran out very far. When he reacted, he would make this old boy furious and shouted at Yu Yang, "Yu Yang Xiaobei dared to use such a trick in front of me. Today I have to kill you." He wants to continue chasing Yu Yang, and then I heard Taza say a word behind okay Dongfang Yuan, since he ran away let him run away and there will naturally be a chance to see him again in the future. Dongfang Yuan saw that Taza had spoken and he didn't dare to go against it, so he had to say something bitterly at Yu Yang's back. Boy, look, you will fall into my hands in the future and I will not break your body into pieces. After Wan Duan finished speaking, he turned around and went back. So what about Yu Yang's side? After running far away and reaching a remote place, he stopped. This time he was also frightened. He wondered how he was discovered. Woolen cloth. He turned around and looked behind and saw that no one was chasing after him, so he was relieved. He thought to himself that the spirit fire they just mentioned, where is this Lingquan Mountain? In Lingquan Mountain. He thought about it and thought, it seems that I have to go back, but this time I need to pay more attention when I go back. Thinking of this, he turned around and came back quietly. This time he didn't rush to the big store again. He first managed to catch a little demon clan to find out the residence of Dongfang Yuan. After he found out the residence of Dongfang Yuan, Yu Yang thought I would follow him. Quietly noticed Dongfang Yuan. On the second day, Yu Yang was hiding not far away and saw Dongfang Yuan walking out of the room followed by a few demon people. Yu Yang thought, I see where you are going. Thinking here, he followed. He has been following Dongfang Yuan out of the Jinyan Mountains. At this time Yu Yang has understood and he thought that there is no need to ask, this old guy must want to go to Lingquan Mountain to find that spirit fire. And really let Yu Yang guess the order of Dongfang Yuan Feng Taza to go to Lingquan Mountain to find Lingwo Lian. The purpose is to subdue this spiritual fire and use it for them so as to avoid being found by human beings, which is really bad for sleeping in the open. Very soon Yu Yang followed Dongfang Yuan to a big mountain. As soon as he entered the mountain pass, Yu Yang felt that there was a lot of spiritual energy in the mountain. Yu Yang understood at that time and he thought that there was no need to ask here, it must be Lin Quanshan. The reason why he is called Lin Quanshan must be because of his abundant spiritual energy. Yu Yang thought to himself, how can I be the first to find spirit fire? If Dongfang Yuan can find it first, then this matter will be difficult to handle. What are you afraid of? What Yu Yang is most worried about is to let Dongfang Yuan take the lead and find the spirit fire. Unexpectedly he will let Dongfang Yuan find it. After a long time he followed Dongfang Yuan to as he was walking, Dongfang Yuan found an old guy in a cave. He led a few people in and went in. Yu Yang took a look behind him and then followed. Of course Yu Yang was also worried about being discovered by Dongfang Yuan when he followed, so he followed a relatively far distance. That is, as soon as he entered the cave he found that there was a flash of flame in front of him, and it didn't matter. Even when Yu Yang was so far apart he could feel a scorching heat coming. Yu Yang was all tempted to ask, this must be the spirit fire, how can I grab it? Chapter 323 Spiritual Flames. Dongfang Yuan was so happy when he saw it, he thought he didn't expect to find him so quickly. It was great. Thinking of this he hurriedly chased the place where the fire was lit just now. Yu Yang was so anxious when he saw it from the back that he didn't think, well, if once the spiritual fire got into his hands it would be troublesome at that time. No, I have to go. He just thought that this was going to pass, that is, he wanted to pass, and before he could pass Dongfang Yuan chased away very far, and suddenly at such a time a fire burst into the sky. Yu Yang felt a heat wave rushing towards his face. At that time he pushed him back a dozen steps back and then he stood firm. Yu Yang thought, it's amazing, at this time the temperature of the stone cave was rapidly rising. It rose up. Even Yu Yang of nascent soul middle stage couldn't stand the sweat all over his body. Yu Yang didn't see it at the time, so he hurriedly used his skills to resist the heat, but it was useless. He was still sweating non-stop and the temperature was getting higher and higher. Slowly Yu Yang felt a little tired. No, there was no way, he had to hurriedly exit the cave. That is, Yu Yang just exited from the cave and another one came out right behind him. Looking at this one is too miserable, his hair and beard are all burnt and the clothes on his body are also burnt. Piece by piece. The one who ran out behind Yu Yang was Dongfang Yuan, who had been making trouble for a long time. Just now Dongfang Yuan saw the spirit fire appeared. He was happy to patronize. He kept chasing forward and wanted to get the spirit fire quickly. But who knew that after chasing a corner the spirit fire suddenly burst into a high flame, almost not burning the old boy to death, but fortunately he ran out fast. Although this Dongfang Yuan ran away, it seemed that this spirit fire didn't intend to let him go and then chased him out of the cave. At that time the old boy was frightened, and when he looked back he thought of me. Damn, I'm dying today. As soon as the fire came out the temperature outside the cave quickly rose. Then seeing that the grass and trees around him were all withered, Yu Yang felt sweat dripping from his body. As if he was about to be roasted, Yu Yang hurriedly ran out of the distance to watch the excitement. At this time Dongfang Yuan wanted to run again, but he couldn't run anymore. The fire was burning enough, and if he wanted to run again at this moment he would not be able to run, and Dongfang Yuan was anxious when he saw it. Said, after I had spoken to you, he rushed up. That is, he just walked forward without 2 steps and suddenly saw the flame suddenly rushing up. It could be about 2 feet high and the whole would be Dongfang Yuan devoured Yu Yang. Standing in the distance at the time, he took a deep breath and thought, it's amazing. It seems that today I want to get him too hard. The flames burned for about 2 minutes and then slowly became smaller, turning into a fireball followed by a little girl in a red dress with 2 ponytails. It seems that there may be about 7 or 8 years old. When I looked up I saw Yu Yang standing in the distance and staring at this side in a stunned manner. Seeing that the little girl ran over to Yu Yang, she was startled at first, thinking what he was going to do. Later, when he saw that the little girl was not malicious, he just stood there and didn't move the little girl. When he came to Yu Yang he asked, did you also want to get me? At that time Yu Yang thought to himself, why does this sound so awkward? At this time I heard the little girl continue to say, let me tell you, I think you are different from him. The old man was just looking for death. At first glance he is not a good person. Yu Yang felt a little relieved when he heard this and asked, what do you think of me? After listening to this the little girl looked up and down and said, Yu Yang, it doesn't look like you are a bad person, at least you don't have his greedy eyes. But I heard that if some people want to pretend to be good people they also pretend to be very similar. I don't know if you are pretending. But you have to tell me why you and this old man are here. What is the relationship between the two of you? Why come to get me? Yu Yang hurriedly said, don't worry, I'm definitely a good person. What happened to me? Followed him and explained why he came here, what happened to him and Dongfang Yuan, and everything happened. After I said it again the little girl tilted her head and looked at it for a while. Yu Yang said, seeing what you said is true, I decided to follow you from now on. There have always been people who want to get me. When I saw their greedy eyes I was very angry. I heard you say this time that you want me to do a big thing. If I didn't hear you say that you want me use me to destroy the 9-tailed demon fox Lu Susan and protect the safety of all human beings in the entire primordial continent. I won't let you go today, but if what you told me is false and if I find out in the future, I will definitely make your end burn like that old man. Your soul will be wiped out. Yu Yang he nodded hurriedly at that time and said, don't worry, what I just said is absolutely true. This little girl who turned into a spirit fire, once I hear that it is good then I will believe you once and I will follow you from now on. After speaking he directly turned into a flame, which scared Yu Yang at first. He jumped thinking that the little girl wanted to burn him too. But this was a false alarm. After the little girl drew a flame she turned into a fiery snake and got into Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang was a little dumbfounded when he stood there thinking he was dreaming, thinking that this forest fire just so easily let me get the kung fu. He was in a daze. I heard the little girl say again, you still, what are you doing? The spiritual chi here is very abundant in cultivation in this place, like your physique will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort, which can make your level increase rapidly. Yu Yang only reacted when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. He hurriedly sat down at lotus position and started cultivation. So how did he have this spiritual fire? The reason why he is called Lingwo. He is a kind of flame formed by spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This flame is very powerful. Usually this flame will also carry out cultivation by himself. After cultivation reaches a certain level he can also transform into a human form. Because it was painted by spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so he can also distinguish between good and bad people, because people have been thinking about him for many years. Sometimes when many people want to get him they even make a big shot and hurt a lot of people, so this spirit fire is very unpleasant in the eyes and I think these people are not good people. So he looked at Dongfang Yuan today and when he saw that his eyes had changed he was moved to kill. Dongfang Yuan was chasing him and he deliberately forgot to run inside the hole until he ran to the innermost. At a corner of the street when he saw Dongfang Yuan he was still chasing after him, so he burned him. Yu Yang is behind Dongfang Yuan and this flexible has long discovered that he thought at first that Yu Yang would be the same as those people and would make a big shot with Dongfang Yuan, and later he found out that Yu Yang's grade ratio Oriental Yuan is too much. Chapter 324 The Blessed One. Later he thought again, who cares anyway, none of these human beings are thinking about getting me. I thought that today I will let neither of them go. Thinking of this, when he saw Dongfang Yuan chasing him he deliberately ran into the cave. Until he ran to the innermost corner. When he saw Dongfang Yuan he was chasing after him alone. He thought to himself, why didn't the guy behind him catch up? You're cheap if you don't catch up. I thought that today I will let you know how powerful I am. Thinking of this, he put up a flame to carry the Oriental Yuan, but he didn't know that the Oriental Yuan reflected quite quickly. When he saw Dongfang Yuan running away, he thought that I will see where you are running today. Thinking of this, he then chased out, and when he chased outside the cave, Dongfang Yuan was finally burned to death. He wanted to come and burn Yu Yang, and then he thought about it again. I had to ask him what he wanted to do. Because he was curious why Yu Yang is one reason middle stage level people dare to follow Dongfang Yuan. Their level is not a little bit different, so he decided to ask Yu Yang what he wanted to do first. If they both had the same goal, it would not be too late for me to kill him, so Yu Yang escaped like this. When he heard why Yu Yang came here, he wanted to see if this person was not like everyone else. Because he thinks that Yu Yang is a very upright person, which can be seen from his eyes, unlike others who immediately show a greedy look when they see him. So when he listened to Yu Yang about the whole thing, he chose to believe Yu Yang, and Yu Yang got the forest fire. Yu Yang was so happy, let alone mention it. He never dreamed that it would be so easy. Just like this, Yu Yang cultivated in situ again after he got flexible. It will take about 10 days. In these 10 days, Yu Yang's level has made great progress. Although there is no major breakthrough in the level, but also continuous breakthroughs in 2 small levels, from the nascent soul middle stage to the peak of the reason late stage in one breath. When he finished his cultivation, he thought that it would not work. I had to go back quickly, otherwise if I was out for so long, the people outside might be in a hurry. Thinking of this, he stood up in a hurry and went back to where they used to be. In the tent in front of the node, he has been to the demon clan for so long. Hasn't the loose node been repaired? In fact, this node has been repaired because the Lingquan mountain that Yu Yang went to is in the primordial continent. By this time the others had already left early, so Yan Mengjiao and a few girls were still here because the girls were worried Yu Yang had been waiting here, and when Yu Yang came back, all the girls are very happy. They all crowded around, concerned about whether Yu Yang was injured and whether he had heard any information when he went to the demon clan this time. Yu Yang introduced several girls one by one and saw that Yu Yang was not injured. Rest assured. And then I heard Yu Yang continue to say, I have found a way to deal with Lu Susan. The girls were very happy after hearing this and followed Yu Yang to ask again, are everyone else gone now? Only you are left here. As soon as Yan Mengjiao heard it, yes, now only the few of us are left here because I was afraid that you would be worried when you came back, so we didn't leave. Now I heard that many of the demon clan have come to the primordial continent. A lot of places have been occupied here, and now the royal family of the primordial continent has been alarmed. Yu Yang was taken aback when he heard it, and he said that we had to hurry over to help, but after he finished speaking he thought that it was impossible. My skills are far worse than others, and some people who are better than me can't do it. Can you go? No, this matter seems to be anxious, and there is only one way. Only if I am strong can I protect the people around me. Thinking of this, he said to Yan Mengjiao and the girls, so you can guard me outside. I'll be out about half a month from now on closed door training. Don't let anyone disturb me. A few girls nodded and agreed after hearing Yu Yang's words. Just like this, a few girls are sitting here blocking the tent door while cultivating, while protecting Yu Yang. Yu Yang entered the tent and started closed door training. 5 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Yu Yang's closed door training, there has really been a change in his level. He has already achieved the reason, and the peak of the late stage is only one step away from the early stage of God transformation. Through these 5 days of closed-door training, Yu Yang made a lot of noise when he broke through the peak of the cause late stage to the early stage of God transformation. A whirlwind was blowing around, for and all spiritual chi went to this tent is gathered here. At the beginning, Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinue, Yao Wenyu and a few girls were startled. I wondered what happened, why the spiritual chi here was suddenly so abundant, and they all ran into our tent. How is this going? And finally Yan Mengjiao said with her eyes lit up, don't worry, don't ask, this movement must be made by Yu Yang. Maybe Yu Yang has broken through again. Let's hurry up and take advantage of spiritual chi is very abundant now. Hurry up and cultivate. A few girls, we said it immediately when we heard it. That's right, let's hurry up the cultivation. So Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinue sat down at lotus position and started cultivation after Yan Mengjiao's reminder. Yu Yang is about to cross the thunder tribulation again in this breakthrough period. At that time the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the fish and sheep in the tent also felt bad thoughts. I can't break through in this place, otherwise I will. Meng Jiao and the others were all implicated. Thinking of this, he hurried out of the tent and ran away. When the girls saw that Yu Yang ran out of the tent and ran to the distance, the girls understood that Yu Yang was afraid of hurting them during the lightning calamity, so he stayed away from them. At the same time the girls all ended their cultivation, stood up and looked from a distance. They were very worried about Yu Yang and Yu Yang. They kept running out and it was about 2 miles before lotus position sat. Lei Jia, who started to break through, quickly came down. This spirit transformation stage Lei Jia was many times stronger than his previous gold core stage and reason stage. Fortunately he also survived this thunder calamity without any danger. Yu Yang also broke through to the early stage of divine transformation. This time Yu Yang's physique has undergone great changes and meridians are also much wider than before. When Yu Yang finished his breakthrough and returned to the tent, Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu all gathered around and asked Yu Yang, "Did you succeed in breaking through?" As soon as Yu Yang nodded, he heard Chen Xinue ask, "If you have already broken through to the early stage of God transformation?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "Business." As soon as Chen Xinue heard about Yu Yang, "You have now broken through to the early stage of God transformation, and also got the spirit fire. It seems that you are really a blessed person." Chapter 325, Cultivating the Heaven-Shattering Palm. After listening, Yu Yang looked at Chen Xinue, Yan Mengjiao and Yao Wenyu and then said, "I'm really lucky because of you." The girls all went blank after listening to Yu Yang. At a glance Yu Yang laughed dryly and then said, "Although I have now broken through the initial stage of God transformation, but my exercises are still too few. I thought it would take half a month to break through the initial stage of painting God, but it exceeded my expectations. Although I have already broken through ahead of time, but I want to use the remaining time to practice the exercises. So I plan to practice the broken sky palm that I got before in the remaining 10 days. So recently I will leave for a while because the practice of this practice is relatively large, so as to avoid attracting other people. Come here." So I got a very remote mountain to practice cultivation. You first revolving heaven mountain sect, then I will go back to find you. A few girls are not at ease and ask, "Are you sure there is no problem?" Yu Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen as long as I finish the practice. I will go back to you immediately." "You go back first." The girls nodded after listening to this. After packing up, I went back to the Tianshan sect. As for Yu Yang, he found a remote valley and started to practice breaking the sky palm. At the beginning when Yu Yang was practicing, he did encounter a little difficulty and he did not make any progress until the 3rd day. Yu Yang was sweating on his forehead, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this skill. The FA is so difficult to cultivate for 10 days and I don't know whether it can be cultivated or not. Now the war is so tense. If he can't cultivate, what can he do?" Thinking of this, the more he thinks about it, the more anxious he is. On the 6th day, you really don't say that Yu Yang found it through such a long period of failure. After learning the secret of cultivation, he started to practice slowly and made great progress. On the 8th day, Yu Yang was able to fully perform this exercise. But it can only work, and if you want to show it, you can't do it. Yu Yang saw that it was working and he was very happy at that time, thinking that I will try harder to see if I can show it. Yu Yang started practicing again and in a blink of an eye it was the 9th day. On this day Yu Yang started running the heaven-shattering palm again. Looking at Yu Yang, his whole body suddenly soared, even his hair stood on end. He suddenly opened his palms. A bang was heard just before the palm of the hand. This time Yu Yang successfully displayed the heaven-shattering palm and the mountain bag opposite was completely destroyed by Yu Yang. This time, although he exerted it, his skill was almost exhausted. Yu Yang swayed twice and almost didn't fall to the ground. I thought, no, it seems that my skill is too low, but it would be good to be able to display it like this. At least in critical times can also be used to save lives. Thinking of this, he rested in place and went back to the Tianshan sect. After returning to the Tianshan sect, he was going to see Zhe Yuliang first. When he came to Zhe Yuliang's residence, he found out that Zhe Yuliang had also gone out 2 days ago. Since many demon clans have come to the primordial continent now, Zhe Yuliang also took many disciples to defend the node. Yu Yang was very anxious after hearing this and hurriedly returned to Maywind and met Chen Xinue. Yao Wenyu and the girls immediately said, "I have to dare to go to the node between the primordial continent and the Yaozu. Because many of the nodes leading to the primordial continent from the demon clan have already been memorized, so I have to quickly go to help a few girls and they are not at ease, so I have to follow Yu Yang to take a look." Think, okay, just follow along, at least so many people are better than one person. Now their level is not low and they still have the ability to save their lives, so he thought of this, nodded and said, "Okay, then you hurry up and pack up, let's go now." Yu Yang leads Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue, Yan Mengjiao. A few girls dared to run to the former enemy to help and came to the battlefield that day. This is the most important node of the demon clan to the primordial continent, so there are the most people here. Zhe Yuliang is also here to defend. Yu Yang leads Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinyue and several girls also came here to help. Just as soon as I got there I found that there were two people fighting there in the distance. Yu Yang took a closer look and one of them was the suzerain Zhe Yuliang. Yu Yang looked again. Going to help. Thinking of this he instructed Yao Wenyu and a few girls to say, wait for me here, I will help Sect Master Zhe to finish talking about the strange net Zhe Yuliang and run away. Yu Yang came to the front of the two in a blink of an eye, shouted, Sect Master Zhe, please get out of the way, here I come. When Zhe Yuliang heard that someone was coming he let out a sigh of relief and made trouble for a long time. This person is called Wu Dai and he is the leader of the demon clan Squid Zhe Yuliang. He hasn't rested for several days so his physical strength is a little lacking. When he went out he met this Wu Daian. Not Wu Din's opponent. If Yu Yang doesn't come after a while Zhe Yuliang will be in danger. At this critical juncture Yu Yang rushed to Yu Yang and made Zhe Yuliang retreat to the side. He came to Wu Din and said, it's so big, courage. You stay with you, well you have to go to our primordial continent to be wild today, I will let you know how good I am. Wu Din looks at the person in front of him, is not very old, maybe 20 years old. Left and right he didn't look down at all and asked, who are you? Who was Yu Yang when he heard about me? After a while you will know who I am. He didn't wait for Wu Daian to react after he finished speaking. He rushed to him and gave Wu Daian a slap. When he said that it was rude to finish speaking he dodged to the side and fought with Yu Yang. Place. The two fought for a while and Yu Yang found out that he was not Wu Daian's opponent either. Yu Yang thought about it, and I had just learned the heaven-shattering palm. When I vaguely thought of this he suddenly used his skills and used all his strength. Running towards Wu Din was a slap. At that time he heard a rumbling sound and it was incredible. Then he saw Wu Din in front of him was gone. After a long time of trouble Wu Daian was beaten into a shower of blood, and even Zhe Yuliang who was next to him opened his mouth wide when he saw it, thinking, when did Yu Yang become so powerful? Chapter 326 Unreported to Wen Yan to propose marriage. The palm of Yu Yang just now not only beat Wu Din into a shower of blood but also made a deep hole where Wu Din was standing just now. How much do you think that? When did Yu Yang learn this song? What kind of exercise is this? So smart. He just thought that after Yu Yang made this move at this time all his strength was like being drained and his body almost fell over. Zhe Yuliang, he was surprised when he saw it and hurriedly walked in front of Yu Yang. He supported him and asked Yu Yang, how are you? At this time Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinyue and several girls also ran over from a distance and asked how it was. Yu Yang, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Yu Yang shook his head and said, I'm fine, just let me rest for a while. When Zhe Yuliang heard that, Yu Yang quickly walked back to the tent with me. He helped Yu Yang and walked over to the tent. Chen Xingyu, Yan Mengjiao, a girl followed behind. After returning to the tent I checked Yu Yang's body and said to Chen Xinyue and the girls that he is fine, just take a rest now. After a few girls listened to it I was a little relieved. At this time I was able to support Yu Yang, put Yu Yang next to him and let him rest. In a blink of an eye about 2 hours passed and Yu Yang was almost recovered. Zhe Yuliang asked Yu Yang if he went to the demon clan recently, if he found any information. Yu Yang told Zhe Yuliang the whole process. After saying it once Zhe Yuliang said, Yu Yang, it seems that he is really a blessed person and there is no need for someone who is busy and unhappy to run away from the heart, since you gave the spiritual fire so easily. And then Yu Yang asked Sect Master Zhe, how are the soldiers now? Zhe Yuliang sighed and said, Oh Yu Yang, don't mention it, there are too few magicians in our primordial continent now, and now there are many nodes that have been loosened and many demon tribes have come to the primordial continent and occupied it, many places. Now even the people in the imperial capital have been alarmed, and I heard that they have also sent people down to exterminate the demon clan. Yu Yang was a little anxious when he heard it and immediately asked that there was no other way. If Zhe Yuliang heard that there was any way unless there was an additional powerful formation master now, otherwise this matter, but it's hard to do, but now very few master formation masters are really powerful. Yu Yang said at the time that I had obtained a correct method before, so I will start learning formation now. Zhe Yuliang shook his head and said, Yu Yang, this formation is not easy to learn. And you haven't learned the formation method for a day and you are in a hurry. And this is not something that can be learned in a day or two, Yu Yang said after listening to it. Sect Master Zhe. It's better to try than not to try, so I'm going to retreat right away and give me 10 days. I'll try to see how much I can comprehend, and I'll say that after hearing that. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he immediately asked Zhe Yuliang to find him a tent and asked Yan Mengzhao and a few girls to guard it outside, and he began to comprehend the formation inside. Yu Yang. This meal 5 and 9 days passed in a blink of an eye. Yu Yang did not know that this formation was very profound until he studied it, and it was difficult to understand it for a while. Yu Yang was sweating all over his body in a hurry. On the 10th day, Yu Yang was still unable to stop in researching this formation. On the morning of the 10th day, Yu Yang seemed to have found some ideas, but again it seemed that he had not found any ideas. It wasn't until this evening that Yu Yang found some ideas, but it was still not very useful. He had no choice but to give up temporarily. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Yan Mengzhao and several girls hurried over to ask how is it. Did any research come up with anything? Yu Yang shook his head and said, alas, I still only found some ideas. There was no major progress. A few girls looked at Yu Yang's face full of sadness and comforted him that it was okay, don't worry, how can such a profound thing be? Yu Yang, who can comprehend in 10 days, nodded after listening, said so. I'll go see the suzerain first, you guys are waiting for my girls at home, and nodded after listening. So Yu Yang left the tent and came to Zhe Yuliang again. At this time Zhe Yuliang was chatting with others in the tent. Someone sent a letter inside. When Zhe Yuliang heard that Yu Yang was coming, he hurriedly let him in. Yu Yang, etc. As soon as you walk in, Zhe Yuliang quickly introduce Yu Yang and I will introduce you to him. This is the letter of the elders of Wanwaman called Bao Luliang. Yu Yang said hello to Bao Luliang after listening, and then Zhe Yuliang said to the middle-aged man, Elder Bao, let me introduce you, this is the Yu Yang I mentioned to you yesterday. If it wasn't for him I might be enough. Exploded. Lu Liang immediately stood up and walked to Yu Yang, clasped his fists and said, You are Yu Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you, I have to thank you. Yu Yang asked very strangely, at the time you thank me. Exploding. Lu Liang, as soon as I heard that you were right, I have to thank you very much. If it weren't for you, my daughter Wen Yan might have died a long time ago. After a long time, this middle-aged man is Bao Wenyan's father. Exploded. Lu Liang. The former Lu Junjun did not know what Bao Wenyan did to Lu Liang. He always thought that Lu Zhen was really a good person. Until that time when Lu Junjun and Zhang Wenxian cooperated to kidnap Yan Mengzhao and other girls, and Yu Yang made a scene at Wanwaman to save the girls. And finally Ding Wenxi came forward to find out the truth of the matter. When Lu Liang learned that Lu Junjun was mixed with Zhang Wenxian, a spy of the demon clan, he was trembling with anger, and until now he understood everything. He kept saying in front of him how Wen Yan seemed to be fake after so many years. I'm sorry, Wen Yan. Later he called Bao Wenyan to his side and said, Wen Yan has been a bad father for so long, you shouldn't trust that woman too much and make you feel wrong. Bao Wenyan hurriedly said, Dad, how can I blame you? This is not your fault. Bao Luliang sighed and said, Oh, what a good boy, Daddy will definitely compensate you in the future. Lu Liang's heart has always been very grateful to Yang because he felt that if it wasn't for Yu Yang he would still not know what Lu Zhen really was, and she didn't know what Lu Junjun was, so he might have always believed he. It happened that he led the disciples to guard the node this time, and he heard that Zhe Yuliang, the suzerain of Tianshan sect, was also here, so he came to see Zhe Yuliang. In fact, he came to see Zhe Yuliang for one of the most important reasons: to propose a marriage to Bao Wenyan. Chapter 327. He wanted to find Zhe Yuliang for his treasure. On the one hand he came to Zhe Yuliang for this matter. On the other hand he also wanted to discuss with Zhe Yuliang how to deal with the demon clan. When Yu Yang came, the two were discussing how to deal with it. What about the monsters? As soon as Yu Yang walked in from outside, when Zhe Yuliang introduced to Lu Liangyi that this was Yu Yang, Lu Liang looked up and down and looked at Yu Yang, thinking that the young man was young. Level in the future, this young man will definitely not be in the pool. If Wen Yan can really find such a person in the future, I will be relieved, but I just don't know what people think. After Zhe Yuliang introduced Yu Yang, he took a few steps forward, and when he reached Bao Lu Liang he clasped his fist and said, Hold the elder, it's a pleasure to meet him, and Bao Lu Liang immediately folded his fist and said, Yu Yang, you're welcome. After greeting each other, Zhe Yuliang asked Yu Yang, how are you doing with that formation? When Yu Yang heard this he sighed and said, Sect Master is ashamed, I just learned some fur. Zhe Yuliang said, Yu Yang, as soon as he heard it, don't be too modest, it is very rare that you can study something in such a short period of time. Formation is a very difficult thing to learn. It would be good to be able to research something within a short period of time. This matter will take your time, don't be too anxious. He just finished speaking and the next person Lu Liang heard what he said. Why is Sect Master Zhe Yuyong learning the formation method during this time? Zhe Yu bright spot nodded and said yes. Bao Luliang said immediately after hearing that Sect Master Zhe has learned some formation techniques. If Yu Xiaoyu can look up to it, I can give him everything Zhang I have learned. Zhe Yuliang hurriedly said at the time, Elder Bao, you are polite. If you are really willing to hand him over, it would be a blessing for him. At this time Yu Yang also stood up, hugged Lu Liang and folded his fists and said, hug the elder. If you are willing to teach me, then I can't ask for it, but thank you so much, you are my master. When Lu Liang heard it, he hurriedly shook his head and said, dare not dare to say that, Yu Yang, you're too polite. I teach you what you should, and you have to deal with the demon clan in a hurry to learn the FA. If you are willing to learn, I will give it all the money. After speaking, the two of them were polite and then they sat down again and began to discuss the matter of dealing with the demon clan. This burst Lu Liang's psychology. He has been hesitating, thinking, should I say it? After I say it, will Yu Yang refuse to agree? If he doesn't agree to me, where can I put this old face? It's already night and it's getting dark, so Lu Liang thought to himself, don't say no more. Come on, let me go, let me say it. Thinking of this, he clasped his fist at Zhe Yuliang and said, Sect Master Zhe, today I'm coming to you to discuss how to deal with the demon clan. This is one aspect and I have another very important thing to do. I didn't mention Zhe Yuliang, but when I heard it I hurriedly asked, Elder Bao, what do you want to say? Despite saying, burst Lu Liang to hear. Said, then I will say, in fact this matter is also very simple. That is, I not only want to come to you today to discuss how to deal with the demon clan, I also want to propose a marriage to my daughter Wenyan. I want to ask you to be a matchmaker. Zhe Yuliang asked at the time, oh please let me be a matchmaker. Who do you want to marry your daughter? As soon as Lu Liang heard about it, who would I want to marry my daughter? This person is far and near in front of me. When Zhe Yuliang heard it all in front of me, who would you be talking about? Could it be that Yu Yang? Bao Luliang nodded and said he was serious, and Yu Yang listened to it and thought to himself, what was going on? I don't know him well, why did he marry his daughter to me? Just then Bao Luliang said, Yu Yang, maybe you will be very strange, you are not familiar with me, why should I? It's good to marry my daughter to you, right? After he finished, Yu Yang didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes already showed that he was very strange, and Lu Liang also knew that Yu Yang was wondering about this problem, so he said it immediately. Yu Yang, do you still remember that you rescued a girl in the ancient secret realm? This girl is my daughter. Yu Yang really remembered it at the time and immediately asked, are you the father of Bao Wenyan? After listening, Lu Liang nodded and said, the business. Yu Yang is actually very embarrassed to say it and also blames me, Wenyan, who was a father who did not do his duty as a father and was almost killed by someone. Finally I can figure out this matter. Let me know what Lu Junjun has changed thanks to you, otherwise I might not necessarily misunderstand Wenyan Wen. So you are my benefactor. Yu Yang immediately mentioned elder violence as soon as he heard it. You are polite, this matter has already passed, then let it pass. Burst Lu Liang and then said another sentence, Yu Yang, I made this decision today, no other intention, just want our two schools to form a good alliance forever. So Yu Yang, what do you think about this? After listening to him, Yu Yang didn't want to agree, thinking that Mengru still doesn't know what to do now. I haven't seen him yet and I also promised Mengjiao not to provoke other girls. If I promise another marriage here, how will I explain it to Meng Jiao? At this moment Zhe Yuliang asked Yu Yang, what do you think about this matter? As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he said that the matter of the suzerain must be absolutely necessary. He was about to go on when Zhe Yuliang waved his hand at him and said, Yu Yang, please wait for a while after you finished talking to me, and he walked out of the room. Yu Yang, as soon as he saw it, he had no choice but to follow, and there was only Lu Liang sitting in the room alone. When Yu Yang followed Zhe Yuliang outside to a corner, the two of them stopped and Zhe Yuliang turned around and said to Yu Yang, you don't need to say anything, I understand what you just wanted to say. Are you trying to say that you already have someone you like? According to my guess, it should not be one. When Yu Yang heard that Zhe Yuliang had guessed it, he couldn't help blushing and said that the sect master was serious, so I couldn't agree to this marriage. Zhe Yuliang laughed at him after listening to it and said, what is Yu Yang? You are so talented and there are naturally many girls who like you. It is not surprising that there was a young genius Yi Chunhua in our primordial continent. Yes. Yu Yang, do you know how many women are around him? Yu Yang shook his head and said he didn't know. Zhe Yuliang and then continued, then I'll tell you that there were 20 girls beside him at that time. Yu Yang, the reason why I tell you this is that I think you should agree to this marriage. Your agreement will also be beneficial to your future development in the primordial continent. Yu Yang said it as soon as he heard it, but the sect master Zhe Yuliang, before he could finish speaking, waved his hand and said, Yu Yang, stop talking, I know you have scruples. Yu Yang, I believe that your future achievements are very remarkable. There is absolutely no way for our little Tianshan sect to keep you. You want to do something big, the connections are absolutely inseparable, so I think you should agree to this marriage and trust the girls around you. If you know about this matter, it will be helpful for your future development. I believe they will agree and won't say anything. Yu Yang listens. Zhe Yuliang said, so he had no choice but to nod and say, okay, the sect master will listen to your Zhe Yuliang and say it happily. Alas, that's right. Chapter 328, Meeting Qi Mengru again. After the two of them finished speaking, they went back to the room and told Bao Luliang that Yu Yang agreed to explode Luliang, and he was very happy after hearing it. The three of them sat down and continued to discuss how to deal with the demon clan. At this time, a disciple of Tianshan sect ran in outside the door. The disciple ran in and said to Zhe Yuliang in a panic, the suzerain is in trouble. A letter was sent from the front saying that now the demon clan is attacking our node again and it can't stand it anymore. Zhe Yuliang was shocked when he heard it and said, I know, you go down first, we will go there as soon as possible to support the disciple, who agreed and went down. After the disciple left, Zhe Yuliang asked the elders to ask the newspaper, how do you think this should be done? Exploding Lu Liang, he hurriedly said, Sect Master Zhe, this time the demon clan is aggressive and the number is still relatively large. Several groups of troops are divided to attack the node. Now the main thing is that our side is a little short of manpower. The nodes keep going wrong and the number of masters of formation on our side is already very limited. So far only soldiers come to block water and soil, and I also know some formations. I just led Yu Yang to the forehand node just to make him more familiar with formations. Zhe Yuliang nodded at that time and said, it has to be like this now, so you and Yu Yang go first and I will see if there are other masters of the formation technique and I will send someone over to help you right away. Exploding Lu Liang, he nodded and said, okay Sect Master Zhe, it's not too late, we'll start now. Just like this, Bao Luliang and Yu Yang left the Tianshan sect. This broke Luliang. First they went back to their own sect's camp to pick up some Wanwaman disciples, and then they dared to run to the node with Yu Yang. There. The two people just walked to a mountain ring not far from the node when they heard the sound of fighting not far away. The two of them knew that there must be another demon clan attacking the node in the primordial continent. Bao Luliang immediately said that it would not work, so we had to rush over to help. Yu Yang nodded and Bao Luliang asked the disciples behind him to catch up quickly. Where the two of them dared to fight stupidly, they quickly got out of the mountain ring and saw the fight in front of them. It was a lively scene. At this time a lot of demon clans have already called over. At this time the disciples of various sects on the human side are struggling to resist, but the number of people is too small. There are too many demon clans and people are constantly injured and killed. Yu Yang looked up and saw a girl not far in front of him. This girl was freezing hands with a demon clan. Yu Yang thought at that time, isn't this Mengru? He is here too. He found out that this girl is not the opponent of that monster clan, thinking that if it can't be done I have to go to help quickly, and he shouted when he thought of this. Mengru, don't worry about you, don't worry about me coming. After he finished speaking he ran towards the two of them and ran away. At this time the girl who was fighting with the demon clan also heard Yu Yang's shout and she turned around and looked at it. Yu Yang was broken this time. This girl is really Qi Mengru, so how did Qi Mengru get here? This is not surprising. Now all the sects in the primordial continent are defending against the demon clan. Qi Mengru just happens to be in charge here to guard, but who knew that this time I happened to encounter the demon clan to attack the node. Because the master of the formation method was too short of the node, it was disclosed by the demon clan. He led the other disciples of Shenfeng sect and several other sects to resist the leader of the demon clan here. How powerful is Yale? There are many people who are not his opponents. In the end Qi Mengru went up and fought with him for a while and found that he was not good either. At this moment Yu Yang came. Yu Yang saw that Qi Mengru was not Yale's opponent. He shouted. His shouting was bad. When Qi Mengru heard his voice his heart was filled with heartbreak. Think, what's going on? Why does his voice sound so familiar? He turned around. We mentioned earlier that Qi Mengru took Wang Qing pill. He couldn't remember Yu Yang, but because his will was too firm, although he forgot Yu Yang, it was still a little vague impression. Always feel that this person has seen before. When he turned around and saw that the two feelings that had appeared in his heart reappeared, he felt as if he had seen Yu Yang somewhere and his head started to hurt again when he thought about it. Land. This is too dangerous. When do you think this is? When he is dying. When he fell, Yale said that he could be saved and said, haha, I think you are courting death. And after that he ran towards Chi Mengru and rushed in the past. Mengru fainted when Yu Yang looked at them. Also he immediately used the heaven poundering palm in a hurry. This speed is too fast. If you wait for him to get there it will be too late, so he uses this move in a hurry and he doesn't care that he has no strength to save himself after using it. When I came out, Yale also found out that it was too late, and if I tried to hide I couldn't hide. Yu Yang was too anxious to use this move. He used all his strength. This time was incredible, and suddenly he heard a loud bang and Yale was dead at that time. This palm hit Yale, the soul flew away and the whole was defeated. Not only he was defeated but even the surrounding monster races were affected, and this palm killed the clan. There are hundreds of demon clans and the other people gasped when they saw it, thinking to God, who is this? At this moment the other monsters who were still working were stunned and they stepped back in fright, retreating to the entrance of the node ready to run back at any time. People from other sects are talking about it. Who do you think this is? Such a powerful god, he has surpassed so many of us at once so much. Some of them know Yu Yang and say you don't. This person is Yu Yang, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Tianshan sect. Don't look at his age, look at his appearance. His level should have reached the stage of spiritual transformation, or else lying on your stomach won't have so much power. Yu Yang. Just today this name has spread in the Taiku continent. At this time after Yu Yang made this move he couldn't even stand and his body swayed, but he still stood still because he was worried that Chi Mengru's people from Shenfengmen would also rush out at this time and give Chi Mengru to him. Take Yu Yang away and think what's going on. Mengru, he fainted twice when he saw me. What the hell is going on? What the hell did Shenfengmen do to him? I have to go to Shenfengmen to see him after I finish the matter this time and find out about this matter. If they dare, what will happen to Mengru? I will definitely follow him. They are not finished. At this time Yu Yang couldn't hold it any longer and he was about to fall down. The disciples of Tianshan sect also realized that something was wrong and hurried out a few people to support Yu Yang. After Zhang Yu Yang was helped to the tent in the Tianshan mountains, he looked like he was drained when he poured down there, and it was not until the second day that he recovered a little bit better. Woke up. At this time Yu Yang was there practicing cultivation. A person came in from the door and the person said to Yu Yang as soon as he came in, Tang Zhu came outside and 2 people wanted to see you. Yu Yang finished his practice and asked, oh, 2 people came to see me. Did they say they came to see me for something? As soon as this disciple heard about it, they didn't say anything about it, they just said that they came to you for something very important. Yu Yang said after listening, okay, then you go out and tell them, let them come in. The disciple agreed after listening. After going out for a while, 2 people came in from outside. Both of them were middle-aged, a man and a woman. Chapter 329. Yu Yang's parents. As soon as the 2 of them came in, the man first spoke, first cupped fist, you Xiao Yu at Yu Yang, we were reckless, don't bother. Yu Yang hurriedly cupped fist and said no. Then Yu Yang asked a question, may I ask if you 2 are the middle-aged men, and hurriedly said Xiao Yu, we are from the imperial capital of the Taiku continent, my surname is Yu and I asked Yu Haonan to come and try to follow Yu Xiao this time. Friends, to prove something. Yu Yang hurriedly asked, oh, what is the matter? Feel free to ask, please take a seat please. After the 2 sat down, the middle-aged man named Yu Haonan asked Yu Xiao Yu, I would take the liberty to ask if you are from the Taiku continent, from a place called Earth, and Yu Yang hurriedly said business. How did you know? Immediately after, Yu Haonan asked again, Yu Xiao Yu, how old are you this year? After hearing this, Yu Yang thought to himself, what is this guy trying to do? Check account. In addition, I don't know anyone in the imperial capital of the primordial continent. I only came to the primordial continent not long ago, and how did he know that I came from the earth? In the end he asked me what Anne's heart was thinking of this. He didn't answer Yu Haonan's question. This middle-aged man named Yu Haonan saw that Yu Yang didn't speak. He immediately continued, Yu Xiao Yu, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Don't worry about it, I just want to verify some information. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. In addition, I will ask you a little more. If there is this matter, you will say yes. If it is not, then you will forgive us more and you will leave immediately. Is there a birthmark on the back of your left thigh? Yu Yang was shocked when he heard it and wondered how he knew I had a birthmark. After a long time of trouble, Yu Haonan really got it right. There really was a birthmark on the back of Yu Yang's left thigh. Who is this person? Thinking of this, he asked Yu Haonan, who are you? How did you know there was a birthmark on the back of my left thigh? Yu Haonan said at the time, did Xiao Yu, you really have a birthmark on the back of your left thigh? Yu Yang nodded and said, this is true, how did you know? As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but burst into tears. Yu Yang was a little confused when she saw it like this, thinking what happened to these two. Why did this woman cry when I said I had a birthmark on the back of my left thigh? As soon as he thought of this, he heard Yu Haonan say, "Yu Yang, do you know who I am?" Yu Yang was even more stunned after hearing this, thinking that you have already signed up. And ask me if I know who you are. Thinking of this, he looked at Yu Haonan with two eyes and then heard Yu Haonan say, "Yu Yang, do you know who your parents are?" As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, I grew up with my master and didn't know who my parents were. Yu Haonan nodded after listening and said, "Yu Yang, I am your father." After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger and the middle-aged woman said that this is your mother. I didn't expect that we would have to meet after so many years. Yu Yang thought at that time, these two people in front of me are my parents. If they are really my parents, then why did they throw me away when I was a child, and how did I get to the earth? A series of question marks flooded into Yu Yang's mind. Thinking of this, he was stunned, and at this time he came in again at the address outside the door and said to Yu Yang that an old man had come outside the hall master saying that it was your master Yu Yang who heard something at that time. My master asked him to come in quickly. When the disciple heard this, he agreed and walked out. Soon an old man walked in from outside. Yu Yang looked up and saw that the old man was not his master. Qin Bishan again, who is it? Hurriedly took a few steps forward and came to Qin Bishan and said to meet the master, "Why did you come here, master?" Qin Bishan waved his hand at him and said, "You're welcome, child. Am I coming today? I'm here to tell you that the two people in front of you are your parents. Don't you recognize them yet?" Yu Yang was dumbfounded when he heard it. Speaking of the master, what was going on? You didn't tell me that I was picked up by you when I was a child and I didn't have parents at all, so what's going on now? Qin Bishan said with joy, "Yu Yang, who doesn't have parents in life, there is a reason why I didn't tell you at the beginning. It was like this at the beginning," and then he told how Yu Yang got to the earth when he was a child and the whole thing happened again. Are the two in front of you really Yu Yang's parents? Really, this middle-aged man's surname is Yu and his name is Yu Haonan, and the woman's surname is Yuan and his name is Yuan Xiaoling. Yu Haonan's identity is amazing. His father is the lord of Daxia, the largest country in the primordial continent. After Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaoling got married, they didn't have many children, so they gave birth to a son like Yu Yang. Just less than a month after the masculine birth, he suddenly fell ill on this day. This time the two of them are in a panic, and I have looked for a lot of doctors to see it, but it is not easy to use and it has no effect at all. Just when the two were in a hurry, someone told them that there was a place about 50 miles away from Wangdu and there was a 4-Laoshan mountain. I heard that there are experts there, maybe go to them, this child can still be saved too. As soon as people heard that Yu Yang was in a hurry, they dared to run to the 4 old mountains. The first of these 4 old mountains is Qin Bishan, the second is Mo Yufei, the third Hu Pengcheng, the fourth and Du Wenzan. It was Hu Pengcheng who treated Yu Yang at that time. Hu Pengcheng was surprised when he saw Yu Yang. Speaking of this child, he would definitely not be in the pool in the future. Look at his body, meridians are sturdy and they will definitely be the prodigies of cultivation world in the future. Qin Bishan and Mo Yufei. Yu Yang was amazed after watching it, and Du Wenzan said something next to him. I don't think this kid will be bothered in the future. I'll give him a calculation. He started to calculate it for Yu Yang. After the calculation, he was shocked and said, alas, this kid will not be too old in the future. There will be a big disaster in the mainland in the future, only he can solve it, but this child cannot stay in the primordial continent. If he continues to stay here, he may not be able to live. At this time Yu Haonan, Yuan Zhaolin and his wife were anxious when they heard this and hurriedly asked the old man if there was any way to save him. Du Wenzan said in a hurry, don't worry, I said just now, as long as this child leaves the primordial continent he will be able to survive and we can help him cure the disease. This child will be amazing in the future. That this child has to leave the primordial continent. Yu Haonan, Yuan Zhaolin was dumbfounded after hearing that, and Du Wenzan continued, but you two don't have to worry that this child will come back in the future, but now you have to. There is no way to leave the two of them. In this way the two reluctantly handed over Yu Yang to these 4 and returned to the imperial capital. After the two left, Qin Bishan, Hu Pengcheng, Mo Yufei and 3 people asked you just now that this child will not be easy in the future. Saying that there will be a great disaster in the primordial continent in the future, only this child can solve it. What is going on? Du Wenzan immediately said that there is no need to say so much now. The secret must not be revealed. You will know what happened in the future, and now this child is left. Let us accept him as a disciple. In the end, as soon as the old four discussed it, there was Qin Bishan who took Yu Yang as his apprentice and left the primordial continent with Yu Yang and arrived on Earth. Chapter 330 Comprehend Formation. After we got to the Earth, the old four discussed where we were going and what to do with such a small child. Finally, after searching, we found a few people in Dongling Mountain. I am very satisfied. Spiritual qi is quite abundant in this place, so a few people settled in this place as soon as they discussed it. When Yu Yang was 1 year old, they began to teach Yu Yang martial arts. By the time Yu Yang was 2 years old, Qin Bishan, Hu Pengcheng, Mo Yufei, 3 people were chatting in the room that day. Du Wenzan came in from outside and said to the 3 people, "Don't talk to the old 3, I found a big thing." All 3 of them heard it. Strangely asked, "What is so mysterious?" When Du Wenzan heard it, he said to the 3 people, "The 3 of you don't know yet. Now there is a girl with Jinfeng bloodline on the Earth." The 3 of them were shocked when they heard it. At the same time they asked why the Jinfeng bloodline appeared. "Girl, where is this girl now?" Du Wenzan said that the girl of the golden phoenix blood is Qi Mengru. Then Du Wenzan told the 3 of them the address of Qi Mengru's birthplace, which is Huanghai City. "As far as I know, this girl of the golden phoenix blood will tell you in the future. Yang, this child is very beneficial. Yu Yang just happened to cultivate a girl from the golden phoenix bloodline, Yulongju. As far as I know, only people from Shenfengmen have it. And I figured it out. Yu Yang will have a marriage with this girl in the future, and Yu Yang will have success in the future because of this girl." The 3 of them were also a little anxious when they heard it. They asked immediately, "How can you tell me how to find this girl?" Du Wenzan said to the 3 of them after hearing it, "You 3 don't have to worry, let's do this next. As far as I know, this girl will have a serious illness in the past 2 days, so let our senior brother come forward to cure him. Bloodline, he must practice the cultivation technique of Shenfengmen, that is, he has to wait until he grows up to cultivate Shenfengmen's cultivation technique of Shenfengmen, and his disease will be relieved naturally. It is because he has the bloodline of Jinfeng. If there is no one who knows martial arts to help him get through the meridians, this girl will not survive, so let our senior brother come forward to do this." As soon as Qin Bishan heard about it, at the time I said, "Junior brother, I can go. The key is that we have just arrived on Earth and I don't even know where it is. How do I get there?" Du Wenzan said to him, "Ichiraku, after listening to this, senior brother, why are you so confused? I can figure it out and I can know the full address." And then he told Qin Bishan the detailed address. After Qin Bishan heard it, he immediately wrote down the address and immediately dared to be stupid in Huanghai City. Then can Qin Bishan also have medical skills? That's too good. These 4 old people all graduated from the same division and they all know some medical skills, but they don't have the essence of Hu Pengcheng's learning, but they are also good at it. In this way Qin Bishan came to Huanghai very smoothly and he saw Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan. At this time the 2 were in a hurry. They didn't know what happened to Qi Mengru. All looked bad. After he came to the door and said that he could cure Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan, he was too anxious to do anything, so he had to go to the doctor in a hurry. In fact, he just used a kind of needle method called the true method of membership to get through Qi Mengru's meridians, but when he got through, he got through. When Qi Mengru was 18 years old, if he hadn't cultivated Shenfeng cultivation technique, he would have also. This will happen and inexplicably faint. Just like that, he told Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan that after 17 years this girl will still fall ill in the future, so only my apprentice can help him with treatment. After the Earth, in order to better integrate into this environment for the convenience of communication, they also bought mobile phones. Then can it be used? Don't you forget that these 4 experts are all cultivation world experts. Isn't it very fast to learn this thing? Soon they mastered how to use the mobile phone. After finishing talking, Qin Bishan left and that's it. After Yu Yang grew up, they arranged for Yu Yang to go down the mountain to protect Qi Mengru and Qin Bishan. After talking about everything, Yu Yang then understood. Yu Yang and Yu Haonan Yuan Zhaolin and his wife finally found his biological parents after so many years. Yu Yang is also very happy. At this time 2 people came in from the outside, and these 2 people were exactly Lu Liang and Jie Yuliang. How did they come? After a long time of trouble, after Yu Yang was injured, the people of the Tianshan sect sent him back to their tent and exploded Lu Liang there to repair the nodes. He took a lot of effort to completely repair this node and was about to go to see how Yu Yang was doing. He just walked to the tent door and happened to meet Jie Yuliang, who had arrived here. I heard that Yu Yang was injured, so he was going to see what happened to Yu Yang, so he and Lu Liang met. When the 2 walked into the tent and saw that there were several people sitting in it, the 2 of them didn't know what was going on. After Yu Yang's introduction, the two of them realized that they had been in trouble for a long time, and Yu Yang found his biological parents. The two are also happy for Yu Yang. Said hello to each other, then sat down and began to discuss how to deal with the monster clan. At this moment a person came in from outside and said no, another node is about to be given by the monster clan, made public. When everyone heard it, they were shocked and immediately joined together, daring to run to the damaged node. After waiting here, this node has already broken a hole. If there were not many people, the defense might have been killed by the demon clan. I came here, and when Lu Liang saw it, he immediately pointed at Yu Yang and said, Xiao Yu, let's go over and help. It happens that you also see how I repair the nodes. This is also good for you to learn the formation. Yu Yang nodded after listening. Following the explosion of Lu Liang, the two came to the damaged node. When he was in front of the damaged node, Lu Liang immediately started to repair the node. Yu Yang was beside him and he watched intently without blinking. Just when Lu Liang was about to repair the node, Yu Yang was also watching. Yes, when I was concentrating on it, I suddenly heard someone shout that it was broken and the node in another place was broken. Someone shouted, hurry up to get rid of the formation master, who knew that after a long time someone said that it was broken. The formation master has not found the opening of the node. It has been broken more and more. If it goes on like this, the demon the people of the clan are about to call. Both Bao Luliang and Yu Yang heard it, and both of them were so anxious that Lu Liang couldn't do anything about it and shouted at Yu Yang, have you seen this? After he finished speaking, he pointed to an array flag on the ground and said that this is a very important array flag. You can just look at him. If the node is damaged, you can move him to a place immediately. The clan can't attack. I'll take a look at that node over there right away. After he left, Yu Yang was left alone. He was sweating a bit. Although he understood a little bit, it was useless. He had never seen such a high-end form. Thinking how to do this. If the direction of the movement is wrong, what can be done? Thinking of this, he will keep staring at the chess, wondering what the hell is going on in this big formation. How is this node arranged? In addition, how can the two spaces be separated? Thinking of this, he fell into deep thinking. I don't know how long it took Yu Yang's eyes to light up. As if he had realized something, he kept picking up the array on the ground. Chess changing the position. Looking at this node, it can be repaired immediately. Chapter 331. At this moment, Lu Liang, who went to repair the other node, came back. He happened to see this scene. At that time he stood there dumbfounded and wondered, what am I seeing? I read it right. He thought he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh with his hand and it felt very painful, and then he reacted, thinking to God, no, this is a genius. He has mastered the big problem so quickly. The operation method of the shock in the first operation is to operate such a high-end array. Thinking of this, he was so stupid. He waited until Yu Yang had completely repaired the nodes. Then he reacted. He hurried a few steps to Yu Yang and grabbed Yu Yang's hand. I said, Xiao Yu, you are really a genius, and this node allows you to repair it so easily. At this time other people also noticed, and the movement here was crowded around. When they heard that Yu Yang had repaired the node easily, everyone was impressed by Yu Yang. At this time Lu Liang asked Yu Yang, how did you understand the formation so quickly? The second monk Yu Yang was also questioned, could not touch the top of his head. At that time when Lu Liang asked this question, he immediately said, Uncle is actually me. I don't know, I was just staring at this big formation and thinking about his principles. I don't know what's going on, but suddenly I seem to understand. Some of the truths in the middle, exploded Lu Liang. After listening, I nodded and said, Yu Yang, it seems that you're still quite talented. Exploding, Lu Liang said, thinking that this Yu Yang will be absolutely amazing in the future. Who can understand the formation method so quickly? It is very simple to hear him say. In fact, if you can encounter such a thing, it proves that this person there is absolutely this talent. Otherwise, no matter how smart you are, you will not be able to comprehend the formation. At this time I heard Yu Yang say, let's talk about it when we have time. Now we must hurry up and repair all the nodes so that we can stop the demon clan. After listening, Lu Liang nodded and said, that's right, now let's hurry up and repair the nodes so that he and Yu Yang work together to start repairing the nodes. This is much faster. Very soon there are many places the nodes have been repaired. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed and the nodes of the Yaozu leading to the primordial continent have basically been repaired. After the alliance of the imperial capital and the major sects of the primordial continent, the monster race was finally driven out of the primordial continent. On the day of victory everyone cheered and was very happy, everyone's face was full of smiles. Yu Haonan and Yuan Zhaolin found Yu Yong and asked Yu Yong if he wanted to go back to the imperial capital. Yu Yong with them. As soon as I heard it I joined the Tianshan sect when I first arrived in the Taiku continent. Sect Master Zhe and Elder Sheng are both good to me and I am still the head of the law enforcement hall. I can't just leave like this. I didn't come alone so Taiku continent can't go with you right now. When Yu Haonan heard the question at the time, was there anyone else coming with you? Don't know who this person is. Yu Yong blushed after hearing that and said, Dad, those are your daughters-in-law. After hearing this Yu Haonan laughed and said to Yuan Xiaoling, did you see Zhaolin? Our son has a daughter-in-law, haha, this is great. Yuan Zhaolin was also very happy after listening to it, and after he finished speaking he said to Yu Yong, then you can go back to Tianshan sect first and wait. In 2 days your mother and I will take you back to the imperial capital. Just like that Yu Haonan Yuan Zhaolin and his wife returned to the imperial capital Yu Yong, and they also led the disciples of Tianshan sect back to the sect. When Yu Yong returned to the sect to arrange all the things he returned to Mei Wen. As soon as he returned home Chen Xinue, Yan Mengjiao and several girls immediately came over and surrounded him. One after another asked how the matter against the demon clan was going. Yu Yong has been out for half a month. Has he been injured? How is it outside? After a long time of trouble, it has been more than half a month since Yu Yong went out that day, but he has made a few girls anxious. Now that Yu Yong comes back all the ladies are asking about Yu Yong. I told them about dealing with the demon clan, and a few girls who had already won the victory were also very happy after hearing that. As for Yu Yong, he also told a few girls that he had found his parents. After listening to this several girls were both happy and nervous for Yu Yong, wondering how the future parents-in-law would get along well. A few girls were thinking wildly in their hearts, and then they heard Yu Yong say, Meng Jiao Xinue, I want to tell you a few things. A few girls are over. After listening to it they are cranky and immediately ask Yu Yong, if you have any, say whatever you want to say. And then Yu Yong told about Lu Liang's coming to find Zhe Yuliang to propose marriage for his daughter Bao Wenyan. After that he continued to say, I didn't want to agree, but Sect Master Zhe has already spoken. I really had no choice in the end, so I promised to get married. After listening the girls also knew that Yu Yong was also in a difficult situation. Yan Mengjiao first talked about Yu Yong, don't worry, we won't blame you. Yu Yong, don't be embarrassed, we are not the kind of ignorant girls. Chen Xingyu and Yao Wenyu after listening to it they said, yes Yu Yong, don't worry, we won't blame you for this. Yu Yong was very happy when he saw that the girls were so reasonable, and then he heard Yan Mengjiao ask Yu Yong, you just said that Uncle Ant is from the imperial capital of the ancient continent, which means that you will also get it in the future. Go to the imperial capital. But I'm worried that you must not have grown up here so many people since you were a child, and you don't know what anyone thinks in their hearts. If you go back so rashly some people will definitely be unhappy. Yu Yong nodded after hearing this. When it comes to Mengjiao, what you said makes sense. I have also considered the issue you mentioned, but everything is like this. There are advantages and disadvantages. Things will be much simpler to check. For example, whoever treated people to destroy the Demon Shadow sect and I would go to the Shinfeng sect to find people in the future will be very beneficial. Although the royal family has a lot of right and wrong, but people don't offend me, I don't offend anyone. If someone offends me I will beat them up. In fact, Yao Wenyu and several girls do not want Yu Yong to return to the imperial capital because they know that there are many things in the royal family and it is very likely that Yu Yang's return will cause other people to be unhappy, and they do not want Yu Yong to go back all day. They just want to live a peaceful life with Yu Yong. When Yao Wenyu heard Yu Yong say that he could better check their family affairs by returning to the imperial capital, he was moved at the time. He didn't expect Yu Yong to take this matter so seriously. Chapter 332, Returning to Wangdu. Soon a day passed. On the second day Yu Yong was chatting with a few girls in the house. Someone came to send him a letter saying that the suzerain Zhe Yuliang was celebrating this great victory. Yu Yong went to the banquet. Just like that Yu Yong led Chen Xinue, Yan Mengjiao, Yao Wenyu and several girls to the banquet. At the banquet the disciples of Tianshan sect frequently toasted Yu Yong. Yu Yong is always willing to toast all the people who come to toast. Zhe Yuliang and Sheng Tiancho look at Yu Yong and look at their hearts and like it very much. Achievement. Just as everyone was drinking on the letterhead, two people came in from outside. These two people were none other than Lu Liang and Bao Wenyan's father and daughter. So how did they get here? After a long time of trouble since the great victory that day, all the nodes have been repaired, and Lu Liang also took the people from Wanwaman back to their own sect. After returning to the sect, Lu Liang thought that he should send Bao Wenyan to Yuyang. Wen Yanxi is not too young now, and I can feel at ease if he can rely on him, so thinking of this he called Bao Wenyan to his side, and when he talked about this matter Bao Wenyan also nodded. He agreed, so he led Bao Wenyan to the Tianshan sect. As soon as he entered the room, Zhe Yuliang just happened to see him, so he had enough money, so he immediately came over and said, "Elder Bao, please take a seat." So why did Lu Liang come in so easily? Is no one holding the door outside? Of course not, because the people of Tianshan sect are already very familiar with Lu Liang, so when Lu Liang arrived, a disciple came over and said that he wanted to go in to deliver a letter. Lu Liang waved his hand and said, "No, I'll just go in," so he came in. When it was revealed that Lu Liang would say something in the future, Zhe Yuliang and Sheng Tianzun were happy for Yuyang after hearing it, and they immediately called Yuyang over. When Yuyang came over, the more Bao Lu Liang looked at Yuyang, the more he liked to hold Yuyang's hand and said, "Yuyang, my daughter Wen Yan will be handed over to you from now on." After listening, Yuyang nodded and said, "Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely listen to his." Bao Lu Liang and nodded and said, "Yes Yuyang, of course I believe you. I have to go back first, there are still a lot of things in the sect that need to be dealt with." Zhe Yuliang said to him, "Elder Bao, you seem to have come, so stay for a meal," and Lu Liang waved his hand at him, saying that sect master Zhe will disturb me another day. There is indeed something to do when I go back this time, so I will leave first. When Zhe Yuliang saw that Lu Liang insisted on leaving, he didn't hold back, and Yuyang and the others kept sending him to the outside of the Tianshan sect. Everyone just came back and they continued to drink, and the meal continued from morning to evening. Yuyang led Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinue, Yan Mengjiao and Bao Wenyan back to the internet. On the way back to the wind in Mei, Yan Mengjiao and Chen Xinue and several girls thought in their hearts that all the girls around Yuyang had beaten each other. A few girls are also very helpless, thinking, who makes this Yuyang so good? But if he keeps looking for it like this, how can he get ahead? After everyone returned to Mei, it was fine. The house on Yuyang's side was relatively large. Although there were more people, it was still able to live there, so Bao Wenyan, Chen Xinue and Yao Wenyu were allowed to live together. Fortunately, these girls are all about the same age, so they can play together. After a while they became Yuyang. When I saw Chen Xinue, Yao Wenyu and the girls were not. Bao Wenyan was regarded as an outsider, and he was I was so happy. About 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day someone came to send a letter to Yuyang saying that the imperial capital of the Taiku continent was coming. Yuyang knew at the time that he didn't need to ask, it must be his parents who came to pick him up. I really let Yuyang guess it right. It was Yu Haonan and Yuan Zhaolin who had separated since that day. After Yuan Zhaolin and Yu Haonan returned to the imperial capital, they reported the matter to the imperial capital. The lord of the country is Yu Bingcheng, Yuyang's grandfather. Yu Bingcheng was very happy when he heard it and asked Haonan why didn't he bring it back for me to see. As soon as Yu Haonan heard it, he said that it wasn't that I didn't want to bring him back. When this child first came to the primordial continent, the elder Sheng Tiancho and the sect master Zhe Yuliang who joined the Tianshan sect were both good to him. He wants to go back and say hello to them. In addition, Yuyang has someone he likes and is in Tianshan sect. He is going to take them all together. Yu Bingcheng laughed after listening to it and said that it's good, this child is sensible, and I like to take someone over immediately and bring this child back. Yu Haonan listened and immediately said, I was going to send someone to bring him back in 2 days. Yu Bingcheng listened and said, okay, then I will bring it back as soon as possible. I want to see my grandson. After waiting for a few more days, Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaoling couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to bring Yu Yang to the imperial capital earlier, so I told Yu Bingcheng. Yu Bingcheng agreed. The two led some people and dared to go to Tianshanzong to pick up Yu Yang. When they came to Tianshan sect, when the disciples heard that it was someone from Wangdu who came to pick up Yu Yang, they didn't dare to neglect, and someone rushed in and sent a letter to Zhe Yuliang. When Nan Yuan Xiaoling and his wife approached the sect, they immediately sent someone to deliver a letter to Yu Yang. Yu Yang immediately led Yao Wenyu, Chen Xingyu, Yan Mengjiao, Bao Wenyan and several girls to Zhe Yuliang's place. When Yu Yang entered the house, Yu Haonan looked up and saw several girls behind Yu Yang. Yu Haonan thought to himself at that time, Yu Yang is really good. Look at the girls who are looking for them, they all look like they outmatch the other. As soon as Yu Yang entered the house, he first greeted Yuan Xiaoling, Yu Haonan and his wife, and then met Zhe Yuliang again. Yu Yang introduced it to Yu Haonan and Yuan Zhaolin and said, I'll introduce you to my parents. These are your future daughters-in-law. After Yu Yang's introduction, the two of them were very happy to hear it. Yuan Xiaoling frowned and wondered why this child had found so many. Is he really sincere towards these girls? I have to take the time to ask him when I go back. If he is sincere to these girls, then forget it. If it is not this matter, I have to take care of it, and I can't let him harm other girls. Everyone talked for a while. Yu Haonan stood up, clasped his fists at Zhe Yuliang and said, Sect Master Zhe, thank you for taking care of Yu Yang for so long. We have to go back to the imperial capital now, but you don't have to worry. Yu Yang will always be a disciple of Tian Shan sect. Zhe Yuliang also folded his fists and said, You're welcome. Yu Yang is actually a disciple of our sect, so we should treat him like this. Zhe Yuliang just finished speaking. A girl ran outside the door, and the girl was sweating profusely, and she shouted at the master as she ran, The first will go with you wherever you go. Yu Yang looked up. Here, this girl is none other than Zhe Yuliang's granddaughter Zhe Xiaoyun. When Zhe Xiaoyun came to Yu Yang, she said, Master, are you leaving? I'm going with you. Zhe Yuliang immediately said that Xiaoyun should not be fooling around. Yu Yang wants to go back to the imperial capital. How can you follow? Yu Yang immediately said, Sect Master, it's okay for him to follow me. Since I've already accepted him as a disciple, then I'm his master, so I should take him with Zhe Yuliang. Yu Yang agreed, but he didn't. What to say? Yu Yang took Zhe Xiaoyun, Bao Wenyan, Yan Mengjiao, Chen Qinyue and several girls back to the imperial capital with Yu Haonan and Yuan Zhaolin. Chapter 333. It's all sincere. Zhe Yuliang took the disciples of Tianshan sect and sent them all the way outside the mountain gate of Tianshan sect. Then they broke up. Zhe Yuliang took people back, and Yu Yang and the others went back to the imperial capital. The imperial capital of the primordial continent is still far from the Tianshan sect. If it were only Yu Yang and the others, regardless of the distance, it will arrive very soon. Since Yuan Zhaolin and Yu Haonan brought a lot of imperial guards when they came to pick up Yu Yang, these people were a little slow to walk, so they left on the road. After several days, when I arrived at a place, I was going to find a shop for one night. After finding a place to live, Yuan Zhaolin called Yu Yang quietly and said, Yang, do you like all the girls around you? Or are you just playing around? If so, then I would advise you to break up with them as soon as possible and not harm other girls. Yu Yang knew that Yuan Zhaolin was kind when he heard this, and he immediately said, Mother, don't worry, I am sincere to them and they are also sincere to me. Definitely not like what you said just now. Yuan Zhaolin nodded and said, Okay, since Yanger is like this, then I will also just leave it alone. Just like this, everyone stayed in this shop one night and started to set off again in the morning of the second day. In the morning they came to a mountain ring and everyone was walking forward. Yu Yang suddenly felt a little bit. No, he felt a strong aura that was approaching here. Yu Yang happened to be next to his father Yu Haonan. He immediately asked his father, Did you feel a strong aura nearby and was approaching us quickly? I don't know whether this person is a good person or a bad person. Yu Haonan, I also felt it, nodded and said, I feel the sheep. As soon as I said this, Yuan Xiaoling, who was behind, also came to the front and he felt the breath after a long time of trouble. After a long time of trouble, just now Yuan Zhaolin and all the girls were behind Yu Yang and Yu Haonan and their sons arrested and walked in front. Yuan Zhaolin was walking and suddenly felt wrong, as if there was a very strong force. His breath locked them and he was quickly approaching them. He didn't know who he was, so he came to the front and asked Yang or Haonan, Did you too feel a strong breath? Approaching us, the two nodded and said, feeling that no matter what kind of person he is, we had better be prepared in case. Yuan Zhaolin nodded, and then Yu Haonan directed towards the imperial capital. The escort called everyone to prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down from a tree and saw that this person with a black gauze mask was about 1.8 meters tall. The breath of the whole body is very strong. Yu Haonan was shocked when he saw it, and after a long time of trouble, this person's level is too much higher than him. This person is already the level of Daluo Sengxi, and Yu Haonan looked at it. At the time I thought to myself, if this man were to arrest someone today, it would seem that we are still in trouble. Yu Haonan just thought of this when he heard the masked man speak and stopped. I see where you are going. Yu Haonan took a few steps forward when he heard it and said to this person, You are so bold, do you know who I am? I am the prince of the imperial capital of the primordial continent. You dare to block our way? How many heads do you have? This person laughed and said, Yes. The prince of the imperial capital. I am so afraid it is you who I am going to kill today. Yu Haonan heard, Who are you? We have no injustice in the long run and no enmity in the near future. Why did you kill us? Is it because you were instructed by someone? You don't need to ask this person when he hears it. Anyway, none of you can leave today. Looking from the side, he thought something was wrong. This man was covered in black veil and didn't want to say who he was. Don't ask. There must be something going on here. Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and had an idea. He took a few steps forward. Facing this, said the man. This friend, can you sign up and tell me who you are? Is it something against us? If we really do something wrong, then let you kill and survive. If you are under someone else's command, then we don't blame you if we do something wrong. It's not wrong for you to kill us. There is no hatred for no reason, nor hatred for no reason to say who asked you to kill us. When this person heard it, he said to Yu Yang, don't talk nonsense, give me a happy word. Do you want to commit suicide or do you need me to do it? Yu Yang said to this person with a cold smile, HMPH, you have a name, I don't even dare to report it. There is a saying that people pass by and leave a name and wild goose leave a voice. I don't know if people pass by or not. Zhang Wang Li Zhaoyan, and I don't know the spring, summer, autumn and winter. Since you want to kill us, then we are here again. If you can't run your high level, what are you afraid of signing up for? It seems that you still have a ghost in your heart if you don't sign up. After listening to Yu Yang's words, this person thought to himself, what am I afraid of signing up? They are not enough for me to think of this. All of a sudden he said to Yu Yang, good boy, it's good to have you, I just signed up with you. Lest you die without knowing whose hands you died. My surname is Tian, my name is Tian Wenpeng. Yu Yang nodded and said, oh Tian Wenpeng, do you have a grudge against us? Who sent you here? Tian Wenpeng is also careless today. He relied on his high level and did not take Yu Yang and the others in his eyes. After hearing Yu Yang's question, he immediately said, yes, since I've already signed up, so I'll just tell you all, it's not that I'm going to kill you. The people who want to kill you are also from your imperial capital. Yuan Zhaolin, Yu Yang and Yu Haonan were all shocked after hearing this, thinking, who is this person from our imperial capital? Yu Yang then asked again, what was the name of the person who wanted to kill us? Why did he want to kill our Tian Wenpeng? After hearing that this man's surname is Yu and his name is Yu Hailiang. As for why he wants to kill you, then I don't know. Well, all I have to say has been said. What should I do next? Are you saying you committed suicide? I'll do it. He looked at Yu Yang as soon as he finished speaking and said, all right to him, then I'll tell you now. And then look at him when he raised his hand, and suddenly a fire rushed to Tian Wenpeng and hit him. Tian Wenpeng looked at it and said something, good boy. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and looked at the flame that Yu Yang had just shot out, and it was shattered at that time. Yu Yang was also surprised when he saw it. After a long time of trouble, the flame that Yu Yang hit just now was not an ordinary flame, it was a flame he shot with a spirit flame. One fan is already given to Shan Sui. Yu Yang thought to himself that it's okay, I also made the second preparation, otherwise it seems that we have really had enough trouble today. Chapter 334, Yu Hailiang wants to rebel. After a long time of trouble, when Yu Yang appeared in Tian Wenpeng just now, he realized that something was wrong, so he secretly applied the exercises and was ready to take action at any time, but he knew that like Tian Wenpeng, he was too bad. Once if they can't hurt him, they will have enough trouble, so he deliberately attracts Tian Wenpeng's attention. So he deliberately used the trick to stimulate Tian Wenpeng to sign up. After Tian Wenpeng signed up, Yu Yang saw that the time was up because Tian Wenpeng relaxed his vigilance and didn't take them seriously, so Yu Yang took the shot and he was the first. The first time was intentional. I tried it out trying to attract Tian Wenpeng's attention. His first move is actually a false move. He knows that Tian Wenpeng will definitely be able to avoid this move. After they took it seriously, he really started to make moves. After a long time of trouble, he has just mobilized the power of the whole body, ready to use the broken palm. Yu Yang thought whether it would work or not, it was all at once. Thinking of this, he saw that Tian Wenpeng had been irritated by him just now, and when he was about to make a move, Yu Yang thought that he had no chance at all. Come here, think of this, and see him mobilize the power of his whole body and suddenly called out, Tian Wenpeng, you will recruit a guy for me. It was amazing at this moment. Suddenly a palm shadow appeared in the air. The palm shadow was too big, covering the sky and the sun. It rushed to Tian Wenpeng and took it. Tian Wenpeng was also a little dumbfounded at the time because he felt a dangerous atmosphere. Tian Wenpeng thought, no way, how is it possible? Another god transforming period, how can such a terrible aura appear in the human body? Thinking of this, he immediately mobilized his skills to start defense. After Yu Yang made this move, he knew that he would have a period of weakness for a while. If this move didn't hurt Tian Wenpeng and the others, none of them would be able to leave today. So after he made this move, immediately after that they directed at Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaoling and shouted that their parents would not hurry to help me. The two of them reacted when they heard this. After a long time of trouble they were both stunned just now. I didn't expect Yu Yang to be in the spiritual transformation stage. Since he can make such a terrifying move, I hear Yu Yang shouting like this now. Both of them drew their swords at the same time and started to help Yu Yang. Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaolin's two swords combined, but it was too powerful. The two swords merged into one in the air and rushed to Tian Wenpeng to split it. Tian Wenpeng's own defense against Yu Yang was already a waste. It took a lot of energy. Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaolin joined the battle group together. He couldn't stop it. The defensive cover he formed at that time was smashed by the sword energy at once. At the same time Yu Yang's long shadow also reached the helix and he heard a bang and then saw Tian Wenpeng spit out a mouthful of blood and he flew out and fell to the ground with a thud. Breathless to death. At this time Yu Yang couldn't hold it anymore after he made that move. With a plop he turned his back to the sky and fell to the ground. This time Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaolin were frightened and ran away in a hurry. I came over and asked Yang how you were doing. At this time the deep girls also came over. Yu Yang, it's not a big problem, he just used up all the power in his body and took a rest, so he just fell to the ground and didn't faint. He looked at it for a while. Yan Mengjiao, several girls and Yuan Xiaoling. Yu Haonan was very worried. He immediately said, I have nothing to do, just take a rest and wait a while. Yu Haonan and Yuan Xiaoling heard that Yu Yang was fine, so it was a little bit better. Rest assured, Yu Haonan stretched out his hand from his arms, took out a medicine bottle, poured out a pill and said to Yu Yang, Yang ate the pill. This elixir is designed to restore power. It means that Haonan fed this pill to the fish and after the sheep ate it he followed him and ordered people to set up the tent, carried Yu Yang in and let him rest, so everyone stayed in this place for a day. It wasn't until the second day that we started again. Dare to go to the imperial capital. This time nothing happened along the way. On this day everyone came to the imperial capital of the primordial continent. As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. After entering the city, Yu Yang and everyone saw that the imperial city of the imperial capital of the Taiku continent was very lively. Everyone waited until they arrived at the palace gate of the palace. Yu Haonan said to the people who held the door, hurry in and send a letter to the Lord saying that we are back. These people who held the door saw that Yu Haonan did not dare to neglect and hurried in to deliver the letter. After a while this person came out and said, the Lord let you in. Yu Haonan led Yu Yang and the others into the palace as soon as he heard it, and as soon as he entered Yu Yang saw that the palace was built too big and very stylish. Everyone walked forward for a while and a large hall appeared in front of them. There were many people standing on both sides of the big shop, doing an old man in the middle. After arriving at the foot of the hall, Yu Haonan first walked up to the hall and said to the old man, Deputy Huang, I'm back. The old man sitting in the hall is none other than Yu Yang's grandfather Yu Chengcheng. Yu Bingcheng immediately asked, where is my grandson now? Yu Haonan immediately said that he was on his feet now. When Yu Bingcheng heard it he immediately said happily, so he didn't hurry up and let him come up. When Yu Haonan heard it he agreed and immediately walked out of the store, which made Yu Yang and everyone come to the store. After arriving at the store Yu Haonan said to Yu Yang, Yang this is your grandfather. Yu Yang hurriedly stepped forward and said to Yu Bingchen, grandson sees grandpa. Yu Chengcheng couldn't open his eyes when he saw the music at that time and said to Yu Yang, good grandson, get up, why did you guys come back? At this time Yu Haonan said by the side, royal father, we just came back and we almost couldn't come back. Yu Bingchen asked what was going on at that time. Haonan, why do you say that you almost can't come back? As soon as Yu Haonan heard it he was about to meet someone on the road to intercept them, so he told it again. Yu Bingcheng slapped the table with his hands and said, who is so bold to intercept Yu Hao? As soon as Nan heard that the royal father said that he was sent by Yu Hailiang, Yu Bingchen was very bold when he heard that. Yu Bingchen's anger in the crowd frightened a person. This person is none other than Yu Hailiang. So who is this Yu Hailiang? This Yu Hailiang is a cousin of Yu Haonan. This guy has a lot of ambition. He has long wanted to overthrow Yu Bingcheng, the lord of the country, and he wants to replace him. He had already secretly united with a lot of people and was going to rebel, but he never dared to do so because Yu Haonan was here. He had to find a way to kill Yu Haonan and then he could sit back and relax. So when he heard that Yu Yang was coming back, this kid was a little anxious, thinking that this Yu Haonan was enough for me to deal with. If his son came back again he would give him a right arm. If it's the same I can't handle it, and if it doesn't work I have to start quickly. So when he heard that Yu Haonan took someone out of the imperial capital to pick up Yu Yang, this kid immediately sent his capable men, that is Tian Wenpeng, on the road to intercept Yu Haonan and all of them. They were put to death, but they didn't know that Yu Haonan and the others were not only fine but also came back. Chapter 335 Yu Yang is despised. I heard someone come in and deliver a letter just now saying that Yu Haonan and the others are back. This kid thought at the time, what on earth did Tian Wenpeng do? Is it possible that something could happen to him at the level of Da Luo Jingxian? He is puzzled. If something really happened to him it would be fine. If there is no proof I will be fine. No matter what they say I will not admit it. As soon as he thought of this he heard Yu Bingchen ask Yu Haonan why they had delayed for so long to come back, as Yu Haonan explained the whole thing. When Yu Haonan said that the person who killed them was already dead, the kid felt relieved when he heard it, thinking that it would be fine if he died and nothing would happen if he died. He just thought of this. I just heard Yu Bingchen asked Yu Haonan if the person who went to kill you had signed up. Did he say why he wanted to kill you? In addition, did he say who sent him to kill you? It turns out that you have offended someone outside and someone else is looking for you to seek revenge. When Yu Haonan heard it he immediately said that the emperor had signed up. He said that his name was Tian Wenpeng, who was sent by Yu Hailiang to kill us. Yu Bingchen heard this at the time and the fire came up. He slapped the table with his hand and said that Yu Hailiang, who was standing in the crowd, was shocked when he heard this, thinking that this kid still signed up. No matter what, I absolutely can't admit this. If I admit it I won't be able to live. Thinking of this he immediately walked out of the crowd and shouted that he was wronged. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this matter. There must be someone who wants to frame me and ask the Lord to find out. When Yu Bingcheng heard it he slapped the table with his hand and said, HMPH, is there really no such thing? Then why did that person sign up and say that you let him go? This kid hurriedly said the country lord has nothing to do with it. I don't know why they said that. They insisted that the person said that I sent them. Did they have any evidence? Yu Bingcheng was a little dumbfounded when he heard it. I thought right, the Tian Wenpeng who went to kill them is already dead and there is no proof of death. I know how Nan, and I will definitely not talk nonsense. Since he said so it must still happen. What should I do? Just when Yu Bingcheng was in a hurry Yu Yang spoke next to him. Grandpa, I have evidence. Yu Bingcheng heard it, looked at Yu Yang and asked Younger, do you have any evidence? What evidence is that? When Yu Yang reached out and took out a recording pen from his arms he pressed the button and Tian Wenpeng's voice was playing inside. The people in the hall were stunned, thinking, what is this? Why is the voice of a person still playing inside? Then someone may ask, when did Yu Yang record the sound? After making trouble for a long time Yu Yang had to kill them when Tian Wenpeng appeared. Yu Yang knew that something was wrong. So when Yu Yang asked Tian Wenpeng to sign up and asked him who sent him, when Tian Wenpeng said it, Yu Yang quietly put his hand in his pocket and quietly pressed the record button of the recorder. This recorder was bought by Yu Yang when he was on Earth. He originally recorded it for no other purpose, just wanted to know who sent him here and why did he kill them. He wanted to find out about this matter, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. It was wrong and wrong. Now that he knew there were people in the imperial capital who wanted to kill them. As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Now Yu Yang played the recording in front of everyone. Yu Bingcheng was in a hurry when he heard it and shouted at Yu Hailiang. Yu Hailiang, this time you still, what is there to say? Yu Hailiang is also a little dumbfounded. He never dreamed that there was something on Yu Yang that could record. He was dumbfounded. He threw himself to the ground and knelt down. When it comes to asking the Lord to forgive his sins I will not dare to do so next time. Oh, I was wrong. As soon as Yu Bingcheng heard it, you are so courageous. Haonan and you are cousins, but I didn't expect you to send someone to kill him. What is your motive? Come on, let Yu Hailiang be suppressed. The Yan family's interrogation must be clear why he sent someone to kill Hao Nan and some of them promised to suppress Yu Hailiang. It didn't take long for the matter to be interrogated. Yu Hailiang wanted to rebel because he felt that Yu Haonan was a problem, so he sent people to kill them halfway. When the matter was clarified Yu Bingcheng ordered Yu Hailiang to directly he was executed. All his henchmen should also be arrested and all their family members were driven out of the imperial city. Yu Yang's name has spread in the imperial capital just now and some people say, have you seen it? Then Yu Yang, don't mess with him. He doesn't know what he has in his hand and he can keep the voice of the person. If you offend him he will keep the voice for you. Once you go to the Lord and file a complaint it will be over. After this matter passed, Yu Yang took another time to tell his parents about Yao Wenyu's family. When Yu Haonan and Yuan Zhaolin heard it, you can rest assured when it comes to Yang we will help you find out about this matter. Yu Yang is going to find Qi Mengru on this day after Yu Yang has finished everything. This day he came to the house of Yu Haonan and Yuan Zhaolin and said that my father and mother, I have to go out for a while and it may take 2 days to come back. When the two heard it, they hurriedly asked, if you want to go out, you are going to where? When Yu Yang heard about Qi Mengru, he told them about Qi Mengru and said that his father and mother are also your daughter-in-law Yuan Zhaolin. How many girls are there around you? You can tell my mother. When Yu Yang heard that there were too many mothers, there were still several on earth, and when Yuan Xiaoling heard about Yang at the time, you couldn't keep going like this. I must treat them well in the future and I can't provoke other girls outside. Yu Yang nodded and said, mother, don't worry. Yuan Xiaoling, who knows what to do, nodded and said, then you need to take someone with you when you go out. As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he didn't need it. Yu Haonan immediately said that if there is anything wrong with Yanger's visit this time, let me know in time. When Yu Yang heard it, he nodded and said, don't worry dad, I will tell you two elders if there is anything, then I will leave first. After that Yu Yang walked out, and when he returned to his residence, I told Yao Wenyu and the girls about this. When the girls heard it, they said they would go with Yu Yang. Yu Yang, when I saw it, I thought I should take it with me lest I go alone and be alone. So Yu Yang took Yao Wenyu, Chen Xingyu, Yan Mengjiao and even Jie Xiaoyun to pack up with a few people, left the imperial capital and dared to go to Shenfengmen. Shenfengmen, Yu Yang had already inquired about it. It is still relatively far away from Wangdu. This Shenfengmen is in the north of the primordial continent, the imperial capital, and in the south of the primordial continent. If it is Yu Yang alone, he can directly tear the space and reach the Shenfeng gate directly, but he also has Yao Wenyu and a few girls by his side. Yu Yang is walking all day while he just said, sigh, if only we could arrive sooner. He just finished speaking. Jie Xiaoyun was talking next to him. Master, you are already at the level of the god transformation stage, why don't you fly with Jade? When Yu Yang heard this, he turned around and asked what Jade flies. Jie Xiaoyun said with a surprised expression on his face, Master, you are already at the level of the spirit transformation stage since you don't know how Jade flies. I'm really thinking, are you a cultivator? Yu Yang thought at that time, well, I was despised by a child today. Chapter 336, Coming to Shenfeng Gate. Thinking of this, he deliberately sank his face and said, you are so bold since you dare to make fun of the master. It seems that you have to be expelled from the teacher's door. Jie Xiaoyun was horrified and said immediately, Master. Don't expel me from the teacher's door. I was wrong, Master. You are the best, you are the most powerful. Long live the master. The master will last forever. Yu Yang had a black line on his forehead when he heard it. I thought to myself, who did this kid learn this from? He just thought of this and then saw Jie Xiaoyun crying and talking. Yu Yang was really frightened when he saw him and immediately said, don't cry just now. Those who scare you for the teacher will not expel you from the teacher's door. At this time Yao Wenyu, Chen Xinyu and a few girls couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing, thinking that this pair of living treasure masters and apprentices was so interesting, and then they heard Yu Yang asking Jie Xiaoyun, what is the matter with the jade flying that you mentioned just now? When Jie Xiaoyun heard Yu Yang say not to expel him from the master, he burst into laughter and immediately said that the master's jade flying is that you use your own skills to control yourself. The weapon is for you, you can stand on it and use it to fly you, and it will be very fast. Yu Yang understood at the time, and then he stretched out his hand from behind and took out the Haifeng sword and then asked Jie Xiaoyun that this sword is so small, even if I stand on it, what about you guys? What to do? As soon as Jie Xiaoyun heard about the master's sword, it will automatically become bigger and we can all go up. Yu Yang said, can it still be like this? Then I try to finish talking and then watch him throw the sword into the air and then look at the sword again and it immediately floats in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang tried to control the sword with his kung fu and then looked at the sword surrounded. Yu Yang kept spinning and kept shaking. Yu Yang thought about taking care of health. At this time Yu Yang controlled the sword and made it bigger. Looking at the sword again, the length of the sword can be 10 feet long and the width can be 2 feet wide. Yu Yang said, it was great, this time we can get to Shenfengmen quickly. After speaking he pointed at Yao Wenyu and the girls said, let's go. After that he jumped to the health care first, watching Yao Wenyu and Chen Xinyu. Yan Mengjiao, Jie Xiaoyun and several others also took health care. Yu Yang pushed the skill, looked at the sword again and flew forward. This time the speed was much faster than they were walking on the ground and soon came to the vicinity of Shenfeng Gate. Yu Yang saw a few people before landing. Yu Yang put away the sword and inserted it into the sword behind him again, intrathecal. A few people just walked forward when they landed, and not far away they met the disciples who patrolled the mountains outside the Shenfeng sect. This person saw Yu Yang and they had never seen each other before and immediately came over and asked, "What are you doing?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it, he immediately said that we were looking for someone, and the person immediately asked who was looking for and then heard Yu Yang say, "Chi Mengru, a disciple of the mountain patrol." "What did you say?" Immediately after hearing it, "You are looking for his future headmaster. Who are you?" As soon as Yu Yang heard it, "Who do you think I am?" "My surname is Yu Yang. This disciple will not listen to me. When I finish listening to it I will say something." "You are Yu Yang?" Yu Yang asked him, "Why have you heard of me?" In fact, this person has heard of Yu Yang more than that. They all received orders from their headman Xie Wenqiu this time. If they encounter Yu Yang, come on, you must stop him, never let him in to see Chi Mengru, because Chi Mengru is in a critical period now and is about to break through the cause period. If you let Yu Yang come in and disturb this matter, it will be troublesome. Then also, if Yu Yang came and Chi Mengru broke through the cause period, the forgetfulness pill he took would have no effect. If Yu Yang took him away, the Shenfeng sect would be over in the future. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Then some people may ask Yu Yang, who has already broken through the period of spiritual transformation, why Chi Mengru has not broken through the period of reason. In fact, it is not because Chi Mengru is not talented enough, but because Chi Mengru she fainted when she saw Yu Yang twice. Both times Chi Mengru's soul was greatly traumatized, because Chi Mengru always thought that although Yu Yang had taken the forgetfulness pill when he saw Yu Yang when he was in Yang, he instinctively felt that he and Yu Yang were very cordial, and it seemed that he had seen Yu Yang somewhere. When he thought about it this way, he suffered a great deal of damage to his salvageable soul, so Chi Mengru had been injured for a long time both times. When Xie Wenqiu knew that he would be very angry, he immediately ordered that Chi Mengru would never be allowed to see Yu Yang from now on, and he also informed all the disciples in the sect that if Yu Yang felt that Shenfeng sect came to Chi Mengru, no matter what he wanted, no matter what, we must keep him outside and not let him in. So during this period of time, Yu Yang's name can be known among all the disciples of Shenfeng sect. So just now, as soon as Yu Yang signed up, this mountain patrol disciple thought he didn't expect this Yu Yang to come. When he heard that Yu Yang was looking for Chi Mengru, he immediately said, "Yu Yang, and I advised you to hurry back. Otherwise you won't be able to get Yu Yang cheap." At that time the fire in his heart came up, because Yu Yang saw that Chi Mengru would faint after seeing him twice. Yu Yang was already unhappy in his heart. Now it's just on fire. I thought that if I could see Chi Mengru it would be fine. When he heard this mountain patrol disciple tell him to leave quickly, his fire couldn't be suppressed, and he said to this person, "I advise you to get out of the way quickly, otherwise I will be rude to you. Why did I fainted when I saw Mengru twice? What did your Shenfengman do to him? As I said before, if Mengru has something to do with him, I will definitely destroy you, Shenfengman. Today I will do what I say." After saying that, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. This mountain patrol disciple can accept it. Nope, how can he be Yu Yang's opponent? The difference in level is too great. This is the look in Yu Yang's eyes. It was terrifyingly cold, and even the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Then seeing this mountain patrol disciple fell to the ground with a frightened plop. The movement here also attracted a lot of attention. After the other mountain patrol disciples came here, they immediately asked what was going on, and then looked at the fallen mountain patrol disciple and immediately said to the others, "Hurry up, the head delivery letter Yu Yang is here." As soon as everyone heard that Yu Yang was coming, they couldn't let him go, so they quickly went in to deliver the letter to the master, and when a lot of people came over, they surrounded Yu Yang, Yan Mengjiao and the others, and immediately other disciples ran in to deliver the letter. Yu Yang looked at these people and said to these people, "I advise you to get out of the way and let me in. It's none of your business. If you get out of the way, we'll finish it. Kai, I'm going to give you a taste." After Yu Yang finished speaking, these people still didn't move. When Yu Yang saw the fire, he said to everyone, "Okay, then I'll let you know today. The master is amazing." After saying that, Yu Yang immediately rushed to one of the people in front of him. Then everyone saw that Yu Yang made a move. All of them shot at Yu Yang together. How could they be Yu Yang's opponents? Without much effort, let Yu Yang knock them all down to the ground, but Yu Yang's subordinates showed mercy and didn't hurt them. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Chapter 337, Praying for a Dream is like Retreat. After Yu Yang knocked down all these people, he went straight forward. Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinyue and the girls followed him and walked forward. Not far away he heard someone shouting, "Yu Yang, how dare you! Since you are rushing to make trouble with our Shenfeng sect, it is enough that you don't leave today." The person Yu Yang looked up at, he really knew that this person was the Yin Susu who took Chi Mengru away in Dulong Mountain that day. Yu Yang didn't see this Yin Susu, but Yu Yang didn't get angry when he saw him. At that time, when he heard Yin Susu tell him not to leave today, he immediately said, "What, you told me not to leave today? Now let me tell you, girl, you want me to leave today, but I'm not leaving yet. What I told you before, if Mengru has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, I will definitely step down your gods and phoenix gates. Today I will do what I say. Explain to me why I saw Mengru twice. Why did he faint when he saw me? What is going on? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll be rude today. I advise you to release Mengru as soon as possible, otherwise I will kill all of you." Shenfengman. As soon as Yin Susu heard about Yu Yang, "I advised you to leave as soon as possible, or else in a while if our headmaster comes out it won't be as cheap as you. Besides, if you want to see our future headmaster, it is absolutely impossible. Now that he has closed, it is impossible to see your Yu Yang. Bar. Alright then, today I'm going to take a lesson, see what kind of ability you have to stop me. Don't say your sect leader. I'm not afraid of anyone who comes out today." After speaking, look at Yu Yang's whole body's aura, which suddenly skyrocketed, and Yin Susu sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking about the middle stage of God transformation. When I saw him before, he was nothing. Why did he suddenly become the middle stage of God transformation? I did hear that this Yu Yang is a genius in cultivation, and he reached the level in less than a year. He has reached a very high level, and he did not expect to reach such a high level. I am definitely not his opponent. Immediately after Yu Yang, Yan Mengjiao, Chen Xinyue and the others followed. They soon chased after the sect of Shenfengman. At this time, Lu Wenwen and the others had already arrived. They had already entered and sent letters to Xie Wenqiu. When Xie Wenqiu heard it, even Lu Wenwen was defeated without a single move, and he was shocked and said, "Is this Yu Yang so powerful now? No, I have to go out and see, but I want to see what kind of skills he has." As soon as Xie Wenqiu heard what Yu Yang was rude, "I will see how rude you are today, but I want to learn what kind of skills you have." And then look at the momentum of his whole body and suddenly look at Yu Yang. At that time I felt that my body was sinking and I almost didn't sit on the ground. Yu Yang gasped and thought, "God, the difference between our 2 levels is too big. No, it seems that I am not his opponent. This Lu Wenwen has just used the skill, and before he can make a move this time, Yu Yang's soul attack came suddenly. Lu Wenwen felt that his head hurt as if someone smashed it with a hammer, and then seeing him scream in agony, he took a few steps back and he almost fell to the ground because his level was higher and his spirit was stronger, otherwise he would faint. At this time Yu Yang said that it was too late to raise his hand and run towards Lu Wenwen's chest. Just a palm. If this hit, Lu Wenwen must vomit blood. Lu Wenwen don't think that he was attacked by the soul attack technique just now. It made his head hurt for a moment, but his level must have reached the peak of the late stage of God transformation. Although my head hurts a bit at the moment, I still avoided Yu Yang's palm. Now he also knows that he is definitely not Yu Yang's opponent, because Yu Yang can attack the soul and give him a touch from time to time. He couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, he turned around and shouted at Yin Susu, "Let's go back to the sect to deliver the letter to the head." Yin Susu was taken aback when she saw it. She thought, since Lu Wenwen was defeated without a single move in front of Yu Yang, I must be even worse. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ordered people to retreat quickly so they can do it. Back to the sect. Today I will let you know how good I am. After I finished speaking, he raised his hand and ran towards Yu Yang. It was a slap in the face of Yu Yang. When he saw Lu Wenwen, he was also surprised because he felt that he could not see through Lu Wenwen's level, and Yu Yang knew that there was no need. His level is definitely higher than mine. No, I can't spend too much time here. This must be someone else's territory, and more people will be there in a while. Then it will be difficult to handle. How did this Lu Wenwen come from? After a long time of trouble, a disciple went in to deliver a letter just now saying that Yu Yang was coming. Xie Wenqiu was shocked when he heard that Yu Yang was coming. He hurriedly sent Yin Susu to stop him. After Yin Susu left, he was a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, because he also heard that Yu Yang's talent for cultivation is very good, and the level of cultivation has been climbing up like a rocket in less than a year. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. But if I let him in like this, I will definitely blame me if I let the head of the gate know, but I can't stop it. What can I do? Just when he was in a hurry, he suddenly heard someone behind him shouting, "Susu, you stand aside for a while and I will deal with him." Yin Susu turned around when she heard the voice, and it seemed that this person was none other than their chief elder. The woman's surname. Lu's name is Lu Wenwen. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. When I think of this, Yu Yang immediately uses a divine attack technique, rushing to Lu Wenwen to attack Lu Wenwen. Don't look at the level of Lu Wenwen, but he is in the spirit. But not much practice. Yu Yang is different from him. Yu Yang usually pays great attention to the cultivation of the soul. This Xie Wenqiu really didn't like Yu Yang. This Qi Mengru is really in retreat now, and now Qi Mengru is sprinting towards the cause period and is in the critical period of breakthrough. Just Yu Yang came. Yu Yang heard it at that time. He didn't believe Xie Wenqiu's words and said, "I tell you, I don't care who you are, just hand over Mengru quickly, otherwise I'll be very welcome." After he finished speaking, he immediately led the disciples in the sect to the outside, and Yu Yang arrived as soon as he went outside. Look at Xie Wenqiu walking a few steps forward and say to Yu Yang, why did you come to make trouble with our Shenfengmen? Who was Yu Yang when he heard about you? Hurry up, Mengru will be released. As soon as Xie Wenqiu heard that I am the head of Shenfeng sect. My name is Xie Wenqiu. I tell you, I advise you to leave quickly. Our future head of the gate has no time to see you now, he is now in retreat. Look at Lu Wenwen after he came to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, you are so bold, you feel that you are making trouble with our Shenfeng sect and you dare to hurt the disciples of our sect. When Yin Susu saw Lu Wenwen coming, he felt relieved because Lu Wenwen's level is higher than Yu Yang. He is the level distance of the peak of the late stage of God transformation, and Da Luo Sengxian is only one step away. Yin Susu thought about Yu Yang, Yang, it looks like you're going to have bad luck today. Even if I can dodge this, the disciples behind me may not be able to dodge it. He just thought that at this critical moment suddenly there was a whirlwind around the Shenfengmen and the aura of the Shongshenfengmen kept gathering behind the mountain. He worried that Yin Susu was not Yu Yang's opponent for a while, so he sent Lu Wenwen out to help Yin Susu. Could it be that I can't see the dream? I can't think of this. Yu Yang's heart is crossed and he thinks it. I still use the broken palm to win him. Think of this and see him suddenly use his skills. This is true. He resisted Xie Wenqiu's momentum, and when Yu Yang suddenly raised his palm, Xie Wenqiu sensed a trace of danger at the time, to the threat. Chapter 338. Back to Earth. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. They didn't know what was going on. Xie Wenqiu was stunned and he immediately understood what was going on. At that time he didn't have any intention of starting with Yu Yang. He hurriedly returned to his team and directed everyone, shouted, "Don't ask, it must be our future headmaster who broke through." Great, and everyone. Yu Yang was stunned. After a while I suddenly heard the boat coming from Haoshan, the rumbling of thunder. Yu Yang also understood at that time there must be someone breaking through here. Yu Yang thought, who could this be? Is it Mengru? They just said that Mengru is currently in retreat to break through the cause period. Could it be that he has broken through? If this is the case, that would be great. I really let Yu Yang guess right. The person who broke through the mountain behind Shenfengmen is Qi Mengru. Now Qi Mengru is breaking through the cause period and he is crossing the thunder tribulation at the critical time. Xie Wenqiu thought at a glance, it seems that it is definitely not possible to disagree today. Qi Mengru has now broken through the seventh reason and it is useless to give him the forgetfulness pill. And looking at Yu Yang like this, if he knew that I gave Qi Mengru and took Wang Qing Dan before, he would definitely look for our Shenfengmen desperately. He just said this and then looked at Qi Mengru's disappearance. After a long time of trouble, Qi Mengru just heard Zhang Yumei say that Yu Yang is coming. He didn't even hear what Qi Mengru said afterward. He hurried to Qinshan and waited for it to come. Outside the mountain gate he saw that Yu Yang and their headman Xie Wenqiu were still facing each other. After a long time Yu Yang didn't move because he knew that it might be Qi Mengru who was surviving the thunder calamity. It might affect Qi Mengru. Yu Yang didn't want this to happen, so he endured and didn't move. Xie Wenqiu turned around and saw that it was Qi Mengru. At that time his heart was sinking. It seems that this matter is difficult to handle today. Now that Qi Mengru has broken through the cause period, the Wangqing pill that he took before the cause period is useless. How can this be? Manage. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. The matter of the destruction of the magic shadow gate has been investigated before. It is the head of Yin Yang Gate. Dongfang Yuan also provided Yu Yang with a portrait of Dongfang Yuan. Yan Mengjiao was next to him at that time. Look, this portrait pointed at Yu Yang and said that before Yu Yang this person was the one we met in Dulong Mountain, and it was the primordial continent that he tricked me into before and wanted his apprentice to take me home. I heard, good old boy, fortunately he had been burned to death by the forest fire before, otherwise he would fall into my hands. I would have to strip him and light up the sky lantern. Our Shenfengmen is already very dangerous now and we don't want to offend such a powerful enemy. Thinking of this he nodded and said, okay Mengru, but you must remember what you said today no matter what time you were the head of our Shinfeng sect. Qi Mengru when he heard Xie Wenchou agreed he was very happy and hurriedly came to Yu Yang and hugged Yu Yang and said, I thought I would never see you again. Yu Yang was also very happy when he saw it. He patted Qi Mengru's back with his hand and said, how could Mengru say such silly things? No matter what, I will take you away too. Xie Wenchou thought to himself, it seems that it is impossible not to do it today. Thinking of this he immediately walked over to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, if you want to die then I will fulfill you, and he will prepare to make a move. At this critical moment Qi Mengru came out of it and called out to the assistant. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. So when he heard Yu Yang shouting like this he immediately turned around and said, Yu Yang, I advise you to leave quickly. If you leave now I don't take the blame for what happened to our sect disciples just now. Otherwise I'll have to stop with you. When Yu Yang heard about Xie Wenchou, I wasn't afraid. Come on, we haven't done it yet. Thinking of this he was very anxious and shouted at Xie Wenchou that Xie Wenchou is not over yet. In the end you will not let Mengru come out to meet my Xie Wenchou at this time because he is also worried about whether Qi Mengru has made a breakthrough. Success. Now all the burdens of their Shinfeng sect are on Qi Mengru's body. If Qi Mengru has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, their Shinfeng sect will be finished. He was in a hurry and listened to Qi Mengru's words from the head of the door. I know that everything you do is for the good of Shinfeng. I don't blame you, but today I want to go with Yu Yang no matter what. But although after leaving with Yu Yang I will not care about Shinfeng sect, but also ask the door to grow up. In the end Yu Yang also successfully found a way to help Lu Akan recover his skills. On this day Yu Yang called all the girls in front of him and said that I am going to go back to Earth now. You are waiting here, I only bring Mengru go back together. At this time Qi Mengru slowly fell from the air to the ground, that is he just landed on the ground and stood firm. From a distance the wind was the wind, the fire was the fire, and a person came running. Now there was a fight outside and Qi Mengru was shocked when she heard it. When she turned around she looked at Zhang Yume, who was not someone else's business. How did Zhang Yume come here? He was outside just now after the trouble for a long time. At that time he saw that neither Yin Susu nor the great elder Lu Wenwen were Yu Yang's opponents. In the end even their headman Xie Wenchou came forward. I don't know why Zhang Yume had a feeling in his heart that if Qi Mengru is not allowed to go out, even their sect chief Xie Wenchou may not be able to take advantage. Now that Dongfang Yuan is dead there is no need to pursue this matter. After this matter is done Yu Yang remembers that he promised Qi Mengru's mother Lu Akan to help him recover his skills before he came to Primordial Continent. This thing is like this. From this day on Yu Yang has been reading various books and consulting herbal medicines. Very quickly 20 minutes passed. Qi Mengru successfully survived this thunder tribulation level and successfully broke through to the initial stage of the cause. Until the back mountain is completely calm, Yu Yang thought to himself, is this person from Duleji just Mengru? If it was him, did he succeed in transcending the calamity? Because Yu Yang knew that the most dangerous time was to transcend the thunder calamity. At this time Qi Mengru was wearing a white dress and her hair was draped over her shoulders, hanging in the air like a fairy in the world. Although the lightning bolts dashed towards him and then looked at Qi Mengru, he was still unafraid and kept rushing into the air. After a while Yu Yang said to Qi Mengru, Mengru, I will take you home now. Qin Mengru nodded, turned to Xie Wenchou and said, don't worry, the door chief, I will definitely say it. Do it, I will come back. After Shinfeng sect encounters any danger you can come to me and tell me that. After he and Yu Yang left Shinfeng sect they returned to the imperial capital of Primordial Continent. Yu Yang encountered another good news when he came back. So he quietly withdrew from the crowd and came to the back mountain. At first when Qi Mengru was crossing the thunder calamity he did not dare to approach and he did not dare to come over until Qi Mengru successfully survived the thunder calamity and broke through. When Qi Mengru heard that there was a fight outside she hurriedly asked who was fighting with whom. Zhang Yume hurriedly said that Yu Yang had come to our Shinfeng sect and said that he was looking for your elder and sister Susu to intercept it. But all came back with a big defeat and now Yu Yang is just outside the mountain gate. Chapter 339 Drugs in the car. Yao Wenyu's daughters only went back to Earth temporarily when they heard that Yu Yang would come back soon, so they didn't have to go with them. On the second day Yu Yang and Qi Mengru left the imperial capital of the Primordial Continent and were about to go back to Earth. The two of them went back directly with a space-tearing trick and waited for the two to reach the Earth. At first glance it was just right and I came to a small alley with no one. Otherwise it is estimated that the sudden appearance of the two would scare others. As soon as Yu Yang returned to Earth, he wondered what happened to Wanting and the others now. When he thought about it, he wanted to go back to Huanghai City at once, but he couldn't do that because it must be on the Earth. He couldn't always use this trick of space tearing. If he ever appeared in a public place at that time, people might see it as a monster. Yu Yang first took out his mobile phone and set his position. He saw that it was a coincidence. The city he was in was just not far from Huanghai City. In Pingjiang City, Yu Yang thought that he would also take the high-speed train. It took 20 to 30 minutes to arrive. Thinking of this, he and Chi Mengru rushed to the high-speed rail station to buy a ticket and return to Huanghai City. Chi Mengru was also very anxious when he got back to Huanghai City because he hadn't seen Lu Akin and Lu Akin for a long time. Qi Yufeng was alone. The two took a taxi from the high-speed rail station and went back to Wang Qi's mansion. On the way, Yu Yang called Qi Yufeng. When Qi Yufeng learned that Chi Mengru was back, he was very happy at the time and he immediately put things in the company. After finishing the treatment, Lu Akin and I went back home immediately. As soon as the two of them got home, when they saw Chi Mengru, they were so happy, but don't mention it. Yu Yang was right next to him and said, "Aunt, do you remember when I left, when I told you that I wanted to restore your strength? This thing." When Lu Akin heard the excitement, she looked at Yu Yang and asked what can be done. Yu Yang nodded, took out a small medicine bottle from his arms and said, "Aunt," to Lu Akin. "It was a worksheet that I made. After you eat it, you will be lucky and get all your skills back in a week." Lu Akin was so excited that tears came down. Qi Yufeng was very happy when he heard it next to him. He really didn't expect the words Yu Yang said when he was leaving, and he really took it to heart. I immediately said to Lu Akin, "Don't be sad, you can recover your skills. This should be a very happy thing." Lu Akin nodded, saying, "Yes, yes, I'm just too happy." At this time, hearing Yu Yang continue to say, "Qi uncle, in addition, I can also let you start practicing. As soon as Qi Yufeng hears something, I can also practice." Yu Yang nodded and said, "It's easy to handle this matter. When the time comes to return to the primordial continent, I will ask you to slowly cultivate this matter." Qi Yufeng nodded when he heard it and said, "Okay," then followed. Yu Yang asked again, "Qi uncle, why didn't I see Xiaoying? Could it be that he doesn't live here now?" As soon as Qi Yufeng heard about Yu Yang, "Even if you didn't ask me, he was about to tell you Xiaoying he was taken away by his father." Yu Yang hurriedly asked what was going on. Qi Yufeng, "As soon as I heard about Yu Yang, his father found out about the two of you. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, mtlarchive.net. So what's going on?" Yu Xiaoying's father Yu Donglin felt that Yu Xiaoying was not too young, so he thought about finding him a boyfriend. When he told Yu Xiaoying about this, Yu Xiaoying shook his head and said that, "I don't agree with Dad, I want to find it myself, and I also have someone I like now." Yu Donglin immediately asked, "Oh Xiaoying, you, if you have someone you like, who is it?" As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard that Dad didn't know what to do, "Let's not talk about it." This Yu Donglin was concerned about Yu Xiaoying's repeated questioning, and Yu Xiaoying had to tell the truth and said that it was Yu Yang who said at the time Yu Dongling who was determined not to. "What is Yu Yang? Isn't that a bodyguard? How can you be a dignified young lady with someone like him?" "I firmly disagree." As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, "Dad, what happened to people being bodyguards? People also have their own careers now." As soon as Yu Donglin heard it, he said, "He is scary when he is a bodyguard. No matter how good he is now, it cannot change the fact that it is scary." Yu Xiaoying wanted to say something else when she heard it, so Yu Donglin interrupted her and said, "Okay, don't say any more. I will send you abroad tomorrow." After he finished talking about Yu Yang's contact with Yu Xiaoying, he also took Yu Xiaoying's mobile phone. When Qi Yufeng finished talking about the whole thing, he told me about Yu Yang angrily. "No matter who he is and no matter who stops me, I can't stop me from being with Xiaoying." After speaking, he immediately asked Qi Yufeng when they were leaving, "Do you know?" As soon as Qi Yufeng heard it, if I guessed correctly, he should go to Yu Yang today to hear it. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand from his pocket, took out his mobile phone and made a call. He went out and listened. After a while, when the call was connected, someone on the other end of the phone said happily, "Brother Yang is great, are you back?" As soon as Yu Yang heard about it, "I don't need to say so much now, I will do one thing immediately on the way to the airport." Yu Yang is calling for business Deng Haidao and Fan Yongchun. Although now Yu Yang has been blackmailed in Huanghai City, he has turned white and he is no longer involved in the underworld, but his previous connections are still there. Yu Yang waited after finishing the instructions and hung up the phone. As for this matter, I really let Qi Yufeng guess right. Today Yu Donglin and Yu Xiaoying were about to go abroad to drive and they were walking on the road. Just as he was about to arrive at the airport, a police car suddenly blocked the road in front of him. The driver stepped on the brakes and stepped on Yu Donglin, who was sitting in the back, and asked what happened. What happened ahead? As soon as the driver heard about it, he didn't know, as if there were policemen blocking the road in front of him. I don't know why he just said that, but a policeman came in front of him and knocked on the window and said, "Get down." Yu Donglin didn't know what was going on at first glance, so he had to open the car door and got out. Yu Xiaoying also followed behind and walked down with his head down, and then he heard the police say, "Are you Yu Donglin, Yu Donglin?" After hearing this, he nodded and said, "Is it I who asked you to stop me?" As soon as the police heard about Yu Donglin, "Please come with us now that you are suspected of drug trafficking." Yu Donglin heard it at the time. "Did you make a mistake? How could I be dealing drugs? I'm a law-abiding citizen." When the police hear that I'm a law-abiding citizen, it's not up to you. After the policeman finished speaking, several policemen came from behind and came to Yu Donglin's car, opened the trunk and began to search. After a while, one of the policemen said that they found out that he was selling drugs. A packet of opium Yu Donglin was found in it. At that time, when he saw that, his head was buzzing. He felt like the world was spinning and thinking, "God, what is going on? Why are there drugs in my car?" As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Chapter 340 take you to the primordial continent. At this time, Yu Xiaoying also spoke by the side. "Comrade police, are you mistaken? My father is a good man. He has never done anything illegal. How can there be drugs in the car?" As soon as the policeman heard about it, "HMPH, this drug was found in your car. Could there be a hypothesis?" and said to the policeman next to him, "Take it away and look at a few policemen next to him and he will be handcuffed by Donglin." When he got up, he put on a blindfold and pressed him into the car. The strange thing is that he didn't. Yu Xiaoying and Yu Donglin were pressed into the same car, and the policemen were very polite to Xiaoying, "Please cooperate." After walking with us, Yu Xiaoying had no choice but to go with them. "So is this police officer real?" "Of course not true. The policeman headed by it is Fan Yongchun." After the two received Yu Yang's order, they immediately took people to stop them on the way to the airport. "So where did the package of drugs come from?" This was prepared by Fan Yongchun in advance, and he deliberately dropped the package of drugs into the trunk during the search. After Yu Donglin was escorted into the car, Yu Xiaoying was also taken to another car. Yu Xiaoying felt that something was wrong at the time, and she thought that this policeman is real. Could it be that Yu Yang is back? Thinking of this, he was very happy in his heart and immediately asked Fan Yongchun next to him, "Were you sent by Yu Yang, and where are you taking us?" But no matter how he asked Fan Yongchun, they never said a word and kept driving the car into a yard, and then said to him, let's go down." Yu Xiaoying had to follow them out of the car, and there was Yu Xiaoying who treated him there. Donglin was not so polite. He pushed him off the car and brought him all the way to the front of a house. Only then did Yu take off the blindfold on Donglin's face and then talk about Yu Donglin and Yu Xiaoying were locked in the room, and then they left. After finishing this matter, Deng Heitao immediately called Yu Yang to report, saying that Brother Yang was done with this matter and what to do next. Yu Yang: at that time I didn't believe that Yu Donglin didn't usually have any clues when I heard that it was checked for me. The two agreed, hung up the phone and went to investigate Yu Donglin. Yu Yang's side thought that he hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Li Dongmai didn't know how he was managing the company now. "I have to go and see him." Thinking of this, he pointed at Lu Akan and Qi Yufeng, said, "Uncle, Aunt Yu and Mengru talk first. I have to go out to do something first." After hearing this, the two nodded and said, "That's good. Let's go first." Yu Yang left the Qi mansion and made a phone call to Li Dongmai. When Li Dongmai received a call from Yu Yang, she was very happy and immediately said that you were back. Yu Yang said immediately, "Yes, I'm back. Where are you now?" As soon as Li Dongmai heard about it, "I just had nothing to do on Saturday. I'm at home now. Why don't you come to our house for lunch?" As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was good, he hung up the phone and Yu Yang called the car, came to Li Dongmai's house. After Li Dongmai and Yu Yang finished talking, he told his mother what Yu Yang was about to come. Tang Shujun said Dongmai as soon as he heard it, "This young man Yu Yang is not bad. If it weren't for him, our family would still be living a poor life. Dongmai, what do you think of Yu Yang?" Li Dongmai understood what his mother meant when she heard it and immediately said, "Mom, I understood what you meant, don't say it." In fact, Li Dongmai also likes Yu Yang very much in her heart, but he knows the girl next to Yu Yang. There were several, so he didn't ask for anything. "Dongmai's happiness depends on you to fight for it. Mom doesn't say much, just think about it for yourself. They will be here soon. Hurry up to cook." After he finished speaking, he turned around and went out and started to cook. As a last resort this site opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Soon Yu Yang came to the door of Li Dongmai's house and knocked on the door. Li Dongmai, who was inside, immediately came over and opened the door. Yu Yang, he said right away, come in, come in. Said this, he flashed to the side. Yu Yang came in from the outside. Li Dongmai closed the door and Tang Shujun inside also came out from behind and said, Yu Yang, long time no see, hurry up, hurry up. Yu Yang, I also greeted Tang Shujun and then took a seat. Tang Shujun said, Yu Yang, you chat with Dongmai first, I have to cook first. After Tang Shujun finished speaking, he went back to the back to cook, leaving Yu Yang and Li Dongmai in the living room. Yu Yang saw this Li Dongmai, who had not seen him for a while and looked much prettier than before. Yu Yang asked, how are you doing recently? It's okay. Li Dongmai nodded and said, I've been okay recently, how are you doing? Yu Yang simply told Li Dongmai some things about him in the Taiku continent. When Yu Yang said that he had found his biological parents, Li Dongmai was also happy for Yu Yang. Soon Tang Shujun prepared the meal and the three sat at the table eating and chatting. After a while Tang Shujun said to Li Dongmai, Dongmai, your aunt called me just now and asked me to do something in the past. I'll go there right away and I won't be back at night. Before Li Dongmai could say anything, he stood up, picked up his bag and went out. Li Dongmai and Yu Yang were the only people left in the room. Of course Li Dongmai knew his mother. What does Tang Shujun mean by deliberately wanting to create some opportunities for him to be alone with Yu Yang? At this time Li Dongmai didn't even dare to look up at Yu Yang, blushing like she was about to bleed, and Yu Yang knew what Tang Shujun meant. In his heart he actually liked Li Dongmai. When he saw Tang Shujun leaving, Yu Yang thought that aunt was too considerate. Thinking of this, he said to Li Dongmai, eat Dongmai quickly. Li Dongmai hurriedly nodded and said, eating and eating. Soon the two of them finished eating. Yu Yang helped to clear the dishes. Li Dongmai hurriedly said, Yu Yang, you do it first, I'll do it. Yu Yang was not polite when he heard it and sat there. Li Dongmai packed the dishes and sent them to the kitchen. After washing the dishes, Li Dongmai came out and saw that Yu Yang was sitting there. Li Dongmai saw Yu Yang's heart like a little rabbit. In her heart it was thumping and thumping. When Yu Yang saw Li Dongmai standing there shy, he felt itchy inside. Yu Yang saw that he and Li Dongmai were in the room and immediately said that Dongmai would sit down. I came to you this time to tell you something. Li Dongmai didn't know what Yu Yang was going to do when she heard it, so she moved immediately. I sat down on the chair opposite Yu Yang and asked Yu Yang about Dongmai. I came back this time because I wanted to take you all to Taiku continent. As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Chapter 341 Brother Yang, you are so tall. Li Dongmai immediately understood what Yu Yang meant when she heard it. She lowered her head and said, Yu Yang, I understand what you mean. I dare not ask for so much because you have already helped our family a lot. Yu Yang hurriedly said at that time, Dongmai, how do you say such a thing? In fact, let me tell you the truth. When I first saw you, I have a good impression of you because when I first arrived in Huanghai City I was dressed very badly and others looked down on me. Only you didn't look down on me at the time, and you also lent me an English book, so from then on I thought if there is any difficulty in your family I will help anyone I can help, so you don't want to think so much. Until later I felt that you were also very good, so I had a good impression of you. I don't know what you think. I know there are many girls around me, so you can think about it and answer me. Li Dongmai lowered her head and stopped talking. After a while he raised his head and said to Yu Yang, Yu Yang, I actually like you in my heart. I don't want anything else as long as I can stay by your side forever. Yu Yang heard that. I already understood Li Dongmai's intentions with these words. Forget about the joy in my heart at that time. The two chatted for a while, and when it was night Li Dongmai said, you sit here for a while, I'll clean up a room for you first. You don't have to leave at night, just live here. Yu Yang thought at the time, how could I live in another room? Thinking of this he immediately said no. Li Dongmai was stunned when she heard that and thought Yu Yang was going to leave, but she knew that Yu Yang stood up, walked a few steps forward, and when she reached him she stretched out her hand and hugged him into her arms, saying, we slept together tonight, and as we talked we carried him into the room. Just like that Li Dongmai also gave herself to Yu Yang that night, and soon Yu Yang was still sleeping. On the second day Fan Yongchun called. Yu Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was Fan Yongchun. I hurriedly picked it up, put it in my ear and said, anything. I heard Fan Yongchun say on the other end of the phone, Brother Yang, what you asked us to check has already been checked. Yu Yang, as soon as I heard it, it has been checked. Say it. I heard Fan Yongchun talk about Brother Yang right away on the other end of the phone. We found out that Yu Donglin likes a woman who lives in Xinyuan community. Yu Donglin was afraid that her daughter would not agree, so she never told her about this matter. Yu Yang patted his thigh with his hand and said it was great. I have a solution. Let's start with this woman. After finishing speaking he immediately said to Fan Yongchun, wait for me. I went over and finished talking. He hung up the phone and said to Li Dongmai, I'm sorry Dongmai, I have to go out first, do something, be late. I'll be back to pick you up at 1 o'clock and then we will leave. Li Dongmai and nod when he hears it. In this way Yu Yang got dressed, left Li Dongmai's house and came to the original headquarters of Hero Hall. Fan Yongchun Deng Haitao. Everyone saw that Yu Yang was very happy when he came and hurried to Yu Yang. He ran over and said, Brother Yang, you are back and you want us all to die. Yu Yang was also very happy to see everyone. After greeting everyone Yu Yang asked Fan Yongchun if the woman you just asked about is at home now. Fan Yongchun nodded and said Yu Yang was at home when he heard it at the time, and when he said yes, let's rush over now. So Yu Yang, Fan Yongchun Deng Haitao and New Delhi came to Xinyuan community. As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. After everyone waited they went upstairs and came to the door of the room. As soon as they arrived at the door of the room they didn't wait to knock on the door. The woman I was looking for came out. The woman was about 41 or 2 years old and her surname was Dong Yuha. This woman is not simple. She is also the chairman of a company. Ever since he and Yu Donglin met they have fallen in love with each other, but Yu Donglin has always been afraid that Yu Xiaoying will not agree, so he has never dared to tell him about it. This Dong Yuha was originally staying at home today. He just answered a call and was about to go out to do some errands. As soon as he opened the door he saw a group of big men standing in front of the door, which shocked him and hurriedly asked, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking Fan Yongchun took a few steps forward and said to him, Go in, we want to talk to you about something. It's better to be honest, otherwise it will kill you. Dong Yuha was scared at that time. It was broken, so I hurriedly retreated into Yu Yang. Fan Yongchun and others followed and closed the door. Dong Yuha immediately asked, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up or I'll call the police, Yu Yang said as soon as he heard. Don't worry, we didn't mean to come here today, I just wanted to ask if you know a man named Yu Donglin. Dong Yuha was surprised when he heard it and asked what's wrong with him. Yu Yang said to him with joy, we didn't do anything about him, I just wanted to ask, do you know him? Dong Yuha hurriedly said that I knew. Yu Yang after listening nodded and said, yes, it's good to know. If I'm not wrong, are you two in love now? But Yu Donglin was afraid that his daughter would not agree, so it's never been said, right? Dong Yuha nodded and said, yes. How did you know about this? Yu Yang said to him with joy, Aunt, don't be afraid, that's what happened to me. And then he told Dong Yuha about him and Yu Xiaoying and finally said, Aunt, as long as you promise to do me a favor I can let you and Yu Donglin be together. As soon as Dong Yuha heard it was true, if that was the case I would be willing to help. What should I do? As soon as Yu Yang heard that he didn't need you to do anything, he just needed you to persuade Yu Donglin and let him agree. Dong Yuha nodded and said, that's too simple, I'll persuade him, call him now. And he's ready to make a call after he takes out his mobile phone. Yu Yang looked at him and waved his hand and said, Aunt, you don't have to call now, just listen to my arrangement. After speaking Yu Yang turned around and called New Delhi over to him and whispered in his ear, do this, do this, do this. When New Delhi heard that, brother Yang, you are really tall and good. I'll do this right away. After he left, what did Yu Yang ask New Delhi to do? Don't worry, you'll understand after a while. Then Yu Yang turned around again and said to Dong Yuha, Aunt, don't worry about waiting at home. It won't be long before Yu Donglin will come to you and I hope you will help me to persuade him. Dong Yuha nodded again and again after hearing this and said yes. Following Fan Yongchun and Deng Haitao, everyone left here and returned to the headquarters of Hero Hall. As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. Chapter 342 The Yellow Sea is the Underground Emperor. After sending Yu Xiaoying away he came back and ordered someone to bring Yu Donglin to New Delhi. Said to Yu Donglin, you can leave now, but you'd better get acquainted and don't call the police, otherwise not only will you be in trouble, even your good friend Dong Yuha will be troubled by Donglin. How did you find his New Delhi? If you talk to him happily then you don't need to worry about it. You can leave. When Yu Donglin heard it he asked, where you took my daughter? New Delhi. As soon as he heard Dao Hum, you better leave it alone, I'll tell you that your daughter is all right now, you should just leave me right away. After he finished speaking he would give Donglin a blast. Going out, Yu Donglin was dumbfounded when he came outside thinking, who are these people? As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. They even found Yuha. What's going on? No, I have to ask him quickly. Thinking of this he immediately took out his mobile phone and called Dong Yuha. When he was first arrested, his mobile phone was taken away. Someone gave the phone back to him. When he learned that Dong Yuha was okay, he took a taxi with confidence, and when he arrived at Dong Yuha's house, he asked Yuha if there was anyone in the house this morning. They didn't treat you like that. As soon as Dong Yuha heard it. That's not true, they came for one thing, and then he explained why Yu Yang came to him and all the things. After listening to Yu Donglin, he understood that all the things, it was all done by Yu Yang. At the time I thought, no wonder some of them have rumored that Yu Yang is the underground emperor of Huanghai, and it is true. If he can really get Xiaoying to agree, the Taoist priest will also agree with Yuha and me. Yes, it seems that I was trying to stop it, but I couldn't. As a last resort, this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. He just thought of this when he heard someone knocking on the door outside. Dong Yuha hurried to the door, opened the door, and saw that Yu Yang was standing beside Yu Yang, and there was a girl who he didn't know. The girl is Yu Xiaoying. After Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying finished talking about it over there, they said that uncle is definitely going to Dong Ant's place. We are going there now. Besides, I am sure that uncle will do this. Unhappy also brought him an apology. When Yu Xiaoying heard about it, why didn't he say it? So how did Yu Xiaoying come here? Where did Yu Donglin go? Since Yu Xiaoying and Yu Donglin were locked up, the food for them was pretty good. Yu Donglin was also a little puzzled, thinking that this is the police. Why does it feel a little different? What exactly is going on? Why the hell are we getting us here? It doesn't feel like being kidnapped, he is puzzled. Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying stayed here for a while in order not to disturb Yu Donglin and Dong Yuha, so they went back to the Qi mansion. After returning to the Qi mansion, Qi Yufeng and Lu Akan should know very happy after this. Yu Yang sat down at the Haohantang headquarters and took a breath. A girl walked in from the outside. Behind the girl she followed a member of the original Haohantang. Yu Yang looked up and saw that this person was not the one who came. The other person was Yu Xiaoying. As soon as Yu Xiaoying saw Yu Yang's happiness, she hurriedly walked over and asked Yu Yang that it was you who came back. When did you come back? You raised me so hard, and now you have someone you like, then I should be happy for you. I will not disagree. At that time Yu Donglin and Dong Yuha both listened to very happy. In this way New Delhi found a member of the Hero Hall and sent Yu Xiaoying to the headquarters of the Hero Hall. As soon as Yu Yang and Yu Xiaoying came in, Yu Donglin felt a little embarrassed and said to Yu Xiaoying, Yu Xiaoying said, Dad, immediately, don't talk about it. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Woolen cloth. How could I not agree? What a good thing my mother is long gone. The member of Hero Tang hurriedly backed out and closed the door of the room. Yu Yang patted the chair next to him and said, come over and do Yu Xiaoying, and walked to Yu Yang's side, sit down and asked Yu Yang, when did you come back? And how did you know that my dad was going to send me abroad and it was Yu Yang who was leaving today? When he heard that Chi uncle told me this, otherwise I wouldn't know. He just said this. Seeing Yu Xiaoying hitting him hard with her hands, she said, you really scared me. Why did you give me a bag of drugs in the trunk of my father's car? As soon as Yu Yang heard that, he said, am I wrong? Isn't this too anxious? It was only when Yu Xiaoying came up with such a solution that she heard about it at the time. And where did you take my dad? After listening to Yu Yang said that Xiaoying uncle is alright, you don't have to worry that he is not only alright, but he also talked to someone outside for fear that you would disagree. After this person led Yu Xiaoying into the room, New Delhi waved his hand at that person and said, go out first, wait for you to come in later. The person agreed and backed out and followed closely. New Delhi shouting at Yu Xiaoying, please sit down, sister-in-law. Yu Xiaoying thought at that time, sister-in-law, who is this? He didn't do it, looked at New Delhi and asked, who are you? As soon as New Delhi heard that sister-in-law, don't be afraid, it was Yu Xiaoying who asked us to come by our brother Yang. At that time he asked, what? Yu Yang asked you to come. Where is he now? Take me to see him quickly. As soon as New Delhi heard that his sister-in-law brought you here today to bring you to see him, hurry up and come with me. When he turned around to face Yu Xiaoying after speaking, this person was a lot more polite. When it comes to this girl, please cooperate with us, come out with us, and I have something to do with you. When Yu Xiaoying heard this, she wanted to find me. What's the matter? He followed this man out of the house. After Xiaoying came out, this man closed the door again and led Yu Xiaoying to a house. Yu Xiaoying looked up, there was a person sitting in the room, and this person was none other than New Delhi. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard that it was for the sake of your apology, then let you go and let's go quickly. As soon as Yu Xiaoying heard it, Yu Yang said with a glance, do you still know? HMPH, you know, that scared me at the time. Yu Yang immediately apologized and said, I can't help it, didn't I do it? As soon as Yu Donglin heard that Xiaoying is like this, then I don't care about you and Yu Yang, but the path is yours to choose as long as you don't regret it in the future. Yu Xiaoying nodded. So this matter is perfect, forget about solving Yu Yang's happiness. And waited until the morning of the second day when someone opened the door from the outside and came in and listened to this person. This girl asked you to come out with us to find you to tell you something. Yu Donglin immediately shouted at this person, what do you want to do? Where are you going to take my daughter? The man turned around and said, you better be honest with me. Chapter 343, the end of entering the bridal chamber. In this way Yu Yang stayed at the Qi mansion for one night. On the second day Yu Yang thought that I had been away for such a long time. When I came back I was busy with Qi Mengru's affairs. I didn't have time to tell Kong Wanting. Time doesn't know how he is doing. Thinking of this he left his mansion and came to the house he had bought. When I got here I took out the key and opened the door. When I entered the room I saw that the room was deserted. There was not a single person, so where did everyone go? After a long time of trouble since Yu Yang left, Kong Wanting asked Guo Weiner to help him find a job at their school, so he also went to work. So there was no one in the room. Yu Yang took a look inside the room, no one. Yu Yang thought of Wanting he might have gone out, waited for him here, and soon it was night. Yu Yang thought he hadn't showered for a long time, so he went to take a shower. In fact, for them it doesn't matter whether they take a bath or not, there is no dirt on their body. Yu Yang felt that he hadn't bathed for a long time and he felt more comfortable after washing, so he went to the bathroom and opened it. The faucet started to take a shower. That is, while he was taking a bath, two girls came in from the outside as soon as the door opened. These two were Kong Wanting and Guo Weiner. As soon as the two came in they heard the sound of rushing water in the bathroom. Kong Wanting and Guo Weiner looked at each other and became vigilant at the same time, thinking, what's going on? Why does it seem like someone has entered this room? Yu Yang, who was bathing inside, had already discovered Guo Weiner and Kong Wanting. When they first entered the room Yu Yang knew it was the two of them. Yu Yang hurriedly wiped the water off his body. After getting dressed they walked out from the inside. The two saw the bathroom door opened. When one person came out he was about to ask who he was, but looked up and they said at the same time that Yu Yang is you. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell us in advance when you came back? Yu Yang said to them both happily, didn't he want to give you two a surprise? Speaking of which, Yu Yang asked, how did the two of you come back together? As soon as Guo Weiner heard it she said that Yu Yang, since you left I also introduced Sister Wanting, who is a teacher in our school and now works with me. Yu Yang asked Kong Wanting, oh, are you a teacher now? Kong Wanting nodded and said, yes, since you left I asked Weiner to find me a teacher in their school. Immediately after Kong Wanting asked Yu Yang, did you tell Yushang and Xiaolu when you came back? When Yu Yang heard about it I didn't have time to tell them. Yu Yang told the two girls about what happened after he came back. Kong Wanting immediately said that since Yu Yang was like this I immediately called Yushang and Xiaolu and asked them to both come on, let's go out to eat tonight, just to let them all know that you're back and they'll be very happy. Yu Yang heard about the relationship between Wanting Kong and these girls after she left. It's all pretty good, Yu Yang, I'm very happy to think about this, nodded and said okay then listen to your. Kong Wanting nodded, took out her mobile phone and called Kwang Yushang, Chen Lu and other girls each. Go out. As a last resort this site has opened a new domain name, m.mtlarchive.net. When the girls heard that Yu Yang was back they were all very happy, so they made an appointment at Huanghai building to meet and have dinner here in the evening. Equal to Yang, Kong Wanting, Guo Weiner and Kwang Yushang. After they arrived, Qi Mengru, Yu Xiaoying, Li Dongmai and all the girls have already been there. Chen Lu also arrived soon. The banquet was set up. Everyone was eating and chatting. Kong Wanting asked Yu Yang, are you going to Taiku continent this time? Yu Yang nodded and said, of course I will. The purpose of my return this time is to take you all together. All the girls were very happy when they heard it. Then I heard Yu Xiaoying ask Yu Yang, have you encountered anything in the primordial continent for such a long time? Yu Yang heard all the things that he has encountered since he arrived in the primordial continent for so long. As soon as the girls heard that Yu Yang had found his biological parents they immediately said that Yu Yang was great, congratulations to you. In addition there is a little worry and I don't know if the future father-in-law and mother-in-law will get along well. The people who were eating and talking quickly finished eating. At this time Chen Lu stood up and said to Yu Yang, tonight. Come with me to my place. Yu Yang agreed and said okay Sister Lu, I will go to your place tonight and I also have something I want to talk to you about. Just like that everyone dispersed. Yu Yang followed Chen Lu to the downstairs, got into Chen Lu's car and came to Chen Lu's house. When moved to the house, Chen Lu immediately asked Yu Yang and said, "So have you provoked other girls over there for a long time?" Yu Yang heard about it at the time. Did Chen Lu hear about Dao? How you dare not tell the truth? After saying that, he ran towards Yu Yang and rushed over to Yu Yang. At that time when I saw it, it was alright. Since I haven't seen you for so long, you dare to treat me like this. Let's see how I clean up your words. He picked up Chen Lu and after a while in the room his clothes and pants were flying all over the place. The two of them had a meal. After the event, Chen Lu was lying in Yu Yang's arms and Yu Yang said that we will definitely leave the earth in the future. Have you thought about what you will do in the future? Chen Lu heard that. Of course, after I quit my job here and leave with you, I will be with you no matter what. On the second day, Chen Lu directly called his father Chen Xuanyang and said, "Dad, I want to resign. I want to go to another place with Yu Yang." Chen Xuanyang did not agree with Chen Lu's resignation at the beginning, etc. Later, seeing Chen Lu's insistence, he had to sigh and say, "Okay, little dear, since you want to follow Yu Yang, then Dad won't stop you. As long as you can live well, what else can Dad say?" Chen Lu heard that Chen Xuanyang agreed. He immediately hung up the phone happily and said to Yu Yang, "Yu Yang, my father agreed and I will resign immediately. We have to go back to Huanghai headquarters to do some errands and then we will leave in 2 days." After the two separated, Chen Lu rushed to the Public Security Bureau to handle the resignation. Yu Yang came to Huanghai headquarters and called over Fan Yongchun Deng Haitao. Everyone said, "Everyone, you are all my Yu Yang's good friends, good brothers. Without you and my Yu Yang today, I will be leaving in 2 days. But what I want to tell you is that as long as you are willing, when I went to another place with Yu Yang, I all cheered. Everyone with me, including your family members, can follow you to the past together." Everyone is happier when they hear it and immediately said, "Brother Yang, we will go wherever you go. As soon as Yu Yang hears that it is good, we will do this after I go back." After speaking, Yu Yang returned to the Qi mansion and after 2 days Yu Yang brought Qi Mengru Yu Xiaoying Kong Wanting and everyone back to the primordial continent. He said so and did the same thing, and he quickly researched it. A space portal that allows ordinary people to come to the primordial continent from Earth. After finishing this matter, Yu Yang first used spirit fire to refine that Lu Susan. "I have nothing to do this day." Yu Yang took all the daughters to play in the imperial city. Yu Yang asked, "You, when will we get married?" When the girls heard Chi-Chi, they gave him a blank look and said, "Who is going to marry you?" Yu Yang said it at the time. "If you are not in a hurry, then wait a few more years." When the girls heard that, you dare. As soon as Yu Yang heard that it was good, let's get married after a while. And soon Yu Yang told his parents Yu Hainan and Yuan Xiaoling about this. They both heard it right. Yu Yang also, the eldest, is not too young, so I started to prepare the wedding for Yu Yang. Today is the day of Yu Yang's big wedding. It is very lively, including Guo Weiner's parents and Yu Xiaoying's parents are all present, and when they enter the bridal chamber in the evening, they will be there. A very large round bed was prepared in the room. Yu Yang entered the bridal chamber for 3 days and 3 nights. The super genius bodyguard has all been updated so far. Thank you for your support.